In the 32nd year of Konoha, within the confines of the Hidden Leaf Village, inside a classroom at the Ninja Academy, a middle-aged ninja stood at the podium, passionately expounding on the intricacies of the shadow clone technique. Suddenly, a series of urgent, forceful knocks interrupted his lecture. Honda Takashi furrowed his brow. For as an educator, nothing irked him more than disruptions that hindered his impartation of knowledge. Yet, adhering to his professional decorum, he patiently opened the classroom door. Outside stood a member of the Konoha Guard, and Honda's expression immediately shifted. After all, the Guard was comprised of Uchiha clan members, renowned throughout the village. Even in the absence of wrongdoing, a sense of trepidation washed over him. Uchiha Yamato paid no heed to Honda's expression, having long grown accustomed to such reactions. "I seek Uchiha Tendou. It is urgent." Regaining his composure, Honda dared not delay, fearing to provoke the Uchiha before him, and hastily called for the young man. Moments later, an 80-year-old boy with spiky black hair emerged. Uchiha Tendou was a transcendent being from Earth, a prodigy in his own right, whose extraordinary talents had stirred envy among the heavens, leading to his untimely demise at the age of 20, only to awaken in the world of Naruto. Uchiha Yamato scrutinized the boy before him. Tendou's remarkable gifts and his tranquil demeanor at such a tender age marked him as the most gifted of his generation. Even Uchiha Fugaku's son paled in comparison. With a wistful sigh, he mused, "I hope you can endure the trials that lie ahead." He gestured for the young boy to follow him. Tendou, perceptive to the subtle shift in Yamato's demeanor, felt a twinge of confusion but refrained from probing further. He was not one to pry unnecessarily. Accepting Yamato's intentions without question, he was eager to understand the purpose of this summons soon. They arrived at the entrance of an operating room within the Konoha hospital. A sense of foreboding gripped Tendou as he beheld the sterile space. Yamato inhaled deeply, his tone somber. "Tendou, whatever I tell you shortly, I implore you to brace yourself mentally." After a moment of silence, Tendou nodded slowly, signaling his readiness. Without further hesitation, Yamato delivered the grave news. Tianxiong fell in battle during a recent mission. Upon the news reaching the village, Hanako was unable to bear the tragedy. Her health, compounded by her pregnancy, is precarious. She is currently fighting for her life inside. There may be a dual loss. The world around Tendou spun as he grappled with the revelation. Upon his arrival in this world, he had already lost his biological parents to a mission, and it was Uchiha Tianxiong who had taken him in, naming him Uchiha Tendou. For 8 years, the Tianxiong couple had treated him with utmost kindness, regarding him as their own. Now, as Hanako approached the culmination of her pregnancy, the specter of misfortune loomed ominously. Leaning against the wall, his knuckles whitened with tension, Tendou felt his heart constrict. The operating room door creaked open, revealing a blonde woman cradling an infant. Tsunade approached Tendou. "Young one, are you Uchiha Tendou?" He nodded, affirming, "I am." Upon hearing his acknowledgement, Tsunade placed the infant into his arms. "This is your sister. Uchiha Hanako has sacrificed her chance at life for her. As her brother, you must protect her." Without another word, she turned to leave. Tendou, cradling the infant with gentleness, spoke in a subdued tone. "Lady Tsunade, is there truly nothing you can do?" Tsunade frowned, her irritation evident as she turned back. "You little one, are you placing blame upon me?" In that moment, she noticed the 80-year-old Uchiha boy's eyes, each adorned with 2 swirling tomo. The double tomo Sharingan. "How troublesome," she muttered. "It is not that I lack the will to save, but rather, I arrived too late." For reasons unknown, Tsunade instinctively felt the need to clarify. With his head bowed, Tendou responded, "If that is the case, I shall take my leave." Tsunade, furrowing her brow, resolved to inform her mentor, Hiruzen Surtobi. An 80-year-old who awakened the double tomo Sharingan must not be allowed to stray from the right path, lest he become another Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Yamato's expression was one of elation. "Tendou, you are indeed a genius of our Uchiha clan. To awaken the double tomo Sharingan at such a young age. This cannot be allowed to go unrecognized. We must secure greater resources for such a talent." With that thought, he hurried towards the Uchiha clan leader's residence. As night descended, Uchiha Tendou sat upon his bed, gently rocking the infant in his arms, his gaze tender. You shall be named Uchiha Kisui, and I vow to protect you always. Beep. Congratulations, host. The Pokémon sign-in system has been successfully installed. A mechanical, synthesized voice abruptly resonated within his mind. Uchiha Tendou was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the nature of this phenomenon. It was an essential boon for any traveler from another world. Given his innate talents, he was confident that he would ascend to the pinnacle of the ninja realm even without external assistance. Thus, over the course of 8 years in this new world, he had scarcely contemplated the idea of a system. However, possessing such a system was undeniably a fortuitous development. What capabilities do you possess? Upon Uchiha Tendou's inquiry, the voice in his mind reverberated once more. Currently, this system offers only sign-in and character panels. Additional functionalities will be unlocked in the future. Sign-ins are divided into 12 monthly and 1 annual sign-in. By signing in, the host can acquire various items from the Pokémon world. Uchiha Tendou raised an eyebrow. So, you imply that you are in a fragmented state now, with the potential for restoration to your original functionalities later? Indeed, host. What about my sign-ins from the past 8 years? Beep. According to the system's assessment, the host will receive a full compensation for the first sign-in. Acknowledging the system's reparative offer, Uchiha Tendou decided to take advantage of it. Let us proceed with this month's sign-in. Commencing sign-in for the host. Congratulations, host. On successful sign-in, Power of Groudon. Power of Groudon. The pure strength of Groudon, one of the 3 legendary beings of Hoenn, upon absorption. It will exist in a form akin to that of a Jinchuriki. Uchiha Tendou stroked his chin thoughtfully. A Jinchuriki form? If it were to be extracted from my body, would I not perish? The power of Groudon will merely merge with the host as pure strength, becoming an integral part of the host's physical prowess. The term akin to Jinchuriki form refers to abilities such as tailed beast transformation. The power of Groudon will not develop an independent consciousness, nor will it manifest any of the host's concerns. If that is the case, then indeed, this represents a remarkable augmentation of power. Uchiha Tendou gently laid the sleeping Akatsuki on the bed before making his way to the backyard. System, absorb the power of Groudon. Beep. Infusing the power of Groudon into the host. A liquid, akin to molten lava, streamed from the void, flowing into Uchiha Tendou's body. Exhaling a deep breath, he slowly released a cloud of stagnant air, his tightly shut eyes suddenly flaring open. A glimmer of golden-red light danced within his gaze. Is this the power of Groudon? How formidable it is! Uchiha Tendou marveled as he observed the steel kunai, effortlessly bent by his hand. System, open character panel. A faint blue holographic screen rapidly materialized in his mind. Host, Uchiha Tendou, mental power, 1000, physique, 200, bloodline limit, double Tomo Sharingan, tailed beast, Groudon, fusion level 3. Skills, fire release, great fireball technique, Uchiha style swordsmanship. Uchiha style body technique. Items, great dragon fire technique scroll, 3 steel kunai. Note, the standard for a common genin is to have both mental power and physical strength reach 100. Uchiha Tendou was not surprised by the strength of his mental power. In his previous life, he exhibited extraordinary mental capabilities. Moreover, at the age of 20, coupled with the awakening of the Sharingan, it was reasonable for his mental power to be somewhat elevated. However, the situation with the power of Groudon left him quite perplexed. System, why does the power of Groudon indicate it has only been unsealed to 3%? According to system analysis, the host's physical condition can temporarily absorb only this amount of power. Uchiha Tendou nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, even with the aid of external enhancements, the fundamental attributes of the body remained crucial. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing with it a whiff of foul odor that invaded his nostrils. What is that smell? Uchiha Tendou glanced toward the west and quickly discerned the source of the stench. It was the impurities expelled during the enhancement of his physique by Groudon's power. After entering the room and freshening up, he refrained from further exertions. This afternoon, with the assistance of his clan members, the bodies of Uchiha Tensho and his wife had been properly retrieved. Tomorrow would be the day of their burial. The following day, Uchiha Tendou arose early, holding little Ming Sui in his arms as he attended the funeral of Uchiha Tensho and his wife. The ceremony was simple, with a modest attendance. Uchiha Tensho had merely been a chunin in his lifetime, holding little status within the Uchiha clan, which revered strength above all. Please accept my condolences. Uchiha Yama patted Uchiha Tendou on the shoulder, offering words of comfort. The proud Uchiha was not adept at providing solace. After much hesitation, Uchiha Yama managed to utter this phrase. The youthful face of Uchiha Tendou bore an expression of tranquility. The deceased had already departed. Those who remained must carry forth their hopes and live joyfully. Uchiha Yama's lips twitched slightly. Kid, do you even believe what you just said? Is that tear at your mouth, or merely drool? He was exasperated by the child, who, despite seemingly grieving deeply with tears cascading freely, could still articulate words of encouragement with a straight face. Uchiha Yama opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. With a resigned pat on Uchiha Tendou's shoulder, he turned and walked away. Standing quietly before the gravestone for a long time, Uchiha Tendou, cradling little Meisui, headed towards the Ninja Academy. At the Ninja Academy, in the teacher's office. What? You wish to drop out? Honda Takashi looked at Uchiha Tendou in disbelief, exclaiming in surprise. Uchiha Tendou, with a stoic expression, pointed to little Meisui in his arms and then raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Honda Takashi hurriedly covered his mouth. Apologies, Tendou. The teacher was simply too excited. After speaking, he cautiously glanced at Xiao Meisui, and upon seeing her peacefully asleep, he finally sighed in relief. Uchiha Tendou spoke with a calm demeanor. Teacher, you should be somewhat aware of my circumstances. I have chosen to withdraw from school to better care for Xiao Meisui, and I hope you can understand. Honda Takashi, already familiar with the situation, let out a resigned sigh. You are indeed correct, Tendou. After all, she is your only relative, and caring for her yourself brings a greater sense of security. However, the decision to withdraw is not mine to make. I will take you to meet the Hokage, and I will advocate on your behalf. Uchiha Tendou bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Honda. Honda waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such matters were trivial. He then, with a pained expression, retrieved a wallet from his pocket and counted out 20 bills, handing them to Uchiha Tendou. Tendou, it's not easy for you alone. Consider this 200,000 ryo as a token of support from your teacher. Uchiha Tendou rarely smiled, replying, Teacher, my family provides me with a monthly stipend of 100,000 ryo, so I am not in need of money. Honda retorted, I despise you wealthy families. Subsequently, under Honda's guidance, the trio quickly arrived at the Hokage building. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Upon hearing the knock, Sarutobi Hiruzen set aside the documents he had been reviewing and called out toward the door. The three entered, and upon seeing them, Hiruzen instinctively set down his pipe. Though he was an old smoker, he would never smoke in front of children. He scrutinized the Uchiha boy before him. Is this the Uchiha boy that Tsunade spoke of? It seems he is the one who has come to see me. I am curious to discover what makes him exceptional. At this moment, the third Hokage was still in his prime and had not yet held any animosity toward the Uchiha clan, so he harbored no thoughts of oppression. Hiruzen greeted them with a warm smile. Teacher Honda, what brings you here today? Honda hurriedly stepped forward to explain. Lord Third, the situation is as follows. Moments later, Hiruzen nodded in understanding and turned his gaze toward Uchiha Tendou. Tendou, you wish to withdraw from school to take better care of your sister? Uchiha Tendou replied respectfully, Yes, Lord Third Hokage. Although Hiruzen would later become one of the instigators in the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, that was a matter for the future. One cannot place blame on others before the actions have been taken. It would suffice to intervene later. As long as no harm came to those around him, Hiruzen displayed a reassuring smile. Indeed, I can see your love for your family. He then shifted the conversation. However, I must conduct an assessment of you. Only upon passing will I approve your withdrawal, and it will only be for 1 semester. Uchiha Tendou remained silent, calmly observing Hiruzen as he awaited further instructions. Hiruzen nodded slightly, acknowledging, Very well, you are indeed a clever child. While academia may not pose a challenge for you, the desolation of home is detrimental to both mental and physical well-being. Whether for your own sake or for your sister's, I believe this arrangement is most beneficial. What are your thoughts? Uchiha Tendou fell into contemplation. While mental and physical health may be a factor, Sarutobi Hiruzen surely desires to forge deeper bonds and strengthen his connection to the village. However, having Xiao Meisui accompany him to school is undoubtedly preferable to remaining at home. With this in mind, he nodded in agreement. Very well, Lord Third Hokage. I shall adhere to your arrangement. Sarutobi Hiruzen rose with a smile, donning his Hokage hat. I knew you would make such a choice. Follow me. He then glanced toward a nearby shadow. Go notify Tsunade to meet me at the third training ground. A shadow swiftly vanished from sight. Uchiha Tendou raised an eyebrow, realizing why he felt something unusual upon entering. It turned out there was a member of the Umbu concealed nearby. The group soon arrived at the third training ground, and before long, Tsunade made her entrance. Hey, old man, what do you want? She complained with an air of displeasure. Sarutobi Hiruzen, unfazed, smiled and pointed to Uchiha Tendou. I summoned you to assess Uchiha Tendou's strength. Tsunade's expression darkened. Old man, do you think I have nothing better to do? Even if I were utterly bored, I wouldn't waste my time evaluating a brat. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru are not in the village, so I could only call upon you. Besides, it's a chance for you to get to know this remarkable young Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to persuade. Tsunade, no fool, quickly grasped her teacher's underlying intention. It seemed the assessment of strength was a pretext. The true aim was to understand the character of this young Uchiha through combat. Realizing her teacher's genuine motives, Tsunade no longer hesitated, using the body flicker technique to appear at the center of the arena, beckoning Uchiha Tendou with a gesture. Let me see what you're made of, brat. Uchiha Tendou handed Xiao Meisui to Honda Take, and similarly entered the arena with a body flicker technique. What swift body flicker technique? Honda Take exclaimed in admiration, and Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement. He likely 1 TB slower than an average genin. Tsunade crossed her arms, her tone playful. Bring it on, brat. Uchiha Tendou's expression remained impassive, his crimson eyes exuding a chilling aura. With a mere gesture, dozens of shuriken hurtled towards Tsunade. She scoffed disdainfully. Child's play. With a few swift movements, she easily evaded the incoming shuriken. The sounds of metal clashing echoed behind her. Without a moment's hesitation, Tsunade executed another body flicker technique to dodge the shuriken that had been launched from behind. After all, the Senju clan knows the Uchiha best. Uchiha Tendou, unfazed, swiftly drew a kunai from his leg and charged towards Tsunade. She frowned, gazing at the Uchiha rushing towards her. This fighting style is rather lackluster. If this is the extent of his abilities, he hardly deserves to be called a genius. The two engaged in a fierce struggle for a brief moment, and then, under the perplexed gaze of Honda Takashi, Tsunade delivered a powerful punch to the right side, sending the figure of Uchiha Tendou hurtling backward. Impressive genjutsu, little one. Yet it still lacks a certain finesse, Tsunade boasted, seizing Uchiha Tendou's tightly gripped kunai hand behind her. Uchiha Tendou maintained an expression of calm detachment, having anticipated this very moment. Drawing forth another kunai with his left hand, he launched it directly at her, causing Tsunade's attention to instinctively shift toward his left hand. In an instant, Uchiha Tendou relinquished his grip on the kunai in his right hand, deftly forming a tiger hand seal using Tsunade's finger. Tsunade's pupils dilated sharply. Years of experience warned her of the imminent danger. Fire style, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted, crashing into her face. Boom. The fireball, measuring 5 meters in diameter, struck the ground with a ferocious explosion. Honda Takashi broke into a cold sweat, his voice trembling. Is Lady Tsunade killed by Tendou? Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled as he patted his shoulder. How could that be? She is our Tsunadeheim. As expected, the flames enveloped only a wooden stump. In an instant, Tsunade materialized before Uchiha Tendou, her fist enveloped in an abundance of chakra, striking out with ferocity. Uchiha Tendou's Sharingan swiftly retreated, his arms crossed, his dark eyes unwaveringly fixed ahead. A pink fist halted a mere centimeter from his forehead. Why don't you dodge, little one? Aren't you afraid I might crush you with a single punch? Tsunade demanded, her anger palpable. Uchiha Tendou's lips curled into a confident smile. I have already passed the assessment. Continuing this fight would serve no purpose. As for why I did not evade, I simply trust that Lady Tsunade would not harm a comrade. While speaking, he swiftly pointed one hand skyward, his face radiating absolute confidence and composure. My grandmother once told me, a man must learn to remain calm. Boiling water will only evaporate if heated further. Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. How can you be so pretentious? Your grandmother has long since passed. Ultimately, Tsunade, unable to contain her frustration, flicked her finger. Ouch! Uchiha Tendou cried out in pain. Crouching down and clutching his head, Tsunade stood triumphantly, hands on her hips and a beaming smile on her face. Huh. Look at you trying to act tough in front of me. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached with a bemused expression. All right, the assessment is concluded. Tsunade pouted but ceased her laughter. Hiruzen then directed his attention toward Uchiha Tendou, his demeanor softening. Tendou, for the upcoming semester, you need not attend the Ninja Academy. However, do ensure you continue your studies at home. Training must not be neglected. Now, take your sister and head home to rest. Uchiha Tendou bowed respectfully, scooping up his sister, and swiftly departed. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade soon returned to the Hokage's office. Tsunade, what are your thoughts on him? Sarutobi Hiruzen once again took up his pipe, his tone grave as he inquired. Tsunade did not rush to provide an answer. After a moment of careful contemplation, she offered her assessment. With remarkable talent, he could unleash C-rank ninjutsu with a single hand sign. He values those around him, possessing an arrogant disposition yet refraining from looking down on others. Cold on the outside yet warm within, he understood that the great fireball technique would not harm me. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. He sounded like a true Uchiha. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him. Old man, don't you find what you just said amusing? Caught off guard by her candid remark, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a flush rise to his cheeks, chuckling awkwardly. His expression then turned serious, his voice low. Since the passing of the second Hokage, the Uchiha clan has become far less compliant than before. I wish to make him a bridge between the village and the Uchiha. Seeing that Tsunade remained unmoved, a look of helplessness crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. All right, I agree to your terms. As long as Uchiha Tendou places first in the graduation exam, I shall take him as my student. With an exasperated remark, Tsunade departed the Hokage's office without a backward glance. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. He recognized that Tsunade had acquiesced. After all, Uchiha Tendou's talent was evident to all, and he was destined to rise to prominence within the Uchiha, perhaps even becoming the clan leader. It is worth noting that the current Uchiha clan leader is a capable individual, judging by Uchiha Tendou's character. Once he and Tsunade became master and disciple, he would easily gain influence over the entire Uchiha. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen took another satisfying puff from his pipe. Time flew by, and soon 6 months had passed. Today marked the day of enrollment for the second semester at the Ninja Academy. System, open the character panel. Uchiha Tendou's consciousness stirred, and his character panel immediately materialized in his mind. Host, Uchiha Tendou, mental power, 1000. Physique, 256. Bloodline limit, double Tomo Sharingan, tailed beast, Giratina, fusion degree, 345. Skills, fire release, great fireball technique, Uchiha fluid technique, electric net. Jet flame. Items, a box of instant noodles from Professor Oak, various ninjutsu scrolls, and a tennis cap belonging to Tsukasa. Uchiha Tendou found it difficult to critique this Pokémon sign-in system. Over the past 6 months, he had signed in on multiple occasions. Aside from the C-rank electric net and A-rank jet flame being somewhat useful, what were the other 2 items? At least Professor Oak's instant noodles were edible. As for Tsukasa's tennis cap, did it expect him to wear a feminine tennis hat? The drop rates of this abysmal system were truly disheartening. It felt like something produced by a gaming company. Nevertheless, Uchiha Tendou did not place all his hopes on the system. In his view, in this life, one could only rely on oneself. During these 6 months, he devoted himself to diligently caring for Xiao Meisui while never neglecting his own training. Currently, his primary focus is on physical techniques and swordsmanship. As for the quantity of chakra, he remains unconcerned. Not to mention that the chakra capacity of the Uchiha clan surpasses that of ordinary ninjas, as long as his physical prowess steadily improves. The integration of the power of Groudon will continue to ascend, and eventually, his chakra will surpass that of the 9 tails. The arrival of a small blonde boy interrupted Uchiha Tendou's fervent thoughts. Minato, you're late again, he remarked, observing the expressionless countenance of Uchiha Tendou. With a sheepish grin, Minato Namikaze scratched his head in embarrassment. Tendou, I was helping an elderly lady cross the street, which is why I'm a bit late. I promise. I will definitely not be late next time. Uchiha Tendou disregarded Minato's earnest assurances and continued toward the Ninja Academy, carrying a small, bright-haired child. He had heard Minato's promises far too often and had grown accustomed to them. Realizing that Tendou was not truly upset with him, Minato hastily followed suit. The two had actually known each other for 3 years. At that time, Minato was being beaten by a group of children from the Uchiha clan, who had already mastered chakra. A few against one without chakra made for an overwhelmingly easy fight. Ever since Shimura Danzo ascended to a position of power in the village, The standing of the Shimura clan in Konoha had risen markedly, leading to increasingly arrogant behavior from its members, merely because they found Minato's golden hair unappealing. Those children had launched a fierce assault against him. Minato, on the verge of losing consciousness, thought he was about to be beaten to death when Uchiha Tendou appeared. With a punch, a kick, and a swift throw, he effortlessly dispatched the children of the Shimura clan. Subsequently, he took Minato to the Konoha hospital. From that moment on, the two became very close friends. A month ago, upon hearing from Honda Takashi about Uchiha Tendou's decision to suspend his studies, Minato rushed to his home to inquire. After understanding the situation, he even contemplated dropping out himself, hoping to assist his friend through this difficult time. Minato, for a civilian ninja like you, the knowledge acquired at school remains crucial. You wouldn't want to merely gaze up at my back, would you? Ultimately, he was persuaded by Tendou's words. Nevertheless, every day after school, Minato joyfully helped Uchiha Tendou with various tasks, allowing him to focus on caring for the small child. Soon, they arrived at the Ninja Academy. Minato opened the door first, ensuring that his classmate Uchiha Tendou did not inadvertently collide with anyone behind him. Suddenly, a piece of chalk struck him on the head and bounced to the floor. Observing Minato standing dumbfounded, laughter erupted among the classmates in the classroom. Haha, Minato, you're so clueless. You can't even avoid such a simple trap. And you're the top student in the class. Minato, confronted by the mocking laughter of his peers, instinctively swallowed hard, his body trembling. It was not the ridicule that frightened him. Rather, he sensed that the situation might spiral out of control. As anticipated, several shurikens swiftly sliced through the air, hurtling toward the raucous classmates. The sounds of thwack echoed as the shurikens embedded themselves into the wooden board, abruptly silencing the laughter that had filled the classroom. Wave Wind Minato wore a resigned smile. He had foreseen this outcome. The lethargic Nara Shikaku, running his fingers through his disheveled hair, cast a wary glance at the black-haired youth by the door, his heart racing with indignation. You fools! Why must you play pranks? Now, we're all in trouble. Uchiha Tendou sauntered to the podium, his demeanor exuding arrogance, as his dark, piercing gaze swept disdainfully across the room. I, Uchiha Tendou, have returned. Allow me to establish 3 rules. First, refrain from playing pranks in the classroom. Second, maintain a respectful volume. Third, it is imperative to adhere to the first 2 rules. Sarutobi Shino stood up, his face a mask of fury. But before he could voice his objections, Uchiha Tendou's indifferent gaze settled upon him. What is it, Shino? Do you have an objection? Confronted by the imposing figure, Sarutobi Shino felt his heart race and instinctively took 2 steps back. Perhaps feeling that his response was inadequate for a member of the Sarutobi clan, he straightened himself, attempting to inject firmness into his quavering voice. Uchiha Tendou, do not be so arrogant. This is everyone's classroom, not your personal domain. We shall do as we please. By the end of his proclamation, Sarutobi Shino felt a surge of pride, convinced that he now possessed the strength to stand up to the tyrant Uchiha Tendou. Akimichi Dingzo, munching on a handful of chips, mumbled indistinctly, Shikaku, what do you think? Nara Shikaku rolled his eyes wearily. I'm just here to watch. That guy is definitely going to get a beating. Yamashiro Kaichi chimed in. As expected, Uchiha Tendou materialized before Sarutobi Shino in an instant, delivering a merciless punch to his abdomen. Sarutobi Shino cried out in anguish, collapsing to the ground. Uchiha Tendou seized him by the collar, lifting him effortlessly. Consider this a lesson. Do not presume that being the Hokage's son grants you the right to defy me. With that, he shoved Sarutobi Shino aside and walked toward the back row with Wave Wind Minato. Akimichi Dingzo swallowed hard. This guy is truly arrogant, fearless, a quintessential Uchiha. Nara Shikaku shook his head, a glimmer of insight in his eyes. On the contrary, he exhibits remarkable restraint. Shino merely appears to be in pain, but he is unharmed. Let us abide by his rules. He likely does this for the sake of that young lad. Following Nara Shikaku's gaze, the other 2 quickly noticed the small figure of Hikari in Uchiha Tendou's arms. Not only they, but many other classmates also recognized the presence of Hikari, their expressions transforming into one of understanding. Subsequently, the majority of students began to voluntarily adhere to the 3 rules laid down. As for the few who disregard the rules, Uchiha Tendou will naturally make things clear to them. Namikaze Minato smiled as he looked at Uchiha Tendou. It seems everyone is quite fond of Xiaoming's sway. Uchiha Tendou shrugged nonchalantly. Minato, I do not concern myself with their opinions. Should they affect Xiaoming's sway, I will ensure they understand the consequences. Minato scratched his head awkwardly, chuckling lightly. Moments later, Honda Takashi entered with a red-haired little girl. Instantly, all eyes in the classroom were drawn to the pair, turning in unison to gaze at them. Classmates, we have a new student joining us today. Let us invite her to introduce herself. Honda Takashi stepped back, clearing the center of the podium. The red-haired girl nervously lowered her head, feeling overwhelmed by the sudden attention from so many people, which placed immense pressure on her. Hello everyone, my name is Uzumaki Kushina. Sarutobi Shino had been harboring frustration and, upon seeing the timid demeanor of the new transfer student, immediately decided to unleash his anger upon her. With a loud bang, he slammed his hand on the desk and stood up, interrupting her introduction. Newcomer, it's bad enough that you're ugly, but can't you even speak clearly? His harsh voice echoed throughout the classroom, and his few lackeys quickly grasped his intent. The boss is right. How could someone so unattractive dare to show their face? And that round face like a pancake with long red hair. She looks just like a little tomato. I think she resembles a chili pepper more. Little chili pepper. I bet she is a murderer. Maybe she dyed her hair red with blood. Haha. Little tomato. Little chili pepper. Murderer. The overwhelming tide of mockery and insults swiftly shattered Uzumaki Kushina's already fragile mental defenses, her eyes becoming misty with tears. She could not comprehend why, merely introducing herself, had elicited such animosity from those around her. Honda Takashi's face flickered with panic. He had not anticipated the situation would escalate in this manner. After all, Uzumaki Kushina had been personally sent by Tsunade, who had specifically instructed him to take good care of this little one. If he did not quickly regain control of the situation, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Classmates, please stop. Under normal circumstances, students would not dare to oppose a teacher. But today, the ringleader was none other than the son of the Hokage. Children in the world of Naruto tend to mature early, and when the Hokage's son and a Chunin teacher spoke, how could they not discern whom to heed? Thus, the taunts not only failed to abate, but rather escalated. Sarutobi Shino crossed his arms, a smug smile gracing his face. You think I can't handle Uchiha Tendou? How could I not deal with a mere newcomer? The previous sense of being bullied evaporated, replaced by a swell of pride. However, before he could revel in his triumph for long, a fist suddenly loomed large before him. Sarutobi Shino was sent flying by a single punch, emitting a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig as he crashed heavily onto the floor beneath the podium. Before the onlookers could fully comprehend the situation, Uchiha Tendou transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly dispatching the few ruffians who had been hurling insults, sending them sprawling beside Sarutobi Shino. In the Hokage's office, a resounding bang echoed as Tsunade slammed her palm onto the Hokage's desk, her expression charged with enthusiasm. Well done. Truly, he is someone worthy of my regard. Jiraiya quickly exchanged a glance with her, signaling to his teacher to temper her exuberance. Tsunade huffed in response. Jiraiya, do refrain from making those beady-eyed gestures. What are you plotting? Jiraiya crossed his arms and shot her a fierce glare. What? Is it only permissible for Sarutobi Shino to bully others, while no one is allowed to defend my sister? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya fell silent, lowering his head in submission. You handle it as you see fit, old man. As the village's chosen next host for the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Kushina naturally drew considerable attention from the moment she stepped into the classroom. Sarutobi Hizashi and his 3 disciples had been discreetly observing through the telescope technique, and they had witnessed Shino's actions. Thus, Tsunade's excitement upon witnessing the bullies being dealt with by Uchiha Tendou was palpable. She nearly leapt up in applause. A faint smile appeared on Orochimaru's face. Tsunade, after all, Shino is the teacher's child. He believed that Tsunade was perceptive enough to understand that some matters need not be explicitly stated, and a subtle hint would suffice. Tsunade comprehended his meaning. It was merely a way to give her teacher an avenue for retreat. Since Uchiha Tendou had already disciplined Shino, further pressure would be futile. With this thought, Tsunade fell silent. Sarutobi Hizashi slowly exhaled a plume of smoke, his expression grave. Tsunade, this incident indeed stems from Shino's fault. I shall ensure he receives a thorough reprimand, providing both you and Kushina with a satisfactory explanation. Tsunade nodded noncommittally. While she did not believe Hizashi would impose any severe consequences on his son, she saw no harm in offering him a diplomatic exit. Noticing the easing of tension between the two, Jiraiya promptly interjected to shift the topic. I must say, The prowess of that Uchiha youth was exceptional. His physical abilities must surely have reached the level of a chunin. Orochimaru nodded in agreement, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Tsunade, did you mention that this youth is someone you have taken an interest in? The trio, being a tight-knit team, shared a bond of trust. And Tsunade felt no need for secrecy, especially given Orochimaru's stature. His name is Uchiha Tendou. I trust you have heard of him. He is undoubtedly the most gifted of the current Uchiha youth. Indeed, but his past achievements are not the crux of the matter. Most importantly, he awakened the double Tomo Sharingan just last month at the tender age of 8. Ah, so you mean to say he unlocked the Sharingan at 8 years old? And furthermore, he was the first to awaken the double Tomo? Jiraiya inhaled sharply, incredulous as he inquired. It is well known that the Sharingan is not as easily awakened as the Byakugan, and the difficulty of activation is considerable. Yet, Uchiha Tendou, at the tender age of just over 8, remarkably unlocked the double Tomo Sharingan in one go. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a serious demeanor, took over the conversation. Not only that, his temperament and comprehension are on par with the esteemed second Hokage. He is destined to become a formidable force in Konoha, which necessitates strengthening his bonds with the village. Therefore, I intend to appoint Tsunade as his mentor to enhance his connection with the village. Jiraiya's lips twitched slightly. Old man, he still has at least a year before graduation, doesn't he? Orochimaru gestured towards the crystal ball. Teacher, perhaps his bonds are about to take form. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards the crystal ball. In the classroom, Honda Takashi stood there in a daze, utterly despondent. Earlier, he had been quite pleased to see Uchiha Tendou return to school. After all, what teacher wouldn't appreciate a diligent student? However, now he felt no joy whatsoever. As the very first day back, Tendou had struck the Hokage's son, and his own position was likely in jeopardy. Uchiha Tendou could see through Honda's inner turmoil. Teacher, you need not worry. The Hokage is a reasonable man and will surely handle this matter justly. This statement was intentionally directed at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was undoubtedly using his telescopic technique to observe the situation. Well versed in the original narrative, Uchiha Tendou understood that Sarutobi Hiruzen was exceedingly protective of his reputation. Upon hearing his praise, Hiruzen would likely feign magnanimity and refrain from pursuing the matter further. Honda Takashi offered a bittersweet smile. Tendou, thank you for your reassurance. He then turned his attention to Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina, please find a seat. With that brief remark, he hurriedly led the injured students to the Konoha hospital for examination. Seeing this, Minato Namikaze promptly followed to assist. Kushina Uzumaki scanned the room, her gaze quickly settling on the last row. She then made her way towards Uchiha Tendou. Hello, may I sit here? If you wish. Upon receiving his consent, Kushina cautiously took a seat next to Uchiha Tendou. Hello, I'm Kushina Uzumaki. Uchiha Tendou. Thank you for earlier. Had you not intervened to teach them a lesson, I would have been at a loss for what to do. I merely detest their behavior. It was not my intention to assist you. Kushina was momentarily taken aback by his response, finding his demeanor unexpectedly cold, which dampened her spirits. Nevertheless, she was not inclined to give up. She genuinely wished to befriend the boy who had helped her. Subtly observing him, she soon noticed the little girl nestled in his arms. Kushina's eyes sparkled with delight as she earnestly exclaimed, "What an adorable little girl. Is she your sister?" She initially believed that the other person would remain as indifferent as before, but the outcome greatly surprised her. Uchiha Tendou wore a warm smile, his gaze soft and gentle. Indeed, she was my beloved sister, Uchiha Akahoshi. Uzumaki Kushina was left utterly astonished, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though she had discovered a way to build rapport with him, and thus, their subsequent conversation began to draw ever closer to little Akahoshi. Is her name Uchiha Akahoshi? What a lovely name. Is it? Thank you for the compliment. The reason she bears this name is... Wow. She snores adorably while sleeping. Indeed, I think so too. Let me tell you. For a considerable time thereafter, the two engaged in exceedingly harmonious conversation. As if Uchiha Tendou had transformed into a different person, his face radiating genuine smiles and speaking with unrestrained enthusiasm. However, in Kushina's eyes, all of this was merely a reflection of the fact that he was, without a doubt, an affectionate brother. Otherwise, their interaction could not have been so fervent. Yet, unbeknownst to her, all of this was deliberately orchestrated by him. Uchiha Tendou was indeed a devoted brother, relishing in the praise bestowed upon Akahoshi. Especially when it came from Kushina, which was heartfelt. Yet, this was not the true motivation behind his actions. The moment Kushina entered the classroom, Uchiha Tendou keenly sensed the sorrow, fear, and confusion lurking deep within her heart. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly grasped the reason. This year marked the 32nd year of Konoha, the very day of the fall of the Uzumaki clan. Kushina had witnessed the demise of her kin, arriving alone in a foreign land. After becoming the host of the Nine Tails, she was slain by her most cherished disciple, sacrificing her life for the village's safety. While her son endured inhumane treatment, her life was indeed fraught with misfortune. A glimmer of compassion flickered in Uchiha Tendou's eyes. To him, it was evident that Kushina's abduction by the Cloud Shinobi was tacitly approved by Sarutobi Hiruzen, with the intention of forging a bond between her and Minato, thereby irrevocably tying her to Konoha. Honda Takashi and Minato had yet to return by midday. A month prior, Lady Tsunade personally declared that unless a patient's condition was particularly critical, no one was permitted to cut in line at Konoha Hospital. This decision swiftly garnered widespread approval among the common ninjas, who had long suffered from the privileges granted to clan ninjas. Consequently, the two found themselves enduring a tedious wait at Konoha Hospital. As noon approached, the students of the Ninja Academy began to unpack their bento boxes in preparation for their meal. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from Kushina's stomach, causing her face to flush crimson. "Oh Kushina, how can you be so ungrateful? Why must you be hungry at this moment?" She scolded herself. "How will you maintain your dignity before Tendou?" Just as Kushina was lost in her thoughts, a lunchbox was presented before her. "Here you go." A cool voice, akin to a celestial melody, reached her ears, and Kushina stared blankly at the boy before her. Uchiha Tendou frowned slightly. "What are you daydreaming about?" Kushina Uzumaki finally regained her composure, her voice stuttering. "Is this really all right? What if I eat all of it? I'm not hungry." "No way. If we're going to eat, let's eat together." Gazing at the resolute girl before him, Uchiha Tendou let out a resigned sigh and casually took a few bites of his bento. Kushina nibbled at her meal, her eyes steadfastly fixed on Tendou, who was intently feeding a small creature named Shomei. Although Tendou appeared cold and detached, he was, in truth, an exceptionally gentle soul. Kushina mused to herself. Ever since the massacre of her clan, no one had shown her such care, save for Tsunade and Mito Uzumaki. "Why are you being so kind to me?" Tendou looked at Kushina with surprise. Shouldn't friends help each other? Though she found it curious that the bento seemed to grow saltier with each bite, Kushina felt it was the most delicious food she had ever tasted. "TSK, TSK, TSK. This kid has half the charm I had in my youth," Jiraiya remarked, observing through his crystal ball, stroking his chin with pride. "Jiraiya, if memory serves, you weren't particularly popular during your time at the Ninja Academy," Orochimaru remarked, his tone laced with amusement, causing Jiraiya to stomp in frustration. Tsunade crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. "Old man, what do you mean by that?" "Tsunade, it's just as you think. Those two seem to be getting along quite well," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied nonchalantly as he took a puff from his cigarette. After a moment of silence, Tsunade ultimately nodded in agreement. "System, proceed with the monthly sign-in." Signing in for the host. Congratulations to the host for a successful sign-in. Sword Dance. Sword Dance, S rank. Consumes a small amount of chakra, significantly enhances physical attack through specific swinging rhythms or postures. Uchiha Tendou was quite pleased with the rewards from this sign-in. It is well known that in the early stages of Naruto, intelligence is paramount in battles between ninjas. The skill of sword dance, which enhances one's state, is capable of turning the tide of combat. Just imagine, when your strength is nearly equal to that of your opponent, and the battle becomes fiercely contested. At that moment, by expending only a small amount of chakra, your physical attacks would be greatly amplified, resulting in an explosive surge in power. What more needs to be said about the outcome of such a battle? The most terrifying aspect lies in its upper limit. The physical attack boost from sword dance is significantly amplified based on one's base stats. This means that if one's base stats are sufficiently high, the enhancement this skill provides is exceedingly formidable. Although the chakra consumption increases geometrically, Uchiha Tendou is never short on chakra. Just then, a clear, melodic voice interrupted his reverie. "Hey, Tendou, what are you doing?" Uchiha Tendou calmly turned his gaze towards Kushina. "Kushina, is there something you need?" Kushina pouted in dissatisfaction, unsure why. Despite having known each other for over a month, he seemed more distant now than on their first day. "Tendou, why do you keep dodging my questions? It's infuriating." "Is that so? Am I?" Uchiha Tendou gazed at the long-haired, swirling vortex of Kushina before him, nervously touching his nose. It would be wise to avoid provoking Kushina for the time being. Otherwise, should she refuse to assist him in changing little Minato's diapers, he would find it difficult to procure such invaluable free labor. Now, do not be so overly excited, Kushina. Did you not have something to discuss with me? Please, go ahead and share your matters. Upon hearing this, the spirited Kushina, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, ceased to dwell on previous grievances. Her fingers playfully intertwined with a lock of hair, her demeanor becoming shy. Well, I was thinking, perhaps we could go shopping together after school. Uchiha Tendou did not decline. The pantry at home was rather sparse, making this an opportune moment for procurement. Very well, let us head out together after school. Oh yes, that sounds marvelous, Kushina exclaimed, exuberantly raising her fist in excitement, her face alight with joy. Hey, Tendou, Kushina, I wish to join as well. Minato Namikaze chimed in, his expression brimming with anticipation. Kushina regarded the small blonde boy before her, a few black lines forming upon her forehead. What is your deal, little blonde? Do you take such pleasure in being a third wheel? Her gaze turned perilous, and given her boisterous nature, she held little appreciation for Minato's gentlemanly demeanor. In the original narrative, the relationship between these two was initially fraught. It was not until Kushina was kidnapped by the ninjas of the Cloud Village and Minato heroically rescued her under the moonlight that their dynamic shifted. Ultimately, they were merely ordinary friends at this juncture, their bond primarily stemming from their mutual friendship with Uchiha Tendou. No way, Minato. Tendou has already agreed to accompany me shopping, Kushina declared, her fists clenched and voice booming. Minato scratched his head awkwardly, a resigned smile gracing his face. All right, I suppose I will join you both another time. Seeing his willingness to step aside, Kushina felt a sense of satisfaction as she patted his shoulder. I appreciate your understanding, Minato. Next time, I shall treat you to a meal. At this, Minato's eyes sparkled with eagerness. He was well aware of Kushina's financial prowess. In his youth, Minato had experienced poverty, often unable to afford decent meals. This predicament only began to improve after he befriended Uchiha Tendou. However, times had changed, as Tendou's family was also facing difficulties now, and he could no longer indulge in lavish feasts as before. After school, Uchiha Tendou, having bid farewell to Minato, proceeded toward the bustling commercial street of Konoha. Tendou, you must try this takoyaki. It is simply divine. Tendou, over here are those three-colored dumplings you adore. Observing the vivacious Kushina, Uchiha Tendou could only helplessly rub his forehead. Hey, Kushina, do try to contain your excitement. Though she spoke those words, her face betrayed her, revealing an uncontrollable smile. Beautiful moments are always fleeting. Uchiha Tendou gazed silently at Uzumaki Kushina, lifting the heavy bags in his hands. Kushina, you have bought far too much, even with Xiao Mingwei. We would not finish this in 2 months. Then just invite Minato to join us. If that's not feasible, we can simply discard it. Uchiha Tendou retorted. Your calculations are quite audacious. Although he yearned to invite Uzumaki Kushina over to his home, her status was far too sensitive. He had no desire for the Umbu to come knocking on his door after such an invitation. Kushina, come here for a moment. Uzumaki Kushina approached him with a puzzled expression. Tendou, what is it? Uchiha Tendou casually took out a tennis cap belonging to Tozi and placed it atop Uzumaki Kushina's head. Well, thank you for looking after Mingwei. Consider this a gift. He then turned and walked away. Uzumaki Kushina touched the red tennis cap on her head and suddenly began to smile foolishly. Hee. At the entrance of the Uchiha clan, a 12-year-old girl with long black hair and a gentle demeanor glared at the young man blocking her path. Uchiha Fugaku, I have made myself abundantly clear. I do not harbor any feelings for you. Please cease your relentless pursuit. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes darkened, his expression icy. Uchiha Makoto, your feelings do not dictate this matter. I am the son of the clan leader, and you are the granddaughter of the second elder. You are destined to be my wife. Uchiha Makoto's face flushed with indignation at his words. You shameless cat. How dare you? Call it what you will, but once you graduate, you will join the security force. Can you truly defy me then? Uchiha Fugaku sneered, reaching out to pull Uchiha Makoto into the clan grounds. Suddenly, a sharp sound of something slicing through the air echoed. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow and instinctively drew a kunai to block. To his surprise, the anticipated metallic clash did not occur. The kunai effortlessly cleaved the object in two. A torrent of egg liquid splattered across Uchiha Fugaku's face. Oh, isn't this our esteemed young clan leader indulging in an egg-white facial at the entrance? Uchiha Tendou perched on a tree, his demeanor playful as he mocked. Uchiha Makoto, initially stunned by Uchiha Fugaku's disgraceful state, could no longer contain her laughter upon witnessing Uchiha Tendou's playful taunt. Uchiha Fugaku's expression twisted in fury as he wiped the egg liquid from his face, his tone ominously low. You little brat, do you wish to die? Uchiha Tendou reclined leisurely on the branch, unperturbed, looking down at Uchiha Fugaku with an air of calmness. If you wish for my demise, you must first demonstrate the extent of your prowess, esteemed young clan leader. Fugaku, enraged to the point of laughter, replied in a chilling tone, Very well. Today, I shall ensure you understand my strength. No sooner had he spoken than several shurikens flew from his hand, slicing through the air towards Uchiha Tendou's vital points. Be careful, Uchiha Makoto exclaimed in alarm. Utterly taken aback by Uchiha Fugaku's reckless behavior, the boy had merely thrown an egg at him and exchanged a few playful jibes, yet Fugaku responded with such ferocity. His temperament truly seemed diminutive. As this thought crossed her mind, Makoto's disdain for Fugaku deepened. Is this the extent of your prowess, esteemed young clan leader? Uchiha Tendou scoffed, casually tossing a shuriken. Clang, clang, clang. To the astonished gaze of the two below, the shuriken effortlessly deflected all incoming projectiles. Uchiha Makoto inhaled sharply, astonished that he had managed to do so with a single shuriken. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes narrowed as he swiftly drew a kunai and charged at his opponent. Come at me, Uchiha Tendou retorted with a cold snort, also unsheathing his kunai to meet the challenge. The clash of their weapons resonated with a metallic sound, sparks flying as they collided. Uchiha Tendou's physical abilities were only at the level of a chunin, and he was no match for the elite jonin, Uchiha Fugaku. After merely a breath's duration of combat, he was sent reeling backward. Observing the boy's retreating figure, Fugaku's lips curled into a cold smirk. You foolish child, you overestimate yourself. Do you think that merely blocking my attack with a shuriken grants you the right to challenge me? Uchiha Tendou clenched his numbed hand, a sigh escaping his lips. It seemed his physical prowess was still inadequate, leaving him suppressed in this encounter. Had the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, overheard his lament, he might have felt an urge to throttle him. At merely 8 years old, he had managed to stand toe-to-toe with a special jonin, sustaining no injuries and only suffering slight setbacks. Yet he remained unsatisfied, lamenting his own physical condition. What would that make Minato? Perhaps he should seek a block of tofu to bash his head against. It is worth noting that even legendary figures like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were not so exaggeratedly powerful at the age of 8. Before Uchiha Fugaku could press his advantage, a figure swiftly positioned itself before him. Stop! Uchiha Fugaku, have you lost your mind? He is one of our clan, a companion of the village. Are you truly intent on taking his life? Uchiha Makoto demanded, her face pale with fury. Makoto, step aside. This matter does not concern you. Otherwise, I shall deal with you as well. Uchiha Fugaku threatened coldly. Were the boy before him merely an ordinary Uchiha ninja, he would not be so ruthless. But Uchiha Tendou was a prodigy among the younger generation of the Uchiha clan. If he were not eliminated in his infancy, he would undoubtedly grow into a formidable shadow-level warrior. How then could Fugaku hope to seize the clan leadership? In a flash, Uchiha Fugaku stood before Uchiha Tendou. Not a moment's hesitation in his heart as he thrust his kunai downwards. Only those who survive are worthy of the title genius. With a sickening thud, the kunai pierced Uchiha Tendou's chest. Uchiha Makoto gasped, her face drained of color as she stared in horror at Uchiha Fugaku. He actually killed that fellow clansman. A mere substitution technique. What a cunning little rascal. Uchiha Fugaku, with an expression of displeasure, withdrew his kunai from the wooden dummy, casting a vigilant gaze upon Nishijo. You only know how to hide, huh? It seems you are a genius at playing hide and seek. Uchiha Tendou, however, paid no heed to his taunts. Instead, he responded with a colossal fireball, its diameter reaching 5 meters. A wave of heat surged forth, causing Uchiha Fugaku's pupils to constrict as he swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Boom. The two fireballs collided with a thunderous explosion, sending dust and smoke billowing into the air. What a splendid opportunity. Uchiha Tendou formed seals once more. Lightning release, electric net. A massive net woven from golden lightning rapidly descended upon Uchiha Fugaku. With a furrowed brow, Uchiha Fugaku flickered several times, vanishing from sight, effortlessly evading the net's grasp. Yet, in the very next moment, a fierce line of fire struck his chest, engulfing him in blazing flames. As the smoke cleared, Uchiha Mikoto finally discerned the situation. Her mouth agape in disbelief. The young clansman had actually turned the tables on Uchiha Fugaku. An 8-year-old boy had defeated a special jonin of their clan. The Uchiha, masters of fire, had met their end in flames. In contrast to Uchiha Mikoto's astonishment, Uchiha Tendou remained alert, his eyes fixed on Nishijo. He was acutely aware that with his current strength, the notion of slaying an Uchiha jonin was nothing short of a pipe dream. The Uchiha's reputation was not merely a product of boastful claims, but rather carved out through the edge of a shinobi's blade. Come forth, young clan leader. I know you are still alive. As his words fell, a figure emerged from the shadows. Uchiha Fugaku's gaze turned icy, his murderous intent evident as he sneered. Uchiha Tendou, you truly embody the brilliance of our Uchiha's younger generation. In terms of both talent and combat intelligence, you stand as one of the finest in Konoha. If nothing unexpected occurs, you shall undoubtedly become a powerful figure in the future. He then shifted his tone. However, you no longer possess a future. A crimson hue swiftly flickered in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes as his aura surged. 3 Tomo Sharingan. At this moment, he was the genuine Uchiha special jonin, capable of effortlessly overpowering ordinary jonin. You must feel lament for not possessing the 3 Tomo Sharingan. With a frenzied roar, Uchiha Fugaku charged towards Uchiha Tendou. At that instant, a stern elder appeared before Uchiha Fugaku, delivering a kick to his abdomen. Ugh! Uchiha Fugaku cried out in pain, his body hurtling backward. Are you truly extending your blade against your own kin? The elder's gaze was fierce as he questioned angrily. Struggling to rise, Uchiha Fugaku bowed respectfully, his tone deferential. Elder, please quell your anger. I shall not dare to transgress again. Uchiha Shana shot him a fierce glare. Fugaku, you resemble your pathetic father. Always bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Leave at once. After bowing, Uchiha Fugaku hastily departed from this place of contention. Once he had gone, Uchiha Shana turned a smiling gaze towards Uchiha Tendou. My child, you must be Tendou, indeed a clever one. Do come to my home for a visit sometime. With that remark, he promptly took his leave. Uchiha Tendou watched his retreating figure and shook his head in resignation. No wonder the family speaks of the elder as a hot-tempered old man. He now understands. You are Uchiha Mikoto, correct? Ah, yes, I am Uchiha Mikoto. What is it? I aided you, so perhaps you could assist me in return? Certainly, what do you require? As long as it is within my power, I shall help you. In the Uchiha clan's South Grand Estate, within the living room, a stern-faced elder with a chilling demeanor slammed his teacup onto the table with a resounding crash. Fugaku, what foolishness are you up to? Uchiha Fugaku was startled by the sudden outburst, bowing his head in fear. My father, that rascal Uchiha Tendou is far too extraordinary. If we do not eliminate him in his infancy, he may become a significant obstacle to us in the future. Uchiha Enzai shot him a fierce glare. I am well aware that the boy will undoubtedly become a hindrance. Do you think I needed your reminder? Perhaps realizing he was being overly harsh. The elder softened his tone. Fugaku, your intentions are commendable, yet you must not act so recklessly. Now, not only have you failed to deal with that child, but you have also been caught by Uchiha Shana. That old man will undoubtedly exploit this at tonight's clan meeting to undermine us. I apologize, my father. I did not consider the consequences. Uchiha Enzai regarded the bowing Fugaku with a nod of approval. To him, making mistakes was not the issue. What was truly frightening was failing to correct them afterward. Very well, you may withdraw for now. I shall handle this matter. Understood, my father. Uchiha Fugaku acknowledged and turned to leave. Once he had departed, a glint of malice flickered in Uchiha Enzai's eyes. This position belongs solely to our lineage. Uchiha Shana, if you wish to assist that boy, then go accompany the foolish Uchiha Yamato. It was known that as early as the Warring States period, Uchiha Enzai and his father had long coveted the position of clan leader. Upon learning of Uchiha Taijima and Senju Hashirama's mutual demise on the battlefield, they were overjoyed. The long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. However, reality dealt a heavy blow to the father and son duo. The brothers Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna emerged, defeating all the clan's formidable warriors and seizing the leadership position. Only after Uchiha Madara left the village were they able to manipulate their way into power. Now, their lineage had long considered the leadership position their rightful claim. The selection of the new clan leader does not rely on strength. Uchiha Tendou wore a smile on his face. Makoto, I truly appreciate your assistance. Uchiha Makoto gently placed Akira on the bed, revealing 2 charming dimples as she playfully winked. Tendou-kun, you are being too courteous. Did you not assist me earlier? She then clasped her hands behind her back. If you did not require my help before, would you still have intervened on my behalf? Uchiha Tendou reached out and affectionately ruffled her hair. Of course I would. Makoto felt the warmth on her head. Her cheeks flushed as she shot him a mock glare. Tendou-kun, I am not a child. Tendou, unfazed, withdrew his hand and discreetly returned to a neutral stance on his toes. Oh, do not mind the trivialities. Subsequently, under Uchiha Tendou's sincere invitation, Makoto reluctantly agreed to share a meal before returning home. That night, Uchiha Tendou abruptly opened his tightly shut eyes and, in a flash, appeared on the rooftop. Truly, the genius of our Uchiha clan possesses remarkable perceptiveness. A steady voice resonated from the courtyard. Tendou turned toward the sound, discovering a clan jonin, which eased his heart slightly. Yet he remained vigilant. Who are you? What brings you here at this late hour? Uchiha inquired sternly. The clan leader and the elder have issued orders for Uchiha Tendou to immediately proceed to the clan shrine for a clan meeting. With that, he vanished in an instant. Uchiha Tendou stroked his chin, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Only jonin are typically eligible to attend clan meetings. It seems my presence is related to this afternoon's events. After a brief tidy-up, Uchiha Tendou hastily made his way to the clan shrine. Upon his arrival, he found the place already filled with over 30 Uchiha jonin. It is noteworthy that jonin are not commonplace. At this time, Konoha has barely over 100. Uchiha Tendou quietly took a seat at the back, awaiting the commencement of the meeting. What is going on? Why is there a child at this clan meeting? If you ask me, who am I to know? What is this situation? Could that child possibly possess jonin-level strength? Nonsense. That fellow is Uchiha Tendou. I know him. Although he is a top talent in the clan, he is still just a student at the ninja academy. Oh, it is that guy? Uchiha Shana, overhearing the discussions around him, grew incensed and stood up. What are you all barking about? This is the clan shrine, and we are currently convening a clan meeting. As elite jonin of the Uchiha, how can you all behave like children, chattering endlessly? The numerous jonin, chastised, dared not meet his gaze. All right, Shana, your temper is too volatile. The second elder, Uchiha Hakadai, chuckled as he pressed him back into his seat, then turned to the assembly of jonin, gesturing toward Uchiha Tendou. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason we have summoned Tendou today is due to his connection to this matter. Upon hearing his explanation, the assembly began to comprehend the circumstances. Uchiha Enju, perceiving that the situation was now under control, gently tapped on the table to draw everyone's attention. Esteemed guests, I would like to extend an apology on behalf of my son. With that, he rose and bowed deeply to all present, except for Uchiha Tendou, Uchiha Shana, and Uchiha Hakadai, the 3 who were privy to the truth. The rest of the Uchiha elite were bewildered, unable to fathom why the clan leader would take such a step. Clan leader, what is the meaning of this? Why must you apologize to us? Inquired a young Uchiha shinobi, confusion etched across his face. Before Uchiha Enju could respond, a figure abruptly stood up. Uchiha Enju, spare us your feigned sincerity. Do you think a mere few words can conceal the fact that Uchiha Fugaku sought to take the life of Uchiha Tendou? A stir swept through the crowd as they processed this revelation. Did the clan leader's son truly wish to slay Uchiha Tendou? What madness is this? Tendou is one of our kin. How utterly shocking. To turn against the genius of our clan is simply unforgivable. Uchiha Enju cast a cold glance at Uchiha Shana, forcibly suppressing his rising anger, his tone turning earnest. Indeed, Uchiha Fugaku has committed grievous sins, and there is no denying that. Yet, I implore you to grant him an opportunity. I intend to confine Fugaku within Konoha's prison, where he may reflect upon his actions. Uchiha Hakadai tapped the table, his expression laced with mockery. Clan leader, we are not in a position to grant Tendou such a chance. Uchiha Enju's lips twitched in frustration, silently cursing the cunning old fox. However, with so many eyes upon him, if this situation were mishandled, it would not only spell doom for Uchiha Fugaku, but for him as well. Tendou Uchiha Tendou interjected, interrupting Uchiha Enju's intended words. Clan leader, Fugaku indeed sought to end my life. You expect me to grant him an opportunity? Though Uchiha Tendou harbored a desire to eliminate Fugaku, the cause of the Uchiha clan's downfall, he knew this was not the moment. He quickly altered his tone. Of course, Fugaku has not truly harmed me. If you could provide me with some form of compensation. Clan leader ultimately, through the combined efforts of Uchiha Tendou and the others, they managed to secure 3,500,000 ryo, equivalent to the worth of one Asuma Sarutobi. No more fighting, no more. Minato Namikaze slumped helplessly to the ground, waving his hands in exasperation. Minato, is this where you falter? Are you not a man? Uchiha Tendou plopped down beside him, teasingly remarking, what about you? Are you not aware of your own peculiarities? Minato retorted, am I to blame? In a pond of 10 lotus flowers, I only pluck one, leaving the rest for you. What nonsense. Just practice more. Under the shade of a tree, Uchiha Mikoto cradled the little Meiho in her arms, observing the playful antics of the two in the distance, a smile gracing her lips. Kushina, their bond is truly commendable. Huh, what did you say? Uzumaki Kushina inquired, her expression one of bewilderment. Uchiha Mikoto gently tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear, her tone laced with a hint of exasperation. Kushina, do you have something on your mind today? You've been rather distracted since morning. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Uzumaki Kushina glanced towards the west, ensuring no one was eavesdropping before cautiously speaking. Mikoto, it's Grandma Mito who asked me to bring Tendo home for the new year. I felt too shy to mention it. Uchiha Mikoto playfully tapped her forehead, her annoyance apparent. Aren't you usually quite carefree? Why does anything related to Tendo make you so bashful? Mikoto, don't just focus on me. Aren't you the same? How so? Last time, when you twisted your ankle during training, Tendo merely helped you stretch it, and you turned all red. Ah, stop it, Kushina. In a fit of playful anger, Uchiha Mikoto lunged at her, and the two tumbled into a heap. Truly, they were the epitome of close friends, as depicted in the original story. Uchiha Tendou wore a fatherly smile as he watched the two girls frolic in the distance. System, display the character panel. With a mere thought, a faint blue holographic screen materialized in his mind. Host, Uchiha Tendou, mental strength, 1465, physical strength, 371, bloodline limit, double Tomo Sharingan, tailed beast, Groudon, fusion level 4, skills, fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha style sword dance, a fusion of Uchiha sword technique and Uchiha body technique, flame fist, items, a box of instant noodles from Professor Oak, several shurikens. Permanent Charizard X Mega Evolution Stone, X1. Uchiha Tendou's gaze lingered on the permanent Charizard X Mega Evolution Stone, and he couldn't help but envision the dashing form of Charizard X. Tonight marks the first New Year sign-in. It would be splendid if I could sign in for a little Charmander. Minato Namikaze patted Uchiha Tendou on the shoulder. Tendou, what are you mumbling about? Kushina and the others have called for us. Let us go. Uchiha Tendou nodded, and the two made their way towards the shade. Hey, Kushina, are you trying to play the role of a caterpillar? Instantly, the shyness on Uzumaki Kushina's face vanished, replaced by a fierce expression. Her red hair flowing as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Tendou, you're the one playing the caterpillar. Kushina, don't be impulsive. Uchiha Mikoto embraced her dear friend, offering comfort while casting a few admonishing glances at Uchiha Tendou. After their playful banter, Uzumaki Kushina's tension dissipated entirely. Tendou, would you like to come over to my house for the new year tonight? Uchiha Tendou looked at her in surprise. Aren't there many people at your house? Why would you want me there for the new year? A blush crept onto Uzumaki Kushina's cheeks as she stammered. Indeed, Mito Grandma wishes to see you. Uchiha Tendou raised an eyebrow. Does Uzumaki Mito wish to see me because of Kushina? Through the memories of his previous life, he understood that Uzumaki Mito was the wife of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, holding an esteemed position in Konoha and possessing formidable strength. With her vast knowledge of Uzumaki sealing techniques, coupled with the power of the Nine Tails, she could easily rank among the foremost in the ninja world, second only to legendary figures such as Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Uzumaki Kushina observed the contemplative Uchiha Tendou, a look of disappointment crossing her face. Tendou, if you don't wish to go, it's perfectly all right. Uchiha Tendou chuckled softly, shaking his head. Kushina, on the contrary, I am quite eager to visit your home. I hold great admiration for Lady Mito. Kushina's eyes sparkled with excitement as she dashed away. Really? That's wonderful. I'll return to inform Grandma Mito and make the necessary preparations. Hey, wait a moment. Let me finish speaking. Uchiha Tendou called out, exasperated by her hasty departure. Uchiha Makoto covered her mouth, chuckling. Tendou-kun, there's no use in calling out. Kushina has already run far ahead. With a resigned sigh, Uchiha Tendou scooped up the little girl. Akatsuki, I must prepare a gift. It would be remiss to arrive empty-handed. His gaze shifted to Namikaze Minato, his tone tinged with apology. Minato, I regret to inform you that I shall not be able to celebrate the new year with you today. Minato scratched his head, offering a gentle smile. Well, Tendou, meeting Lady Mito is of greater importance. Go ahead without worry. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Tendou playfully punched Minato's shoulder. You rascal, I meant to say. Don't forget my New Year gift. Knock, knock, knock. Uchiha Tendou stood before an opulent residence, lightly tapping on the door. Coming, coming. A robust voice echoed from within, followed by a boy, around 12 years of age with a wholesome face, opening the door. Upon seeing the young boy, dressed in Uchiha clan attire and cradling a little girl, Shoju immediately deduced his identity. A broad smile spread across his earnest face as he extended his right hand. You must be Uchiha Tendou. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Shoju, and I look forward to your guidance. Uchiha Tendou was slightly taken aback, having expected Shoju to possess a personality akin to Naruto's, more naive in nature. Instead, he found him astute, quickly discerning his identity. Nice to meet you. I am Uchiha Tendou. After their handshake, Uchiha Tendou promptly reassessed his earlier judgment. Shoju's character was not merely similar to Naruto's, it was identical. Both were naturally affable, quick to converse, and refreshingly uninhibited. At that moment, Shoju tugged at his sleeve, tears streaming down his face as he began to lament Kushina's misdeeds. Tendou, you finally made it. Do you have any idea how my day has been? I shall recount the tale of Kushina Uzumaki. Uchiha Tendou's lips twitched slightly as he raised his hand, gesturing towards the interior of the house. Shungshu, I can empathize with your feelings. But might you wish to glance behind you? Observing the effort it took for Uchiha Tendou to suppress his laughter, Shungshu scratched the back of his head in bewilderment. What are you talking about? Isn't my home right behind me? Turning around in confusion, he was met with a sight that would haunt him for a lifetime. The vibrant red hair of Uzumaki Kushina swayed ominously without a breeze, her eyes wide with fury, and an intangible chill emanated from her presence. Gulping, Shungshu instinctively took 2 steps back. Kushina, I assure you this is a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? Kushina regarded him with a smile that did not reach her eyes. Of course, I believe you, Shungshu. Upon hearing her response, Shungshu breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Kushina was more amiable due to Tendou's presence. Uchiha Tendou cast a sympathetic glance in his direction. Young man, you are still too naive. As Shungshu felt fortunate to have escaped yet another peril, a fist suddenly loomed large before his eyes. Ouch! He cried out, collapsing to the ground. The Senju clan, known for their resilience, combined with Kushina's restrained strength, meant that the punch, while impactful, did not cause him any real harm. With a huff, Kushina disregarded the theatrics and turned her gentle gaze towards Uchiha Tendou. Tendou, let us proceed inside. Mito wishes to see you. Tendou nodded, following Kushina into the dwelling. He was not surprised that Mito Uzumaki was aware of his arrival. With the Kyuubi's sensory abilities coupled with the Uzumaki clan's unique skills, even the inherently malevolent Senju Tobarama would concede in the face of such perception. Upon entering, Tendou's eyes immediately fell upon the sofa in the center of the living room, where sat an elderly woman with silver hair. Her visage bore the weight of age, riddled with deep-set wrinkles that told tales of time. Upon recognizing her, Tendou quickly deduced her identity, Mito Uzumaki. At this moment, he began to grasp the purpose of her summons. As Uchiha Tendou scrutinized her, Mito silently observed this promising young Uchiha. Just then, a voice laced with trepidation echoed in her mind. Mito, this Uchiha lad is quite peculiar. A manifestation of Mito's spiritual essence swiftly appeared in the ceiling space. Kyuubi, what trickery do you intend this time? As she willed it, the adamantine chains binding the Kyuubi tightened incessantly. Ow! Mito, cease this at once. I am not deceiving you. Mito furrowed her brow, regarding the creature with skepticism. Is that so? The Kyuubi fervently nodded, raising a paw in assurance. I swear, I am not lying to you. Though it seemed the Kyuubi was thriving within Naruto's form, in the presence of Mito and Kushina, it had been chastised like a disobedient pup. Dare to challenge my adamantine seals? You shall see. It merely bullied Naruto, knowing he could not perform the adamantine sealing lock. Now, pray tell, what faults do you perceive in him? The Nine-Tails scoffed, having just expressed disbelief moments ago. Now you wish for me to speak? Do you think I am a mere shikaku? However, upon seeing the resplendent chains adorning its form, it instantly deflated. The Nine-Tails understood that should it dare to act defiantly, it would surely face a severe beating shortly thereafter. Very well, very well. After all, this Vortex Naruto has not many years left to live. It is wiser not to provoke this opponent. Having come to this realization, it ceased to hesitate. That boy harbors within him a power more terrifying than my own. Even I feel trepidation in the face of such force. Vortex Naruto's pupils constricted. The very power that instilled fear in the Nine-Tails was now evident. She was acutely aware of the Nine-Tails' notoriously rebellious nature. In her understanding, only two individuals had ever inspired such dread in it: her husband, Hashirama Senju, and an image of a godlike figure emerged in her mind: Uchiha Madara, the legendary man from the Uchiha clan. A flicker of concern crossed Vortex Naruto's eyes. Could he have attained those eyes at such a young age? Quickly, she dismissed this absurd notion. He was not Uchiha Madara, lacking the brotherly support from Uchiha Izuna. Thus, even if Uchiha Tendou possessed a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan at present, he would never evolve them into the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan without a blood relative providing the other eye. Of course, this all depended on Vortex Naruto's ignorance regarding the origins of the first eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. The Nine-Tails shook its head, its expression grave. Naruto. He does not possess Uchiha Madara's eyes. When that name was uttered, its colossal eyes flared with fury. Were it not for that man, it would not find itself ensnared in this predicament. Vortex Naruto glanced at the enraged Nine-Tails and swiftly grasped its thoughts. It was merely filled with animosity towards Uchiha Madara for enslaving it to fight alongside Hashirama Senju, ultimately leading to its sealing within her. Nine-Tails, since he lacks Uchiha Madara's eyes, why do you feel fear? In response to Vortex Naruto's inquiry, the Nine-Tails fell silent for a moment before ultimately providing an answer. Naruto, I cannot precisely discern the nature of this power. Based on my conjecture, he likely harbors within him a formidable entity. A formidable entity? A tailed beast, perhaps? You should be the strongest among the nine-tailed beasts. Vortex Naruto exclaimed incredulously. A proud smirk emerged on the Nine-Tails' visage. Indeed, I am the mightiest among the nine. Yet, it continued, shifting its tone, it is likely a being akin to a tailed beast, a creature of exceptionally high life form. Vortex Naruto gazed deeply at Uchiha Tendou, the final words of the Nine-Tails echoing persistently in her mind. His future accomplishments shall undoubtedly rival those of Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju. The swirling waters of the vortex could sense that the Nine-Tails was not deceiving her. If indeed there was such a force within the other party. Her gaze shifted to Kushina, and a memory from months prior suddenly surfaced. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had unexpectedly visited, proposing to foster a bond between Kushina and Uchiha Tendou to strengthen their connection with the village. At that time, Uzumaki Mido had decisively refused, disliking the Hokage's manipulative tactics. Yet now, having recognized the latent power of Uchiha Tendou, her perspective began to shift. It seemed necessary to have a conversation with the monkey. Uzumaki Mido murmured softly. The village of Konoha was her husband's hard work, a continuation of his dreams. She would not allow anyone to jeopardize it. As for premature termination, Uzumaki Mido believed it would be better to acquiesce to Hiruzen's suggestion. Kushina, what monkey? Why are you suddenly mentioning monkeys? Uzumaki Kushina inquired curiously. Uchiha Tendou raised an eyebrow. Monkey? If memory serves, both the first Hokage and Hashirama enjoyed referring to Hiruzen as such. Uzumaki Mido waved cheerfully at Uchiha Tendou. Little Tendou, come sit with your grandmother. At her words, Uchiha Tendou obediently took a seat beside her. After all, at the tender age of 8, he had no choice but to accept this moniker. Uzumaki Mido observed him closely and was momentarily taken aback. He resembled him so much. Although Uchiha Tendou did not share the same appearance as Uchiha Madara, their eyes, demeanor, and expressions were strikingly similar. In Uzumaki Mido's eyes, Uchiha Tendou was simply the youthful incarnation of Uchiha Madara. In an instant, she made a decision. Little Tendou, do you wish for a wife? Uchiha Tendou. Uzumaki Kushina. Shoju. Seeing the astonished faces around her, a smile crept onto Uzumaki Mido's lips. What do you think, little Tendou? Coming back to his senses, Uchiha Tendou shook his head vehemently. Lady Mido, surely you jest. I am far too young to be contemplating such matters. Uzumaki Kushina quickly chimed in, anxious that her grandmother might propose a marriage for Uchiha Tendou. Indeed, Lady Mito. Tendou is only 8. It is far too early for such considerations, she said with a bright smile. What if Lady Mito intends to betroth you to little Tendou? Shoju exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. How delightful. This gossip is truly juicy. Uzumaki Kushina was equally taken aback, her mouth agape in shock, before a blush swiftly crept up her neck and flushed her cheeks, causing her to lower her head in embarrassment and fall silent. Uchiha Tendou's lips twitched. Lady Mito, this matter seems rather inappropriate. Both Kushina and I are far too young. It is premature to discuss such things. Not at all. An engagement now would suffice. When you are older, you can hold a wedding, Uzumaki Mito replied, her smile genuinely heartfelt. If Kushina had no affection for Tendou, she would naturally not impose her will. However, drawing from her own experiences, she could discern the complexity of the relationship between the two young ones at a glance. Hence, the plan proposed by Sarutobi Hisashi is indeed feasible. Uzumaki Mito regarded Uchiha Tendou with a benevolent smile. Little Tendou, this is merely a suggestion. Ultimately, it depends on your and Kushina's sentiments. I shall not impose any demands upon you. She then turned her gaze toward Shoju. Shoju, when will Tsunade return? Shoju shook his head, responding, my sister is likely off at the gambling house again. Who knows when she will come back? Uchiha Tendou slapped his forehead, almost forgetting the items he had brought. He hurriedly produced a beautifully wrapped gift box and placed it on the table. Grandma Mito, these are gifts I prepared for you all. Mito looked at Uchiha Tendou with mild surprise, not expecting this 8-year-old to possess such thoughtfulness. Shoju's eyes sparkled with excitement as he beheld the gift boxes on the table. Oh ho ho, Tendou, you are too generous. I shall not hold back. He moved to open the gifts, but Kushina quickly gathered them into her arms, her tone tinged with reproach. Shoju, how can you open gifts in front of everyone? Shoju sheepishly scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Kushina, I was just too excited. Mito gazed fondly at the playful children, her heart brimming with happiness. Hashirama, did you see? These innocent children will no longer have to tread the battlefield. After waiting for Tsunade to return, they exchanged gifts, enjoyed a lavish dinner together, and engaged in delightful conversation for quite some time before retiring for the night. After lulling the little Mizuhana to sleep, Uchiha Tendou found a spot and sat cross-legged. System. Initiate annual sign-in. Initiating annual sign-in for the host. Congratulations, host, on a successful sign-in, summoning beast, Charmander. Charmander, a fire-type lizard Pokémon. The flame at the tip of its tail signifies its vitality. To think it would be a Charmander. Uchiha Tendou stood up in excitement, silently reflecting. System. Extract the reward. Ding. Extraction successful. A radiant light suddenly filled the room, and as it dissipated, a small Charmander appeared, its body a vibrant orange, with a creamy underbelly and a fiery tail. It stood on short legs, its large blue eyes gleaming with wisdom. Kana. Charmander chirped softly, leaping into Uchiha Tendou's embrace. System. This Charmander is already 12 meters tall. How can it be so large? The energy of Pokémon naturally converts into chakra. Under the influence of chakra, the Pokémon size will increase. Uchiha Tendou stroked his chin thoughtfully. If that is the case, when it evolves into Charizard, it could reach several meters in height. And then with the use of a Mega Evolution Stone. Ding! The system is about to be updated to version 20. Please prepare, host. Uchiha Tendou was taken aback. Why was the update so sudden? However, before he could comprehend the situation, the notification chimed. Ding! Update successful. The current version is the Pokémon Sign-In System 20. Uchiha Tendou exclaimed. Wait, what kind of internet speed do you have? This is astonishingly fast. System, why the sudden update? Ding! Host, a new version naturally requires an update, the system replied. Uchiha Tendou was at a loss for words. He had never encountered such a peculiar system. What new features have you added? He inquired. Ding! This update introduces the Summoning Beast panel and a points-based lottery feature. The Summoning Beast panel allows you to view the current attributes and status of your summoning beasts. The points-based lottery is an extension of the sign-in system, enabling you to acquire special skills from the Pokémon world, with each lottery draw costing 100,000 points, the system explained. Uchiha Tendou's eyes lit up. With the addition of a points-based lottery, his strength would undoubtedly enhance more rapidly. As for the so-called special skills, he was eager to discover their uniqueness. How does one acquire points? He asked. Points can be obtained by defeating ninjas. Jinin, 1,000 points. Chunin, 3,000 points. Jonin, 5,000 points. Elite Jonin, 10,000 points. The system detailed. Uchiha Tendou scratched his head in confusion. Is that all? Nothing more? Ding. That is the entirety of this update, the system responded, gathering his complex emotions. Uchiha Tendou reached out to scratch the round belly of his Charmander. System, display the Charmander's panel. Summoning Beast. Charmander, height, 1. 2m, weight, 45 kilograms. Ability, Blaze, Strength. Chunin, skills, Claw, Ember, Flamethrower. Uchiha Tendou gazed in astonishment at the Charmander in his arms. He had not anticipated such impressive strength from this little creature. Already possessing the power of a Chunin, he wondered what level it would achieve upon evolution. Truly an exciting prospect. Then, an important thought crossed his mind. System, how do I use the permanent Charizard X Mega Evolution Stone? Ding. The host simply needs to have Charizard consume it, and it will evolve into permanent Charizard X, the system informed him. Upon hearing the system's response, Uchiha Tendou looked eagerly at Charmander. Little one, you must grow quickly. Strive to evolve into Charizard soon. The thought of one day sitting atop a Charizard X, showcasing his prowess before Minato Namikaze, filled him with exhilaration. Charmander waved its tiny claws with determination, its little tail swishing back and forth. I will not disappoint my master's expectations. Charmander, be careful with that tail. You might ignite the blankets. In a classroom at the Ninja Academy, Honda Takashi stood solemnly at the podium. Students, I expect you to approach tomorrow's graduation assessment with 120% effort. Sarutobi Shinoji scoffed, digging in his ear. Teacher, it's just a graduation assessment. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? For our elite class, the essence lies in taking action. In his view, the individuals in this prestigious group either hail from prominent families or possess extraordinary talents. Thus, passing the graduation assessment is merely a formality, an effortless endeavor. Honda Takashi shook his head. Shin Nosuke, my urging for your utmost effort does not stem from a lack of faith in your ability to graduate. At this point, a look of satisfaction illuminated his face. On the contrary, I am fully aware of each of your exceptional capabilities. It is precisely for this reason that I expect you to excel even further tomorrow. The Hokage and the heads of various clans will be present to witness your graduation assessment. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. What? This assessment is that grand. Wonderful. I must shine before the Hokage. I think you should reconsider, with Uchiha Tendou and Namikaze Minato present. What chance do you have to stand out? How dare you? You better hope not to cross paths with me tomorrow. Ugh, what a hassle. Uzumaki Kushina smiled warmly at Uchiha Tendou. Tendou, you will undoubtedly be the first in tomorrow's assessment. Namikaze Minato, looking disgruntled, pointed at himself. Kushina, I am a genius in my own right. What makes you so certain that Tendou will achieve victory? Upon hearing this, Kushina cast a teasing glance at him. Minato, have you ever won a match against Tendou? Minato paused, instinctively scratching his head. This time, I will definitely succeed. Yet, even as he spoke, a hint of uncertainty lingered in his tone. Throughout the years, he had sparred with Uchiha Tendou numerous times, each ending in his own defeat. Tendou was nothing short of a prodigy, excelling in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, with an abundance of chakra at his disposal. Meanwhile, Uchiha Tendou paid little attention to their banter. In his mind, a faint blue holographic screen began to materialize. Host, Uchiha Tendou, mental strength, 3029, physical constitution, 1268, bloodline limit, 3 Tomo Sharingan, tailed beast, Groudon, fusion level, 10, skills, Rasengan, earth style, heart-cutting technique, Uchiha sword dance, special skills, none, summoned beast, little fire dragon, items, a box of ramen from Dr. Oki, ice cream from Julan, special effects. With Groudon's fusion level exceeding 5, all earth style and fire style techniques are enhanced to double their power. If Namikaze Minato could see Uchiha Tendou's attribute panel, he would undoubtedly exclaim, wow, what a cheat. After concluding his announcements, Honda Takashi instructed everyone to return home and rest, preparing for the challenges of the following day. I'm back, Uchiha Tendou announced as he pushed open the door, smiling broadly as he extended his arms. In the next moment, a small figure rushed toward him. Welcome home, brother, Uchiha Akisui exclaimed, her large, dark eyes blinking adorably. Mua. Uchiha Tendou chuckled as he placed a kiss on her cheek. Tendou-kun, hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready. Uchiha Makoto emerged, delicately balancing a bowl of soup. Her voice a soft call. Kakuna. The cheerful little Charizard responded, quickly settling at the table's edge. Uchiha Tendou, cradling little Meisui, took a seat as well, a complex expression adorning his face. Makoto, you ought to join the security forces or pursue something you truly enjoy, rather than assisting me with these trivial matters. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Makoto feigned composure and shot him a sidelong glance. I am not assisting you. I am merely tending to Charizard and little Meisui while pitying you a bit. Is it truly not assistance? Certainly not. Who would lend a hand to you? The following day, at the training grounds of the Ninja Academy, Sarutobi Hisashi was delivering an impassioned speech from the high platform. Wherever the leaves flutter, there shall be flames ignited, casting their glow upon the village, heralding the sprouting of new foliage. Children, you are the verdant sprouts thriving forth. The future of Konoha belongs to you. Applause erupted from the audience. Now, I declare the graduation assessment officially commenced. With his words, the instructors of the academy sprang into action. Honda Takashi will oversee the first match, Hyuga Niji versus Uchiha Yu. The second match features Nara Shikaku against Sarutobi Shino. And the final confrontation pits Uchiha Tendou against Namikaze Minato. Uzumaki Kushina clenched her tiny fists, vigorously cheering, Tendou, give it your all. Defeat Minato. Uchiha Tendou nodded, a mischievous grin forming as he hooked his arm around Namikaze Minato's neck. Surprised, are you? Minato managed a bitter smile, realizing he had indeed encountered this formidable opponent. He would surely face a challenging battle. However, he quickly regained his composure. Since we're matched, let us engage in a full-fledged duel. Uchiha Tendou noted the sudden shift in Minato's demeanor, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his gaze. Now that's the Minato I know, the beloved blonde. As Uchiha Tendou and Namikaze Minato arrived at the training ground, they formed opposing seals. Honda Takashi, his expression solemn, raised one hand high before bringing it down with force. Shinra-tensei. Minato's eyes sharpened, his form shifting as he vanished from sight in an instant. In the next moment, he reappeared behind Uchiha Tendou, kunai in hand, aiming a fierce thrust. No doubt about it, Minato's speed is astounding. Such velocity is beyond the reach of ordinary chunin. A typical genin would likely be defeated in a heartbeat. Indeed, that Uchiha lad might be in peril. I beg to differ. This cohort's most gifted student is undoubtedly that young man. The clan leaders actively discussed the performances of the two contenders on the field. A subtle smile graced Uchiha Tendou's lips as he turned his head to glance behind him. As expected of you, Minato. To grasp the nature transformation of chakra so swiftly and apply it in combat is truly impressive. A wave of unease washed over Namikaze Minato as he suddenly halted his offensive maneuvers, crossing his hands defensively across his chest. As anticipated, an immense force struck him in an instant, propelling him away. Is this truly the most formidable genius of the Uchiha clan? Indeed, he is remarkable. The Uchiha truly live up to their reputation as a prestigious family in Konoha, brimming with talent. However, Uchiha Azuna felt no joy upon hearing the praises directed towards Uchiha Tendou. Rather, his mood grew increasingly somber. The greater the opponent's strength, the more significant the threat to his position as clan leader. It appeared that the plan must be expedited. With one final, profound glance at his rival, Uchiha Azuna turned and departed. Jiraiya, witnessing his favored Namikaze Minato being sent flying, clicked his tongue. Old man, now I understand why you urged Tsunade to take that guy as a disciple. Uchiha Tendou is exceedingly violent. He is essentially a mirror image of Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a weary glance at Jiraiya. Be cautious, Jiraiya, for trouble often arises from careless words. Just as Jiraiya pondered this perplexity, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. A terrifying suspicion emerged in his mind as he swallowed hard and turned to look. Indeed, Tsunade was gazing at him with a benign expression, her fingers subtly applying pressure. Gasping, Jiraiya inhaled sharply, yet he dared not flee. To do so would surely earn him Tsunade's wrath. He could only blame his own loose tongue for getting him caught. The force of this encounter was even stronger than during their previous sparring session. Namikaze Minato's expression turned grave. His right hand, which had directly endured that kick, still trembled slightly. However, Uchiha Tendou did not grant him any further time for contemplation. Fire style, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball surged towards him. Earth Style, Earth Wall. Namikaze Minato swiftly formed a hand seal with one hand, and a wall of earth erupted from the ground, standing defiantly before the approaching fireball. Without a moment's hesitation, his chakra surged, and he instantaneously vacated the area. Boom. In the very next second after Minato's departure, the great fireball collided with the earth wall, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The leader of a minor clan swallowed hard, his voice tinged with trepidation. Is this a C-rank great fireball? This must be a joke. The power of this fireball has reached the level of B-rank ninjutsu. Is this the genius of the Uchiha clan? Truly terrifying. Not only did the leaders of the minor clans erupt in astonishment, but the heads of the prominent clans also struggled to maintain their composure. Narashikaku stroked his goatee, a hint of fear lurking in his eyes. The Uchiha clan is indeed formidable. Hyuga Tenko wiped the sweat from his brow, already contemplating whether to temporarily cease hostilities with the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen was equally shaken. As a master of ninjutsu, no one understood the implications better than he did. Uchiha Tendou's great fireball was cast with merely a single hand seal and executed instantaneously. This inevitably reminded him of his mentor, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Oh, how swift was his response. Uchiha Tendou chuckled lightly, tilting his head to evade the incoming Rasengan, seizing Minato's hand and delivering a knee strike. Wow. The impact to his abdomen caused Minato to expel a mouthful of bitter water, and the Rasengan in his hand dissipated immediately. Uchiha Tendou, with a grin, pressed a kunai against his neck. Well, Minato, you dare to use the technique I taught you against me. Hondo Wu, witnessing the scene, quickly jumped in. The battle is over. The first place goes to Uchiha Tendou. Uchiha Tendou pulled Minato to his feet, and they exchanged a sign of reconciliation. Ha ha ha, truly. Heroes emerge from youth. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached with Tsunade and the others, laughing heartily. Greetings, Lord Hokage. Everyone bowed in respect. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked approvingly at Uchiha Tendou and Minato, recognizing both as prodigious talents, destined to become the pillars of Konoha if nurtured properly. Konoha's future relies on you exceptional young talents. Your praise is excessive, Lord Hokage. It was merely a trivial skirmish, Uchiha Tendou replied, neither humble nor arrogant. Sarutobi Hiruzen, sensing the composure of his peer, felt an increasing desire to include him in the Hokage lineage. He then signaled to Tsunade. Go on, it's your turn to act. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, feeling quite nervous. Uchiha Tendou's talent was extraordinary. What if he did not wish to become her disciple? Suppressing her anxiety, she feigned casualness. Hey Tendou, would you like to be my apprentice? Uchiha Tendou looked at Tsunade in surprise. Why did she seem so tense? They had known each other for years due to Kikina and had frequently visited one another. There was no reason for her to be anxious after just a few words. Seeing Uchiha Tendou silent, Tsunade assumed she had been rejected, and fury surged within her. How dare you, you little brat, actually refuse me? She immediately extended her hands, gripping his face and pulling outward. Let go, let go. Noticing Uchiha Tendou's growing agitation, Tsunade quickly withdrew her hands and stepped back several paces, leaving him no chance to retaliate. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Tsunade, as long as you stay away from gambling, you are usually quite reliable. Why are you behaving like a child today? Uchiha Tendou shot her a fierce glare before turning to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage, do not the ninjas graduating from Konoha form teams of 3? If Tsunade were to take me as her disciple, would that not? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes brightened. Previously, he had thought Uchiha Tendou hesitated out of reluctance to become Tsunade's student, but now it seemed entirely different. Should Uchiha Tendou learn of the thoughts harbored by that old coot, he would undoubtedly roll his eyes and extend a middle finger in disdain. Old fool, do you truly believe that my existence can remain tranquil without taking Tsunade as my mentor? Just look at Kakashi Hatake. Despite his formidable strength and esteemed reputation, he fell victim to sinister schemes simply because he was not aligned with the Hokage's lineage. Uchiha Tendou holds no doubt that he will surpass Kakashi in the future. It is merely a matter of time. Furthermore, bearing the esteemed title of the Uchiha clan adds to his potential. Should he choose not to align himself with the Hokage's lineage, who knows what reckless actions Sarutobi Hiruzen might take as he ages and his temperament alters. Genius often comes with its own unique privileges, does it not? Taking a puff from his cigarette, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled. Well then, Tendou, it seems you have no objections. I shall comply with the Hokage's arrangements. He was no fool. Becoming Tsunade's disciple promised numerous advantages. Moreover, their rapport was cordial, leaving no grounds for refusal. Ha ha ha, Tsunade. You shall henceforth be Tiandao's teacher, he proclaimed. With Tiandao's agreement to become her student, Tsunade felt a sense of relief wash over her, crossing her arms with an air of pride. Little brat, out of respect for my position as your teacher, I shall reluctantly accept you as my pupil. However, do not presume that my consent grants you immunity. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, assemble at Training Ground 3. I will personally conduct an assessment. Should you fail. She paused, her meaning unmistakably clear. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's guidance, the crowd gradually departed from the Ninja Academy. The students, including Uchiha Tendou, awaited the distribution of their ninja headbands. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his cigarette while sifting through a stack of documents. Tiendou's earlier remarks had sparked a realization within him. What better way to forge bonds than through the formation of ninja teams? After careful consideration, he finally settled on his selections. He placed 2 documents into an envelope, instructing, Akasuna, you are to deliver this file to Tsunade immediately. A shadow materialized from the darkness, kneeling in respect before swiftly departing with the documents. Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched his limbs gently, murmuring, they should be arriving shortly. As the last words left his lips, the sound of a cane tapping against the ground approached. Suddenly, the door to the Hokage's office was thrust open with force. A middle-aged man, his head wrapped in bandages and his expression sinister, strode in. The scar across his chin and the deep lines on his face rendered him a fearsome sight. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed as he set down his pipe. He had anticipated the arrival of this old friend. Hi, Hiruzen, I require both Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Tendou. They are exceptionally suited for the root organization, and I will ensure they become the sharpest of ninja blades, Shimura Danzo stated bluntly. Without hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, absolutely not. Do not even entertain the thought. Shimura Danzo forcefully struck his cane against the ground, his tone laden with intensity. Hizashi, you ought to comprehend their potential. Such prodigious talent must be kept within our grasp. Sarutobi Hizashi stood by the window, gazing outward with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression contemplative. No, Danzo. They deserve to thrive in the light, not be shackled to the roots of darkness. Fury surged within Shimura Danzo. If that is your stance, then all I require is that Uchiha brat. Danzo, that is simply unattainable. Hizashi, he is nothing but an inherently malevolent Uchiha child. Have you forgotten Master Tobarama's teachings? The Uchiha are a clan born of wickedness. Danzo, the Uchiha are also members of our village. Shimura Danzo's countenance darkened as he shouted in anger. Hizashi, you will come to regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage. This declaration doused the flames of Danzo's fury, redirecting his thoughts to that fateful night. If only I had been more decisive then. Veins throbbed on his forehead as he snorted disdainfully and stormed out. The following day, at the 3rd training ground of Konoha, Tsunade regarded the trio before her with a sense of exasperation. She had originally intended to oversee only one Uchiha, but inexplicably, it had morphed into a small team. Damn that old man, always delegating tasks. Managing one Uchiha was already a considerable burden. Now, that old coot had added 2 more to her plate. This filled Tsunade with indignation, yet the rationale provided by Sarutobi Hizashi was, regrettably, quite sound. In her view, forming a ninja team was indeed the most effective way to cultivate bonds. Thus, despite her displeasure, she begrudgingly consented. Tsunade's gaze swept across the 3 youths. Since everyone is here, let us commence with a brief introduction. I am Tsunade, fond of gambling, disdainful of that Uchiha brat, with aspirations of becoming the goddess of gambling. Uchiha Tendou rolled his eyes silently at her. This woman is truly intent on belittling me with her words. Tsunade, undeterred by Tenzou's reaction, turned her attention to the boy on her far right, signaling him to begin. I am Hyuga Hizashi, fond of dango, averse to ramen, and I possess no dreams. I am Amano Hayato, enamored with various ninja tools, harboring no dislikes, and my dream is to establish the largest ninja tool shop in Konoha. As Uchiha Tendou felt the collective gaze of the trio upon him, a smirk crept across his lips as he slowly rose. Then, in the midst of their bewildered expressions, he crossed his arms and gazed skyward at a 15-degree angle, presenting them with his back. My grandmother once said, I am a man destined to walk the path of heaven. My name is Uchiha Tendou. The trio's eyelids twitched in unison, a singular thought emerging in their minds. Does he really have to be so pretentious? Uchiha Tendou, hands in pockets, leisurely turned to face them. In any case, whether I like something or not, I do not wish to disclose it. As for future dreams, I suppose there are many to consider. Tsunade bared her teeth, her chest heaving violently. She sensed that this individual would inevitably infuriate her. Following the conclusion of the self-introduction segment, she retrieved 2 bells from her pocket, gently shaking them. I shall now administer an assessment. Only those who meet my standards shall qualify to become my subordinates. Her statement was primarily motivated by her desire to accept Uchiha Tendou as her disciple, while the other 2 were merely there to accompany him. I possess 2 bells. Before noon today, if you manage to seize a bell from me, you will be deemed qualified. Should you fail, you may as well return to the Ninja Academy and continue your childish games. She granted them 10 minutes to devise their strategy. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tendou and his companions immediately formed a circle and began to discuss tactics animatedly. 10 minutes later, Byakugan, Hyuga Hayashi shouted, veins bulging at his temples as he assumed the stance for his gentle fist technique, charging swiftly at Tsunade. While he drew her attention, Taniyasu Hayato produced an enormous scroll, summoning a multitude of ninja tools that descended upon her like a torrential downpour. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Her immense chakra swiftly coalesced at her feet, and with a powerful stamp, the ground erupted. The earth cracked, debris flew, and an invisible shockwave surged forth. Hyuga Hayashi was instantly sent flying by this force, and all the incoming ninja tools were effortlessly knocked down. That was rather excessive, Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured as he observed the scene through the crystal ball from the Hokage's office. Uchiha Tendou leaped swiftly, catching Hyuga Hayashi. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen bore a content smile. This is indeed the process of forging bonds. Similarly, Tsunade felt a surge of anticipation. She was eager to see how far these youths could go. Doton, decapitation technique. A hand suddenly emerged from the ground, reaching for Tsunade's ankle. In a real battle, Uchiha Tendou would certainly refrain from employing such a technique against her. The potency of the painful heaven technique was not to be underestimated. As expected, Tsunade's expression shifted, and she leaped into the air, evading his grasp. Bang! Uchiha Tendou, who had attracted considerable attention, transformed into a cloud of smoke. It was merely a shadow clone technique. Katon, great fireball technique. In the distance, a massive fireball hurtled toward her, and at that moment, Tsunade found herself in midair, unable to evade. Both Hyuga Hayashi and Taniyasu Hayato wore triumphant smiles. However, before they could celebrate their imminent victory, a colossal surge of chakra erupted from within Tsunade, and the diamond mark on her forehead rapidly extended into several black lines. Shosenjutsu. With a thunderous roar, the fireball was dispersed by a single punch, and she descended like a cannonball. You little brats, do not underestimate me. Uchiha Tendou's eyes sparkled with excitement. He could hardly contain his eagerness for battle. Grabbing a ninja blade from Taniyasu Hayato, he charged toward the freshly grounded Tsunade with an unusual stride. Uchiha style, sword dance. At that moment, his physical attacks were significantly amplified. Swish! The blade, akin to a white ribbon, sliced through the air with a menacing aura directed at Tsunade. Humph! Tsunade let out a cold snort, swiftly bending low to evade the fierce strike. Gathering an immense amount of chakra in her fist, she launched a powerful blow toward Uchiha Pain. The Sharingan. In an instant, the 3 black tomo within Uchiha Pain's eyes began to spin, unveiling her intentions with remarkable clarity. Aware that his physical prowess was lacking, he promptly retreated to the side of Hinata and Hinata's companion. Tsunade regarded Uchiha Pain with a serious expression, acutely aware that the opponent's close-range power and speed had escalated to several tiers, nearly reaching the level of an elite jonin. Even with her own strength, she found it somewhat arduous to cope. Cursed be this little rascal. How much more power does he conceal? Tsunade inwardly cursed, feeling an overwhelming urge to seize Sarutobi's collar and vociferously demand answers. What on earth is this nonsensical bell-stealing battle? Can't you see how constrained I am? If you have the capability, come and face me yourself. Uchiha Pain turned to his teammates. Tsunade excels in taijutsu. I shall take the lead in offense while Hinata feigns an attack, and Hayato, you will disrupt the enemy with ninja tools. Understood. X2 The second round begins. The 3 tomo of Uchiha Pain's Sharingan spun slowly, sending forth an invisible wave of energy. What a hassle! I must indulge myself at the casino later. A sudden thought flashed in Tsunade's mind. She immediately sensed something was amiss. How could she be distracted in the midst of battle? It's an illusion. In that fleeting moment of distraction, two figures swiftly appeared before her. Fire release, fire fist. Uchiha Pain clenched his right hand, enveloped in searing flames, crashing down upon Tsunade. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Hinata, with his Byakugan activated, struck with lightning speed. Bang! As their attacks collided with Tsunade, she transformed into a puff of white smoke, an intricate shadow clone. A high-level clone technique even the Byakugan could not perceive. Hayato's urgent voice echoed from behind. Be careful behind you. Startled, Hinata realized too late to defend himself as a tremendous force struck his abdomen, sending him flying and rendering him unable to continue fighting. Fire release, flame shot. A fierce line of fire pierced through Tsunade's form in an instant. Uchiha Pain's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he rolled away from his original position. Boom! Tsunade's earth-shattering kick slammed down onto the ground, sending debris flying. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Uchiha Pain's temple. Although his strength was formidable, he was still lacking in practical experience. In merely a few minutes of engagement, even with the assistance of Hinata and Hayato, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Tsunade's chest rose and fell slightly, her expression proudly directed at Uchiha Pain. Little brat, unleash whatever techniques you have left. I shall receive them all. Uchiha Tendou, upon hearing this, revealed a wicked smile, his tone ominous. Do not regret your choice. Tsunade's gaze grew vigilant. Although she had spoken with bravado moments ago, it was merely a tactic to provoke him into revealing a weakness, thus securing her victory. Yet, it appeared that this young prodigy had more tricks up his sleeve. Tsunade inwardly lamented. Is this technique a mere shadow clone? No, it cannot be that simple. Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively paused his smoking, his eyes fixated on the crystal ball. Does he still possess strength to spare after this prolonged battle? Truly a little monster. I must see what other cards you hold. As Uchiha Tendou contemplated the impending events, the curve of his smile became increasingly pronounced. Prepare yourself, Tsunade. A sense of alarm surged within Tsunade. This boy typically unleashed his jutsu in an instant. Yet this time he required a build-up, indicating something vastly formidable. She dared not lose focus, her eyes firmly locked on Uchiha Tendou. Reverse harem jutsu. A cloud of white smoke dissipated, revealing dozens of impeccably sculpted male figures, all rushing towards Tsunade with open arms. Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tsunade hate. Stunned, Tsunade felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, as streams of blood trickled from her nostrils. Clatter. The pipe in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand fell to the ground, rendering him momentarily petrified. Hate knelt, his expression vacant. In this manner, Uchiha Tendou effortlessly claimed the bell. So, Tsunade, do you now comprehend my prowess? Uchiha Tendou exclaimed triumphantly, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Tsunade's face flushed a deep crimson, her eyes widening like saucers. As she gasped for breath, Uchiha Tendou, with the swiftness of an arrow, she charged forth. Tsunade, let us reason. I was merely testing you. I'll show you what a true test is. You insufferable brat. I shall slay you. Tsunade Hate watched in astonishment as the two engaged in a frantic chase, gradually receding from view. Is this truly the legendary first genius of the Uchiha clan? What a surprising revelation, he thought, reflecting on how today had indeed opened his eyes. He helplessly assisted the unconscious Hinata, making his way towards the ninja hospital. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained in a daze for quite some time before regaining his composure. He had not anticipated that the seemingly aloof Uchiha Tendou possessed such a personality. However, this was perhaps for the better. Hiruzen gazed at the two figures sprinting across the screen and sighed softly. He then picked up the Hokage seal beside him and firmly stamped it onto a document. Team 7 established. Point A, Uchiha Tendou is in position. Point B, Hinata is in position. Point C, Hate is in position. Alright, the targets have reached their designated locations. Commence operation. In the village of Konoha. At the mission reception desk, the wife of the Fire Country's daimyo, Michiko, was vigorously rubbing her face against her large orange tabby cat. Princess Tsunade, I am immensely grateful for your assistance in retrieving Tiger. Otherwise, I would have found little reason to continue living. Uchiha Tendou felt a twitch in his eyelids, finally understanding why that rotund feline had sought to escape. Tsunade, with great effort, managed to muster a faint smile upon her fair visage. "Madam, there is no need for such formality. It is our duty," she replied. "We have other tasks to attend to, so we must take our leave." After swiftly collecting the mission rewards, Tsunade hurriedly departed, wishing to avoid the presence of the feudal lady for even a moment longer. From the bounty, Tsunade extracted 5,000 ryo in silver notes and handed them to Uchiha Tendou. "This is yours, divided amongst yourselves." With that parting remark, she dashed off towards the casino. Once the three had distributed the money, Uchiha Tendou separated from Hinata and Shino, proceeding alone to the training grounds for a period of rigorous practice. By the time he returned home, the sun had long since begun its descent. In the courtyard, Uchiha Meisui, joyfully playing with a small fire dragon, abandoned her companion upon seeing her brother's return. "Onii-chan." Uchiha Tendou felt his heart melt as his adorable sister reached out to him, prompting him to swiftly embrace her. "Kana, Kana." The little fire dragon, looking quite aggrieved, scurried over, waving its tiny paws in protest, accusing Uchiha Meisui of her treacherous abandonment. Uchiha Tendou shot a disapproving glance at the creature. "Away with you. You, who consumes everything yet accomplishes nothing, now seek to lodge complaints." The fire dragon, aware that Uchiha Tendou was merely jesting, remained unfazed by his remarks. With a clever twinkle in its eyes, it covered its eyes with its little paws, pretending to weep, as if in need of consolation. Uchiha Tendou regarded it with exasperation, harboring serious doubts that this creature had indeed grown plump from its diet. After all, why had it not evolved, but rather become more foolish over time? The fire dragon had been with him for several years. Logically, its chakra should have reached the requisite energy levels for evolution, yet it remained stagnant. System. Why has the fire dragon not evolved? Ding. System detection indicates it still lacks sufficient combat experience. Upon hearing the system's response, Uchiha Tendou's eyes widened in surprise. "You wretched system, why did you withhold this information from me?" Previously, his inquiry had been casual, yet the system was indeed aware. The host did not previously initiate an inquiry. Uchiha Tendou's mouth twitched. It appeared he was indeed at fault. "Tendakuin has returned. Please prepare dinner." Uchiha Makoto's gentle voice resonated from inside the house. "Understood. I shall be there shortly," Uchiha Tendou replied, carrying little Meisui as they made their way inside. The fire dragon, which had been feigning tears, opened its eyes only to find itself utterly bewildered. "Where have all the people gone?" Uchiha Tendou took a few bites of his meal before casting a puzzled glance at Uchiha Makoto. "Makoto, why hasn't Kushina come today?" A few months prior, upon learning that her dear friend frequently visited Uchiha Tendou's home, Uzumaki Kushina had become quite anxious. Soon after, she used the pretext of caring for Uchiha Akihisa and the little fire dragon to frequently accompany them. Uchiha Tendou, noticing that Kusakana had not arrived today, inquired with curiosity. Uchiha Makoto set down her chopsticks, her face adorned with traces of melancholy. It seemed that the third Hokage had mentioned the scarcity of jonin willing to take on the role of guidance. Thus, Kusakana had not been assigned a mentor, rendering her unable to undertake missions, leaving her in a state of gloom these past few days. Uchiha Tendou nodded thoughtfully. What nonsense about a lack of guiding teachers. He would not believe a single word of it, if nothing unexpected occurred. This was likely Sarutobi Hiruzen's way of restricting Kusakana from leaving the village. After all, Kusakana was the future host of the Nine Tails. Therefore, he found himself powerless to assist. After finishing their meal, Uchiha Tendou eagerly tidied up the dishes. This was the moment Uchiha Makoto cherished most, as she quietly observed the young man, her heart swelling with sweet ripples. This mode of interaction offered her immense comfort and reassurance. The following day, Tsunade brought Uchiha Tendou and others to the door of the Hokage's office. "I know that, although you have not explicitly stated it, you have all found those low-level missions exceedingly dull, haven't you? Today, I will take you to accept a high-ranking task to broaden your horizons." Hinata and Amain Hayato's eyes instantly sparkled with anticipation. In contrast to their excitement, Uchiha Tendou lazily yawned and cast a sidelong glance at Tsunade. "Tsunade, you didn't lose everything at the gambling den yesterday, did you?" Upon hearing Uchiha Tendou's teasing tone, Tsunade's face flushed with embarrassment. "Absolutely not. I am the future gambling deity of the ninja world. How could I possibly lose?" Uchiha Tendou regarded her with a calm gaze, remaining silent. Tsunade, feeling guilty, averted her eyes and led the three into the Hokage's office. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon seeing them enter, smiled warmly and retrieved a scroll from his drawer. Tsunade, this is the B-rank mission you requested. As Tsunade took the mission scroll, Hiruzen's expression grew increasingly serious. Recently, the ninjas from the Rain Village have begun to mobilize frequently. Therefore, this mission requires you to venture to the borders of the Land of Rain to gather pertinent intelligence and ascertain the reasons behind their movements. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tendou furrowed his brow. If memory served him correctly, the year of Konoha's 37th year marked the onset of the Second Great Ninja War. Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of the Rain Village, would soon declare war against the Land of Iron, the Sand Village, and Konoha. Old man, isn't it a bit too dangerous for such a rookie team to undertake this mission? A robust voice emerged from the window. The group turned to see Jiraiya perched like a frog at the window. Hiruzen's forehead twitched with annoyance. Jiraiya liked to climb through windows. Tsunade preferred kicking down doors. And only Orochimaru knocked politely. Among the three, it was Orochimaru who was the most sensible, earning Hiruzen's favor. Jiraiya noticed that Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was somewhat off. So he promptly jumped down from the window, feigning nonchalance. Hiruzen's darkened countenance finally began to improve. Jiraiya, why are you here instead of accompanying Minato and the others on their mission? He inquired. It's not like I'm rummaging through trash or searching for lost pets. Such tasks are far too simple. Minato and the others can handle it without my assistance, so I thought I'd take a leisurely stroll, Jiraiya replied casually. Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, his expression one of resigned exasperation. You've always been a bit reckless, refusing to engage in menial tasks. And it seems you haven't changed. Although this mission carried a degree of danger, it posed no significant threat to Team 7. Meeting Jiraiya's puzzled gaze, Hiruzen took a few more puffs of smoke before continuing his explanation. Uchiha Tendou possesses strength sufficient to become a Jonin. What he lacks is merely the accumulation of tasks and practical experience. Jiraiya was taken aback, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Are you serious? I remember this kid graduated alongside Minato. How can this be? Minato is also an extraordinary talent, yet he seems to pale in comparison to Uchiha Tendou. The thought of his own disciple still being a Chunin filled Jiraiya with unabashed envy as he glanced at Tsunade. Who wouldn't he want to take on a prodigy like Uchiha Tendou as a disciple? It would certainly enhance one's reputation. Yet, he never expected that in the end. It would be Tsunade, the fierce woman, who would benefit from this situation. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, her fists cracking ominously. What, Jiraiya? Do you have a problem with me? Jiraiya shook his head vigorously. Even if he did have objections, he dared not voice them. He would truly be in for a beating. Hiruzen tapped his pipe, drawing the attention of everyone present. Although this mission carries certain risks, there's no need for alarm. Amigakure is merely a small hidden village and lacks the audacity to oppose us. Uchiha Tendou scoffed. Yes. Others wouldn't dare lay a finger on Konoha. That salamander Hanzo considers himself a demigod, ambitious as he is. Don't think he would spare anyone, not even you. From Konoha. Tsunade nodded in acknowledgement, indicating her understanding. She then turned her gaze toward Uchiha Tendou and his companions. This mission may take a considerable amount of time. Prepare the necessary ninja tools and supplies. We will convene at the village gate in half an hour. After leaving the Hokage's office, Uchiha Tendou sought out Kukina and Mikoto, informing them of his impending departure from the village for a mission that might last several months, and requested their assistance in looking after Uchiha Akihiko. The two readily agreed without hesitation. After settling the necessary arrangements, Uchiha Tendou walked away, gradually disappearing from the wistful gazes of the two women. At the village gate, when Uchiha Tendou arrived, the entire team was already assembled. Tsunade acknowledged his arrival with a slight nod before stepping aside to complete the departure registration. Tsunade's apprentice, Hate, looked around with excitement, surveying the environment beyond the village. Is this what lies outside the village? It's truly magnificent. Hinata cast a fleeting glance at him. Hayato, aren't these just tall trees? They bear no distinction from those in the village. Uchiha Tendou stepped forward, pointing one hand skyward, his demeanor calm and composed. His grandmother once remarked, perhaps the place itself is no different, but the yearning for freedom renders every departure profoundly significant. Hayato's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gave a thumbs up to him. Truly, you are remarkable, Tendou. Hinata lowered his gaze, murmuring softly. Even if the outcome remains unchanged, does the journey towards freedom not possess its own meaning? Tendou's words illuminated a flicker of hope within him. A rare smile graced Hinata's usually serious countenance. Tendou, I am grateful for your teachings. Tsunade clapped her hands, interrupting the conversation. Enough, little ones. Let us not forget the purpose of our outing. Despite her words, the hint of a smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. Thus, they began their journey towards the borders of the Land of Rain. Tsunade, I never anticipated you could comprehend my words. You are quite clever, he remarked. Of course. Who do you think I am? It seemed to echo the old adage. What adage? A large chest and a small brain, hence your cleverness. You little rascal. Don't run away. Hinata and Hayato exchanged a resigned glance. The two had begun again. They hurriedly pursued the duo. At the border of the Land of Rain, a secluded cave awaited. Uchiha Tendou lounged lazily at the entrance, as it was his turn to keep watch that night. After midnight, the clock struck a new month. With a mere thought, Uchiha Tendou commanded, System, initiate the monthly check-in. Commencing check-in for the host. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in. Power of Evergreen. Power of Evergreen. A blessing from the Evergreen Forest. Upon absorption, it bestows formidable healing abilities and significantly enhances physical constitution, along with a randomly acquired special ability. Uchiha Tendou's heart raced with exhilaration. It was indeed the power of Evergreen. He had initially feared that this month's reward would be yet another worthless item. Why the yet another? It harkened back to the peculiar items he had accumulated over the years, like Pikachu fur and the tail of a clumsy hippopotamus. System, it seems I have misjudged you. All the previous trials were but a prelude to today's triumph. If it were merely healing powers and enhanced constitution, Uchiha Tendou would not have felt such excitement. What truly stirred his elation was that special ability. In the Pokémon special manga, Yellow's power of Evergreen could activate a realm of collective evolution, while Sakaki could enable Pokémon to transcend their limits. Our flying-type champion, Otto, could enhance the strength of dragon-type Pokémon. Suppressing the thrill within, Uchiha Tendou called out to Tsunade. What is it, you little brat? Tsunade, abruptly awakened from a pleasant dream, felt an immediate surge of irritation and was prepared to unleash it. Uchiha Tendou swiftly covered her lips, whispering urgently, Tsunade, I must train now. You will take the latter half of the night watch. Upon hearing this, Tsunade furrowed her brows and prepared to give this insufferable brat a piece of her mind. However, she soon noticed the earnestness in his expression and hesitated to act recklessly. Very well, you may begin your training, I shall observe. With Tsunade's consent, Uchiha Tendou swiftly found a position to sit cross-legged. System, absorb the power of the Evergreen. Ding! The power of the Evergreen is being released. In the next moment, resplendent green specks of light appeared within him, merging seamlessly into his flesh and blood like countless stars. Tsunade, initially concerned, watched Uchiha Tendou, mistakenly believing his training had gone awry. Suddenly, she saw him radiating a verdant glow, transforming into a luminous green orb. Tsunade stood dumbfounded. What in the world? Am I turning green? However, she quickly discerned something extraordinary. The green light emanating from him was imbued with immense vitality, casting a warm glow upon her. Tsunade could distinctly sense that the hidden injuries she bore were being fully healed. Gazing at the youth seated before her, memories of her granduncle, Hashirama Senju, flooded her mind. After a brief moment of astonishment, Tsunade's expression turned serious as she hastily formed a series of hand seals, enveloping Uchiha Tendou in a protective barrier. Why is this commotion so great? And what exactly is this green light? Her face flickered between uncertainty and contemplation, as she weighed the decision of whether to inform Hiruzen Sarutobi. After a lengthy pause, she sighed deeply. If Sarutobi were to learn of Uchiha Tendou's ability, he would likely intervene immediately. Perhaps in her earlier years, Tsunade would have reported this without a second thought. But now forget it. I shall keep this secret for you. But if you fail to treat me to a drink afterward, I shall have your head. Tsunade's gaze towards the young man was laden with complexity, her mutterings spilling forth. The thought that Uchiha Tendou had shown no desire to hide his intentions stirred an unexpected sweetness within her heart. Ding! Congratulations, host. Absorption of the power of the Evergreen successful. Uchiha Tendou slowly opened his eyes, surprised to find himself surrounded by a barrier. After a moment's contemplation, he quickly grasped the situation. What a prideful, foolish woman. With that, Uchiha Tendou dismissed further thoughts. System, open the character panel. Host, Uchiha Tendou, mental power, 4219, physique, 3168, bloodline limit, 3-Tomo Sharingan, Power of the Evergreen, Breakthrough Human Limits, Tailed Beast, Groudon, Fusion Level 21. Skills, Uchiha Style Sword Dance. Spiraling Sphere, Special Skills, None, Summoning Beast, Charmeleon, Items, Fine Steel Kunai. Special Effect, Groudon Fusion Level exceeds 20, all Earth and Fire Release Techniques power is quadrupled. Uchiha Tendou's Breath Quickened. System, does breaking through human limits mean what I think it does? Ding. Yes. The host can enhance the talents of others through the power of the Evergreen. Gasp. Uchiha Tendou inhaled sharply. If that were the case, those around him would surely soar to new heights. He had initially worried about how to enhance Uchiha Akihito's abilities if her talent proved inadequate. However, with this extraordinary power, all challenges would easily be surmounted. With a sharp crack echoing through the air, the barrier shattered into glimmering motes of light, gradually dissipating. Splendid. Tendou, it is truly a relief that you are unharmed. Heide Amano exclaimed as he leaped forward, embracing Uchiha Tendou's thigh with fervent excitement. Uchiha Tendou, bewildered, scratched his head. After all, it had only been a single night. Why was Hate so animated? Hisashi Hyuga exhaled a sigh of relief. Tendou, thank goodness you are safe. Tsunade-sensei mentioned you were on the brink of death, and we were all deeply concerned for you. Uchiha Tendou cast a fierce glare towards Tsunade, who was tucked away in a corner. Tsunade-sensei, where are you planning to go? 2 months later, at the border of the Land of Rain, amidst a dimly lit grove. Lord Hanzo, will Tsunade from Konoha truly pass through here? A slender rain shinobi inquired of his leader, unable to restrain his curiosity. The man known as Hanzo sat cross-legged atop the head of a salamander, the leader of the Hidden Rain village. Urain, you are far too impatient. Hanzo's raspy voice emanated from beneath his mask. Urain quivered slightly and quickly lowered his head. My lord, I would not dare. Hanzo's cold gaze swept over the 5 Rain shinobi standing nearby. The intelligence was provided by a high-ranking official from Konoha, and after my investigation, the information is undeniably accurate. 2 months prior, Tsunade led a team of lower-ranked shinobi to our Land of Rain for a mission. This is the path they must take to return to Konoha. This time, we must ensure she remains here. Yes. Hanzo nodded in satisfaction as he observed the heightened morale among his subordinates. To avoid alarming the enemy, he had only brought 2 elite shinobi and 3 mid-level shinobi. Hanzo was an ambitious man, unwilling to resign himself to a lifetime in the diminutive Land of Rain. Thus, he had devised a grand scheme. To eliminate Tsunade was merely the first step in his plan. In the forest, several figures darted swiftly through the trees. Heide Amano wore a relaxed expression. The mission was finally complete. Soon, they could return to the village. Upon returning, he was determined to indulge himself. Hisashi Hyuga, hearing this, displayed a genuine smile, as he too longed for Konoha's famed dango. Halt! Uchiha Tendou's authoritative voice interrupted their daydreams. Without a moment's hesitation, the two ceased their advance, their gazes alertly scanning the surroundings. Tsunade leisurely followed behind, watching the 3 youngsters with keen interest. In truth, she had sensed something amiss long before and had refrained from alerting them merely to observe their reactions. Uchiha Tendou's expression turned grave as he fixated his watchful gaze ahead. The silence in the grove felt unervingly profound, indicating something was dreadfully wrong. Hisashi Hyuga immediately comprehended Uchiha Tendou's intent. Byakugan. The veins around Hisashi's eyes bulged as his vision penetrated the numerous obstructions before him. As he caught sight of the figures lurking within the trees, beads of cold sweat swiftly appeared on his forehead. It was the ninjas from the village hidden in the rain. Whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sound of shurikens slicing through the air erupted suddenly, as a multitude of them hurtled toward them. Uchiha Tendou's gaze sharpened. With a swift motion of his hand, he conjured a kunai and, without hesitation, hurled it into the fray. Clang, clang, clang. The kunai seemed to possess a will of its own, deftly maneuvering to effortlessly knock down all the incoming shurikens. Truly, the Uchiha clan lived up to its reputation as the foremost family in the ninja world. A hoarse voice echoed from the dense forest. Whoosh, whoosh. 5 figures instantaneously blocked all escape routes for Uchiha Tendou and his companions. Tsunade's previously calm demeanor transformed into one of grave concern. The leader, donning a gas mask and wielding a scythe, stood atop a giant salamander. With a single glance, she recognized the identity of the intruder. This was problematic. It seemed they would have to give their all. Sealing technique, activate. 100 heal technique, activate. Summoning technique. Tsunade unleashed her full power without reservation. Tiandao, I will create an opening for you. You must escape first. The giant salamander Hanzo let out a chilling laugh. Wanna flee? Have you consulted me? Roar. The salamander beneath him emitted an enraged roar, charging fiercely towards the slug at Tsunade's feet. Uchiha Tiandao, kunai in hand, eyed the two rain ninjas before him with vigilance. You truly hold me in high regard. To deal with a mere genin, you require 2 jonin. A sinister grin spread across the face of Uriai. Kid, words are futile. Obediently meet your demise. With that, he and his fellow jonin swiftly drew their ninja blades, advancing menacingly towards Uchiha Tiandao. Clang. Emotionless, Uchiha Tiandao effortlessly parried the strikes of the 2 jonin with his kunai. Uriai's pupils constricted in alarm. This boy was unlike any other. Sharingan. Uchiha Tiandao's crimson eyes suddenly revealed 3 black tomo. This is bad. Both jonin were struck with shock. This kid actually possessed a 3-tomo Sharingan. Their gazes darted elsewhere, fearful of falling prey to the Sharingan's genjutsu, but it was too late. Uriai felt his mind blur, as his companion was swiftly dispatched by that boy across from him. Gulp. Uriai's face turned pale, terror etched in his features as he gazed at Uchiha Tiandao, his body trembling involuntarily as he instinctively took 2 steps back. How terrifying. In the span of merely 2 breaths, one of their jonin had been eliminated. A look of disappointment crossed Uchiha Tiandao's face. He had expected more formidable opponents, only to find himself facing 2 feeble adversaries. However, upon reflection, it made sense. How could the ninjas of such a small village compare to the elite jonin of the 5 great hidden villages? It was not the village hidden in the rain that was strong, but rather Hanzo the salamander. Having discerned the strength of his opponents, Uchiha Tiandao felt a wave of ennui wash over him, losing all desire to engage further. Yet, this fellow could serve as a fine experience package for Little Fire Dragon. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Tiandao promptly ceased his hesitation, swiftly forming hand seals. Summoning technique. As the white smoke gradually dissipated, Little Fire Dragon made its grand entrance. Yurin wiped the cold sweat that dripped from his forehead, feeling a slight sense of relief. He had thought that the little imp opposite him had summoned some monstrous creature, but it turned out to be merely a peculiarly shaped large lizard. Uchiha Tiandao wore a smirk, his eyes filled with mockery. Little Fire Dragon, that fellow across seems to regard you with utter disdain. With a sharp screech, Little Fire Dragon gathered a vast amount of chakra in its mouth. Fire release. Yuren's pupils constricted in disbelief. He had never anticipated that such an innocuous-looking lizard could unleash such formidable fire techniques. Without a moment to ponder, he swiftly formed hand seals and executed the water body technique. Yuren's figure vanished from the spot, leaving only a puddle behind. Uchiha Tiandao shot a disapproving glare at Little Fire Dragon. What is your rush? That fellow is at least a jonin. Is he so easily slain? Little Fire Dragon displayed a naive grin, extending its claw in an attempt to scratch its head. However, its claws were too short to reach. Uchiha Tiandao's mouth twitched. He felt this simpleton was undoubtedly the second coming of Minato Namikaze. It must be that Minato has led this Little Fire Dragon astray. In the Hidden Leaf Village, a blonde youth suddenly sneezed, scratching his head in confusion. How strange, I'm not even sick. Uchiha Tiandao glanced at Little Fire Dragon. Your strength is insufficient to contend with that individual for now. I shall take the lead, and you will provide support from behind, gaining some experience. Little Fire Dragon nodded in acknowledgement. Uchiha Tiandao swiftly raised the kunai in his hand. Clang. The kunai once again blocked the incoming ninja blade, sending sparks flying. You little brat, die. Just then, a hoarse voice erupted from behind Uchiha Tiandao, as Yuren's expression turned savage, raising his ninja blade high and striking down like lightning. It was a shadow clone technique. Yet, Uchiha Tiandao remained unfazed, maintaining his composure. With an enraged roar, Little Fire Dragon charged, its sharp fangs enveloped in flames, and bit into Yuren's thigh. Fiery fangs. A pungent smell of burning flesh emanated from the base of Yuren's thigh, and the intense pain compelled him to scream in agony. Without hesitation, Uchiha Tiandao thrust his kunai, piercing through Yuren's heart. Yuren's eyes fixated on Uchiha Tiandao, disbelief etched upon his face. He never expected to fall at the hands of a mere child of Uchiha. Gradually, the light in his eyes dimmed, his head tilted, and he fell lifelessly. With an excited roar, little fire dragon let out a triumphant cry, the flames at the tip of its tail blazing fiercely, surrounded by a radiant white glow. As the luminescence faded, the fire Tyrannosaurus made its appearance. Its overall hue was a deep crimson, with a white underbelly, a horn-like protrusion atop its head, a beak-like mouth, sharp eyes, long limbs, and claws shimmering with a faint cold light. Uchiha Tendou stared in astonishment at the fire Tyrannosaurus. What is this? How could it be so large? System: display the fire Tyrannosaurus panel. Spirit beast, fire dinosaur, height 316 meters, weight 136 kilograms. Ability: blaze, strength, elite ninja, skills, flamethrower, fire punch, flame vortex, iron tail. Heavyweight punch. Uchiha Tendou's expression twitched slightly. System: even if the fire dinosaur is affected by chakra, its size should not increase to such an exaggerated extent. Ding. Each evolution represents a profound transformation in the life of a Pokémon. Charmander evolves into fire dinosaur, significantly enhancing its bone and muscle density. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Uchiha Tendou finally comprehended the drastic change in the fire dinosaur. He then cast his gaze across the other two battlefields. Tsunade was being utterly suppressed by Hanzo the Salamander, on the verge of defeat. Hinata Hisashi and his companion were similarly struggling against three ranged shinobi. Uchiha Tendou's expression turned urgent, and he immediately issued a command. Fire Dinosaur, go assist Hisashi and the others. I will support Teacher Tsunade. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, rushing towards Hanzo the Salamander. The fire dinosaur dared not delay, hastening to join Hisashi and his companion. Sensing its master's urgency for the first time, Heavenly Return. Hisashi gathered chakra in both hands, his body spinning rapidly, forming a hemispherical chakra shield that blocked the incoming water release, water disruption wave. Gasping for breath, Hisashi felt the weight of exhaustion. The technique had nearly depleted his entire chakra reserve. Hisashi, you must flee. Don't worry about me. Amano Hayato's eyes were bloodshot, blood dripping from the wound at his waist, as he collapsed helplessly to the ground. Hisashi's face turned pale, yet his tone remained resolute. I will not abandon my comrades. Besides, Tendou will arrive to assist us soon. The three-ranged shinobi erupted in laughter. Ha! This fool still believes someone will save him. It's utterly hilarious. You little brat from the Hyuga clan. If you aim to amuse me, congratulations, you have succeeded. Ha! That Uchiha brat is already in dire straits. How could he possibly rescue you? With two of us Rain Elite Ninja taking action, that kid has no chance of survival. Hearing the derisive laughter of the ranged shinobi, both Hisashi and Amano Hayato's eyes reflected despair. They understood Uchiha Tendou's strength, but facing two elite ninjas simultaneously was a dire situation. The leading ranged shinobi smirked coldly, swiftly forming hand seals. Brats, prepare to descend into hell. Water release, water chaos wave. A flicker of determination passed through Hisashi's eyes as he prepared to unleash Heavenly Return once more. Hisashi, you lack the chakra to perform Heavenly Return again. If you force yourself, you will perish. Amano Hayato, disregarding his wound, struggled to rise, attempting to prevent Hisashi from taking such a reckless action. If one were to continue using ninjutsu while completely drained of chakra, it would invoke a forced extraction of one's life energy as a substitute, severely damaging the body's essence, and in grave circumstances, could even lead to death. Hinata Hisashi's face bore not the fear of death, but rather a serene smile, tinged with a sense of liberation. Hayato, you must survive. Your dreams remain unfulfilled. Please convey my apologies to the Sage of the Six Paths and Lady Tsunade. Hisashi must take his leave now. With these words, Hinata Hisashi's expression turned grave, and chakra began to gather in his hands. At that moment, a fierce line of fire collided with chaotic waves of water, producing a vast cloud of steam. Hinata Hisashi stared in astonishment, fully activating his Byakugan, and suddenly, his pupils constricted. Boom! Tsunade's body crashed to the ground like a cannonball, stirring up a storm of dust. At that moment, a grotesque wound marred her chest, the chakra stored within the seal having been completely exhausted. The mitotic regeneration technique could no longer be employed effectively. Hanzo of the Salamander stepped forward, his demeanor proud, his voice laced with a hint of admiration. Truly remarkable, Lady Tsunade of Konoha, to have withstood so long against me. You are indeed impressive. Coughing violently, Tsunade spat out several mouthfuls of dark blood, her beautiful face devoid of fear, revealing only an endless chill. Hanzo of the Salamander. Are you not afraid of Konoha declaring war on your rain village? Tsunade intended to use the threat of war to compel Hanzo to relent. However, to her astonishment, Hanzo appeared utterly unconcerned by the prospect of conflict, his hoarse voice tinged with uncontainable fervor. Declare war? Do you think I would fear Konoha? The rain village has long been prepared to challenge you. Why should your land of fire enjoy bountiful lands while our land of rain endures perpetual dreary weather? I shall defeat Konoha and lead the common folk of the rain country to a prosperous life. Hanzo paused, his tone shifting. Lady Tsunade, if I slay you, Konoha's foremost medical ninja, here, Konoha will never be able to resist my deadly poison. At that point, our rain village will easily conquer Konoha. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's heart plummeted. She refrained from mocking Hanzo's arrogance because what he spoke was, in fact, the truth. Such deadly poison would be unavoidable. A truly terrifying weapon on the battlefield. Hanzo ceased his triumphant laughter and raised his scythe. Now, let me send you on your way. Stop. A commanding voice interrupted Hanzo's movement, drawing his gaze behind him. The previously seen Uchiha boy was glaring at him with his Mangekyo Sharingan activated, and after a moment's contemplation, he grasped the situation's intricacies. What a pair of fools. Two Jonin combined could be outmaneuvered by a mere Chunin. Hanzo's gaze turned icy as he regarded Uchiha Tendou. Uchiha boy, I did not expect you to possess such strength. Uchiha Tendou remained silent, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive crimson fireball hurtled toward Hanzo. He frowned. While he had witnessed the great fireball technique before, he had never seen one so terrifying. The abundance of combat experience allowed him to react instantaneously. Body flicker technique. The figure of Hanzo of the Salamander swiftly vanished from his original position, a cold smirk unconsciously surfacing in his mind. After all, he was still too young. Such a powerful fire release technique would undoubtedly lead to Tsunade's demise. Uchiha Tendou observed Hanzo's unhesitating evasion of the great fireball, and a sneer of disdain curled upon his lips. His grandmother had once said, "The proudest of achievements may well become a blade that claims one's life." The three tomo in his eyes ceased their rotation and, with a resounding thud, transformed into white smoke. The great fireball had merely been a transformation into Uchiha Tendou. Hanzo's pupils constricted as realization dawned upon him. The earlier great fireball had been an illusion conjured by that Uchiha brat. Its terrifying appearance was merely a consequence of his own susceptibility to Jinjutsu. Well. You have successfully incited my fury, brat. Hanzo, in a fit of rage, let out a mocking laugh, his murderous intent surging as he brandished his scythe and charged forward, determined to rend the detestable child into pieces. Uchiha Tendou swiftly reached Tsunade's unconscious form, cradling her waist with one arm while forming a seal with the other. Reverse summoning technique. Hanzo of the Salamander inwardly cursed, feeling the urgency as he increased his speed. Bang! In an instant, Uchiha Tendou and Tsunade vanished, leaving behind a cloud of white smoke. Damn it! Hanzo's expression darkened, seething with anger. First, he had been toyed with by that brat, and now, right before his eyes, Tsunade had been rescued. This was an unparalleled humiliation. Yet, Hanzo's mood quickly stabilized. Before the brat had intervened, he had noticed that Tsunade was already unconscious, given her current state. Even if she were rescued, her fate would still be sealed. His plan had thus reached fruition. Hanzo's gaze turned menacing as he stared toward the border of the land of fire. Brat, next time, I will surely kill you. Subsequently, he hastened toward the village hidden in the rain, knowing full well the fate that awaited those 5 worthless fools. At the edge of the forest, the fire dragon concentrated a vast amount of chakra in its claws and slammed them down upon the ground. Reverse summoning technique. Bang! As the white smoke dissipated, Uchiha Tendou emerged, cradling Tsunade in his arms. Upon seeing them, Amano Hayato felt a surge of joy and rushed forward. Previously, he had sustained severe injuries to his waist, but after receiving some rudimentary treatment, he was not in dire straits. Instead, it was Hinata Hayashi who had succumbed to unconsciousness due to excessive chakra depletion. Tendou, are you both unharmed? Uchiha Tendou shook his head, removing his jacket and gently draping it over Tsunade's chest. I am fine, but the situation with Lady Tsunade is grave. She has been poisoned by Hanzo's lethal venom. At the height of his power, Hanzo of the Salamander was indeed terrifying. It was no wonder he was revered as a demigod of the ninja world, were it not for the deep bond with the fire dragon, prompting it to execute the reverse summoning technique in time. They might have met their end today. Amano Hayato was taken aback upon hearing this, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. Tsunade's originally fair and delicate visage now bore a slight purplish hue, with wounds incessantly oozing dark blood, rendering her appearance one of utter fragility. Uchiha Tendou's gaze swiftly scanned the unconscious Hinata Hizashi nearby, noting his steady breathing and lack of serious injury. Allowing a slight sigh of relief to escape his lips, his attention then shifted to Amano Hayato and the fire dinosaur. You two take Hizashi and leave first. I must find a place to detoxify and treat Lady Tsunade. If the poison from the pufferfish reaches her heart, there will be no hope left. The duo nodded vigorously. In Hayato's eyes, there was nothing Uchiha Tendou could not accomplish. Thus, he harbored no doubt regarding Tendou's ability to counteract the pufferfish venom, believing it sufficient to simply follow his lead. As for the fire dinosaur, it unconditionally obeyed its master's commands. After agreeing on a rendezvous point, Uchiha Tendou swiftly vanished, cradling Tsunade in his arms. Fortune smiled upon him as he soon discovered a small stream, gently laying Tsunade upon the ground. He concentrated a substantial amount of Jobin power and directed it towards her injuries. However, after a brief interval, Tsunade's condition showed no sign of improvement. As the minutes ticked away, even Uchiha Tendou found himself gripped by anxiety. Tsunade was both mentor and friend to him. Their bond, forged over years of camaraderie, ran deep. Moreover, Tendou's soul was that of an adult, and he harbored certain feelings for Tsunade that transcended mere friendship. The likes of Kyukina and Mikoto were still too young to pique his interest. Dog system, come forth. Is this Jobin power a sham? Why is it of no use? Ding. Jobin power can only heal injuries and slightly impede the spread of toxins. It cannot cure them. Damn it. Uchiha Tendou slammed his fist into the ground, his eyes swirling with 3 tomo, hinting at a potential connection. System, is there any method to counteract the poison? His knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists, his voice trembling with urgency. Ding. The host must first use Jobin power to restrain the toxins within the target's body, then extract them externally to complete the healing process. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tendou first felt a surge of joy, only to be struck dumb by the realization. Tsunade's wounds were on her abdomen. Yet, within moments, he made a resolution. Even if Tsunade were to retaliate violently afterward, he could not stand idly by as she succumbed to death. With a steely resolve, Uchiha Tendou tore open Tsunade's clothing. I cannot allow the fabric to come into contact with the wound. Forgive me, Tsunade. This is all for your salvation. For the sake of brevity, the ensuing details have been omitted. Uchiha Tendou meticulously cleaned and dressed Tsunade's wounds before shouldering her and making haste towards their agreed-upon location. At the border of the Land of Fire, within a forest, Amano Hayato paced anxiously, muttering to himself. It has already been 5 hours. Why has Tendou not yet arrived at our meeting point? Surely, they haven't T encountered any danger? Hinata Nichi leaned weakly against a stone, an expression of helplessness etched upon his face. Hayato, please stop pacing back and forth. The celestial beasts of the heavenly path are all elite jonin. How could they possibly encounter danger? He continued in a dejected tone. Even if there were danger, the two of us would be of no assistance, only hindering progress. Hearing this, Amano Hayato slumped down, his demeanor forlorn and his gaze vacant, lost in thought. Charizard, nearby, let out a bored yawn. Humph. You two novices have no comprehension of your master's strength. A playful voice shattered the oppressive atmosphere. Hinata Nichi and Amano Hayato turned to see Uchiha Tendou leisurely approaching, carrying Tsunade on his back. Tendou, is Lady Tsunade? Amano Hayato asked eagerly, unable to contain his excitement. Uchiha Tendou replied cheerfully, this silly girl is fine. Let us return to the village. Naturally, the two had no objections, as he was their pillar of support. Tendou's gaze shifted to Charizard beside him. Well, little one, you have truly worked hard this time. Hinata Nichi? Amano Hayato? Are you joking? You call this 3-meter-tall giant a little one? Charizard let out an excited roar, signaling that he was far from weary. Soon, the trio, along with the dragon, set forth on their journey back to the village. Meanwhile, on her sickbed, Tsunade emitted a faint groan, her tightly shut eyes gradually opening to reveal a stark white surroundings. Fragmented memories began to resurface. She vaguely recalled battling Hanzo the salamander before succumbing to unconsciousness. Then, an excruciating pain shot through her mind, halting her recollections. Two lewd chuckles echoed from beside her bed. Tsunade struggled to turn her neck, seeking the source of the sound. Upon seeing them, veins bulged on her forehead, and her fair face flushed crimson. Shinju, Jiraiya, what are you two rascals doing? The two were startled by her sudden roar, hastily dropping the risque magazine they held. Jiraiya awkwardly scratched his cheek, his gaze evasive. Ah, Tsunade, you woke up so soon? That's wonderful. Shinju, observing his furious sister, felt an instinctive urge to flee. Only he and Jiraiya understood the true terror of Tsunade's wrath. Tsunade glared fiercely at Shinju. If you dare to run, I will ensure you regret it. Shinju instantly wilted. Akin to a frostbitten eggplant, his shoulders slumping in defeat. Jiraiya opened his mouth, intending to say something. But the sharpness of Tsunade's gaze rendered him too intimidated to utter a word. Tsunade suppressed her fury. There were more pressing matters that required her attention. Is Uchiha Tendou still alive, along with those two? Jiraiya's fierce instinct for survival propelled his mind into a rapid whirl. The young Uchiha Tendou merely expended a considerable amount of chakra. There is nothing to be overly concerned about. Hinata Hayashi and the others are unscathed. Noticing Tsunade's increasingly impatient gaze, Jiraiya wisely chose to bypass certain inconsequential topics. He vowed that this was the most astute moment of his life. With Tsunade receiving the answers she sought, she nodded in satisfaction, relieved that Uchiha Tendou and the two others were unharmed. Simultaneously, the significant mobilization of ninjas in the Rain Village and the machinations of Hanzo the Salamander were matters she need not concern herself with. Given Uchiha Tendou's disposition, he had undoubtedly relayed this intelligence to the third Hokage. With this thought, Tsunade's spirits initially soared, only for a tinge of annoyance to follow. In her effort to protect those three individuals, she had nearly approached the first Hokage, and now, it seemed, not a single one had come to visit her. What of that young rascal Uchiha Tendou? Did he still hold no regard for me as his teacher? Not even a word of comfort? What a little brat. Meanwhile, Shoju felt a surge of discontent. In his eyes, Uchiha Tendou was his dearest brother. Besides, the absence of others was not solely Tsunade's doing. Shoju could hardly tolerate his sister's disparagement of Uchiha Tendou, gritting his teeth, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. Sister, on what grounds do you speak so of Tendou? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. She had merely been venting her frustrations, and yet her foolish brother was quick to defend that young boy. Shoju, have you grown wings? Contrary to Tsunade's expectations, Shoju did not cower before her threats as usual. Instead, he stood defiantly, his gaze resolute. What I said is true. Had it not been for Tendou, you would have perished long ago. Tsunade furrowed her brow, her expression tinged with skepticism. That young rascal saved me? Jiraiya nodded, admiration evident on his face. That boy Tendou first deceived Hanzo the salamander with illusionary techniques, then employed reverse summoning to facilitate your escape. Ultimately, he utilized healing techniques combined with other methods to neutralize the poison. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback. She was acutely aware of the terrifying potency of Hanzo's poison. Setting aside the fact that Uchiha Tendou was not proficient in healing techniques, should he even possess such skills, they would be of no consequence. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated her mind as she recalled the green light from that fateful night, prompting her to inquire further. How did Uchiha Tendou manage to neutralize the poison? At Tsunade's question, Jiraiya shuddered. He understood that failing to disclose the truth would lead to dire consequences. Tendou, I'm sorry. A friend's demise does not concern a wandering monk. He silently prayed for Uchiha Tendou, his face revealing a complex array of admiration, envy, and pity. Uchiha Tendou, a paragon of our age. Tsunade gazed at him, perplexed, unable to fathom what absurdity this man, full of nonsensical thoughts, was now contemplating. Shoju, oblivious to the intricacies of the situation, simply knew that his good friend had rescued his sister. Instead of expressing gratitude towards Tendou, Tsunade continued to berate him. Thus, Shinshu felt it imperative to make his elder sister aware of the sacrifices made by Tiandao. Tiandao had devoted several hours to mastering the art of palm healing in order to save her, and had selflessly extracted all the toxins from her body. Boom. Shinshu's words struck like a thunderclap, leaving Tsunade astounded. Jiraiya, witnessing this, quietly lamented the situation and hurriedly pulled Shinshu away. Such a foolish child, speaking without restraint. Unaware of the perils of loose lips. At this moment, Tsunade finally sensed a lingering pain in a certain part of her body. Uchiha Tendou. A roar echoed throughout the Konoha hospital. In a hospital room within Konoha, Uchiha Tendou halted momentarily, his hand gripping a water cup, and shook his head in exasperation. Truly, Tsunade was remarkable. It was inevitable that he would become a renowned figure in Konoha Hospital by the next day. Uzumaki Kushina, with her brows furrowed and hands on her hips, exclaimed, "What on earth is Sister Tsunade doing? Does she not realize this is Konoha Hospital? What if her shouting disturbs the patient's rest?" Uchiha Tendou, feeling somewhat guilty, touched his nose, fully aware that Tsunade's fury stemmed entirely from him. When he reported the mission to Hiruzen Sarutobi, he had contemplated concealing the truth, but such an approach was utterly impractical. The notorious lethality of the salamander's poison was known to all, and the sudden resolution by a mere boy would undoubtedly raise questions from Sarutobi and the others. If he revealed his mastery of the Jokin power, he would likely face suppression. Before possessing absolute strength, Uchiha Tendou was reluctant to confront Sarutobi and his cohort. After much deliberation, he ultimately chose to present the Jokin power as palm healing and divulged part of the treatment method to capture Sarutobi's attention. As expected, Sarutobi did not press further regarding the treatment method. In his view, Uchiha Tendou had fully grasped the will of fire, and despite the risk of being reprimanded by Tsunade, he had not abandoned his efforts to save her. Sarutobi internally mused, "This is the essence of bonds. Tendou, there are matters I wish to discuss with you and Uchiha." A voice interrupted Uchiha Tendou's reverie. Uchiha Makoto gently took Uzumaki Kushina's hand, wearing a radiant smile. "Tendou, Kushina, and I will return to care for little Mino. You two take your time to converse." With that, she led Kushina toward the door. Once the two departed, only Hayato, Uchiha, and Uchiha Tendou remained in the room. A brief silence enveloped the atmosphere. However, it was not long before Uchiha Tendou broke the stillness with a light-hearted chuckle. "Hayato, why do you, a grown man, appear so bashful?" The mood lightened with this jest. Hayato took a deep breath, his gaze drifting towards the window, avoiding Uchiha Tendou's eyes. "Tendou Uchiha, I wish to withdraw from Team 7 and abandon the path of a ninja." Uchiha Tendou remained silent for a moment, his tone inscrutable. "Hayato, give me a reason." Hayato's voice quivered slightly as he spoke. "I lack the bloodline limit akin to yours and Hisashi's. I am merely an ordinary civilian ninja." Hyuga Hisashi removed his forehead protector, his tone calm, as though recounting a matter of little consequence. "According to the family's decree, I too shall withdraw from Team 7. Hisashi pointed to the caged bird mark upon his forehead, his gaze dimmed. "I hail from the branch family of the Hyuga clan. In this life, I am but a caged bird, subject to the whims of the main family until death." His gaze then fell once more upon Uchiha Tendou. "Tendou, the pursuit of freedom is indeed beautiful, yet I possess no right to seek it. Only the great rock can break free from its shackles, a sparrow cannot." After these words, the three individuals in the hospital room once again fell into silence. Uchiha Tendou had long understood the situation. The two were ill-suited to be his companions. Hisashi from the branch family was easily manageable, while Amano Hayato was merely a civilian ninja, lacking any backing. With mediocre talent, but possessing a complete understanding of the will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen's scheme had proven remarkably effective. Uchiha Tendou had successfully forged bonds with both of them. Though their time together had been brief, they had developed a friendship akin to life and death. A month later, at the third training ground of Konoha, Uchiha Tendou leisurely leaned against a large tree, a thought crossing his mind. System, open the character panel. Host, Uchiha Tendou, mental power, 4812, physique, 3265, bloodline limit, eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, partially awakened. Power of evergreen, surpassing human limits, tailed beast, Groudon, fusion degree 22. Skills, Uchiha style sword dance. Fire release, great fireball technique. Special skills, none, summoning beast, fire dinosaur. Items, points, 160,000. Special effect, Groudon fusion degree exceeds 20. Earth release and fire release power increased by fourfold. Uchiha Tendou supported his chin with one hand, lost in contemplation. Over a month ago, when Tsunade's life hung by a thread, he was on the verge of awakening the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. However, upon discovering the method of antidote, Uchiha Tendou's emotional turmoil restored to calmness, halting the evolution of his Sharingan. He felt somewhat melancholic. He recalled that the inherently malevolent Senju Tobarama had once said, "The Sharingan reflects the soul. Only Uchiha clan members can evolve it through intense emotional impact." Alas, how could someone as composed as I ever experience such overwhelming emotion? Uchiha Tendou sighed, languidly reclining in the shade of the tree. That said, he harbored no real concern. His greatest reliance had never been the Sharingan. Suddenly, a figure materialized beside him. Uchiha Tendou was startled, promptly shutting his eyes and silently repeating, "You cannot see me. You cannot see me." Tsunade, noticing his complete disregard for her presence, even feigning sleep, was instantly incensed. With arms crossed, she plopped down upon Uchiha Tendou's abdomen, eager to see just how long this little rascal could maintain his charade. Uchiha Tendou's lips twitched slightly. He realized that feigning sleep would yield no benefit and reluctantly opened his eyes. "Well, Tsunade-sensei, are you here enjoying the scenery too?" For the past month, he had deliberately avoided Tsunade, fearing she might seek him out to cause trouble, yet he still found himself confronted. Tsunade let out a cold laugh, seizing Uchiha Tendou by the collar and lifting him up. "Little brat, can you guess why I'm here?" She was furious. For an entire month, she had awaited this brat's explanation, only to find that he not only evaded her, but now pretended to be oblivious. Uchiha Tendou's face flushed slightly. Their current position was exceedingly ambiguous. Tsunade's face was mere inches away, her breath brushing against him, causing him to feel a twinge of anxiety. Tsunade furrowed her brow, a mocking smile creeping into her heart. "You, Uchiha Tendou, dare to hide weapons and launch a sneak attack on me. Let us see how I deal with you." With this thought, she swiftly reached behind for her concealed weapon. In the next moment, both their breaths hitched and their expressions froze. Tsunade's cheeks turned slightly red, arms crossed as she glared at Uchiha Tendou with evident displeasure. "When did you become just like that pervert Jiraiya?" Uchiha Tendou felt no shame, nonchalantly shrugging. "Is it my fault? In that situation, any normal man would falter, right? How could a young man full of vigor resist such temptation?" Tsunade clenched her teeth, wishing she could punch this brat into oblivion. "Little brat, I can't be bothered to argue about the past." Uchiha Tendou raised an eyebrow and plopped down onto the ground. "Then why are you looking for me? The 7th squad has long since ceased to exist." Tsunade snorted coldly. This brat truly knew how to irritate her, considering she was supposed to be his teacher. "Do you wish to learn medical ninjutsu?" Uchiha Tendou blinked, curiosity evident on his face. "Tsunade, I recall you previously saying I was unsuitable for medical ninjutsu." When it came to serious matters, Tsunade's expression shifted to one of utmost gravity as she patiently explained. "The principle of medical ninjutsu involves using chakra as a tool to meticulously manipulate and repair physiological damage in the human body. Therefore, in reality, anyone can learn medical ninjutsu. However, your Uchiha clan possesses Yin-type chakra, while Yang-type chakra has a greater advantage in medical applications." Uchiha Tendou gently tapped his chin. Already aware of this distinction, Yang-type chakra represents life, while Yin-type chakra embodies the spirit. "So, why the sudden desire to teach me medical ninjutsu?" Tsunade rolled her eyes at him, exasperated. "Are you still pretending? I know what color your underwear is." Uchiha Tendou's face darkened as he retorted mercilessly. "I know your size perfectly well. Are you looking to die, little brat? Come on, do you dare to hit me? Let us see if I'll go to Granny Mito to complain." This was outrageous. Ultimately, this debate concluded with Uchiha Tendou emerging victorious. The two individuals swiftly arrived at an office within the Konoha hospital. With a resounding thud, Tsunade presented a towering stack of medical tomes, exceeding a meter in height. Before Uchiha Tendou, her tone laced with unabashed schadenfreude. "You, little brat, are to immerse yourself in this knowledge during the days to come. The theory and practice of medical ninjutsu are equally indispensable. If you manage to finish these, there are more over there." Tsunade gestured towards a corner. Uchiha Tendou's eyes twitched in response, exclaiming in disbelief, "Goodness, there must be thousands of them." In the ensuing days, Uchiha Tendou became thoroughly engrossed in the ocean of knowledge, carrying several volumes wherever he went. This habit earned him ridicule from both Kukina and Mikoto, who referred to him as a bookworm. Half a month later, Tsunade's expression morphed into one of astonishment. "What? You finished them all?" she exclaimed, her eyes fixed intently on Uchiha Tendou, releasing a sharp gasp. Uchiha Tendou remained unfazed. Was that particularly difficult? Tsunade nearly choked on her breath, incredulous at his words. Could he truly be serious? The mere thought of her having spent 3 arduous years to complete the same reading sent a wave of frustration through her. "What are you doing?" Tsunade questioned. Noticing Uchiha Tendou suddenly standing, a look of confusion etched across his face. He pointed skyward, declaring, "Grandmother once said, as long as I desire to achieve something, there is nothing I cannot accomplish." Tsunade felt an overwhelming urge to throttle this insufferable show-off. She pinched the bridge of her nose, casting a disdainful glance at Uchiha Tendou. "Enough of the theatrics. Today, I shall guide you through practical application." Thus, under Tsunade's direction, Uchiha Tendou promptly arrived at the threshold of an operating room. "Hey, you there? Show me the patient's information." The nearby medical ninja, taken aback by Tsunade's presence, hastily handed over the documents. Tsunade swiftly perused the material, her brow furrowing in concern. "What is this? This individual again? 5 visits in a month? What compels a genin to train so relentlessly?" Uchiha Tendou's mind conjured a familiar figure at the mention. Could it be? Following Tsunade into the operating room, his gaze fell upon the operating table. There lay a robust middle-aged man with bushy eyebrows. Clad in a tight green suit, quietly resting, his right leg contorted in an irregular manner. Tsunade rapped the table, irritation evident in her tone. "Mike Guy, how many times is this month? Did I not remind you last time that your training should be balanced?" Mike Guy's face flushed with embarrassment. Unable to meet her gaze, he was well aware of the inconvenience his frequent visits caused the medical ninjas. Yet, all of this was in pursuit of that forbidden technique. Uchiha Tendou observed this renowned genin from Konoha, feeling a sense of admiration swell within him. To train so fervently speaks volumes. No wonder he succeeded in developing the 8 gates. Tsunade crossed her arms, directing her gaze at Uchiha Tendou. "You, young one, will be responsible for this treatment. I shall intervene only in critical moments." Uchiha Tendou naturally held no objections, directly approaching Might Dai. "Uncle Dai, I am the esteemed disciple of Tsunade-sensei, and I shall be the one to provide your treatment." Tsunade could not help but roll her eyes, muttering to herself, "What do you mean, my esteemed disciple? Have you no shame?" Might Dai, taken aback, had initially assumed this young boy was a staff member from the Konoha hospital. He was astonished to discover the boy's true identity was anything but ordinary. "Then I shall trouble you, young man." Uchiha Tendou's breath hitched. The brilliance of the legendary White Fang was indeed overwhelming. At the root base, a root ninja knelt respectfully before Shimura Danzo. "Lord Danzo, according to my subordinate's investigation, the mastery of sage arts does not possess the ability to counteract poison." Half hidden in the shadows, Danzo's expression remained obscured, but upon hearing the report, his fingers paused their rhythmic tapping on the chair, and his gaze turned sharply to a young girl of approximately 15, standing beside him. "Wandering priestess, share your thoughts." The girl lowered her eyes, speaking with utmost respect. "My lord, based on my understanding of medical ninjutsu, sage arts indeed lack the efficacy to neutralize poison. Moreover, this is no ordinary toxin, but the lethal venom of the fugu fish." Hearing this, Danzo's eyes narrowed, his expression darkening significantly. "I knew that inherently malevolent Uchiha brat could not be trusted. He dares to conceal the truth of the mission." A sneer escaped him, filled with derision. Ultimately, he is just a child, thinking that being Tsunade's disciple could deceive everyone. After a moment of contemplation, Danzo resolved to confront Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was determined to make the latter fully comprehend Uchiha Tendou's true nature. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was lost in thought, exhaling clouds of smoke. Bang! The office door was forcefully swung open, and Danzo strode in, waving a hand dismissively, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. "Hiruzen, what on earth are you doing? The Hokage must exude authority. If I were Hokage." Danzo's abrupt entry left Hiruzen momentarily stunned by the torrent of scolding. However, he quickly regained his composure, his face flushing with indignation. "Danzo," he bellowed, the sound reverberating throughout the Hokage office. After calming his fury, he turned to Danzo, whose expression fluctuated between dark and uncertain. Perhaps realizing his earlier outburst had been excessive, Hiruzen's tone softened. "Danzo, what brings you here?" Danzo's face was grim. Despite his desire to retort, he dared not defy Hiruzen, opting instead for a low voice. "Hiruzen, I wish to discuss Uchiha Tendou." Hiruzen furrowed his brow. As an old friend, he was well aware of what Danzo intended to address. "As for matters concerning Uchiha Tendou, they do not concern you. I will make my own decisions." "What?" What do you mean it does not concern me? Hiruzen. That inherently wicked Uchiha brat not only concealed the truth of the mission, but also failed to provide the village with a method to counteract the fugu fish's venom. Danzo. This matter is mine to decide. Hiruzen. You will regret this. Danzo. I am the Hokage. The final words of Sarutobi Hiruzen shattered his psychological defenses completely. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly, filled with rage as he slammed the door behind him. Once he departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen clasped his hands behind his back, approaching the window with a gaze laden with complexity as he stared at the Hokage rock. Teacher, is what I am doing right or wrong? In truth, he did not require Danzo's admonition to discern the situation. As a master of ninjutsu, how could he have failed to comprehend the essence of sage techniques? The reason Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to turn a blind eye was entirely due to the bonds he observed among Uchiha Tendou, Tsunade, and others. At the Konoha hospital, Uchiha Tendou paused his actions, a smile spreading across his face. Uncle Might, how do you feel now? Upon hearing this, Might Guy moved his right leg, revealing a radiant smile as he gave a thumbs up. You are truly worthy of being Tsunade's esteemed disciple. Uchiha Tendou merely smiled in response. Thank you for the praise. Tsunade scoffed, her lips curling in disdain. You little brat, don't get too proud. Treating a fracture is merely a basic application of medical ninjutsu, nothing to boast about. Nevertheless, anyone could discern the pride woven into her words, despite their seemingly disparaging tone. Thus, in the ensuing months, Uchiha Tendou balanced theory with practice, making remarkable strides in medical ninjutsu under Tsunade's guidance, securing his position as Konoha's second-best medical ninja. Relaxing in a reclining chair, Uchiha Tendou held Tsunade's medical notes, which chronicled her years of medical experience. Come play, big brother. A sweet, youthful voice pulled him from the sea of knowledge. Uchiha Tendou lifted his gaze to see Uchiha Meisui in the courtyard, joyfully waving a small shovel. With a swift body flicker technique, Uchiha Tendou appeared beside Uchiha Meisui, discreetly nudging aside Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto. Since it's little Meisui's request, how could I refuse? Uzumaki Kushina furrowed her brow, preparing to argue as she rolled up her sleeves. Kushina, calm down, Uchiha Mikoto quickly interjected, stifling a laugh. You've known Tendou long enough. He is completely enamored with his little sister. Uchiha Tendou remained unfazed by Mikoto's teasing, as he, too, acknowledged the truth in her words. Suddenly, a figure clad in umbu attire and wearing a fox mask appeared outside the courtyard. Uchiha Tendou frowned, glancing at the two women. Keep an eye on Meisui. I'll be right back. With that, he vanished in an instant. Watching him leave, Uzumaki Kushina muttered in discontent. What a little sweetheart. It's always something with him. Uchiha Mikoto chuckled, shaking her head. You've picked up all his playful quips. Outside the courtyard, Uchiha Tendou materialized beside the umbu operative, inquiring, Umbu? What do you need from me? The umbu, unhesitant, replied in a cold tone, the Hokage wishes to see you. Uchiha Tendou furrowed his brow. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a man who seldom summoned others without cause, and his sudden call was undoubtedly significant. Under the guidance of the umbu, he swiftly arrived at the Hokage's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Upon hearing the knock, Sarutobi Hiruzen called out loudly. Uchiha Tendou pushed open the door, and upon seeing the gathering within, he was utterly bewildered. At that moment, the small Hokage office was filled with 8 individuals, including himself. Shinju wrapped an arm around Uchiha Tendou's shoulders, his face beaming with delight. Tendou, we can finally be together. Uchiha Tendou. Excluding Namake's Minato, the others reacted with astonishment. Uchiha Tendou's expression turned to one of terror, and with a swift shoulder throw, he sent Shinju flying. He gathered chakra beneath his feet, ready to flee at any moment. Tsunade's forehead throbbed with veins as she hurried over to Shinju, seized his ear, and twisted it. Ah! Shinju let out a pained scream, pleading for mercy. Sister, please spare me. Tsunade shouted at him. You scoundrel! How dare you speak to Uchiha Tendou like that? Silently, Uchiha Tendou approached Namake's Minato, lowering his voice. Minato, we must escape. Namake's Minato scratched his head in confusion, replying, Tendou, why should we run? I can be with you too, not just Shinju. Hiss. Uchiha Tendou gasped in shock, retreating 2 steps in horror. So you are that kind of person. Brothers share a bond, yet you toy with sentiments. Both of you are gay. Wait. It's perfectly fine if you and Shinju are together. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened, and he slammed his hand on the table. "You rascals, settle down." As the group quieted, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a drag from his pipe and spoke slowly. "The reason I summoned you all is primarily to discuss the joint Chunin exams set for a month from now." Tsunade raised an eyebrow and was the first to speak. "Old man, why hold the joint Chunin exams at this time?" Sarutobi Hiruzen placed his pipe on the table, interlocking his fingers, his tone serious. "Tsunade, you arrived late and may not be aware of certain matters. Take a look at this." Tsunade accepted the scroll handed to her and examined it closely. In mere moments, her pupils constricted in disbelief as she asked, "Is this information true?" Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. "I wish it were false, but it comes from the Umbu. Hanzo of the Salamander has declared war on the Land of Iron, which is why we need to conduct the joint Chunin exams to demonstrate our resolve." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tendou stroked his chin, glancing at Shinju and Namikaze Minato, as he began to comprehend their earlier intentions. "Indeed," Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, "to showcase the strength of Konoha, I have decided to form a new team comprising the three of you as a strategic advantage in this endeavor." Uchiha Tendou's tense expression finally eased. Previously, he had harbored the mistaken belief that both of his close companions were gay. Tsunade's gaze wandered, unable to meet the mournful eyes of Shinshu. Earlier, she had thought her younger brother harbored peculiar feelings towards Uchiha Tendou and had impulsively reprimanded him. However, it now appeared that Sarutobi Hiruzen's glance swept over the assembly, all of whom were his direct descendants in the Hokage lineage. Orochimaru's stern countenance revealed a hint of a smile. "Sensei, Shinshu is more than capable of participating in this joint Chunin exam." Jiraiya, seeing Orochimaru speak, quickly chimed in. "And so is Minato." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. Turning his gaze to Tsunade, her lips twitched. She was inclined to agree, but the issue lay in the fact that the young Uchiha might not heed her commands. Nevertheless, in this setting, Uchiha Tendou did not put her in a difficult position and readily acquiesced. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a beaming smile, produced a document. Team 7, Uchiha Tendou. Namikaze Minato, Shinshu. Training Ground 3 of Konoha. Orochimaru's gaze swept over the three youths before him, his tone gentle as he spoke. "Now, I will conduct a month-long special training for you all." Shinshu, brimming with excitement, stammered, "That's amazing." "Orochimaru-sensei." Uchiha Tendou looked at Namikaze Minato with a puzzled expression. "Minato, what on earth is this guy babbling about?" Minato shrugged, a mischievous smile gracing his features. "Who knows? Perhaps spring has arrived?" Uchiha Tendou gave him a thumbs up. This Minato was no longer the warm little son he once was. Orochimaru retrieved 3 sheets of chakra nature test paper from his pocket and distributed them among the group. "All 3 of you have already reached Chunin level. You can begin attempting to control the nature transformation of your chakra." Shinshu paused, feeling a bit embarrassed as he looked at Orochimaru and tentatively asked, "Orochimaru-sensei, what is chakra nature transformation?" Minato quickly provided an explanation. Chakra nature transformation is when a ninja, through training, makes their chakra mimic the fundamental characteristics of natural elements, thereby releasing different ninjutsu. Orochimaru cast an approving glance at Minato and continued, "Before engaging in the training of chakra nature transformation, you must first understand your chakra attributes. This will greatly facilitate your subsequent training. Now, please infuse your chakra into the attribute test paper I provided." Upon hearing this, the 3 promptly infused their chakra into the sheets in their hands. Orochimaru's gaze swiftly assessed the trio, and he soon provided the results. Shinshu possessed both water and earth attributes, Minato had wind, and Tendou exhibited fire, earth, and lightning attributes. Based on their strengths, Orochimaru devised a series of training regimens for them to practice independently while he offered guidance from the sidelines. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression filled with contentment. "The way Orochimaru taught his disciples was strikingly reminiscent of my youth." Jiraiya grinned, pointing at Minato in the crystal ball. "Old man, if you say that, then Watergate and I during our childhood are quite alike. We are both equally exceptional, equally handsome." Tsunade scoffed, rolling her eyes in disdain. "Jiraiya, stop embellishing your own image. You were merely a laggard in your youth, an object of disdain and scorn." Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed towards the crystal ball showcasing Uchiha Tendou, his tone peculiar. "Tsunade, it seems your prized disciple is facing some issues." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression tightened, and she hurriedly turned her gaze to the crystal ball. To her astonishment, Uchiha Tendou had yet to commence the training devised by Orochimaru. Could it be that this troublesome brat lacks talent in the manipulation of chakra nature? Jiraiya leaned in, also noticing the unusual situation. Watergate and Shoju had already immersed themselves in their training, while Uchiha Tendou remained stationary. He too inferred that Tendou might struggle with chakra nature transformation. As every individual possesses their weaknesses, Jiraiya felt a surge of vindication ever since Tsunade took Uchiha Tendou as her disciple. Their trio's drinking sessions had been rife with her bragging, leaving him vexed. However, Watergate's performance today was commendable. Surely, he would redeem himself. As this thought crossed his mind, Jiraiya felt a sense of elation. Tsunade, do not be too harsh on Tendou. After all, everyone has their strengths. Enough of this. Get out of my sight. Tsunade bellowed, startling Jiraiya into silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head helplessly, setting aside Jiraiya's penchant for spying. Such sluggish reactions could hardly win Tsunade's favor. Orochimaru turned his attention to Uchiha Tendou, a faint smile gracing his lips. Tendou-kun, why have you not yet begun your training? Is there something you do not understand? Perhaps I can assist you. Uchiha Tendou bore a look of hesitation. Orochimaru, perceiving his reluctance, considered it normal for someone of Tendou's caliber to possess a touch of pride. Young individuals often exhibit arrogance, and when faced with their shortcomings, they may become obstinate. Realizing this, Orochimaru began to counsel him. Tendou-kun, everyone has their flaws. This is entirely natural. Accepting one's deficiencies is also a form of growth. Uchiha Tendou shook his head, interrupting his words. Orochimaru-senpai, it seems I have already learned? Orochimaru's voice faltered, his expression one of disbelief. What? You have learned? Uchiha Tendou nodded, demonstrating his mastery by condensing 3 different chakra natures in his hands. Orochimaru's face twitched slightly. What a remarkable prodigy. Yet that was not all. Uchiha Tendou's calm voice resonated once more. Orochimaru-senpai, I believe I have also learned this. Orochimaru turned to face him, his pupils narrowing in shock. Uchiha Tendou swiftly formed hand seals. Lava release, flame eruption. A torrent of magma-like flames erupted forth, effortlessly melting everything in its vicinity. What? Saru Fei Rijan gazed incredulously at the crystal ball, exclaiming in unison with the others. Tsunade's expression was one of exhilaration. She felt an overwhelming urge to rush over and embrace that brash young man, for he had truly brought her pride. Jiraiya appeared despondent, his eyes devoid of life, his entire demeanor reflecting a profound sense of gloom. Saru Fei Rijan took several deep puffs from his cigarette, striving to stabilize his racing heart. This young man, indeed, was terrifyingly formidable. Orochimaru cast a complex glance at Uchiha Tendou, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. He had merely imparted the fundamental knowledge of chakra nature transformation to him, encouraging practice. Yet, Uchiha Tendou had not engaged in any training whatsoever and was effortlessly mastering chakra nature changes. He even demonstrated an ability to infer and develop the unique melting release technique. Melting release, a bloodline limit formed from the fusion of fire and earth techniques, indicated that Uchiha Tendou had swiftly mastered both fire and earth chakra transformations and successfully combined them. Orochimaru, himself a genius, could distinctly sense the chasm between himself and Uchiha Tendou. Was this the power of the Sharingan? It was an enthralling force, indeed. Clearly, Orochimaru attributed all of this to the Sharingan, and in that moment, a seed named desire was sown in his heart. Uchiha Tendou furrowed his brow. The sinister serpent seemed a bit off. Noticing the change in his expression, Orochimaru offered an apologetic smile. Tendou-kun, I sincerely apologize. I was momentarily distracted. After a brief contemplation, he continued, Tendou, your talent is truly astonishing. You have already mastered chakra nature transformations. Next, you should seek Tsunade to hone your taijutsu. Uchiha Tendou nodded. Frankly, he found Orochimaru excessively perilous and preferred not to linger in his presence. After exchanging pleasantries, he swiftly departed. A month later, Uchiha Tendou sat leisurely in a ramen shop, enjoying a bowl of noodles. Today marked the day of the joint Chunin exam, and he had arranged to meet with Minato and Shoju here. However, as he reached the bottom of his bowl, he had yet to spot a single familiar face. How frustrating. Minato was notoriously late, and now he had to contend with Shoju's tardiness as well. Silently grumbling, he soon plunged his consciousness into his mind. System, initiate this month's sign-in. Signing in for the host. Congratulations to the host for successful sign-in. Miss Junch's panties. Miss Junch's panties. Those who understand, understand. Uchiha Tiandou's face stiffened as he incredulously reread the message multiple times, yet the outcome remained unchanged. What the hell? Tiandou, just as he was processing this absurdity, was interrupted by the cheerful approach of Minato and Shoju. As they greeted him, they suddenly sensed something amiss. Gulp. Shoju swallowed hard, instinctively shielding Minato with his body. Tiandou, if you're looking to cast blame, directed at Minato, it was his sluggishness that caused our tardiness. Minato, incredulous, pointed at himself. Me? Uchiha Tiandou cast a haunting glance over the two individuals, an oppressive aura emanating from him that was nothing short of terrifying. Shall we assist you with the payment for the noodles? Suggested bluffing Shuemin, scratching his head. In an instant, Uchiha Tiandou's expression shifted from gloomy to bright, as he threw an arm around Shuemin's shoulder. Hey, what are we to each other? After successfully extorting a meal's worth of money from bluffing Shuemin, the trio made their way to the venue of the Chunin exams. Both Uchiha Tiandou and bluffing Shuemin were exemplary students at their academy, and their passage through the first stage was a foregone conclusion. However, Shungtai found himself struggling. His theoretical knowledge was not robust, and he had nearly torn his scalp in frustration. Ultimately, Uchiha Tiandou could no longer bear to watch, activating his Sharingan to manipulate Shungtai with Jinjutsu, compelling him to complete the written examination. The following day, at the Chunin exam venue, situated on the outskirts of the Forest of Death, Shungtai surveyed the multitude of lower-ranked ninjas around him, exclaiming in awe, Tiandou, Shuemin, can you believe how many participants there are in this joint Chunin exam? Wolfing Shuemin nodded, lowering his voice as he replied, indeed, it seems the overall caliber of these individuals is quite high. Uchiha Tiandou cast a sidelong glance, his tone measured. Shuemin, this joint Chunin exam holds significant meaning. Naturally, the attendees are not to be taken lightly. As he spoke, he pointed towards a dark-skinned youth among the ranks of the Kumogakure team. That young man is likely the son of the third Raikage and may very well become the sixth Raikage in the future. Wolfing Shuemin's face displayed astonishment. Tiandou, you seem to possess extensive knowledge. Uchiha Tiandou rolled his eyes, retorting, of course. I have read the original work. The distant youth, AI, appeared to have taken notice of their actions and approached with his companions, his tone unfriendly. Hey, Leaf Village brats, were you just pointing at me? Shungtai and bluffing Shuemin were startled by the sudden inquiry, and before they could respond, Uchiha Tiandou stepped forward, the three tomo of his Sharingan materializing, exuding an intimidating pressure. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you lot. Do the mountain brutes of Kumogakure have a problem? Given that Kumogakure was established among towering peaks, Uchiha Tiandou's remark about mountain brutes was quite fitting. Bluffing Shuemin and Shungtai struggled to suppress their laughter, their shoulders shaking despite their efforts. As the saying goes, one should strike where it hurts the least and avoid revealing personal shortcomings when insulting others. Although the people of Kumogakure were indeed brutes, this did not preclude them from disliking being called such. Moreover, Uchiha Tiandou's derogatory term was unmistakably directed at the Kumogakure folk, as even a child would recognize. AI's dark complexion flushed crimson, crackling with electrical energy. Lightning released chakra mode. He proclaimed, vowing to tear apart the mouth of this Uchiha brat before him. Prepare to pay for your words and actions. AI shouted in fury, his hand forming a blade-like shape, crackling with bolts of lightning. Wolfing Shuemin's expression turned grave, a kunai appearing in his hand as he fixed his gaze firmly on the Kumogakure group. Meanwhile, Shungtai discreetly summoned his chakra, his hands poised to form seals at any moment. Amidst the gathering, only Uchiha Tiandou, one of the parties involved, remained unfazed, his posture unchanged. For he was acutely aware that the village would not permit any discord prior to the examination. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared swiftly between the two sides, exuding a formidable presence that compelled everyone to cease their actions in unison. Uchiha Tiandou greeted the newcomer with a smile and a respectful bow. Elder Shikomo, it has been a long time. Upon witnessing this, Namikaze Minato and Nara Shikaku promptly followed suit, bowing in a manner befitting the occasion. Shikomo cast a resigned glance at Uchiha Tiandou. You troublemaker, he seemed to think, but soon after, the warmth in his expression faded, replaced by a piercing gaze directed at the members of the Cloud Village. Ladies and gentlemen, I care not for the lawlessness you may indulge in within your own village. However, upon arriving in Konoha, you must adhere to our rules. should you choose to disregard my words and forfeit your participation in the Chunin exams. Be prepared to face the consequences. As his words echoed, a palpable aura of menace surged forth, crashing upon the cloud ninjas like a tidal wave, rendering their breaths labored under the oppressive weight of his presence. Satisfied with the effect of his intimidation, Shikumo nodded at Uchiha Tendou before vanishing in an instant. After several deep breaths, the young AI steadied himself, casting a fierce glare at Uchiha Tendou and the others. With a swift gesture across his throat, he turned to lead his teammates away. A faint smile curled at the corners of Uchiha Tendou's mouth as he watched them depart, jesting. It seems this joint Chunin exam will not be devoid of excitement. Namake's Minato, playing with a kunai in hand, was brimming with fervent combat spirit. I am greatly looking forward to clashing with the talented ninjas of other villages. Narashikaku's gaze was fixed intently upon Uchiha Tendou, curiosity lacing his tone. Rather than the prospect of confronting the ninjas from the Cloud Village, I am more intrigued by how you came to know Elder Shikumo. Minato paused in his actions. Equally curious, Uchiha Tendou casually shrugged. A month ago, Elder Shikumo brought his son to me for a medical consultation. Minato, taken aback, stroked his chin in contemplation. Is that the infant named Kakashi? Uchiha Tendou shot him an exasperated look. Who else? Does Elder Shikumo have other sons? As the three continued their conversation, they awaited the commencement of the second round of the Chunin exams. During this time, Uchiha Tendou also spotted notable figures from the original narrative, such as Raza from Sunagakure and Ao from Konoha. Subsequently, under the direction of the examiners, all participants entered the Forest of Death in succession. Uchiha Tendou tossed the heaven scroll he held to Namake's Minato. Let us head to the central tower first and seize the scrolls from other teams. Minato and Shikaku readily agreed. After devising their strategy, the trio leisurely made their way towards the heart of the Forest of Death, unconcerned about the urgency of finding opponents. Back in the Uchiha clan, within the residence of the clan leader, Uchiha Enju sat impassively, tapping the armrest of his chair, his gaze fixed upon his son. Fugaku, are you certain that Uchiha Tendou has ventured into the Forest of Death? Below, Uchiha Fugaku bowed respectfully. Father, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Well then, let the plan commence. Uchiha Enzo spoke, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Arrange for Uchiha Aki, Uchiha Zwa, and Uchiha Yu to infiltrate the Forest of Death and ensure that boy remains trapped within. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku respectfully bowed and withdrew. At this moment, the excitement within him was nearly overwhelming. Once Uchiha Tendou was dealt with, both Uchiha Makoto and the position of clan leader would be his for the taking. As for the possibility of failure, how absurd. The three sent to assassinate Uchiha Tendou were all elite jonin of the Uchiha clan. The three Tomo and Uchiha Enzo's eyes slowly began to spin, gradually forming a snowflake pattern. He was, astonishingly, a wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Crack! The teacup in his hand shattered effortlessly, yet Uchiha Enzo paid it no heed, for his eyes beheld the future. Why? Why would it fail? A tempest of emotions swept across Uchiha Enzo's face. His Mangekyo ability allowed him to glimpse a fragment of the future, and just moments ago, he witnessed his own demise and Uchiha Fugaku's betrayal. After a brief contemplation, a fierce glint flickered in Uchiha Enzo's eyes. He resolved to take further precautions. There was no need to seize scrolls from other teams mid-mission, as Uchiha Tendou and his companions had only traversed 2/3 of the journey in 2 days. Swish, swish. Dozens of shurikens shot forth from 3 different directions, front, left, and right. Uchiha Tendou's gaze sharpened. He simultaneously reached out with both hands, grabbing the collars of Minato and Kagyuki. Leaping into the air, concealed in the shadows, Uchiha Aki let out a cold laugh, yanking with his right hand. Instantly, the sky was filled with fine, transparent wires. Fire style, dragon fire technique. A torrent of flames rapidly spread along the wires, engulfing the sky above Uchiha Tendou and his companions in a sea of fire. Uchiha Zwa and Uchiha Yu swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style, great fire extinguishing technique. 2 expansive waves of flames erupted simultaneously from beneath Uchiha Tendou and his companions, surging toward the trio suspended in the air. The inferno swiftly swallowed all 3. Uchiha Aki and his companions emerged from the shadows, their expressions indifferent as they gazed at the blazing conflagration above. If all went according to plan, the 3 boys had been successfully eliminated. Suddenly, A black object plummeted from the fiery heights. Uchiha Aki frowned, directing his gaze toward the falling object. It was a charred piece of wood. His pupils constricted sharply, and his tone grew urgent. Not good. Take cover. Uchiha Zwa and Uchiha Yu, seasoned elite jonin, reacted with remarkable speed. The moment Uchiha Aki spoke, they darted to the sides. Only now did they realize. Too late. A cold voice pierced Uchiha Zwa's ears, causing his hair to stand on end. Fire style, fire fist. Uchiha Tendou appeared beside Uchiha Zwa like a phantom, his fists ablaze with fierce flames, descending with formidable force. In a moment of panic, even an elite jonin like Uchiha Zwa could not react in time as the fist struck his abdomen with lightning speed. A cry of agony escaped Uchiha Zwa's lips as he was sent hurtling backwards, crashing heavily against a grand tree. Damn it, that wretched Uchiha. How dare you, insolent brat? Uchiha Chio rebuked, astonished that the boy had survived the inferno and enraged by his audacity to launch a surprise attack. Uchiha Tendou, nonchalantly cleaning his ears, wore an expression of disdain. What? Is it permissible for you to ambush me while I am forbidden from retaliating? Insolent brat, I shall see you dead. Witnessing his brother being grievously injured in an instant, Uchiha Yu let out a ferocious roar. Uchiha Tendou's demeanor remained indifferent, had it been the earlier version of himself. Facing two elite Uchiha Jonins simultaneously might have posed a challenge. However, since acquiring the power of Tokuwadai, Uchiha Tendou's physical prowess and mental fortitude had undergone a remarkable enhancement, reaching the level of an elite jonin. Minato, Shoju, I'll leave the critically injured one to you. With that, Uchiha Tendou drew a kunai and charged forward. Wolfing Minato scratched his head helplessly. He too longed for a battle with a formidable opponent, yet his strength was ultimately insufficient. He could manage against ordinary jonins, but against the elite of the Uchiha clan, defeat was inevitable. Prompted by Shoju, the two joined forces to engage the severely wounded Uchiha Zwa. Throughout the past month, Uchiha Tendou had been training in physical techniques under Tsunade's guidance, and his prowess had reached an unparalleled level. Even against two elite Uchiha jonins, he maintained effortless dominance, completely suppressing them. At that moment, Uchiha Chio felt his back drenched in cold sweat. He never anticipated that he and Uchiha Yu would be unable to subdue this boy who had only graduated half a year prior. What was even more terrifying was that, despite activating the power of the three-tomo Sharingan, they could not overcome him. Uchiha Chio understood that if this continued, their mission would undoubtedly end in failure. It seems we have reached a point where sacrifices must be made. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yu paused, a flurry of snowflake patterns appearing in his Sharingan, nodding in a dazed agreement. In that case, let us finish this swiftly. Uchiha Tendou furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. When he noticed the snowflake patterns in Uchiha Yu's eyes, he initially believed him to possess a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, but upon closer inspection, he realized he was being controlled by the Mangekyo Sharingan. It was a Jinjutsu seal. Before he could ponder further, Uchiha Yu, like a mad dog, forced through the onslaught, seizing him in a grip. Uchiha Tendou's pupils constricted sharply. He knew the fatal strike was imminent. Brat, give me the inner strength. Uchiha Yu let out an unconscious roar, a tremendous surge of energy emanating from him, revealing hundreds of explosive tags. Boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the air, sending shockwaves that swept indiscriminately through everything around. Heaven's way, just as I dealt with Uchiha Zwa, the two of them, Wolfing Shuemin and his companion, witnessed this scene and shouted in a frenzy. Uchiha Chio was filled with pride. For no matter how exceptional your talent or unparalleled your combat prowess, you still fell victim to my hands. His gaze shifted toward Wolfing Shuemin and his companion, as a palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from him. You two surely do not wish to abandon your comrade, do you? Allow me to send you on your way. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball surged forward, propelled by a torrent of heat directly toward Wolfing Shuemin and his companion. Having been distracted by the earlier explosion, they found themselves unable to evade the impending attack. Huh, is that all it takes to eliminate me? A disdainful voice emerged from the swirling smoke, quickly followed by a crimson chakra hand that shot forth with astonishing speed. To Uchiha Chio's astonishment, it effortlessly crushed his fireball. As the smoke dissipated, Uchiha Tendou emerged. His arms crossed, cloaked in a swirling red chakra that billowed around him as if animated by an unseen breeze. Uchiha Tendou, in the Groud mode, You little brat. You possess a tailed beast within you. Uchiha Chio stammered, his voice trembling with disbelief. Uchiha Tendou cast a cold glance in his direction. Have you even lost your will to fight? Truly a disgrace to the clan. Uchiha Chio's assassination attempt did not incite anger in Uchiha Tendou. Rather, the cowardice of his opponent repulsed him. The crimson chakra hand extended forth, swiftly grasping Uchiha Chio and crushing him effortlessly into a pulp. With a thought, Uchiha Tendou retracted the Groud chakra back into his being, then raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting toward the central tower. His heightened senses informed him that a multitude of ninjas were approaching from that direction. If all went as expected, these ninjas would be the examiners responsible for maintaining order in the second testing area. Uchiha Tendou diverted his gaze back to the beleaguered Wolfeng, Shuaimin, and Shinshu, a playful smirk gracing his lips. What is this? Are you going to weep here? Wolfeng Shuaimin was the first to regain his composure, hastily wiping the corner of his eye, and retorted with a chuckle, You scoundrel, you're the one crying. I merely have a bit of sand in my eye. Uchiha Tendou shot a glance at the grinning Shinshu and playfully kicked him. Be clever, do not reveal my trump card. Until he fully matured into a shadow-level powerhouse. He wished to avoid prematurely exposing his capabilities in front of the higher echelons of Konoha. Wolfeng Shuaimin was astute enough not to require a reminder. However, Shinshu's somewhat naive character made Uchiha Tendou apprehensive that he might inadvertently disclose his secrets. Understood. We will certainly keep it to ourselves. They both replied in unison. Exchanging glances. Satisfied with their assurances, Uchiha Tendou nodded. Tendou, I have a humble request. Speak, Shuaimin. Tendou, that technique you just used was incredibly cool. I've even thought of a name for it. Thus, it shall be named the Chakra Flash Scarlet Super Wheel Zero. Uchiha Tendou's forehead was lined with dark markings as he took a deep breath. Damn it, I refuse. Upon hearing such a resolute rejection from Uchiha Tendou, Kazekage and his companions stood frozen in disbelief. However, the storm's arrival was swift, and it departed just as quickly. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing air echoed as a group of examiners led by Kakashi Hatake arrived on the scene, interrupting the dialogue among Uchiha Tendou and the others. What on earth has transpired here? Why are there such extensive traces of fire release? Damn it. The power of such ninjutsu is certainly beyond the grasp of a mere genin. Could it be that powerful figures from other villages have infiltrated? If that is the case, the situation is dire. Kakashi Hatake disregarded the chatter of his colleagues behind him and approached Uchiha Tendou directly. Tendou, what has occurred here? Uchiha Tendou's eyes flickered slightly. If he were to claim that they were besieged by elite jonin from the Uchiha clan, the clan would surely face suspicion and oppression from the village, making their existence exceedingly difficult, a scenario he wished to avoid, at least based on the current information. Uchiha Tendou could not ascertain whether the attack by those three was a personal vendetta or part of a family conspiracy, with certain unknowns still in the mix. And considering the substantial assistance he had received from the Uchiha clan over the years, he pondered for a moment before deciding to feign ignorance. Earlier, the three of us encountered an elite jonin who knocked us unconscious. We have no knowledge of what transpired thereafter. Upon hearing this, Shimizu Taiken could no longer contain himself, his face aflame with anger as he bellowed, You little brat, do not try to deceive us. If an elite jonin truly knocked you out, how could they not have taken lethal action? Uchiha Tendou shrugged nonchalantly, wearing a look of indifference. I have recounted the events as they transpired. Whether you choose to believe it is your concern, it has no bearing on me. Taiken, feeling belittled by a mere child, was unable to tolerate this affront. He shouted in outrage, You little brat, I suspect you are spies from the enemy village. The moment these words were uttered, the scene fell into a profound silence. Sarutobi Sasuke quickly leaned in and cautioned, Taiken, they are disciples of Lady Tsunade, Lord Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. Taiken opened his mouth to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. He realized he had crossed a line. Everyone knew that the status of the Shimizu clan stemmed from Shimura Danzo, and their counterparts were close friends of the third Hokage. To label the disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen as traitors was tantamount to branding the third Hokage himself as a traitor to Konoha. The thought of Danzo's terror sent chills down Taiken's spine. His face turned pale, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, his legs trembled uncontrollably, and he fainted. Kakashi Hatake's expression darkened as he waved his hand to signal his subordinates to escort the embarrassed individual away. He then turned his gaze back to Uchiha Tendou, his voice low and grave. Tendou, this matter is of great significance. You should accompany me to report to Lord Hokage. Tendou of the Uchiha clan did not decline. Although he was a disciple of Tsunade, such matters must be reported. Under the guidance of Kakashi Hitaki, the group swiftly arrived at the Hokage's office. Throughout the journey, Tendou pondered how to manage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon entering the office, they discovered another individual seated on the sofa in the corner, Shimura Danzo. Upon seeing Tendou, Danzo's wrinkled face was instantly consumed by fury. You little Uchiha, do you know your crimes? Danzo's cold gaze and venomous tone were palpable. Tendou furrowed his brow and retorted without hesitation. And you are? I am Shimura Danzo, the elder advisor of Konoha. Shimura Danzo? I have not heard of you. Infuriating. Truly. A wicked little Uchiha, so sharp-tongued. Danzo snarled, his face darkening as he cursed hoarsely at Tendou for daring to retort. Enough, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated upon the Hokage's throne, interjected sharply. Humph. Danzo scoffed, turning his head away, embodying the demeanor of a petulant child. Hiruzen cast a complex glance at Tendou, speaking in a subdued tone. Tendou, do not hold it against Elder Danzo. His actions are not without cause. This morning, Uchiha Shana and Uchiha Hakadai, accompanied by 3 elite Uchiha Jonin, launched an assault on the Root base. Since Elder Danzo is the leader of Root, he harbors considerable animosity towards the Uchiha clan. At that moment, Tendou was too preoccupied to concern himself with Danzo's vitriol. His attention was entirely captivated by Hiruzen's words. Lord Hokage, there must be something amiss here. Danzo, witnessing the young Uchiha attempt to exonerate himself, felt his anger surge anew. The wicked Uchiha, we have captured the individuals involved, and you still dare to argue. Tendou's brow furrowed deeply. He sensed an overwhelming strangeness in the situation. Both the attack en route by Shana and the others and the ambush he had faced were undoubtedly connected. It was as if an invisible hand were orchestrating everything behind the scenes. Ignoring Danzo's incessant barking, Tendou turned his gaze to Hiruzen, speaking with unwavering conviction. Lord Hokage, this entire affair reeks of peculiarity. Please allow me to investigate further. Hiruzen set down his pipe, his expression complex. The youth's visage reminded him of his old comrade. Uchiha Kagami. Tendou, I understand you are reluctant to accept this harsh reality. Hiruzen had high hopes for Tendou and wished to prevent him from becoming entangled with Shana and the others. Thus he earnestly advised him. Uchiha are a naturally nefarious clan. Perhaps this little rascal aims to assist Shana and the others in their escape. Danzo sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Tendou. Little imp, on what grounds do you believe that Uchiha Tendou would refrain from such actions? Long before, during the tenure of Lord Tobarama, that old codger had already instigated a rebellion. After Senju Tobarama's passing, he succeeded as the second Hokage, much to the chagrin of Uchiha Tendou, the elder of the Uchiha clan. In his eyes, Konoha was a joint creation of the Uchiha and Senju clans. Why, then, should both the first and second Hokage belong solely to the Senju? This led to the subsequent rebellion of Uchiha Tendou. Uchiha Tendou's gaze sharpened, his crimson 3-tomo Sharingan flaring to life, chakra surging uncontrollably within him. Crack! The wooden floor of the Hokage's office splintered under the overwhelming force. Shimura Danzo froze momentarily, retreating swiftly behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. TSK. Even a rat can ascend to the position of elder in Konoha? Uchiha Tendou's disdainful glare and mocking tone pierced deeply into Danzo's soul. He seethed. Why does the Shimura clan lack such a powerful bloodline limit as the Sharingan? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, speaking with resignation. Tendou, could you extend me a favor? Hiruzen regretted not having allowed Orochimaru to mentor Uchiha Tendou, as this young man had been thoroughly influenced by Tsunade. His temperament now so volatile that he was prone to violence at the slightest provocation. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tendou's imposing presence dissipated instantly, and he chuckled lightly. Since the Hokage has spoken, I shall, of course, heed your command. While he outwardly acquiesced, he secretly devised 108 ways for Shimura Danzo to meet his demise. Resolutely deciding that this shadowy rodent should not meet a dignified end as in the original narrative, but rather perish in a manner utterly devoid of grace. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, noting that Uchiha Tendou's temperament bore some resemblance to Tsunade, while in other respects, he was more akin to his prized disciple, Orochimaru. Tendou, as Tsunade's apprentice, I have complete faith in you. If you suspect any irregularities, I urge you to investigate further. The Uchiha are also a part of this village, and I do not wish for discord to arise from this matter. After bowing respectfully to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Tendou departed swiftly. Once he was gone, Hatake Tsukumo recalled the purpose of his visit, and with the individual now absent, he steeled himself to recount the events that had transpired. Hiruzen remained unfazed, initially believing it to be a mere case of espionage. After offering a few casual remarks, he instructed Tsukumo to escort Namikaze Minato and the others away. Danzo's wrinkled face was shadowed with gloom. Hiruzen, you are far too lenient with that boy. If this continues, you will come to regret it. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Konoha Prison. After presenting Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders to the guards, Uchiha Tendou entered Konoha Prison with remarkable ease. He traversed a dark, damp corridor until he reached the end. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of Uchiha Tendou's footsteps echoed unervingly in the silence, instantly capturing the attention of everyone within the cells. Tendou, what brings you here? The incredulous voice of Uchiha Hakadai emerged from the confines of his cell. A shadow swiftly approached the cell door, urgency evident in its tone. Tendou, you rascal. What brings you here? Leave at once. We cannot afford to implicate you. Uchiha Tendou found amusement in the disheveled appearance of the old man before him. At that moment, Uchiha Shana bore none of the dignity expected of a grand elder. My purpose in coming here is to ascertain the situation. You cannot be serious about attacking the root base, can you? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shana's lips quivered, and he bowed his head in shame. Tendou, we indeed launched an assault on the root base. The surrounding Uchiha clansmen lowered their heads in dismay. Uchiha Tendou furrowed his brow, pondering whether this was truly the scheme of Uchiha Shana and his compatriots. Yet, if that were the case, they would not exhibit such despondency. The proud Uchiha would not shy away from their responsibilities. What could be the underlying reason? His gaze wandered restlessly, a sign of his deep contemplation. At a certain moment, a figure crossed his mind, the Uchiha emblem, more precisely, the snowflake pattern within his eyes. Suddenly, the previously fragmented clues coalesced into clarity. A fleeting crimson light flickered in Uchiha Tendou's eyes. Through Jinjutsu, he engaged in a brief exchange with Uchiha Shana, swiftly acquiring the desired information. Lord Madara, Tendou shall surely lead our Uchiha clan towards a new era of glory. Uchiha Shana watched the departing figure, his once despondent eyes now rekindled with vitality. He yearned to survive, to witness the arrival of the new god of the Uchiha clan. At the Uchiha clan's estate, in the patriarch's courtyard, Uchiha Enzu sat, his demeanor proud as he placed a chess piece down. This game is mine. He then turned his gaze towards Uchiha Fugaku beside him. For the sake of caution, refrain from moving against Uchiha Mikoto just yet. Let her fate be decided once the dust has settled. Understood, father. However, Uchiha Enzu's previously carefree demeanor shifted. He seized his son's collar and hastily made their exit. Suddenly, a crimson fireball crashed down where they had knelt moments before. Uchiha Enzu nonchalantly cast aside the unconscious Fugaku, his gaze steady upon the eaves. Tendou, do you understand the consequence of laying hands upon the clan leader? And what of striking against the comrades of Konoha? Though Uchiha Enzu appeared remarkably composed, his hand clenched into a fist within his sleeve, nails digging painfully into flesh. The future he envisioned was manifesting. How audacious of you, clan leader, to utter such words. I must admit, I am quite taken aback. Uchiha Tendou feigned surprise, gesturing to his cheek, as if to convey his disbelief at Uchiha Enzu's shamelessness. Clan leader, you do not seem surprised by my arrival. Uchiha Enzu scoffed, showing no intention of responding, his face laden with scorn. You little brat, do you truly believe that by apprenticing under that young girl of the Senju clan, you have become invincible? Today, I shall demonstrate the supreme power of the Uchiha clan. As his words faded, the three tomo in his eyes began to whirl rapidly, gradually forming a snowflake-like pattern, a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. It seemed that the activation of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan had dispelled the usual gloom surrounding Uchiha Enzu, transforming him into a figure of unparalleled arrogance. Ha ha, ha ha. Uchiha Enzu laughed triumphantly towards the heavens. He had awaited this day for far too long. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan is the eye that reflects the soul, with the awakened ocular techniques deeply intertwined with one's will. Uchiha Enzu harbored an obsession to become the leader of the Uchiha clan, a desire that had become an unwavering fixation. Thus, The ocular technique he awakened endowed him with the ability to glimpse the future and briefly control the consciousness of others. Uchiha Tendou's expression turned grave. Without any intelligence on the matter, confronting an unknown ocular technique could easily lead to his downfall. Uchiha Meisui crossed his arms, his tone laced with self-satisfaction. Are you feeling fearful, little one? This eye is akin to that of Uchiha Madara. Heh, do you truly believe you are worthy of comparison? If it were the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan, then there would be no contest. Uchiha Tendou would indeed be no match. But this is merely a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Only the unknown ocular technique within those eyes could instill a sense of caution. A murderous aura enveloped Uchiha Meisui, the kaleidoscope in his right eye gently rotating. Little ghost, I have already granted you a chance. Uchiha Meisui attempted to momentarily seize control over Uchiha Tendou. His prior words were merely a ruse to launch his ocular technique. Bang! However, the Uchiha Tendou, who had been standing still a moment ago, suddenly transformed into a cloud of smoke. What is this? The multiple shadow clone technique. When did this happen? Uchiha Meizui's pupils constricted, a chill running down his spine as he frantically summoned his chakra to escape. Fire style, spiraling sphere. 3 Uchiha Tendou appeared simultaneously around him, launching their fire style, spiraling spheres at an alarming speed. In a moment of desperation, Uchiha Meisui could no longer afford to conceal his trump card. Susanoo. A black skeletal frame enveloped his body in an instant, wreathed in flickering black flames, effortlessly blocking the incoming assault. Little ghost, you are nothing extraordinary. Uchiha Meisui, seeing his defense hold, was eager to taunt, hoping to destabilize Uchiha Tendou's mindset and expose a flaw. Yet, in the next heartbeat, terror gripped him. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 fire-style, spiraling spheres in Uchiha Tendou's hands rapidly expanded and detonated, unleashing a violent fiery tempest that consumed everything. Uchiha Tendou emerged from the shadows, his 3-tomo Sharingan fixed intently upon the swirling inferno. As the flames dissipated, a black half-formed Susanoo stood resolutely in place, its skeletal frame now filled with flesh and blood. Susanoo, 3rd stage. Uchiha Meisui wiped the blood from his face, his earlier arrogance extinguished. I never anticipated your madness. The multiple shadow clone technique transmits pain to the original body as well. Talent, temperament, wisdom, you lack for nothing. Throughout the lineage of the Uchiha, no one surpasses your excellence. Uchiha Tendou remained composed, arms crossed over his chest. Chief, I am aware of the drawbacks of the kaleidoscope. You cannot win. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Meisui paused momentarily, then grinned at him. Did Uchiha Shana inform you of this? Nonetheless, it is of little consequence. Young man, allow me to impart a lesson upon you. Ha! Uchiha Tendou felt a sudden jolt in his heart, an ominous premonition rising from the depths of his being. As expected, he soon beheld a scene that threatened to shatter his composure. The previously unconscious Uchiha Fugaku now held a kunai poised at the throat of the unresponsive Uchiha Kisui. Little brat, I advise you to abandon your resistance. Uchiha Fugaku sneered, a chilling threat evident in his tone. Damn it! The veins on Uchiha Tendou's forehead throbbed, his immense strength distorting the kunai in his grasp, his crimson eyes brimming with overwhelming murderous intent. Such a ferocious gaze, such a terrifying aura. Uchiha Meisui, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, leisurely approached Uchiha Tendou. I must say, you are quite the prodigy. Even that peculiar summoning beast possesses the strength of a Jonin. Had I not temporarily hypnotized it with my kaleidoscope Sharingan, it would have been impossible to carry away Uchiha Kisui. Tendou, you are a clever child. Why not join me and become my right-hand man? Uchiha Tendou's eyes flickered. He decided to retreat for the time being. However, Uchiha Meisui merely chuckled and shook his head, his hands sweeping decisively. No. Uchiha Tendou's expression turned to one of terror. He never anticipated such ruthlessness, leaving him no time to contemplate. Why? Even with talents akin to a system or cheat, am I still unable to protect my loved ones? As the kunai was about to descend, the 3-tomo in Uchiha Tendou's eyes spun wildly, ultimately elongating into the shape of a kaleidoscope. In an instant, all moving objects in the vicinity seemed to freeze, and Uchiha Tendou's figure appeared beside Uchiha Fugaku as if teleporting, delivering a punch that pierced through his chest. The next moment, all returned to normal. Uchiha Fugaku lay in a pool of blood, his expression contorted in agony. You have also awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Uchiha Enju emitted a sharp cry, retreating in fright. Terrifying, this individual had activated the kaleidoscope Sharingan at the mere age of 13. Moreover, his ocular techniques were exceedingly peculiar. Uchiha Tendou summoned a shadow clone, gently cradling Uchiha Akisui, and swiftly departed. After the shadow clone had taken Uchiha Akisui away, Uchiha Tendou fixed a cold gaze upon Uchiha Enju, an aura of lethal intent emanating from him. A dragon has its reverse scale. Touch it, and you shall perish. Without uttering another word, Uchiha Tendou strode purposefully towards Uchiha Enju. As chakra surged within him, a golden skeletal frame rapidly filled with flesh and blood. Heavy armor enveloped his half-giant form, flames of gold blazing fiercely atop it. Susanoo Stage 3. The immense chakra fluctuation immediately captured the attention of the majority of ninjas in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately sensed the overwhelming chakra presence. Standing before the window of the Hokage's office, he could faintly glimpse a colossal figure clad in golden armor. Without a moment to ponder, Sarutobi swiftly issued commands. The Umbu gathered at once while promptly notifying the clan leaders to rally their elite ninjas and converge upon the Uchiha clan's territory. Uchiha Enju was struck with terror, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. You actually managed to manifest the Susanoo's final form on your first attempt. Are you not afraid of blinding yourself? Uchiha Tendou scoffed dismissively. The Susanoo, a divine power composed of immense ocular strength and chakra, was easily within his grasp, allowing him to activate its final form with minimal eye strain. Patriarch, you would do well to surrender to me. Uchiha Tendou paid no heed to the blood trickling from his eyes, as the chakra within him surged forth like a tidal wave. With a deafening roar, the golden giant clad in Yatagarasu armor unleashed a cataclysmic bellow, its fiery golden arms descending with the force of a thunderbolt. Uchiha Enju's expression abruptly shifted. There was no evading this strike. In a moment of desperation, the kaleidoscope in his eyes spun rapidly as he exerted every ounce of chakra within him. A similarly armored black giant swiftly coalesced, its arms crossing defensively before him. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath Uchiha Enju erupted, sending debris flying. He coughed up blood, his pallor waning. Even with the Susanoo's final form activated, he could not completely withstand Uchiha Tendou's wrathful assault. What manner of monster is this? The first arriving Uchiha Jounin gazed in horror at the monstrous figures before them, their voices trembling involuntarily. Since Uchiha Enju assumed leadership, he had sought to consolidate control over the Uchiha clan by systematically diminishing Uchiha Madara's influence, branding him a traitor and obliterating all related records. Consequently, as the elders of the Uchiha passed away, only a few remained aware of the existence of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Moments later, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived on the scene, accompanied by numerous leaf jounin. Is this the Susanoo? His expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing the two titanic entities. Though he had previously speculated, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. Now, as the two Susanoo loomed before him, his heart raced with trepidation. As the most esteemed disciple of Senju Tobarama, he fully understood the sheer magnitude of such power. The realization that the Uchiha possessed two individuals capable of awakening the kaleidoscope Sharingan sent a chill coursing through him. However, Sarutobi's tense demeanor soon relaxed as he recognized one of them as his favored disciple, Uchiha Tendou. He awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan at merely 13? Truly a prodigy. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but commend his earlier prudent decision. Fortunately, he had refrained from heeding Danzo's counsel to strike against Uchiha Tendou. Otherwise, Konoha would now be faced with yet another formidable adversary. Good gracious, Tsunade, is it not possible that your apprentice has already attained the strength of a Hokage? Jiraiya exclaimed, his tone laced with envy. How infuriating. He too yearned for such a disciple. Surely, this is incomparable to Minato. Indeed, one need only consider whose apprentice this is. Tsunade crossed her arms, her face radiant with pride, involuntarily puffing out her chest. Orochimaru's slit pupils were fixated on the two Susanoo, murmuring softly, is this the true power of the Sharingan? Tsunade's aide, Kurun Koharu, regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen with a grave expression, whispering, Hiruzen, these two Uchiha are exceedingly terrifying. Perhaps we should take action while they are engaged in battle. The strength displayed by the two was even beyond that of Uchiha Kagami. This thought left her profoundly uneasy. Without a moment's hesitation, Hiruzen declined her proposal. Koharu, Tendou is Tsunade's apprentice. We must place our trust in him. As for Uchiha Enju, let us observe the situation for now. With that, Kurin Koharu could only resign herself to spectating. Uchiha Tendu's gaze was icy, his tone chilling. Patriarch, you are indeed in a dire predicament. He then shifted his focus. I presume you would not wish to disgrace yourself before so many. Allow me to assist you on your way. With a roar, the golden Susanoo unleashed another furious cry, its right hand materializing a lance of crimson gold. This was the unique Susanoo artifact of Uchiha Tendou, Gungnir. Not only was it indestructible, but it also possessed the remarkable ability to guarantee a hit on its target and return automatically once thrown. The Susanoo brandished the crimson golden spear, enveloped in golden flames, emanating an aura of sanctity and majesty. Uchiha Enju's complexion shifted dramatically as he sensed the breath of death emanating from the lance. Without a moment to spare, the black Susanoo coalesced a long sword in its grasp. Tenji held the sword. It was rumored to be the divine blade used by the man of Susanoo to slay the eight-headed serpent. Uchiha Tendu's eyes flickered, and in the next instant, the golden Susanoo thrust forth Gungnir with ferocity. Clang, clang. The artifacts clashed continuously. The two colossal Susanoo engaged in a primal and violent confrontation. Uchiha Enju, given his advanced age, had seen a significant decline in strength. In a fleeting moment, Uchiha Tendou keenly detected his flaw. Gungnir was instantly enveloped in golden flames, hurtling with tremendous force towards the Uchiha Enju concealed within the black Susanoo. Sensing imminent danger, Uchiha Enju's pupils constricted sharply, unleashing a desperate torrent of eye power and chakra, barely evading the lethal strike. Despite his efforts, the residual force from Gungnir still struck one of his arms, causing it to explode into a mist of crimson. Gulping. Akimichi Choji's rotund face revealed profound terror. Hiruzen, this young Uchiha is far too formidable. You must not be swayed by Danzo's malicious words to turn against him. Should he unleash his true power? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement, finding great sense in Akimichi Kurama's words, while silently resolving in his heart. Regardless of the circumstances, he must ally with Uchiha Tendou, forging a profound bond with Konoha. Other matters could be left to Danzo's whims, but this particular issue was non-negotiable. At that moment, Shimura Danzo, hidden among the crowd, fixated his gaze upon Uchiha Tendou's Sharingan. His insatiable greed was nearly uncontrollable. If he could possess those eyes, the title of Hokage might be within his reach. Coughing, Uchiha Enju fell to the ground, his hair disheveled and his complexion pale. Little did he expect that, despite his lifetime of wisdom, he would ultimately fall to the hands of this mere child. At that instant, his vision was nearly obliterated, allowing him to see only a blurred figure approaching. Uchiha Tendou looked down with a detached expression upon the feeble elder, blood streaming from his eyes, rendering his face a grotesque sight. Patriarch, you should not threaten me with a kisui, he stated calmly, yet his tone was laden with an overwhelming intent to kill. Coughing again, Uchiha Enju expressed indifference. In the world of victors and vanquished, there is nothing left to say. He felt no remorse, only regret for not having urged Fugaku to act more swiftly. Observing this, Uchiha Tendou ceased further dialogue, channeling a Rasengan towards his head. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A black and white head suddenly emerged from the ground, dragging Uchiha Enju swiftly below. Seeking death. Uchiha Tendou scoffed, his right eye rapidly focusing, the pattern of his Sharingan swirling slightly, blood tears flowing forth. Amaterasu. A torrent of black flames materialized out of thin air. Compared to the left eye's ability to manipulate time, the right eye's Amaterasu seemed somewhat lackluster. However, this could be understood when Uchiha Tendou awakened his Manjikyu Sharingan. His underlying desire was to save a Kisui and reduce Uchiha Fugaku to ashes. Thus, he awakened what is known as the mightiest physical attack, Amaterasu. Even though Kagaya's reaction was extraordinarily swift, Uchiha Enzu's remaining arm was engulfed in the infinite black flames, emitting a cry of torment. Kagaya's expression shifted. He understood the might of Amaterasu. If left unchecked, these everlasting flames could very well incinerate Uchiha Enju. This was contrary to his plans. Damn it! Damn it! He muttered a few curses under his breath, and with no other recourse, Kagaya swiftly severed Uchiha Enzu's last remaining arm. Without an arm, he could still be substituted with white Zetsu, but a life lost was irrevocable. The flight technique of black and white Zetsu was undeniably a remarkable escape method. In an instant, they vanished from Konoha with the unconscious Uchiha Meisui in tow. Phew, it is finally over, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in relief, instinctively reaching for his pipe in his pocket. However, he quickly realized that this was not the time for smoking and withdrew his hand from his pocket. The eyes of Uchiha Tendou shifted slightly as he directed his gaze toward the outer reaches of the Hidden Leaf Village, an overwhelming surge of chakra erupting once more. The golden Susanoo materialized once again, wielding the crimson Gungnir with great prowess. Is this boy a monster? He can summon that golden deity with chakra. Is this the true power of the Uchiha clan? Indeed, the foremost clan of ocular techniques in the shinobi world. How outrageous. The battle has concluded. Yet this individual seems intent on further actions. Does he seek to attack the village? The murmurs around him caused a drastic change in the expression of Nara Shikamaru, who anxiously exclaimed, Hiruzen, that little brat. Before she could finish her sentence, the golden Susanoo turned its gaze toward the outskirts of the village. The Gungnir in its grasp igniting with golden flames, hurled forth like a javelin. The scarlet golden spear sliced through the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. At the riverbank, several dozen miles from the Hidden Leaf Village, Black Zetsu's chest heaved as he gasped for breath. Despite their powerful floating technique, traversing such a distance had taken a significant toll. Damn it, that Uchiha brat dared to completely disrupt my plans. It seems I must incite Uchiha Madara to eliminate him. The expression on Black Zetsu's face fluctuated between dread and anxiety, as the might of Uchiha Tendou instilled an overwhelming fear within him. Even with the activation of the Manjikyu Sharingan, such power was formidable. Who knows if that fellow might evolve into the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan like Indra. If I do not eliminate him now, my plan to save Mother will undoubtedly be impeded. This is not an outcome I wish to witness. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Black Zetsu's face turned pale with terror as he looked skyward. A scarlet golden spear descended like lightning, piercing through Uchiha Enzo's heart. This is bad. Black Zetsu's expression shifted immediately upon seeing the spear. He hurriedly approached and pried out Uchiha Enzo's eyes. As expected, once he completed this task, the golden flames engulfed Uchiha Enzo, reducing him to ashes. After accomplishing this, Gungnir flew back along its path, piercing through the barriers of space to reappear in the grasp of the golden Susanoo. Terrified, Black Zetsu fled, fearing he might be next. He vowed to incite Uchiha Madara to eradicate that detestable brat. Once Uchiha Tendou retracted the Susanoo, Sarutobi Hiruzen and a group of others gathered around. Tsunade, unable to contain her excitement, rushed to Uchiha Tendou, throwing her arms around his shoulders. You little rascal, how could you be so strong? You've truly made me proud. Ha! Uchiha Tendou, feeling drained, rolled his eyes and retorted weakly, You're too strong, you silly girl. With that, he fainted from exhaustion. Today, Uchiha Tendou had just awakened his Manjikyu Sharingan, yet had frequently utilized his ocular techniques and Susanoo. Even though his chakra could endure, his mental fortitude could not. That he had managed to hold on until now was solely due to his indomitable will. Tsunade, startled, quickly caught him in her arms and began to examine him closely. Among the crowd, Shimura Danzo's eyes sparkled with opportunity. He hurriedly squeezed through the crowd and swiftly approached Sarutobi Hiruzen, his expression brimming with excitement. Hiruzen, while this brat is in a state of unconsciousness, let us extract his Kotoame Tsukumi. Sarutobi's eyelids twitched violently, and he inwardly wished he could strike Danzo dead on the spot. Setting aside whether he truly harbored such thoughts, he certainly could not voice them in public. Does Shimura Danzo intend to brazenly seize the bloodline limit of other clans? Today it is the Uchiha, but what of tomorrow? The day after? How will the other ninja clans perceive us? Moreover, most of those present had received assistance from Uchiha Tendou's medical ninjutsu, not to mention his teacher. His clansmen were all here. Uchiha Enju stepped forward, the tomo in his eyes slowly spinning. Elder Danzo, what is your intention? As the third elder of the Uchiha clan, he would never permit anyone to usurp the clan's eyes, even if that person were a member of Konoha's higher echelons. The dozen or so Uchiha Jonin behind him stepped forward in unison. Though they uttered not a word, the tomo in their eyes conveyed everything. Danzo, do you think I am dead? Tsunade roared without reservation. Had she not been examining Uchiha Tendou's condition moments ago, she would have already struck him. Danzo's heart surged with fury. How dare they threaten him? Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a calm glance at him and stated in a composed tone, Danzo, I am the Hokage. With that, he disregarded the sullen-faced Danzo, exuding a powerful aura. Tsunade, take Tendou for treatment first. Once he awakens, let him report to me personally. Now, everyone disperse. That night, in the Senju clan's mansion, Uzumaki Mido sat quietly on the sofa, listening to Shinosuke's incessant recounting. Grandma, Tendou is so cool. A giant in golden armor. A crimson spear. And those flames that burn everything. Amaterasu. So impressive. However, at that moment, Mido's thoughts had already drifted far away. A figure floating into her mind. So it is you. 3 days later, in the Hokage's office, Uchiha Tendou lazily leaned against the wall, shrugging his shoulders and casually saying, "Well, Hokage-sama, that is how it went." Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, a look of realization dawning on his face. I see. Uchiha Shana was actually under the control of the Mangekyo Sharingan's ocular technique. In that case, Uchiha Inju truly deserved to die? The Mangekyo Sharingan inherently surpassed the regular Sharingan. And coupled with Uchiha Inju's ocular techniques, controlling Uchiha Shana was indeed not a difficult task. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not particularly concerned with the truth of the matter. The current roots had not yet developed, and the attack that day had resulted in at most a few Chunin casualties, which was negligible for Konoha. Rather than allow such a trivial matter to sour relations with the Uchiha, it would be more prudent to do the Uchiha a favor, thereby winning the goodwill of Uchiha Tendou, a formidable figure of shadow-level strength. Tendou, since the truth has been revealed, you should promptly bring forth your kin. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved a prepared document from his drawer and handed it to Uchiha Tendou. Thank you for your trust, Hokage-sama. The Uchiha clan shall undoubtedly stand resolute for the village, Uchiha Tendou solemnly declared, receiving the document before vanishing from sight. This lad is just like Tsunade, so hasty. Sarutobi chuckled as he resumed his earnest task of managing paperwork. Outside the Hokage building, Uchiha Mikoto rushed to greet Uchiha Tendou as he emerged, her demeanor fraught with anxiety. Tendou, how did your discussion with the Hokage go? Will my grandfather and the others remain imprisoned in Konoha? Uchiha Tendou waved the document in his hand, a smug expression gracing his face. Mikoto, do you still doubt me? Isn't it enough to have the means? Uchiha Mikoto's fair visage flushed slightly, revealing her embarrassment. It's not that I don't trust you. I'm simply worried about my grandfather, she replied, lowering her gaze in shame. Tendou-kun has helped me so much. And I failed to protect Akahoshi. Noticing her despondence, Uchiha Tendou gently placed a hand atop her head, ruffling her hair. Now, Mikoto, do not be so hard on yourself. After all, Uchiha Enzo is not someone a 16-year-old girl could easily contend with. Earlier, Uchiha Mikoto had shown no hesitation in her attempt to shield Uchiha Akahoshi, which ultimately led to her capture by Uchiha Enzo. It was only after the battle concluded that the clan's members located her within the underground passage of the clan leader's estate. Huh. Uchiha Mikoto chuckled at his words, rolling her eyes playfully. You're merely 13. Why act so mature? Well, it's different. I am a genius. Pa, how shameless. The two jested as they swiftly approached Konoha prison. After presenting the document to the guards, Uchiha Tendou was led back to the cell. Tendou, what brings you here again? Uchiha Hakadai, squatting by the cell door, inquired with a puzzled expression. Elder, after my investigation, Hokage-sama believes you are innocent and intends to release you. Uchiha Tendou stated with his arms crossed, a smile illuminating his face as he gazed at the individuals in the cell. What? Tendou, is that truly the case? We can leave? Of course. Did you not see the guards arriving? This is wonderful. We are finally free. Tendou, thank you so much. Uchiha Shana's eyes gleamed as they fixated on Uchiha Tendou. Tendou, have you also awakened those eyes? At that moment, Uchiha Tendou appeared vastly different from just days prior, his gaze profound and piercing, reminiscent of the youthful Uchiha Madara. Elder, your gaze is rather unsettling, Uchiha Tendou remarked, unable to withstand the intensity of the stare, and couldn't he help but jest. Ha ha ha. All the members of the Uchiha clan present erupted into laughter full of goodwill. Within the Uchiha territory, a grand banquet was being conducted in an orderly manner. Elder, it feels rather inappropriate for you to have placed me here. Uchiha Tiandao, seated at the head of the table, gazed down at the assembly of clan elders, feeling quite uncomfortable. Ha! Tiandao, you have shattered the ambitions of that scoundrel Uchiha Enzai. Thus, you rightfully deserve to sit there. Indeed, how dare Uchiha Enzai turn against his own kin? He deserves death. Alas, if only Uchiha Fugaku were present. He would surely have made that treacherous fiend pay dearly. Before Uchiha Shana could utter a word, the Uchiha clansmen below began to chatter amongst themselves. Tiandao, you now possess eyes akin to Lord Madara. According to our Uchiha customs, you are undoubtedly qualified to occupy that seat. Uchiha Shana seemed oblivious to the protest written on Uchiha Tiandao's face, continuing to speak to himself. Everyone, please be silent. We have important matters to discuss. Uchiha Hakadai stood and called out loudly. Upon hearing this, the crowd quieted, their attention fixed upon him. Uchiha Tiandao felt a flicker of unease. A foreboding sensation washed over him. Soon, this premonition materialized into reality. Uchiha Shana stood from his seat, his expression grave. I, Uchiha Shana, in the name of the Uchiha clan's elder, hereby nominate Uchiha Tiandao to be the new clan leader. Uchiha Hakadai and Uchiha Enzai exchanged glances and spoke in unison. We, Uchiha Hakadai and Zai, in the name of the Uchiha clan's second, third, elder, nominate Uchiha Tiandao to be the new clan leader. Indeed, I, Uchiha Tianai, second the motion. So do I. Uchiha Tiandao rubbed his forehead, his gaze landing on Uchiha Shana, and helplessly said, Elder, I am merely 13 years old. How can I bear such a heavy responsibility? Uchiha Shana's demeanor remained unchanged, his tone exceedingly calm. The Uchiha clan does not regard seniority. We value personal strength. You are, after all, the most formidable member of our clan. Only you are worthy of becoming the clan leader. Ultimately, under the persuasion of his clansmen, Uchiha Tiandao yielded, reluctantly becoming the youngest clan leader in Uchiha history. In the Uchiha territory, within the clan leader's courtyard, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Uchiha Tiandao concluded a day of training, seated on the steps before his dwelling, legs casually splayed. System, open the character panel. Host, Uchiha Tiandao, mental strength, 5012, physique, 3268, bloodline limit, Mangekyo Sharingan, power of eternity, surpassing human limits, lava release, tailed beast, Groudon, fusion level, 22, skills, Uchiha sword dance. Fire release, great fireball technique, special skills, none, summoned beast, fire dinosaur, items, points, 360,000, special effects, Groudon fusion level exceeding 20, earth release, fire release, and lava release power increased to fourfold. Note, achieving a mental strength or physique exceeding 5,000 qualifies one as a shadow level powerhouse, upon seeing the number of points displayed on the panel. Uchiha Tiandao couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. This wretched system had the audacity to classify Uchiha Enzai as an elite jonin. Who amongst elite jonin charges forward brazenly with a Mangekyo? Is it merely due to the absence of a pricing chart that they must suffer such deductions? We're back. The gentle voice of Uchiha Mikoto echoed from the doorway, and soon after, a small figure raced towards Uchiha Tiandao. Hey, little one, running so fast. Aren't you afraid of tripping? Uchiha Tiandao scooped up the rushing Uchiha Akahoshi, his tone tinged with playful admonishment. Hee. Uchiha Akahoshi remained silent, shaking her little head and beaming with innocent laughter. All right. Your eyes are brimming with affection. Why pretend to be fierce? Uchiha Mikoto teased, covering her mouth with a light chuckle. For reasons unknown, she always found this scene to be heartwarming and deeply yearned for it. Gazing at the gentle and lovely girl, Uchiha Tiandao's mind wandered. Recently, Uchiha Hakadai, that old coot, seemed to have lost his wits, relentlessly pushing his granddaughter towards him. Under the pretext that Uchiha Tiandao was the strongest among the younger generation, it was said that Uchiha Mikoto would undoubtedly learn much by his side. Most importantly, Uchiha Mikoto had not declined. Was this not akin to Zhou Yu and Huang Gai, one willing to strike and the other willing to endure? With that in mind, Uchiha Tiandao decided to be unreserved. He was determined to make Uchiha Hakadai understand what a meat bun hitting the wall truly meant. As night fell and the moon hung high, Uchiha Tiandao suddenly opened his eyes in his slumber, the three black tomo within his crimson eyes spinning slowly. Body flicker technique. In the next instant, his figure appeared in the courtyard. Upon recognizing the visitor, the three tomo in Uchiha Tiandao's Sharingan vanished. Elder 3, what brings you here at this late hour? Uchiha Enzai was startled by the sudden voice, yet being a seasoned elite jonin, he quickly regained his composure. Patriarch, the Hokage has summoned an emergency meeting. requiring the heads of all clans and the higher-ups of Konoha to assemble in the conference room immediately. Noticing the elder's tense expression, Uchiha Tendou understood that this matter was likely of great significance and promptly made his way to the Hokage building. In the original narrative, the Uchiha clan had lost the right to participate in meetings and decision-making entirely after the Ninetales incident. At present, the Uchiha clan wields considerable power within Konoha. When Uchiha Tendou entered the conference room of the Hokage's office, it was already filled with the heads of various clans and Konoha's high-ranking officials. The arrival of Uchiha Tendou instantly captured the attention of all present. Is he truly the new leader of the Uchiha clan? He appears remarkably young. How amusing. The Uchiha clan has indeed fallen to such a state that they have appointed a mere child as their leader. Yet, that is still preferable to your Moonlight clan. Others may be young, but their strength is genuinely at the level of a Hokage. Uchiha Tendou disregarded the hushed whispers, striding confidently to a prominent position at the conference table. The proud Uchiha had no interest in the lamentations of those weaker ninja clans. They were merely the groans of the feeble. Ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing that everyone had gathered, cleared his throat to draw their attention. With a grave expression, he began. Ladies and gentlemen, I have summoned you here today due to a significant event that has transpired in our village. Just a few hours ago, Amigakure launched an attack on a camp at the borders of the Land of Fire. They have officially declared war on us, Konoha. Upon hearing this, everyone present, with the exception of Uchiha Tendou, was taken aback. What had they just heard? Amigakure declaring war on Konoha? A mere small ninja village dared to challenge Konoha's authority? Did they truly believe that the reputation of the 5 great shinobi villages was merely a facade? Uchiha Tendou stroked his chin, his gaze profound. Several months prior, Hanzo of the Salamander had already contemplated the notion of war and had conveyed this intelligence to Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, the latter had dismissed it, as no one could fathom that a small ninja village would genuinely risk war against Konoha. Bang! Shimura Danzo slammed his fist onto the table, rising with fury etched across his face. Hiruzen, Amigakure's audacity is unparalleled. I suggest we wage war immediately and reduce them to rubble. Despite Shimura Danzo typically being an unpopular figure, his words received a majority's endorsement. The brazen behavior of Amigakure indeed warranted suppression, lest other small ninja villages emulate their audacity, which would spell disaster. The Shimura clan concurs. The Hyuga clan concurs. A smirk crept across Shimura Danzo's lips. Should he secure the position of commander, accolades would undoubtedly flow to him. Once the war concluded, the position of Hokage would be within his grasp. Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the assembly, noting the absence of dissent, and nodded in satisfaction. In that case, we shall officially declare war on Amigakure. I hereby appoint Shimura Danzo. Wait, I have something to say. A languid voice interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen's appointment. The assembly turned to see Uchiha Tendou reclining in his chair, legs crossed. Tendou, do you have an opinion? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. Bewildered. Was there not a lack of opposition just now? Why do you suddenly speak up? Uchiha Tendou straightened his demeanor, his tone turning serious. This war is likely to trigger a chain reaction as we launch our assault on the Hidden Rain village. None can guarantee that the other hidden villages of the West will not betray us from the shadows. Therefore, to prevent Konohagakure from sinking into the quagmire of war, I propose that the commander of this attack on the Hidden Rain village be a person of exceptional capability. We must strive for a swift resolution. Shinomiya Danzo's face darkened. Sensing that this young man was targeting him directly, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. His reasoning is sound. Whom do you recommend? Uchiha Tendou cast a teasing glance at Shinomiya Danzo and slowly uttered a name, Kakashi Tsukumo. Ah, it is indeed Lord Tsukumo. What an excellent suggestion. Yes, Lord Tsukumo is a master of the highest caliber. Under his leadership, we are bound to achieve victory with ease. Hearing the incessant discussions around him, Uchiha Tendou's lips curled into a smirk. As he had anticipated, once Kakashi Tsukumo's name was mentioned, the majority present would rally in support of him becoming the commander. After all, who could resist a powerful leader who values his comrades? Danzo, are these two even comparable? I oppose. Danzo's expression darkened, his teeth clenched in frustration. He was incensed. Just as he was on the verge of securing the position of commander, such an unexpected turn of events arose. All thanks to this inherently wicked Uchiha brat. Uchiha Tendou pretended not to notice the resentment in Danzo's eyes, cheerfully stating, "Why does Lord Danzo oppose? The strength and capabilities of Lord Tsukumo are well acknowledged. I believe under his command, we in Konoha will swiftly conclude this war." Then, Uchiha Tendou's eyes darted around, his expression feigning surprise as he exaggeratedly remarked, "Lord Danzo, you do not think that the esteemed clan leaders and high-ranking officials present here are blind, do you? After all, everyone considers Lord Tsukumo to be a commendable candidate, and you alone are opposing. Does that not imply you believe the collective opinion is misguided?" Danzo's face darkened further, hastily denying, "You little brat, do not speak nonsense. I did not mean that at all." If this conversation continued, he would surely find himself marked by all the clans, a burden he was not prepared to bear, at least, not until he had developed a solid foundation. Uchiha Tendou, however, was unimpressed, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes as he sternly inquired, "Since Lord Danzo believes Lord Tsukumo is qualified to be the commander, why do you obstruct him here? Could it be that Lord Danzo is a spy from an enemy village, seeking to drag Konoha into the mire of war, viewing the lives of our village's ninjas as mere trifles?" The incessant questioning left Danzo drenched in cold sweat, feeling dizzy. This burden was too heavy to bear. Cough. Cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen lightly cleared his throat, interrupting the exchange between the two. He realized that his old companion was being thoroughly toyed with by this young rascal. If he did not intervene soon, Danzo might find himself buried under accusations. "Tendou, let us discuss these matters later." Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment before speaking. "Since everyone believes that Kakashi Hitaki is capable of fulfilling this role, I hereby appoint him as the commander-in-chief. Shimura Danzo shall serve as the deputy commander." Danzo's expression brightened. He knew Hiruzen would not forget him. Although he was merely the deputy commander, who could predict how long Kakashi would remain in command? Uchiha Tendou smirked, fully aware that matters would not be straightforward, for in Hiruzen's eyes, Danzo might well be more significant than his own wife. Nevertheless, this was still a victory, as it prevented Danzo from achieving his ulterior motives. The subsequent meeting revolved around tactics and troop strengths, concluding only at the break of dawn. "Tendou, how did you return from outside?" Uchiha Mikoto inquired, broom in hand, her face etched with confusion. "Oh, don't mention it. The village is on the brink of war," Tendou replied, blinking his weary eyes. "What? The village is about to go to war?" "Indeed, the Hidden Rain village has initiated an attack, and the Hokage has decided to teach them a lesson. Mikoto, please summon the elder, second elder, and third elder." "All right, I will." 3 days later, in the central square of Konoha, Shoju spotted Uchiha Tendou approaching from afar, his eyes instantly lighting up as he sprinted forward. "Tendou, long time no see." Tendou, adorned with a few dark lines on his forehead, sidestepped to avoid the embrace, his gaze shifting to the side where Namake's Minato stood. "Minato, you've been training diligently of late. I hardly see you." Minato scratched his head, a rare look of disappointment crossing his face. "It's just that I've faced some setbacks recently." Tendou furrowed his brow. Was this truly the Minato he knew? Hadn't he always been so sunny and self-assured? "Tendou, here's the situation," Shoju interjected, swiftly stepping closer to narrate the events. It turned out that after an unexpected incident during the Chunin exams, Tendou had forfeited due to family matters. Meanwhile, Minato and Shoju continued, encountering a team of ninjas from the Hidden Cloud village along the way. They were soundly beaten by the young Ei and his comrades. While this was unfortunate, it was not the primary source of Minato's discontent. What truly troubled him was feeling utterly suppressed by Ei throughout the encounter, leaving him frustrated. Upon their return, they then heard of Tendou's remarkable feats. Tendou rolled his eyes at Minato's self-pity. Is it really worth retreating into yourself over such trivial matters? The primary combat techniques of a Genin revolve around taijutsu, and the Hidden Cloud village excels in that regard. Besides, considering that Ei is 3 years our senior and has been meticulously trained by the third Raikage, isn't his strength quite normal? In the future, let Jiraiya assist you with some valuable techniques. You'll surely soar to greater heights. Although Minato was a top-tier genius in his youth, he had yet to reach the level of a prodigy. His true assets lay in the Flying Thunder God technique and his exceptional reflexes. After mastering the Flying Raijin technique, coupled with the limitless reaction nerves, Minato Namake's strength will experience an explosive growth, potentially allowing him to reach the threshold of the Sage of Six Paths. Do not underestimate the significance of approaching such a pinnacle, Consider how few individuals in the ninja world have attained the status of sage. What is most astonishing is that at that time, Minato will only be 24 years old. Heavenly Tao, I express my gratitude for your consolation. A warm smile graced Minato's face. Look, it is Lord Hokage. A voice cried out from the crowd, prompting everyone to turn towards the elevated platform nearby. Sarutobi Hiruzen, adorned with the Hokage hat and robe, exuded a solemn aura, radiating an imposing presence without uttering a word. His gaze swept across the gathered crowd, his tone resonating deeply. Elite ninjas of Konoha, heed my words. Wherever leaves flutter, flames shall ignite. The light of the fire will illuminate our village and foster new growth. Now, adjust your forehead protectors and reveal your sharp gazes for the enemy to witness the might of Konoha ninjas. For the village, for the will of fire. This battle is destined for victory. Victory, victory, victory. Witnessing the fervor of the Konoha ninjas around him, Uchiha Tendou could not help but feel a surge of emotion. Truly, Sarutobi Hiruzen is the most formidable PUA Hokage in history. With just a few words, he can stir the emotions of the majority of ninjas, igniting their passion. Following Hiruzen's pre-battle declaration, a swift contingent of 500 ninjas, commanded by Kakashi Hatake and assisted by Danzo Shimura, hastened towards the borders of the Rain Country. Additionally, 300 more would be dispatched as logistical support. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe with a smile. Tendou, your medical ninjutsu is second only to Tsunade's. In a few days, accompany the logistical team to reinforce the battlefield. Uchiha Tendou shrugged indifferently. The battlefield is hardly a place of merriment. He had no desire to rush into danger, since Hiruzen had assigned him to the medical unit. It was indeed a favorable arrangement, sparing him from direct combat. Lord Hokage, I want to go too. I want to go too. Shoju exclaimed loudly, eager to join the fray upon hearing that Uchiha Tendou would soon head to the battlefield. He was determined to become Hokage himself. How could he possibly back down at such a moment? Hiruzen sighed in mild exasperation, rubbing his forehead. Shoju held a unique position within Konoha, and he could not simply acquiesce to this request. If he were to fall in battle, Tsunade would undoubtedly lose her composure, and Kushina would be furious. The entire village would be affected. Hearing this, Uchiha Tendou chuckled lightly. Lord Hokage, if Shoju wishes to contribute to the village, why not assign him to assist me? As Shoju's close friend, he certainly did not want him to meet a tragic fate akin to the original story during the Second Shinobi World War. Thus, keeping Shoju by his side was an exceedingly prudent choice. Hiruzen's eyes brightened. This was indeed a splendid idea. Shungshu followed Uchiha Tendou closely, engaging in minimal combat, ensuring his safety while simultaneously witnessing the brutal realities of war, an exquisite embodiment of killing two birds with one stone. Furthermore, in the event of an unforeseen circumstance, he had the formidable Uchiha Tendou at his side. Did one truly believe that the Mangekyo Sharingan was merely a jest? Indeed, Shungshu, I find Tendou's suggestion exceedingly commendable. You and Minato shall remain close to Tendou, forming a cohesive unit. Moreover, medical support is of paramount importance for the frontline ninjas. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrangement, Shungshu felt a tinge of disappointment but refrained from further protest. He understood that the decision was made with his well-being in mind. 2 days later, at the gates of Konoha, Yamada Ippon, the captain of the logistics team, was diligently conducting a thorough inventory check. Nearby, the logistical ninjas were bidding farewell to their friends and family, for the logistics team often faced dangers that could surpass even those of the combat units, with the grim possibility of never returning. It is well known that ninjas often delight in intercepting supply lines. When a logistics team encounters an opposing combat unit, they become mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Tendou, be cautious on the battlefield, do not act recklessly, and ensure you coordinate with your teammates, implored Uchiha Meisui, her concern evident. Uchiha Tendou, feeling a surge of warmth at her words, noticed her demeanor was markedly different from her usual self. Perhaps this was a true manifestation of her care. He embraced her, resting his chin atop her head, and whispered, "Rest assured, I shall return alive." How absurd. I am not envious in the slightest. Shungshu exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief and gritted teeth. Minato glanced at him. Are you trying to deceive me? Uchiha Tendou released the charming girl from his embrace, an expression of slight confusion crossing his face. Meichin, have you seen Kushina? It seems I have not laid eyes on her for several months. Uchiha Meisui furrowed her brow in thought before responding. Kushina mentioned a few months ago that she wished to study sealing techniques. She is likely still at home learning. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Uchiha Tendou's eyes. It appeared that Uzumaki Mito was imparting the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan to Kushina. This was preparation for the new Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. To be honest, Uchiha Tendou did not wish for Uzumaki Kushina to become the vessel of the Nine Tails. As one of her few friends, he felt compelled to take action. The year was 37 in the era of Konoha, and in the original narrative, Uzumaki Kushina was kidnapped by the Hidden Cloud village around this time. At that moment, she had yet to become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, indicating that Uzumaki Mito still had several years of life ahead. Considering this, Uchiha Tendou's desire for strength intensified. Only by amassing his power to a terrifying height could he elevate his influence within Konoha. Is that so? It seems that fellow is quite diligent indeed. Uchiha Tendou remarked with a smile, his gaze shifting toward the assembling logistics team. It appears that we are about to set forth, Ma Meichin. Please convey my regards to Jiuxingnai. Upon our return, I shall bring her a delightful surprise. Uchiha Tendou has resolved to first locate a member of the Uzumaki clan and escort them back to Konoha. Ultimately, he intends to leverage his formidable strength to coerce Sarutobi Hisashi and others into changing the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. In the realm of shinobi, there exists nothing that cannot be resolved through power. If something remains unresolved, it is merely due to insufficient strength. Lord Tendou, we are ready to depart. Yamada Ichiban said respectfully, bowing deeply upon recognizing Uchiha Tendou's presence. Well then, let us set off early. The ninjas of the village are eagerly awaiting our supply delivery. Indeed. Soon, under Yamada Ichiban's command, a logistics team of 300 departed from Konoha, laden with ample supplies. Uchiha Tendou glanced back to see Uchiha Meichin still gazing at him. He waved his hand in farewell, softly uttering two words, Gana. That night, at a temporary encampment, the central bonfire crackled with life, casting a warm glow on the figures seated around it, engaged in hushed conversation. The firelight illuminated Rope Tree's face, revealing his curious expression. Ichiban-senpai, is it truly fine for us to separate in this manner? From what I gather, during times of war, ninjas seem quite fond of ambushing the supply lines of enemy villages. Ha ha ha. Yamada Ichiban chuckled at the inquiry before patiently explaining, Rope Tree. While it is not uncommon for skirmishes to occur between two major ninja villages, the situation is different here. Amigakure is merely a modestly powerful small village. They simply lack the capability to breach the defenses of Konoha and thus cannot target our logistics. Though this sentiment may sound arrogant, it is indeed the truth. Even the weakest of the 5 great shinobi villages, Sunagakure, can easily overpower many smaller villages. It is almost amusing that within the shinobi world, there exist individuals of jonin rank who dare to claim the title of Kage. Yamada Ichiban paused before adding, moreover, dispersing the logistics team actually enhances our ability to respond to potential ambushes from enemy ninjas. Even if we encounter an attack, the likelihood of total annihilation among the logistics team significantly decreases, thereby ensuring the safety of our supplies. Rope Tree's expression shifted to one of realization. No wonder Yamada Ichiban had immediately divided the logistics team into 10 smaller squads, each following different routes to the front lines. Ichiban-senpai, it seems we may have encountered trouble. Uchiha Tendou suddenly stated, his eyes snapping open as his gaze fell upon the shadowy woods. His tone was calm and measured. Upon hearing this, Yamada Ichiban was taken aback, his muscles tensing as he scanned the surroundings with vigilance. Being appointed as the captain of this logistics team, he held a significant position within Konoha. Yamada Ichiban was acutely aware of Uchiha Tendou's prowess. Otherwise, he would not have addressed him as lord upon their very first meeting. Thus, even in the absence of any overt indication of danger, he chose to place unwavering faith in Uchiha Tendou. Given that Yamada Ichi behaves this way, it is needless to say that both Namikaze Minato and Shoju naturally place unwavering trust in their esteemed brother. Why haven't you emerged yet? If that is the case, allow me to lend you a hand. Uchiha Tendou furrowed his brow, swiftly forming hand seals, his chest slightly inflating. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A crimson sea of flames instantly illuminated the pitch-black night sky, sweeping towards the forest engulfed in darkness. Damn it! Is this individual even a ninja from Konoha? How dare he unleash such an extensive fire release within the land of Fire's forest? Is he not concerned about retribution from the feudal lord? In the darkened forest, an elite jonin from the Rain village gritted his teeth, muttering curses under his breath. In truth, Uchiha Tendou was entirely unconcerned. Even if this area of forest were to be consumed by flames, he could effortlessly restore it with the power of the Eternal. Another elite jonin from the Rain village, visibly distressed, rapidly formed hand seals. He urgently commanded, "Quickly use water release to block it. Otherwise, we shall all be incinerated by this inferno." Water release, water formation wall. As his order was issued, 9 streams of water converged, swiftly rushing towards the sea of flames. Sizzle. Water and fire clashed, generating a copious amount of steam. Uchiha Tendou felt a hint of surprise within. He had not anticipated the strength of this opposing group. Thus, with a mere thought, a torrent of violent crimson chakra surged into his mouth, augmenting the power of great fire annihilation exponentially. The crimson sea of flames subtly shimmered with gold, momentarily overwhelming the joint water release unleashed by the Rain ninjas. The intense heat cracked the ground, instantly evaporating the moisture in the air. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of fire release ninjutsu at its peak. "Awesome, Tendou. You are truly incredible," Shoju exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Namake's Minato's face was filled with respect, equally expressing his awe. "Indeed, Tendou, truly frightening. The might of this B-rank ninjutsu must already surpass that of A-rank." Yamada Ichi's forehead was drenched in beads of sweat, his legs trembling uncontrollably. As the adage goes, an expert sees the essence, while a novice sees mere flavor. With a single glance, he discerned the terrifying potency of the enemy's ninjutsu. That was at least a water release executed by 5 ninjas in concert. Today, Yamada Ichi truly comprehended why the Uchiha clan was regarded by others as masters of fire. Swish, swish, swish. 3 figures stumbled out of the sea of flames, their eyes filled with malice as they glared at Uchiha Tendou. Had it not been for their formidable strength and swift escape, they too would have been reduced to ashes like their subordinates. This youth before them was utterly fearsome. Though water release counters fire release, he effortlessly subdued their combined water release with his own power, even leading to the demise of 6 Chunin. Rain Village ninjas? I never expected you could infiltrate the heart of the Land of Fire. It appears that Hanzo of the Salamander is indeed quite formidable. Uchiha Tendou chuckled lightly, crossing his arms in amusement. How audacious. Youngster, do not be overly arrogant. Lord Hanzo will undoubtedly lead us to triumph over Konoha, a hot-tempered rain ninja. Unable to contain his anger at Uchiha Tendou's disdain for the esteemed Hanzo, bellowed a threat. Merely a display of impotent rage. Uchiha Tendou, with a scornful gaze, paid no heed to the other's fury, directing his attention towards Yamada Ichiban beside him. "Ichiban-senpai, please escort the logistics team to safety. Leave this to the 3 of us." Yamada Ichiban nodded, agreeing without a moment's hesitation. "Lord Tendou, please be careful." With that, he swiftly departed the battlefield with the logistics personnel and supplies. Yamada Ichiban understood that their presence would only hinder the fight. It was far more prudent to retreat than to become a burden. Uchiha Tendou surveyed the 3 rain ninjas before him, a smirk dancing on his lips. "Minato, Shosuke, I entrust the weakest rain jonin to you." As his words fell, Uchiha Tendou's figure vanished in an instant. Body flicker technique. The leading rain ninja's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily drew his ninja blade to block. Clang. The kunai clashed against the blade, sparks flying. Minato and Shosuke exchanged glances and charged towards the rain jonin. "You little brats." Seeking death, the rain jonin seethed. Though he acknowledged that he was indeed the weakest among the 3, yet that did not imply he could be toyed with by mere children. Thus, the battle commenced in earnest. Uchiha Tendou faced off against 2 elite rain jonin single-handedly, while Minato and Shosuke joined forces against 1. "You little brat. I concede your ninjutsu is formidable. However, being a ninja is far from simple." The lead rain ninja roared, exerting tremendous force upon the blade he wielded. Uchiha Tendou felt an overwhelming power gripping his kunai, anchoring him in place. A tiresome tactic. Uchiha Tendou's peripheral vision caught sight of a puddle behind him, and he calmly remarked, a hint of disdain lacing his tone. The lead rain ninja was taken aback, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Could it be that this boy has already deciphered our strategy? "Rainzang, act swiftly." As his voice echoed, He increased the pressure on Uchiha Tendou, attempting to restrain him completely. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the puddle. It was the previously vanished Rainzang. "You little brat. Die." Rainzang's expression twisted with ferocity as he swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. With a roar, a vibrant blue water dragon coalesced, lunging towards Uchiha Tendou like a bolt of lightning. Boom! The water dragon, with unparalleled force, collided with 3 massive trees before dissipating. Rainzang quickly approached Uchiha Tendou, an uncontrollable excitement illuminating his face. He had truly eliminated a significant threat to the village. "Huh, you little brat, weren't you quite arrogant? Is this all you have?" Rainzang, unable to contain his disdain for the opponent's lofty demeanor, mocked him now that victory seemed assured. "Oh, then perhaps you should take a look behind you." A tranquil voice emerged from behind Yuzong as Uchiha Tendou nonchalantly approached his side. "What?" Yuzong's pallor deepened, and he stumbled back in terror. How could this little brat be here? Was he not gravely injured by the water dragon bullet technique? What on earth is happening? "You were clearly struck by the water dragon bullet." A playful smirk danced upon Uchiha Tendou's lips as he pointed a single finger toward the sky. "My grandmother once said, seeing is not necessarily believing, and hearing is not always deceiving." With the utterance of his words, the surrounding space shattered like glass. The Uchiha Tendou who had previously lain on the ground had transformed into another rain shinobi. Yuzong's eyes widened in disbelief as he trembled. "It's an illusion. When did this happen?" "Of course, it was when you saw me." A sudden thrust of a hand wielding a kunai pierced through Yuzong's heart from behind. The Uchiha Tendou, who had been pointing upward, dissipated into a cloud of foam. With a thud, Yuzong collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open as life swiftly drained from him. Uchiha Tendou crouched down, the 3 tomo in his eyes spinning slowly. "Well, now that you know it's an illusion, you should have been more cautious. Tendou, your actions are too swift." The voice of Shinshu echoed from a distance. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tendou turned his gaze toward the approaching duo. Minato Namikaze bore no visible wounds, though Shinshu's arm hung limply at his side. "Oh Shinshu, why are you looking so down? Did you break an arm?" Shinshu's forehead twitched with irritation. While it was indeed true, there was no need to voice it. "You jerk. Not everyone is a freak like you, Uchiha Tendou, capable of effortlessly dispatching 2 elite jonin." However, Shinshu was overthinking it. The reasons for Uchiha Tendou's effortless triumph were threefold. First, the elite jonin of the rain were woefully weak, only slightly stronger than the average jonin of Konoha. Second, the 2 rain shinobi had underestimated him. Upon witnessing Tendou's large-scale fire release, they instinctively assumed he was a ninjutsu expert, leaving them unprepared for jinjutsu. Third, Uchiha Tendou's jinjutsu was exceptionally potent. The enhancement of the Mangekyo was far more than mere ocular jutsu and Susanoo. Just as Shinshu was internally lamenting, Uchiha Tendou suddenly appeared before him. "Tendou, what are you doing?" Before he could voice his confusion, Uchiha Tendou, enveloped in the power of Jobin, forcefully yanked his arm, meeting Shinshu's resentful gaze. Uchiha Tendou chuckled lightly. "No need to be polite. I've fixed your arm." Tendou's gaze swept over Yuzong's lifeless body and the unconscious rain shinobi. After a moment's contemplation, he produced a scroll from his robes and tossed it to Minato. "Take these 2 with you. We might be able to extract some intelligence." Minato received the scroll, first sealing Yuzong's body within it, then procuring a rope to bind the living rain shinobi securely. Once all matters were addressed, the trio hastily made their way towards the direction where Yamada Ichiban had left his signal. 2 days later, they found themselves in the land of rain. "Is this truly the land of rain? What a wretched country," Shoju lamented, shaking his damp hair in discontent. The incessant drizzle was indeed quite unappealing. How is it that you remain completely dry, Tendou?" Shoju's gaze swept over Uchiha Tendou, his face a portrait of astonishment. Upon hearing this, Minato and the others turned their attention towards Uchiha Tendou, only to witness an extraordinary sight. The raindrops seemed to veer away from Uchiha Tendou as they approached, as if imbued with sentience. This must be a result of an exquisite layer of chakra enveloping his body, truly a remarkable display of chakra control. No wonder he is revered as Lord Tendou. Yamada Ichiban, an accomplished jonin, quickly discerned the underlying technique, offering sincere praise. After all, such mastery of chakra control was not something just anyone could acquire. He had yet to witness it in another individual. Well, Shoju, none of that is of consequence. We should hasten to the camp in the Land of Rain. There are many injured awaiting my aid. Uchiha Tendou shrugged, deftly shifting the topic. This level of chakra control was exceedingly challenging. Even Tsunade might struggle to achieve it, let alone the simple-minded Shoju. He certainly did not wish to be ensnared in a barrage of inquiries from Shoju. In the leaf camp, inside a tent, Jiraiya scratched his cheek, observing the agitated pacing of Tsunade with a sigh. Tsunade, don't you tire of circling about like that? Since the previous day, the logistics team had been arriving at the camp in droves, laden with supplies, which only served to heighten Tsunade's irritability. She could hardly sit still. Jiraiya's intent was to gently advise her against excessive impatience. However, Tsunade, upon hearing his words, immediately seized his collar, her tone grave. You imbecile, Jiraiya. The other logistics teams have been here for a full day. There is still no word from Shoju and the others. How can I not worry? Jiraiya's breath caught in his throat as he desperately cast a glance at Orochimaru, who was observing from the side with crossed arms. Help me, please. A faint smile graced Orochimaru's pale visage. Tsunade, do not fret excessively. We have witnessed Tendou's strength. He is unlikely to encounter danger. Perhaps they have simply been delayed. Tsunade fell silent, lowering her hands, her expression a tapestry of complexity. She understood Uchiha Tendou's formidable prowess. As long as he did not act recklessly, he would likely remain safe. Yet, an unsettling premonition lingered in her heart, an ominous feeling that she might lose something precious in this war. Great uncle, please watch over Shoju, she whispered, clutching the necklace at her chest. Just then, a ninja hurriedly entered the tent, breathless. Lord Orochimaru, Lord Jiraiya, Lady Tsunade. The commander requests your immediate presence at the command tent for a meeting. The pupils of the three individuals suddenly constricted as they exchanged glances, each harboring an uncontainable sense of dread. The urgency with which Kakashi summoned them indicated a significant upheaval had occurred. Without a moment to ponder, they dashed towards the command tent. How infuriating! This was undoubtedly the doing of Hanzo of the Salamander. As Orochimaru and the others entered the tent, they were met with the sight of Danzo Shimura, who was furiously cursing and hopping in front of two lifeless bodies. Tsunade, you've arrived. Kakashi, sitting at the head of the table, relaxed his previously furrowed brow, a genuine smile spreading across his face. Family, who understands? He had been subjected to half an hour of Danzo's tirade against Hanzo of the Salamander. At last, the matter could be addressed, freeing him from this torment. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, curiosity etched on his face as he cautiously inquired, Kakashi-senpai, what is the situation? He could not fathom why the normally taciturn Danzo was behaving so uncharacteristically. Not only Jiraiya, but Tsunade and Orochimaru also directed their inquisitive gazes towards Kakashi, eager to know. Kakashi rested his finger on his chin, deliberating for a moment before elucidating. Recently, Elder Danzo dispatched the only two elite jonin of the Shimura clan deep into the Land of Rain, seeking greater accomplishments. However, a ninja squad discovered their corpses by the river, and investigations revealed they had been killed by a lethal poison. Upon hearing Kakashi's explanation, the trio grasped the reason behind Danzo's aberrant behavior. It turned out that in his greedy pursuit of glory, he had recklessly deployed the clan's finest, resulting in a disastrous loss, both in manpower and prestige. At present, Danzo had yet to become the Hokage's advisor, and Root was merely in its nascent stages. Thus, for him, the Shimura clan represented his most vital asset. With both elite jonin lost, it was no wonder Danzo was seething with rage. Kakashi-dano, are you summoning us to exact revenge on the Hidden Rain village? Orochimaru inquired softly, a faint smile gracing his lips. He seldom smiled, unless unable to contain himself. Kakashi observed the trio struggling to suppress their laughter and rubbed his forehead, feeling a touch exasperated. You are being rather obvious. Is there no pretense left? Actually, my primary reason for summoning you is related to Tsunade. Kakashi's gaze swept over the puzzled Orochimaru and others as he continued. When the two elite jonin were poisoned, Hanzo was engaged in battle with me. Moreover, according to our intelligence, the Hidden Rain village lacks other masters of poison. Are you suggesting that the poisoning of these two elite jonin may not involve the Hidden Rain village? Upon hearing Orochimaru's query, Kakashi nodded gravely. Indeed, that is why I wish for Tsunade to examine the bodies. Tsunade's expression turned serious. She understood the gravity of the situation. If it was proven that the Hidden Rain village was not responsible, it would imply that a third-party force was intervening. Who could possibly be the formidable poison expert from which village? It is indeed a challenging riddle. Shikaku, I believe there is no need for further investigation. It must undoubtedly be the work of the Rain Village. Shimura Danzo's expression darkened, filled with fury. His animosity towards the Rain Village had reached its peak, and he was determined to make them pay dearly for their actions. Danzo, this matter still harbors many uncertainties. We should first, Shikaku, I am giving you face, but you must bear the brunt. I demand an immediate offensive against the Rain Village. Danzo's proclamation infuriated Shikaku beyond measure. While he was known for his patience, he was certainly not a pushover. This is entirely your own doing, Danzo. Why should the ninjas of Konoha seek vengeance for your personal grievances? As someone who valued his comrades, Shikaku was unwilling to sacrifice the lives of others for the selfish desires of one man. Danzo, I am the commander here. The moment those words escaped his lips, Danzo stood frozen, a familiar phrase echoing ominously in his mind, igniting his wrath. Ignoring Danzo's antics, Tsunade approached the two lifeless bodies, meticulously examining them. Their faces were pale, lips cracked, and their eyes were marred by crimson veins, a clear indication of death by poison. Tsunade paused, placing her hand over the heart, her brow furrowed as she concentrated a significant amount of chakra, gently applying pressure. In an instant, a slender silver needle appeared in her grasp. Tsunade, have you made any discoveries? Shikaku inquired, his gaze caught by the scene and rushing to her side. In silence, Tsunade extracted another silver needle from the second corpse. Shikaku, it seems we must prepare for the worst, she uttered solemnly. The salamander Hanzo would not employ poison needles. Shikaku remarked, his expression taut as his fingers drummed incessantly on the table. Tsunade, could it be that you are mistaken? Jiraiya swallowed hard, disbelief etched on his features. If Tsunade's assertions were correct, then these two elite jonin had fallen at the hands of the Sand Village. This would imply that the Sand had declared war on Konoha without a word. At that moment, a calm voice resonated from the entrance of the tent. Jiraiya, Tsunade has not erred. Pain. Tsunade gasped, hastening to the entrance, confronting Uchiha Pain with an accusatory stance. What are you doing, you old hag? Remove your hands this instant. Pain's brow twitched with irritation as he forcefully swatted Tsunade's probing hands away, glaring at her fiercely. I have urgent matters to discuss. Step aside. Tsunade crossed her arms defiantly, raising an eyebrow as she cast a disdainful glance at Uchiha Pain. You just arrived at the camp. What pressing matters could you possibly have? Despite her words, she nonetheless shifted aside to grant him passage. Earlier, she had been concerned for her foolish brother's safety. But seeing Uchiha Pain arrive unscathed alleviated her worries entirely. She was well aware that he would never idly stand by while Naruto found himself in peril. Indeed, Tiandao, Swayman, and Shunshu have been humorously dubbed the Golden Triangle of Konoha by Kikina. Uchiha Tiandao, however, was not preoccupied with Tsunade's petty schemes. He approached Hatake Tsukumo and extracted a scroll from his robe. What are you up to, Tiandao? Tsukumo asked, perplexed by his actions. Yet, his curiosity was swiftly resolved. With a serious expression, Uchiha Tiandao revealed a Rain Ninja's corpse from the scroll. Senior Tsukumo, we encountered an ambush by Rain Ninjas on our way here. Among them were two elite jonin. I managed to kill one and capture the other. Good heavens. Elite jonin. Tsukumo's brow shot up in disbelief. Elite jonin are an extraordinarily potent force wherever they may be, possessing the ability to easily annihilate small nations. Even in Konoha, their numbers barely exceed 100. The fact that such formidable adversaries were vanquished and captured by Uchiha Tiandao is a testament to his prowess as the strongest of the young generation in Konoha. Shimura Danzo's eyes glinted with malice, veins protruding from his hands as he raged internally. Has this inherently sinister Uchiha brat truly become this formidable? Hiruzen, I warned you that you would regret this. This development was indeed alarming. Uchiha Tiandao was merely 13 years old and had yet to reach the peak of a ninja's abilities. Given time, this boy would undoubtedly evolve into a powerhouse akin to Uchiha Madara. At that moment, Danzo feared that his position as Hokage would become nothing more than a fleeting dream, an illusion. Contemplating this, a terrifying scheme blossomed in Danzo's mind. If only this boy could perish on the battlefield of the land of Rain. All my actions are for the sake of the village. Uchiha Tiandao's expression remained unchanged. His ambition was the Six Paths. Senior Tsukumo, I have extracted some intelligence regarding the hidden Rain village through my Sharingan. Oh, what intelligence! Upon hearing this was related to the Hidden Rain village, Sakumo's interest was piqued. Danzo, who had been plotting to eliminate Uchiha Tendou, halted his thoughts, covertly straining to listen, lest he miss crucial information. Everyone held their breath, eyes filled with anticipation as they gazed at Uchiha Tendou. A few days ago, Chiyo from Sunagakure visited the Hidden Rain village and held clandestine discussions with Hanzo of the Salamander. What? The collective shock sent a chill down their spines, their expressions betraying their composure. Tendou, are you implying that the Hidden Rain village has already formed an alliance with Sunagakure? Jiraiya gasped, his breath quickening as he inquired anxiously. There was no room for indifference. Initially, Konoha regarded the Hidden Rain village as a mere minor ninja village, hardly a concern. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen had dispatched only 500 ninjas and 300 logistical support troops. Yet, upon engagement, Konoha found itself at a disadvantage, even facing a series of defeats at the hands of Hanzo. The course of this war has thoroughly exceeded everyone's expectations. The Hidden Rain village has surprisingly managed to withstand the frontal assault of Konoha, dragging it into the mire of conflict. Now, Chiyo from the Sand Village has unexpectedly reappeared in the Rain Ninja Village. Should both parties reach an accord and simultaneously strike at Konoha, the consequences would be unimaginable. Uchiha Tendou surveyed the assembly, a hint of mockery gracing his features. Esteemed comrades, the situation may not be as dire as you presume. Hanzo of the Salamander, known for his obstinacy, likened himself to the new god of ninjas. Faced with the arrogant Sand Village, he resolutely declined any alliance. At this, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, their tense expressions finally easing. Haha, Tendou, your dramatic flair is quite unnecessary and has caused us undue concern, Jiraiya chuckled, scratching his head, his brows dancing in amusement. Uchiha Tendou's lips twitched as he retorted, Jiraiya, do you not entertain the possibility that even without a collaboration, the Sand Village might still launch an attack against us? Jiraiya froze, his body becoming rigid, an awkward grimace taking over his features. Surely not. Orochimaru's expression turned grave, his pale visage betraying an inescapable worry. Jiraiya, you remain far too naive. The Wind Country is situated in a remote and harsh environment, a stark contrast to our Fire Country. Thus, the Sand Village will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to assault Konoha. Jiraiya opened his mouth to argue, but at that moment, a figure stumbled into the camp. Kakashi Sakumo's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed to support the newcomer, furrowing his brow. Yono, were you not stationed at the perimeter? How did you end up here? Yono clutched Sakumo's sleeve tightly, his breath coming in rapid gasps. Cough. Lord Sakumo, the Sand Village. The Sand Village has launched a surprise attack on our camp. Hearing this, Sakumo's expression transformed, and he swiftly grabbed his white-fanged sword, charging towards the tent's entrance. Tsunade and the others dared not delay, hastily following suit. Uchiha Tendou's gaze fell upon Shimura Danzo in the corner, his face betraying unabashed disdain. Elder Danzo, the enemy is already assaulting the camp. Why do you remain motionless? Even I, a mere child, am ready to take to the battlefield. Are you not merely a coward? Danzo's skin twitched in irritation. Cowardice, you say? I simply wish to avoid engaging in futile endeavors. It is not out of fear for my own life. Suppressing his mounting anger, Danzo proclaimed with righteous indignation, You young ones, everything I do is for the village. Damn it, these shuriken are laced with deadly poison. How dare they? Do they wish to wage war against Konoha? Kill, annihilate these sand scoundrels. As Sakumo and the others arrived at the camp's perimeter, the air was already thick with the cacophony of battle, blood flowing like rivers. The ninjas of Konoha and Sand were entangled in fierce combat, blades clashing and jutsu flying. Jiraiya, be cautious. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils widened as he pulled Jiraiya away swiftly. Countless silver needles swiftly descended, piercing the very spot where the two individuals had previously stood. Heh, the little ones from Konoha are indeed quite quick to react. A woman, seemingly around 30, emerged with a peculiar laugh, flanked by a multitude of Sand shinobi. Kaido Sakumo narrowed his eyes slightly, one hand stealthily resting upon his short blade, white fang. Chiyo, why does your Sand Village attack our Konoha camp? In response to Kaido Sakumo's stern inquiry, a faint smile graced Chiyo's lips. Heh, why do we, the Sand, attack your Konoha camp? Naturally, it is in pursuit of greater resources. She then shook her head in disappointment, her expression dripping with disdain. Kaido Tsukumo, I had presumed you to be an exceptionally talented ninja, yet it appears you are merely average. To be unable to maintain your composure after our ambush. I have overestimated both you and Konoha. With that, Chiyo abruptly waved her right hand, and swarms of sand shinobi swiftly encircled the three individuals. 3 individuals? A few beads of cold sweat emerged on Chiyo's forehead, her body bristling with unease. Whoosh! Kaido Tsukumo's figure materialized before her like a specter. Electricity crackling upon his white fang. Lightning body technique. At the steep slope to the west of the Konoha camp, Hanzo of the Salamander surveyed the Konoha camp below. Malice swirling in his gaze. The 5 great ninja villages, how arrogant they are. I shall ensure that you all pay dearly. Suddenly, a ranged shinobi seemed to notice something, pointing incredulously at the Konoha camp and exclaiming, Lord Hanzo, that person down there seems to be Yufeng. Hanzo's brow furrowed, displeasure evident upon his face. Yuyo, what nonsense are you spouting? How could Yufeng possibly be here? That fool must have lost his wits. Wasn't Yufeng sent to intercept Konoha's logistical forces within the Land of Fire? Yuyo gritted his teeth, pointing to a specific location, and stubbornly insisted, Lord Hanzo. I am not deceiving you. ISNT that Yufeng. Hanzo's face twitched. How dare this Yuyo be so oblivious as to contradict him? Anger bubbled within him, and he resolved to teach this insolent fool a lesson, making him understand the consequences of his audacity. However, Hanzo soon found himself rooted in place. Astonished by what he beheld, the elite jonin of the Rain Village, Yufeng, was bound and discarded upon the ground, 2 young boys standing guard over him. Even Hanzo, despite his usual cunning, comprehended the grim reality. All the Rain shinobi he had dispatched to ambush Konoha's logistical forces had been captured. Lord, Yuyo opened his mouth, eager to speak. Hanzo's countenance darkened, and he waved a hand to silence him, growling in a low voice. Yuyo, relay my orders. Immediately attack the Konoha camp. The esteemed elite jonin had been captured alive. He yearned to flay Yufeng for his incompetence. The honor of the Rain Village and his own reputation had been utterly tarnished. Although he was filled with intense anger, he could not afford to turn a blind eye. After all, Yuin Village was merely a small hidden village with a shallow foundation, possessing only a handful of elite jonin. Each elite jonin was a force to be reckoned with. After Uchiha Tendou humiliated Shimura Danzo, he did not linger in the tent, but swiftly made his way towards the location of Minato Namikaze and his companions. He was not particularly concerned about the surprise attack from Tsunagakure. After all, Kakashi Hatake and Orochimaru had already rushed to the most intense area of the battlefield, ensuring that the situation remained stable. Furthermore, Tsunade, skilled in medical ninjutsu and taijutsu, could effectively counter Chiyo. This surprise attack from Tsunagakure would likely be resolved quickly. Thus, he only needed to keep an eye on Minato and Shoju while eliminating the Tsunagakure ninja infiltrating the camp. Minato, it seems Tsunagakure is launching an assault on the camp. Let us hasten to assist. Shoju exclaimed, his face marked with anger as he sensed the battle at the camp's periphery. Upon hearing this, Minato's expression grew troubled as he pointed at the tightly bound Yufeng. But Tendou instructed us to keep a close watch on this fellow, Shoju retorted, his demeanor serious. No worries, this guy isn't going anywhere. The ninjas in the village are fighting valiantly, and as the future Hokage, I too must contribute. Minato scratched his head, feeling somewhat torn, not wanting to remain hidden in the camp. Just as he was about to speak further, a chill ran down his spine. Killer intent. Without a moment to spare, Minato lunged forward, pinning Shoju to the ground. Thud! A scythe whizzed past their heads at an astonishing speed, embedding itself into the ground behind them. Another intriguing little brat, Hanzo of the Salamander, accompanied by several Rain ninja, emerged before them, his voice tinged with skepticism. His gaze then fell upon Minato, and he inwardly marveled at the talent from Konohagakure. First, there was the Uchiha prodigy, and now this blonde-haired youth. Both were destined to become formidable figures in the future. With this thought, Hanzo's killing intent intensified. He would not allow such brilliance to persist. However, before that, he needed to ascertain who had captured Yufeng alive. Oi, little brat, how dare you capture a ninja from Yuin? Are you not afraid of our retaliation? Hanzo spoke in a deadpan tone, his voice low. Old dog Hanzo, what can your Yuin do? Shoju spat dismissively, a look of disdain etched across his face. Hanzo's countenance darkened beneath his mask, his killing intent surging. He could not tolerate such condescension. At this moment, One thought consumed him: to make these scornful individuals pay for their insolence toward Yuin. With a fierce expression, Hanzo gathered chakra in his hand and slammed it onto the ground. Little brats, prepare to die. Fire style, explosive flame array. The ground beneath Minato and Shoju rapidly sank, revealing multiple explosive tags. Boom. The explosive flames instantly engulfed the two. As the two young miscreants were completely engulfed by the explosion of the explosive tags, Hanzo of the Salamander's lips curled subtly beneath his mask. This was merely the beginning. He was determined to make the 5 great ninja villages experience anguish, leading the Hidden Rain village to dominance over the shinobi world. Hanzo, why are you grinning like a fool? A calm voice suddenly resonated from behind the crowd, plunging the scene into a profound silence. Hanzo's previously triumphant expression froze, his countenance darkening ominously, breath quickening as tendrils of poisonous miasma seeped from beneath his mask. The bodies of the Rain shinobi began to tremble uncontrollably. They understood that their leader was enraged. Taking a few deep breaths, Hanzo forcibly suppressed his fury, casting a cold glare behind him. He was eager to discover who possessed the audacity to mock him. Oh, is it you, Uchiha brat? Hanzo recognized the speaker as the Uchiha boy who had fled in despair a few months prior. He was preparing to hurl a few taunts when he noticed the two youths standing behind Uchiha Tendou. He stood there, momentarily stupefied, instinctively exclaiming in disbelief. How could that blonde-haired lad and the short one still be alive? Hadn't they been completely consumed by the explosion? Uchiha Tendou crossed his arms, his Sharingan morphing into 3 black tomo. Had it not been for his timely activation of the ascendancy technique, which had transported Rope Tree and Minato away from the blast radius, those two would surely have met their demise. His gaze lingered momentarily on the bound Rain shinobi, and after a brief contemplation, Uchiha Tendou grasped the sequence of events. You two, step back. This is not a place for you to engage. Rope Tree clenched his teeth, his fists cracking audibly. Never had he felt such a profound hatred for his own helplessness. Every time danger approached, it was Uchiha Tendou who shielded them. Having just saved them, he was now willing to stay behind to cover their retreat. If only I possessed formidable strength. Sensing Rope Tree's internal struggle, Uchiha Tendou furrowed his brow and softly urged Minato. The latter snapped back to reality and quickly pulled Rope Tree towards their camp. Hanzo did not pursue the fleeing duo. Rather, his curiosity was piqued by the Uchiha before him. At the moment of the explosion, he was certain that he had seen no figures. Yet these two children had been rescued by this Uchiha boy. Thus, he concluded that this Uchiha must possess some formidable ninjutsu. Uchiha brat, how did you accomplish that? In response to Hanzo's inquiry, Uchiha Tendou wore a faint smile, pointing skyward. My grandmother once told me, as long as I wish for it, fate will undoubtedly be on my side. Hanzo, the other Rain shinobi. Uchiha Tendou's gaze quickly scanned the 7 adversaries before him. 1 shadow level, 1 elite jonin, and 5 special jonin. It was truly overwhelming. At those words, Hanzo's expression twitched. Little rascal, do you really aspire to take on 7 opponents? Uchiha Tendou was momentarily taken aback. What the hell, 7 at once? Hey, mackerel fish Hanzo, you truly are a genius. However, Uchiha Tendou did not harbor the notion of confronting 7 foes. His ambition was to face them with a duo. Old friend, let us embark on a grand endeavor. With a flourish of summoning techniques, a cloud of white smoke dissipated to reveal the robust form of Charizard, its mighty tail crashing against the ground in a display of fervor. Hanzo's eyes glimmered with curiosity. This crimson lizard was a creature he had yet to encounter. Judging solely by its size, its power was undeniable. Uchiha Tendou chuckled lightly, addressing Charizard. You have trained diligently of late. It is time to showcase your prowess. With an exhilarating roar, Charizard unleashed its excitement. Ever since being bested by Uchiha Anju's illusionary arts, it had shed its previous lethargy and trained relentlessly. Today marked the moment to reveal the fruits of its labor. Flame burst. Without a hint of forewarning, Charizard amassed an immense amount of chakra, unleashing a fierce torrent of fire towards Hanzo and his companions. Uchiha Tendou swiftly formed hand seals, his chest expanding slightly. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Sensing that the attack lacked sufficient potency, the tomo in his eyes swiftly converged into a kaleidoscopic pattern, a trail of blood tears cascading from his right eye. Amaterasu. A crimson sea of flames intertwined with black infernos surged forth, incinerating everything in its path. Good heavens! How could this little rascal's fire release be so formidable? Hanzo cursed under his breath as he swiftly evaded the oncoming blaze. His prowess was undeniable, yet even the strongest ninja must heed the balance of offense and defense. As for employing water techniques against a flame of this magnitude, merely a futile thought, especially seeing how the rain above had been vaporized. While Hanzo and his companion, Yu, managed to escape, the remaining 5 special Jonin were not so fortunate. They had not anticipated Uchiha Tendou's decisive assault, and were swiftly engulfed by the inferno. Charizard, panting heavily, emitted an exhilarated roar. Subsequently, it was enveloped in a radiant white light, its form expanding as a pair of grand wings sprouted from its back. Uchiha Tendou's eyes sparkled with excitement as he retrieved a permanent Fire Dragon X Super Evolution Stone from his system space, tossing it towards Charizard. Evolve, Charizard, and become even stronger. Without a moment's hesitation, Charizard consumed the Super Evolution Stone. The once fading white light blazed anew with intensity. Moments later, a Charizard X, measuring over 20 meters in length, emerged, its body a dark gray hue with a cerulean gradient from its chin to its tail tip. It bore horns upon its head, eyes glowing crimson, and its mouth ignited with azure flames. The inner side of its wings transformed to a deep blue, with claw-like protrusions adorning its wings. Even Uchiha Tendou, with his formidable mental fortitude, felt his heart race uncontrollably at this sight. By the heavens, this size must rival that of a super colossal Charizard. Let us momentarily set aside the azure flames of intense heat and the ferocious claws of Charizard X, merely considering its formidable size and aerial prowess. It is poised to dominate 99% of the ninjas in the ninja realm. With a resounding roar that exudes authority, Charizard declares its presence to the ninja world. Uchiha Tendou, with a weary sigh, adjusts his forehead and remarks with exasperation, Charizard X, at your grand size, must you still behave so childishly? Gulping audibly, the legendary Hanzo of the Salamander and Ujiu stand frozen in disbelief. What manner of summoning beast is this? How has it grown from over 3 meters to more than 20? How can we possibly contend with this? Uchiha Tendou gazes at the two with a teasing glint in his eye, his tone laced with mockery. Lord Hanzo, shall we commence the second round? Hanzo retrieves his scythe, his gaze cold and voice hoarse as he fixates on Uchiha Tendou. Very well, as you wish, child. Water Shunshin, no jutsu. With a single hand seal, Hanzo vanishes like a specter. Uchiha Tendou's expression sharpens. Alarm bells ring in his mind, prompting him to remain vigilant. His Sharingan spins wildly, enhancing his perception significantly. Soon, he detects the residual chakra lingering in the air. A flicker of understanding passes between him and Charizard X. In an instant, its claws are enveloped in a verdant glow, shimmering ominously. Dragon Claw. The clash of claws against scythe ignites a cacophony of metal striking metal, sparks flying in all directions. Cursed be it. How has this summoning beast's power surged so dramatically? Hanzo flips back to his original position, his expression grave, his hand gripping the scythe, trembling slightly. Previously, he could sense that the beast was merely of Jonin rank. Now, with its size increase, its strength has inexplicably soared to that of a Kage. Boom, boom. Charizard X's massive wings beat furiously, propelling Uchiha Tendou swiftly into the skies. Heavens, what is that colossal creature? Good grief. Could it be the summoning beast of Sunagakure? Alas, that position is near the rear camp. Cursed Sunagakure, they are sandwiching us from both sides. The Leaf ninjas stationed at the camp quickly noticed Charizard X soaring above, unable to contain their murmurs of astonishment. There is no escaping the fact that Charizard X's wingspan exceeds 10 meters. Its presence in the sky is simply too conspicuous. Kakashi Hatake furrows his brow, his gaze piercing, the short blade in his hand engulfed in lightning, emanating an aura of lethal intent. Chio, you Sunagakure truly are cunning strategists. Chio twitches her lips, equally baffled by the situation. However, this is not the time for contemplation. That peculiar summoning beast evidently possesses formidable strength. Recognizing that Sunagakure's resources pale in comparison to those of Konoha, Chio resolves to minimize their losses. Heh, Kakashi Hatake, our plans have come to fruition. Enjoy yourselves. With that parting remark, she retreats swiftly, leading the Sunagakure ninjas away like a tide. In this raid, Sunagakure successfully eliminated numerous elite ninjas from Konohagakure, thus achieving their wartime objectives. Continuing the conflict with Konoha would prove futile. Rather than incurring unnecessary casualties, it would be wiser to retreat while ahead. Furthermore, Chiyo's deliberate remark before departing was intended to provoke Konoha into confronting that formidable summoning beast, further undermining Konoha's military strength. Hatake Tsukumo's expression darkened. Though he begrudged Tsunagekyu's brazen withdrawal, he refrained from ordering a pursuit of Konoha's ninjas. The paramount concern was to stabilize the situation at the camp, report back to the village, and request reinforcements while remaining vigilant against a potential sudden attack from Tsunagakure on the Land of Fire. Tsunade, remain here to attend to the wounded. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, accompany me to the rear camp to assess the situation. Hatake Tsukumo decisively commanded, aware that time was of the essence. Hanzo, issue a swift command to Yuya. Their aerial advantage is overwhelming. We must unite and employ ninjutsu to bring them down. Hanzo exclaimed. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. 2 azure water dragons, each over 10 meters long, surged forth towards the fiery Dragon X in the sky. Uchiha Tendou smirked, for he was now a champion-level trainer. Charizard X used Dragon Dance to swiftly evade the water dragons. Following that, he rapidly approached the elite Jonin. With a thunderous roar, Charizard X descended like a meteor, performing a mysterious dance that allowed it to effortlessly dodge the 2 water dragons. Hanzo's pupils dilated in disbelief at the spectacle before him. Is it flying this fast? Dragon Dance significantly enhances Charizard X's speed and attack power. Now is the time. Use Dragon Dive. As Uchiha Tendou's passionate voice resonated, a terrifying aura erupted from Charizard X. Its form enveloped in vibrant blue chakra, coalescing into a colossal chakra dragon. Faced with the swiftly approaching chakra dragon, Yuya's pupils widened, fear almost tangible in his gaze. He realized his fate was sealed. With a resounding tear, the chakra dragon effortlessly shattered Yuya into fragments, blood splattering everywhere. Hanzo gazed at the round object beneath him, his expression shifting from green to white, the murderous intent in his eyes no longer concealed. You little brat. Today, I shall ensure your demise. With that, Hanzo swiftly formed hand seals and struck the ground with force. Summoning technique. Boom. The earth trembled violently, fissuring rapidly. In the next moment, a gargantuan creature nearly 50 meters long erupted from the ground. Its body was covered in dark green, coarse scales, its bulging eyes gleaming with a cold, murderous light. And toxic venom dripped from its maw, sizzling as it hit the ground. Uchiha Tendou's expression turned grave. The reason Hanzo was renowned as a demigod of the ninja world was largely due to this creature, which contributed at least 30% to his reputation. Charizard X. Gain altitude and be cautious of that creature's potent venom. Hanzo sneered, a sinister expression etched across his face. Ah, what a cunning little rascal. The pepper fish. Unleash your venom towards that imp. Wow. The pepper fish let out a low growl, its dark green toxin shooting forth like a deadly arrow. Uchiha Tendou raised an eyebrow, and the fire-breathing Dragon X beneath him immediately understood, unfurling its wings to deftly evade all incoming venom, gathering chakra in its maw. It unleashed a torrent of flames. The ethereal blue fire swept towards the pepper fish on the ground, the intense heat causing the misty drizzle in the sky to evaporate instantly. The pepper fish twisted its body swiftly, burrowing into the ground in the blink of an eye, evading the fiery onslaught entirely. Damn it, that detestable Uchiha brat. The pepper fish Hanzo glared at the colossal dragon circling above, unable to suppress a low curse. Initially, he had presumed that the young lad, brimming with youthful vigor and possessing such a formidable summoning beast, would engage him in a direct confrontation. Instead, the boy resorted to a strategy of evasion, avoiding a fair fight and opting for a game of kite flying. Hanzo's brow furrowed, his expression oscillating between dark and light. He pondered whether to inundate the Konoha camp with the pepper fish's potent venom, forcing Uchiha Tendou to descend from the skies. Yet, upon further reflection, he deemed it impractical. Given the boy's cunning nature, such an endeavor would merely be a futile exertion of effort. Prolonging the encounter held no advantages for him either. The battles at the outer perimeter of the Konoha camp had already ceased, and soon Hatake Tsukumo and the others would arrive. Boy, consider yourself fortunate today. We shall meet again. With that, the pepper fish Hanzo swiftly burrowed into the earth, heading to rendezvous with other ranged shinobi who were stealthily attacking Konoha. Uchiha Tendou's gaze deepened, and he murmured softly, "Next time, I shall end you." At this moment, his murderous intent towards the pepperfish Hanzo reached its zenith. Having repeatedly struck against his dear friend, the opponent had already sealed his own fate. Swish, swish, swish. Hatake Tsukumo and his companions utilized the body flicker technique to arrive rapidly at the battlefield, their expressions grave as they gazed at the heavens, forming hand seals with haste. However, Orochimaru was the first to spot the figure atop the fire-breathing Dragon X, swiftly stepping forward to obstruct Jiraiya and Hatake Tsukumo, who were preparing to act. Lord Tiandao is atop that colossal beast. Upon hearing this, Hatake Tsukumo and Jiraiya stood frozen in place. What? Uchiha Tendou. They quickly looked up, scrutinizing the figure atop the fire-breathing Dragon X. The youth adorned in Uchiha clan garb, his spiky black hair cascading to his waist, was indeed Uchiha Tendou. Boom, boom. The fire-breathing Dragon X flapped its expansive wings, gradually descending. Uchiha Tendou's gaze swept over the three, a warm smile gracing his features. Oh, what brings you three esteemed seniors here? Has Sunagakure been repelled? Hearing this, Tsukumo and the others snapped out of their daze. Tendou, what on earth is happening? In response to Hatake Tsukumo's inquiry, Uchiha Tendou divulged the events that had transpired. In truth, he found certain behaviors of the rogue shinobi perplexing. While concealing 1's trump cards and hiding 1's strength is prudent, there are nuances to their actions that eluded his understanding. However, excessive modesty often invites trouble from those who overestimate themselves, ultimately forcing one to reveal their true capabilities. Instead of waiting for such a moment, why not showcase a portion of 1's strength from the outset, instilling a sense of fear in others? This approach could mitigate much of the ensuing chaos. Uchiha Tendou adopted this strategy, displaying his Mangekyo Sharingan and the formidable Fire Dragon X without any concealment, as these were not even his ultimate trump cards. By appropriately revealing his fangs, he would deter those who covet the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing Uchiha Tendou's account, Jiraiya's jaw nearly dropped to the ground as he pointed at the Fire Dragon X beside him, his voice trembling. Are you saying this creature is a fire dinosaur? Jiraiya had encountered a fire dinosaur before, a massive beast towering over 3 meters. While its abilities were commendable, it still paled in comparison to the toads of Mount Myaboku. Initially, he even attempted to use the summoning beasts of Mount Myaboku as bait, hoping to lure Uchiha Tendou into abandoning Tsunade to become his disciple. Yet now, gazing at the powerful, imposing, and colossal summoning beast before him, Jiraiya felt a pang of envy. While Bunta's prowess might not be inferior, the Fire Dragon X was undeniably magnificent. Uchiha Tendou understood his sentiments and chuckled softly. Jiraiya, I actually think the toads from Mount Myaboku are quite impressive, especially since they complement you so well. Damn you, Jiraiya retorted, rolling his eyes and raising a middle finger in response. Orochimaru's eyes flickered with intrigue. He was becoming increasingly curious about Uchiha Tendou. With exceptional talent, a vast reservoir of chakra, eyes surpassing the 3 Tomo, and an incredibly powerful yet peculiar summoning beast, he was a figure of great interest. Kisame Hashigaki offered a gentle smile. Tendou, with the assistance of Fire Dragon X, our strength in Konoha will undoubtedly surge. After all, the ability to fly alone is an exceptionally useful skill. Having grasped the situation at the rear camp, Kisame hesitated no longer. Tendou, hurry to the medical unit and assist Tsunade in alleviating her burdens. They must be severely understaffed at this moment. Uchiha Tendou nodded, and, after releasing the summoning technique, swiftly made his way to the medical unit. After all, he was now Konoha's second medical ninja. Kisame's gaze turned serious as he focused on Jiraiya and Orochimaru. The strength of Amegakure is alarmingly formidable. We must urgently request support from Lord Hokage, while also alerting the village to prepare for potential invasions from Sunagakure. During this time, to prevent Amegakure and Sunagakure from launching another attack on the camp, you must remain vigilant. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and readily agreed, without hesitation. Once the three departed, Danzo Shimura emerged slowly from the shadows, his eyes gleaming with malice. Damn it, that Uchiha brat has grown even stronger. That fool Hanzo of the Salamander could not even kill him. This cannot continue. After contemplating for a moment, a sinister smile crept across his face. If Amegakure cannot eliminate you, then what about Sunagakure? Danzo's perspective on the small hidden villages had yet to change. He believed that Hanzo of the Salamander was too weak, and thus could not contend with the Uchiha brat. Had the Sand Village intervened, the outcome would have been entirely different. In the Rain Village, within the leader's office, Hanzo sat with a grim expression, his eyes filled with a chilling, murderous intent. As the esteemed leader of the Rain Village, possessing peak strength at the shadow level, he had suffered 2 consecutive defeats at the hands of a mere Uchiha youth. It was predictable that Yufeng and others had also fallen victim to that brat. By this reckoning, the Rain Village had suffered 3 significant losses due to that young rogue. The thought of Yufeng and his companions perishing in flames ignited a fresh wave of fury within him. He resolved at once to disseminate the information about the Uchiha brat, enticing other major ninja villages to ambush him. Yes, the Hidden Rain ninja bowed respectfully before swiftly departing. Hanzo reclined in his chair, a sinister smile creeping across his face. A mere child cannot rely on summoned beasts to achieve greatness. In Konoha, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen leisurely puffed on his pipe, his countenance radiating relaxation. If his assumptions were correct, Kakashi Hatake must be leading Konoha's ninjas deep into the Land of Rain by now. It would not be long before he received the surrender documents from the Rain Village. It was merely a small ninja village. Audacious enough to flaunt its presence before Konoha, they truly had the audacity of a bear. Suddenly, an Umbu ninja appeared in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi's brow furrowed momentarily before a smile adorned his face, and he instinctively set down his pipe. Was this good news? Snow Fox, do you bring tidings from the front? The Umbu operative, codenamed Snow Fox, stiffened, responding in a peculiar tone, Hokage-sama. The front camp has been simultaneously attacked by both the Sand and Rain villages. The casualties are severe. Commander Kakashi urgently requires reinforcements. Furthermore, the Sand village has officially declared war on us. The third Kazekage has assembled 5,000 sand ninjas in the Land of Rivers. What? Sarutobi sprang from his seat, his gaze fixed intently on Snow Fox. Is the intelligence accurate? Hokage-sama, the information is indeed true. Once again hearing the answer he dreaded most from the Umbu operative plunged Sarutobi into deep silence. After a moment, the hesitation in his eyes vanished, replaced by a steely resolve. Konoha may not desire war, but that does not mean it fears it. Snow Fox, relay my orders. Inform all clans to prepare for battle, and mobilize an army of 3,000 ninjas to swiftly advance to the Land of Rivers. In response to the repeated provocations from the Sand Village, Sarutobi resolved to deliver a profound lesson to them. He intended to demonstrate to the world that Konoha was not to be trifled with. Though Sarutobi appeared weak in his elder years, in his prime, he was indeed deserving of the title Ninja Hero. Understood, Hokage-sama. The Umbu ninja, codenamed Snow Fox, bowed and promptly vanished from sight. Sarutobi picked up his pipe, taking several deep puffs, which alleviated the turmoil within his heart. A hint of sorrow graced his visage, pondering the countless lives that the ongoing war might claim. Truly a tumultuous season. Soon, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze fell upon the intelligence scroll brought by the Umbu, which he casually picked up to examine with utmost attentiveness. Previously, the urgency of the information had compelled Yukaheim to merely summarize the situation, leaving the intricate details for him to glean from the scroll. What? This is astonishing. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused mid-puff, his eyes fixated on the scroll. To be precise, it was a piece of intelligence revealing that Uchiha Tendou possessed a powerful fire element summoning beast of shadow-level strength, capable of flight. The previously stern expression on Sarutobi's face softened, replaced by a blooming smile reminiscent of a chrysanthemum. Haha, truly deserving of my regard. At that moment, the heavy burden that had weighed upon his heart began to lift. He had harbored concerns regarding the battlefield in the Land of Rivers, for the third Kazekage was no weakling, and his magnetic release flying ability could undoubtedly result in considerable casualties among the Leaf Ninja. Thus far, the new generation of Konoha had yet to fully mature. Tsunade and her peers were merely elite jonin. Although Uchiha Tendou possessed shadow-level capabilities, his youth posed limitations, and the drawbacks of the Mangekyo Sharingan were evident. Sarutobi Hiruzen himself could not intervene, as he needed to remain in the village to safeguard against the other 3 great ninja villages. As for why the third Kazekage could act with such impunity, surely the other ninja villages were not foolish enough to venture into the desert to seize resources? Insanity. However, upon learning that Uchiha Tendou commanded a formidable flying summoning beast, his spirits soared. This meant that Konoha had gained another shadow-level powerhouse. one with the ability to soar through the skies. Hokage-sama. Here is the intelligence from Danzo-sama. A ninja wearing a dog-faced mask appeared in the Hokage's office. Kneeling on one knee as he presented a scroll, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow and accepted it, eager to see what intelligence Danzo had dispatched his root ninja to retrieve. Sending Kakashi Hatake and Uchiha Tendou to the battlefield in the Land of Rivers? Sarutobi Hiruzen studied the contents of the scroll, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Danzo's thoughts aligned closely with his own. The small village of Amigakure did not warrant excessive concern, despite having inflicted some losses upon Konoha. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, the reason Amigakure could withstand Konoha's assault was primarily due to his failure to deploy the elite forces from Konoha's various clans to the battlefield. The diminutive Amigakure posed little threat. Furthermore, Sarutobi Hiruzen had unwavering faith in his seasoned veterans. Although Danzo appeared rather gruff, he was undeniably a shadow-level powerhouse. When the time came, reinforcements from the elite clans could be dispatched to the battlefield in the Land of Rain. And with Danzo's strength complemented by Tsunade and her 3 companions, Hanzo of the Salamander would be easily subdued. One day later, in the Land of Rain. At the Konoha camp, Uchiha Tendou was wholly absorbed in utilizing his power of Jobin to heal the wounded. Since yesterday, he had been tirelessly tending to the injured. Perhaps due to the abundance of chakra and the potency of Jobin, Uchiha Tendou's healing was swift and effective, leaving even Tsunade in awe of his prowess. Ah, little brat. I never anticipated your medical prowess had become so formidable. You might soon surpass me. Tsunade wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and teased Uchiha Tendou. She genuinely admired this young prodigy, who, despite having a younger sister to care for, had not only maintained his strength and medical ninjutsu, but had outpaced his peers. It was one thing to look down on fellow ninjas, but now he was poised to become one of Konoha's top contenders. To add insult to injury, he was even threatening her position as the foremost medical ninja in Konoha. Tsunade, a woman of formidable presence, had little patience for timid boys, particularly someone like Uchiha Tendou. As she contemplated this, her gaze instinctively fell upon him. With his black hair and piercing black eyes, he exuded an air of dominance. They say a serious man is the most handsome, and as Tsunade observed the profile of Uchiha Tendou, her cheeks flushed slightly, and her mind began to wander. Tsunade. Uchiha Tendou called out, noticing the woman before him had drifted into a daze, her eyelids twitching. Old woman, flat as a board. Little brat, are you seeking death? Tsunade could hear someone calling her name, and as she snapped back to reality, she caught the insufferable Uchiha brat calling her an old woman and flat. Fury ignited within her. Wasn't she merely a decade older? What was with this arrogance? And that term flat had quickly become her most loathed expression ever since she learned its meaning. What was wrong with being flat? Did it consume your rice? Tsunade swore that she would find a way to enhance her assets and one day would retaliate against this irritating Uchiha brat. Uchiha Tendou felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine as he watched Tsunade with a wary gaze. He couldn't shake the feeling that she was concocting something rather unfriendly towards him. While Uchiha Tendou remained on guard, Tsunade was plotting how to teach him a lesson. Thus, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Tsunade, Tendou, Shikaka-senpai has summoned us for a meeting. Jiraiya's boisterous voice broke the peculiar atmosphere. Uchiha Tendou was the first to regain his composure, raising a middle finger at Tsunade before hastily exiting. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing crimson. Little brat. I will make sure you regret that. Once she departed, the medical ninjas and injured individuals behind her collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Lady Tsunade, she is truly terrifying. The trio hurriedly made their way to the command tent, where Uchiha Tendou's gaze swiftly swept over the others, momentarily lingering on Shimura Danzo. For some reason, he felt that this shadowy figure had assigned him a troublesome task. Sensing Uchiha Tendou's scrutiny, Danzo's composure tightened instinctively. Could it be that this young brat had uncovered something? With that thought, Danzo promptly rose from his seat, adopting a serious tone. Since everyone is present, I shall now report on Lord Hokage's arrangements. The assembly was filled with astonishment as all eyes turned towards Shimura Danzo. Although it was indeed his role as the deputy commander, his unusual enthusiasm today raised questions. Uchiha Tendou slightly lifted his brow. If he had previously possessed only 50% certainty, it now surged to a staggering 90%. It was evident that this shadow of Konoha, the dark manipulator of the ninja world, was plotting against him. Uchiha Tendou's gaze fell. contemplating how to eliminate Shimura Danzo without shedding blood. After all, as the current head of the Uchiha clan, he needed to tread carefully with his actions. Shimura Danzo, with a cold demeanor, addressed the assembly. According to the orders from Lord Hokage, Kakashi Hitaki and Uchiha Tendou are to select several ninjas to accompany them swiftly to the battlefield of the Land of Rivers, with me serving as the commander of the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Uchiha Tendou's lips twitched. How desperately this man craved power. Shouldn't he first report on the strategic arrangements? Bang! Tsunade slammed her palm against the table, her brows furrowing in frustration. Danzo, is this truly the time to declare your position as commander? We need to hear the strategic plan. Those present in the tent nodded silently. Who didn't he know that after Kakashi's departure, Shimura Danzo would inevitably assume command? Was it necessary to emphasize this here? Shimura Danzo's face darkened. Yet he refrained from reacting to such trivial matters. Damn Tsunade, just wait. While inwardly cursing, he skillfully redirected the conversation. Young ones, let us not be so impatient. Here are the strategic arrangements for this operation. The village has dispatched a considerable number of elite ninjas to reinforce the battlefields in the Land of Rivers and the Land of Rain. The strategy for the Land of Rivers must prioritize stability, while for the Land of Rain, we must accelerate our offensive to bring a swift end to the war between our village and the Hidden Rain village, thereafter providing prompt support to the Land of Rivers. A peculiar glimmer crossed Uchiha Tendou's eyes. Was Sarutobi Hiruzen dreaming? To dispatch both himself and Kakashi, two shadows, to the battlefield of the Land of Rivers, while the main battlefield lay in the Land of Rain. Did he expect Danzo to win against Hanzo of the Salamander? A sudden image of Shimura Danzo being chased by Hanzo of the Salamander inexplicably flashed through Uchiha Tendou's mind, and he could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter. The others were left bewildered. Shimura Danzo's forehead twitched, his expression darkening. He felt as if this inherently mischievous Uchiha brat was mocking him. Uchiha Tendou donned an innocent expression, shrugging casually. Oh, I just recalled something amusing. I certainly did not intend to mock Deputy Commander Danzo. The audience grimaced. It was as if he had abandoned all pretense of acting. Ahem. Kakashi coughed lightly, interrupting the farce. Everyone, the situation is urgent. We must act quickly. Soon. The meeting concluded. Outside the tent, Uchiha Tendou crossed his arms, watching Tsunade with great interest. What is it, Lady Tsunade? Why did you suddenly call for me? Tsunade rolled her eyes in annoyance, completely ignoring his teasing. Brat, I want Shoju to stay by your side. Uchiha Tendou pondered for a moment before inquiring curiously why. Although he had already formed a faint suspicion in his heart, he still wished to ask, perhaps simply to tease the other party. Tsunade, naturally perceptive of his intentions, understood that she was currently in need of assistance. Tendou, your strength surpasses mine. With Shoju at your side, his safety will be assured. Moreover, the battlefield in the Land of Rain is far more perilous. Hanzo the Salamander is no less formidable than the third Kazekage. A deep wariness flickered in her eyes as she mentioned Hanzo, for she had nearly perished at his hands and was acutely aware of the terror he wielded. Tsunade could not guarantee her own survival in such a brutal theater of war, let alone that of Shoju. Upon witnessing her genuine emotions, Uchiha Tendou's expression instantly turned serious. His tone earnest. Shoju is my dear brother. I will protect him. Tsunade gazed at the young man before her, momentarily lost in thought, her nose tinged with sorrow, tears threatening to spill. Suddenly, Uchiha Tendou's mischievous voice broke the moment. Hey, airport, I'm off. Without waiting for Tsunade's reaction, he employed the body flicker technique and vanished in an instant. You little rascal, don't you dare run. Tsunade gritted her teeth in frustration, then murmured softly. You little brat, make sure you stay safe. Jiraiya, I told you, you should take the initiative. Orochimaru leaned against the side of the tent, speaking softly to Jiraiya. TCH. Orochimaru, what do you know? This is love. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, attempting to maintain a carefree demeanor. That kid Tendou already has two, doesn't he? I doubt this will come to fruition, given Tsunade's temperament, which we are well aware of. Orochimaru regarded the chattering Jiraiya with a non-committal expression, replying, Suit yourself. Tendou, is what you said true? We can accompany you to the battlefield in the Land of Rivers. Uchiha Tendou smiled and nodded at the eagerly animated Shoju. If I am not mistaken, and you have not misheard, that is indeed the case. With Tendou's confirmation, not only Shoju but also Minato Namikaze could not hide their joy. They had never found the perpetually rainy Land of Rain to their liking, and now, The prospect of journeying with Uchiha Tendou to the land of rivers filled them with excitement. Soon, under Uchiha Tendou's guidance, they arrived at an open area where Kakashi Hitaki had been waiting for some time. Shoju and Minato greeted Kakashi, inquiring curiously, "Lord Kakashi, how shall we proceed to the battlefield in the land of rivers?" A gentle smile graced Kakashi's face. "Thanks to Tendou, we are in for a splendid experience." Shoju and Minato were momentarily befuddled by this remark, but clarity soon dawned upon them. Uchiha Tendou bit into his thumb and swiftly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. With a resounding roar, a colossal serpent appeared amidst a cloud of white smoke. "Look at that!" Shoju exclaimed, awestruck by the 20-meter-long creature before him, his excitement rendering him speechless. Naruto Uzumaki widened his eyes in astonishment. "Tendou, when did you acquire such a formidable summoning beast?" Uchiha Tendou shrugged, a hint of pride lacing his voice. "Well, Watergate, this creature is a fire dragon." "Nani?" Both Naruto and Shoru exclaimed in unison, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. "A fire dragon? Surely you jest." Uchiha Tendou raised his hands in a gesture of dismissal, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. "Let us not dwell on such trivialities. We should set off at once." Boom, boom. Moments later, the fire-breathing dragon soared across the battlefield of the land of rivers. In the land of earth, at the graveyard of mountains, an elderly man reclined upon a stone chair. Despite his frail appearance, an undeniable aura of authority surrounded him. "Lord Madara, the events transpired as follows. That young boy possesses an exceedingly peculiar spear. Uchiha Enju was effortlessly slain, and I managed to retrieve only his Mangekyo Sharingan." Kagaya's expression was one of reverence as he presented a glass container, which housed Uchiha Enju's precious Mangekyo Sharingan. In silence, Uchiha Madara accepted the container. A mysterious expression etched upon his face. "Kagaya, go and investigate the one known as Uchiha Fugaku." During the battle between Uchiha Tendou and Uchiha Enju, Kagaya had initially dispatched the White Zetsu to rescue the dying Uchiha Fugaku, subsequently attempting to save Uchiha Enju, albeit unsuccessfully. Upon hearing Madara's slightly hoarse voice, Kagaya halted momentarily. He had been contemplating how to persuade Madara to eliminate Uchiha Tendou, but the sudden command compelled him to comply. As Kagaya regarded himself as the embodiment of Madara's will, he could not dare defy the order. After all, it pertained to his grand scheme to save his mother. Once Kagaya departed, a faint smile graced Madara's aged visage. "Uchiha Tendou, so you are a child of this era. In that case, our Western plans shall commence." Then, as if recalling some unpleasant memories, his gaze fell once more upon the glass container, his voice turning cold. "Uchiha Tendou, do you relish in amusement? Humph. I shall procure some entertainment for you." On the battlefield of the land of rivers, a middle-aged man, with iron wings of sand and steel unfurling behind him, hovered high above. The third Kazekage surveyed the Konoha ninja forces below with an indifferent expression, his hands swiftly forming seals. Magnet release, iron sand rain. As he channeled his chakra, vast amounts of iron sand coalesced into countless fine needles, cascading down like raindrops. "Damn it, the quantity of this iron sand is overwhelming. We can't allow this to continue. Should we permit these attacks to descend, our casualties would be catastrophic." The dense barrage of iron sand caught the Konoha ninjas off guard. Fortunately, they were not without their defenses. The temporary commander of the 3,000 strong ninja army, Nara Shikaku, rapidly issued orders. "All ninjas proficient in earth release, erect your defenses immediately. The Hyuga clan, utilize your Kaiten to block the remaining iron sand. The rest, exert all efforts to fend off the Suna ninjas' assault." In a swift turn of events, the Leaf Ninja forces, under his command, established an effective defense, successfully repelling an assault of 5,000 sand-hidden ninjas with their own 3,000. The third Kazekage's expression darkened, a pang of bitterness swelling within him. The depth of Konoha's prowess was indeed formidable. In stark contrast, the sand village resembled a mere handful of cats, lacking any substantial ninjas to uphold their reputation. Magnet release, sand iron rectangular prism. Magnet release, sand iron cylinder. Adhering to the philosophy of destruction when unable to attain, the third Kazekage swiftly formed hand seals once more. A vast quantity of sand iron coalesced into massive rectangular and cylindrical forms, plummeting with an awe-inspiring momentum. Nara Shikaku's pupils constricted, urgency lacing his voice. To the western flank. Take cover. The ninjas stationed on the western side instinctively raised their heads, beholding the rapidly descending sand iron constructs, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They understood that evasion was futile. Their only recourse was to await their demise. However, at that very moment, a resounding boom echoed through the heavens. The sound of wings beating against the air reverberating like thunder. A shadow shot forth like a missile. Uchiha Tendou gazed ahead at the plummeting sand iron constructs, his tone unflinching. Fire Dragon X, unleash the full force of Dragon Dive and shatter those two masses of sand iron. With a ferocious roar, Fire Dragon X surged forward, emanating an intimidating aura, a colossal dragon's phantom materializing around it as it accelerated towards the sand iron. With two thunderous impacts, the sand iron cylinder and rectangular prism disintegrated in an instant, the residual assault effortlessly neutralized by the Leaf Ninja forces. Fire Dragon X swiftly flew low to the ground before pulling up. Hatake Sakumo seized the opportunity, leaping from its back. Uchiha Tendou turned to the quaking Shoju, teasing, "Shoju, you aren't scared, are you?" Shoju rolled his eyes in annoyance, raising a middle finger in retort. "Curse you, I'm merely too exhilarated." Uchiha Tendou regarded the hovering third Kazekage, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. "My task is to hold him off. You two, brace yourselves." Namake's Minato nodded in acknowledgement, aware that his current strength was insufficient, merely here to glean combat experience. Shoju, brimming with excitement, clenched his fists. "Oh, let him witness the prowess of our trio." "Ouch!" Shoju winced, rubbing his singed rear, casting a reproachful glance at Fire Dragon X. "What was that for?" Fire Dragon X huffed in discontent, blowing a few sparks from its nostrils and turning its head aside. A warm smile graced Namake's Minato's face as he reminded, "Shoju, we are part of the Western team now." The third Kazekage's mood darkened further as he observed the imposing creature before him, a deep-seated wariness etched on his face. Is this Konoha's hidden trump card? An S-rank summoning beast. Such audacity. His murderous intent surged within him. If this summoning beast were allowed to enter the fray, the Sand Ninja forces would undoubtedly suffer devastating losses. Magnet release, Sand Iron Wings. Without a moment's hesitation, the third Kazekage swiftly launched an attack, compressing the iron sand into a pair of colossal wings. Countless iron sand feathers were released from the center of the wings for probing strikes. Uchiha Tendou's gaze sharpened as he quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique. A crimson fireball roared forth, engulfing the incoming iron sand feathers, relentlessly hurtling towards the third Kazekage. The Kazekage's expression faltered, and he hurriedly flapped his iron sand wings to evade. A sense of dread washed over him as he cast a glance at the roaring fireball soaring through the sky, his mind raging in disbelief. Is this even a normal fireball? You expend so much chakra for a C-rank technique. Are you incapable of using it all? Hundreds of calories? Kid, your prowess is quite impressive. The third Kazekage's eyes bore into Uchiha Tendou as he gritted his teeth, his envy for Konoha palpable. Not only did they possess such formidable summoning beasts, but they also had a remarkably young shadow-level powerhouse. Although this child's physical capabilities might not yet reach the level of a shadow, the quantity of his chakra certainly did. Uchiha Tendou shrugged, teasingly retorting, "Old dog, your strength is rather mediocre." Veins throbbed on the Kazekage's forehead as his tone darkened. "Kid, I am eager to witness your true strength." Such arrogance. With that, he finally revealed his full aura, reaching the pinnacle of shadow level. The chakra within the third Kazekage erupted like a tidal wave, as countless black iron sand spears surged toward the fire-breathing Dragon X. His plan was straightforward, to injure this summoning beast and gain air superiority. Uchiha Tendou's brows knitted together. After all, the fire-breathing Dragon X only possessed mid-shadow level strength, inherently weaker than his opponent. Furthermore, after such a long journey, its stamina was insufficient. Thus, he did not intend to confront the third Kazekage head-on. With a thought, the fire-breathing Dragon X instantly understood, climbing sharply at a 90-degree angle before executing a flip. Firestream. As it dodged the iron sand spears, the fire-breathing Dragon X unhesitatingly retaliated. A cerulean flame surged forth, radiating intense heat. The Kazekage's expression shifted as his iron sand wings flapped rapidly, evading the incoming flames just in time. He then swiftly formed hand seals again, preparing to unleash magnetic release techniques. However, he had overestimated his own speed. Under Uchiha Tendou's tutelage, the fire-breathing Dragon X had long mastered the essence of combat from a certain green caterpillar. Dragon Dance. Dragon Dance. In an instant, the fire-breathing Dragon X appeared before the third Kazekage, its claws enveloped in a verdant glow, striking fiercely at its opponent. The Kazekage felt his hairs stand on end, realizing he had fallen victim to a lack of information. With no time to ponder, he swiftly altered his hand seals. Magnetic release, iron sand wall. A massive amount of black iron sand rapidly gathered before the third Kazekage, forming a formidable barrier. The sharp dragon claws collided with the iron sand wall, emitting a deafening sound of friction and sparks flying in all directions. However, Uchiha Tendou would not remain idle. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, he had thoroughly mastered an array of ninjutsu. The fiery dragon surged from the west, roaring as it charged towards the third Kazekage. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated across the sky, capturing the attention of numerous shinobi on the ground. Nonetheless, Kakashi was unfazed, his short blade crackling with lightning, executing precise movements with unwavering focus. The couple he faced was already at a disadvantage. Now, they were further distracted by the aerial explosion, revealing a fleeting vulnerability. Kakashi's eyes sparkled with opportunity. If he could eliminate these two prominent figures from Sunagakure, the Sand Shinobi would surely retreat, granting Konoha a precious moment to breathe. Kakashi's swordsmanship. With all his might, Kakashi's short blade transformed into a blur, swiftly cleaving the puppet before the dark-haired woman in two, piercing through her chest. Above in the sky, Uchiha Tendou's three tomo spun incessantly, fixated on the swirling mass of sand and iron. Whoosh! Two massive hands composed of sand and iron rapidly emerged, reaching for the fire dragon. Uchiha Tendou's expression shifted as he silently acknowledged the prowess of the man known as the strongest Kazekage. Before he could issue a command, the fire dragon reacted swiftly, unleashing a torrent of flames from its maw. Great fireball. Boom. The collision of the cerulean flames and the sand-iron hands erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. You little brats. Your fire techniques are indeed formidable. The third Kazekage's voice emerged from the smoke, seemingly unaffected by the raging inferno. Uchiha Tendou narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss. Some of the sand iron had begun to show signs of melting under the relentless bombardment of fire techniques. This was the power of his and the fire dragon's flames. Their temperature was beyond that of ordinary shinobi-esque fire techniques. Uchiha Tendou contemplated, realizing that to breach the third Kazekage's defenses, he would require more violent jutsu. At that moment, a muffled rumble resonated from the skies. Boom! Uchiha Tendou instinctively shifted his gaze upward, where dark clouds loomed, punctuated by distant thunder. Cumulonimbus clouds? Uchiha Tendou's eyes brightened as he conceived a strategy against the third Kazekage. In his days at the Shinobi Academy, his extraordinary talent had already enabled him to master the Rasengan and Chidori. Tendou, what are you dawdling for? That guy is about to attack us again. Shoju's anxious voice snapped him back to reality. A confident smile graced Uchiha Tendou's lips as he exuded composure. Shoju, I have devised a plan to defeat our foe. Minato blinked curiously, inquiring, Tendou, is the chance favorable? Their mission was merely to delay the third Kazekage, but if they could defeat him, it would be a splendid outcome. Uchiha Tendou offered no reply, as chakra swiftly gathered in his right hand. Chidori. The furious blue lightning danced incessantly in his hand, emitting a piercing shriek. Under the astonished gazes of the two, Namikaze Minato and the third Kazekage, Uchiha Tendou slowly raised his right hand. A jolt surged through the heart of the third Kazekage. His years of experience as a ninja had honed his instincts for danger to an acute edge. Damn it, what on earth does this brat intend to do? Why does such a simple gesture instill such profound fear within me? No, he must not be allowed to proceed any further. The third Kazekage dared not hesitate any longer, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of chakra, his hands transforming into mere afterimages. Magnet release, iron sand world technique. The sky was instantly filled with conical iron sand, piercing towards Uchiha Tendou and his companions. Minato's expression shifted. According to the intelligence he had received, this was the third Kazekage's most formidable ninjutsu. The vast iron sand was imbued with lethal poison. A smile crept across Uchiha Tendou's face. Minato, Shosui, this move will be quite spectacular. As his words fell, the thunder within the cumulonimbus clouds was guided by Chidori, coalescing into a colossal blue beast. Roar! The beast unleashed a thunderous roar, radiating with electric light. Uchiha Tendou's expression remained serene as his right hand descended abruptly, uttering a few words with an air of detachment. Lightning release, Kirin. The thunderous Kirin surged forth with terrifying pressure, charging towards the third Kazekage, as if it were divine retribution. Are you joking? Such power. Could that Uchiha boy be a deity? How can he command the natural lightning? The ninjas of Sunagakure gazed at the sky with dread, their souls trembling at the manifestation of such natural might. The Konoha ninja forces, the Uchiha clan. By the heavens, is this truly the clan leader? This display is akin to a cow soaring through the skies. Takuya, where did you learn such flamboyant expressions? Obviously from the clan leader. The clan leader is truly formidable. I, Uchiha, revere him as the strongest in the ninja world. Coughing. The third Kazekage, pale-faced, clutched his right shoulder, which had been rendered utterly vacant. Had he not made the desperate decision to sacrifice his arm in a critical moment, he would have lost far more than just a limb. Uchiha Tendou regarded him with astonishment, a genuine sense of admiration swelling within him. It must be said, the third Kazekage truly deserves his reputation. Both his strength and combat awareness place him among the elite in the world of ninjas. Perhaps his greatest blemish in life was being single-handedly defeated by the scorpion of the red sand. Embracing the principle of seizing the moment, Uchiha Tendou launched another assault against the third Kazekage, showing no signs of mercy. Bolstered by the fire dragon axe, he transformed into a mobile artillery platform, unleashing a dazzling array of fire and lava jutsu, each more diverse than the last. This relentless barrage plunged the third Kazekage into an increasingly perilous predicament, forcing him to flee in disarray through the skies. He could not comprehend why this Uchiha brat's ninjutsu wielded such extraordinary power. Even with a significant infusion of chakra, it should not be so absurdly overwhelming. Despite the relentless pondering of the 3 generations of wind shadows, they remained oblivious to the astonishing reality that, with the maturation of Uchiha Tendou, his physical prowess was escalating at an observable rate, almost transforming by the day. This remarkable development led to a rapid enhancement of his integration with the power of Groudon. The quality of the chakra within Uchiha Tendou was gradually undergoing a metamorphosis, even showing tendencies toward evolving into natural energy. Consequently, the potency of his ninjutsu grew increasingly formidable. According to Uchiha Tendou's conjecture, achieving approximately 50% integration with Groudon's power would enable him to unlock the beast transformation. At around 80%, he could access primal rebirth coupled with chakra of natural energy caliber. A full 100% should allow him to activate a chakra mode reminiscent of the rebirth eye. At that juncture, the earth deity Groudon would truly descend upon the ninja world. As for the red orb, that artifact is essentially a ceremonial key, but its true significance lies in the vast amounts of natural energy it contains. Alas, the leaders of the Maru family have been slain by that white-haired ninja from Konoha. How could this be? Are we, the Sand Village, destined for defeat in this war? Narashika, witnessing the chaos among the Sand Shinobi, felt a surge of determination in his eyes as he urgently proclaimed, "Ninjas of Konoha, the leader of the Sand has already been executed by Commander Hatake Kakashi. Now is our chance. Let us strike decisively and crush them. Kill, annihilate these Sanjizi. Brothers, charge forth. Leave not a single trace of them." With a swift motion, Uchiha Shana dispatched several Sand Shinobi, their heads falling as his valor radiated around him, embodying a spirit of rejuvenated vigor. Clan members, though our leader is still young, he has forced the 3 generations of wind shadows to flee in disarray, showcasing the unparalleled prestige of the Uchiha clan. We must not tarnish our honor. The surrounding Uchiha clan members, stirred by this passionate declaration, felt their spirits ignite with fervor. Rest assured, Elder, we shall not disgrace our family's reputation. Indeed, Elder, those who dare to challenge the Uchiha shall face our wrath, no matter the distance. Uchiha Shana, slightly exasperated, kicked Uchiha Takeya, saying, "Takeya, you have yet to learn the excellence of our leader, but have certainly mastered the art of banter." Boom. A colossal fireball struck the sand iron of the 3 generations of wind shadows, producing a thunderous explosion. Uchiha Tendou smirked, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Three generations of wind shadows. It seems your village is not faring well. The face of the three generations of wind shadows turned ashen, his expression contorted with displeasure. Although he was irked by the taunting of this young imp, he found himself unable to retort, as the truth of the matter was undeniable. Aware that the tide of battle had turned against him, the three generations of wind shadows realized that further combat would lead to the total defeat of the Sand Village. If he retreated now, utilizing the river paths within the Land of Rivers, he could still establish a standoff with Konoha across the banks. In due time, he might await an opportunity to engage in battle once more. With this clarity, the three generations of wind shadows swiftly descended, issuing commands. The Sand Shinobi, already experiencing a relentless retreat, had long harbored thoughts of withdrawal. Upon hearing their leader's orders, they hesitated not and began to retreat without delay. Narashika's expression shifted dramatically. This was an opportune moment to expand their victories, and they must not allow Sunagakure to retreat easily. Otherwise, once they regroup, Konoha and Sunagakure would again be embroiled in conflict. The ninjas of Konoha pursue swiftly. Do not grant them a moment's respite. Thus, Narashika resolutely commanded the pursuit, aiming to eliminate Sunagakure's ninjas as much as possible. On the ground, the third Kazekage's countenance darkened. If this continued, even if the Sunagakure ninjas managed to retreat, their casualties would reach a truly horrifying number. This was not his intention. He had to intercept Konoha's relentless chase. The third Kazekage swiftly bit into his thumb and slammed his hand onto the ground. Summoning technique. Hiss, hiss. A massive crimson snake head slowly emerged from the smoke, its forked tongue flickering ominously, and its golden slit-like eyes gleamed with a chilling light that instilled fear. Hiss. Third Kazekage, why have you summoned me? Shinya, I require your assistance in briefly obstructing the Konoha ninja forces. Without hesitation, the third Kazekage succinctly conveyed his request. A flicker of disdain crossed Shinya's eyes. He did not expect his summoner to be injured by a mere child. Third Kazekage, you truly are becoming increasingly pathetic. Hurry and leave. This is a matter I shall handle. The third Kazekage said nothing and swiftly made his way towards the Sunagakure ninja forces. Knowing Shinya would not be able to hold them off for long, Shinya's enormous form moved rapidly, charging directly towards the Konoha ninja forces. What luck! A fortunate encounter. Uchiha Takeya, positioned at the forefront, stood directly in the path of the approaching Shinya. Just as events unfolded, a ghostly blue flame descended from the heavens, successfully driving the attacking Shinya back. Hiss, hiss, how bold! To dare ambush me. Shinya coiled its body, raising its head high, gazing at the fire-breathing Dragon X in the sky, and coldly remarked. With that, the natural energy within it surged rapidly. In the next moment, a mouthful of ancient phlegm was violently expelled, launching towards fire-breathing Dragon X. Uchiha Tendou raised an eyebrow. If he was not mistaken, this enormous crimson serpent was indeed Shinya, and that ancient phlegm was its signature sage technique, possessing petrifying venom. Fire-breathing Dragon X swiftly twisted its body, effortlessly evading the incoming venom. However, despite Shinya's formidable power, it exhibited a degree of arrogance, even verging on hubris. Uchiha Tendou regarded the furious Shinya, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan swiftly manifested in his gaze, casting an illusion upon it. You wretched creature, look upon me. Shinya scratched its head with its tail, staring at the Dragon Cave's three divine beings before feeling utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Wasn't I in the midst of a battle? Nonetheless, Shinya was merely momentarily dazed, not foolish. It recalled the last sight of those scarlet eyes and quickly realized it was under the influence of an illusion. Cursed little brat. The inherently evil Uchiha. As Shinya cursed and raged, it harnessed the natural energy within, attempting to break free from the grasp of the illusion. Surprisingly, it had not yet exerted its full strength, and the scene before my eyes dissipated like a fleeting bubble, reverting to its original state. This was all part of Uchiha Tendou's deliberate strategy. After all, his Sharingan was not yet the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and he naturally needed to conserve his ocular power. Thus, the earlier illusion was merely a tactic to buy a little time. Shinya proudly raised his head, his gaze filled with disdain. Hiss, you little brats. You are nothing but this. Before Shinya could finish his taunting words, a claw enveloped in emerald light magnified rapidly in his vision. The claw of the Fire Dragon X shattered his right eye. Hiss, you little brats. I shall make you Konoha ninjas pay dearly. Senya let out an enraged roar, recklessly charging towards the Konoha ninja squad. He knew he could do nothing against Uchiha Tendou and the others above, so he vented his pent-up fury on the Konoha ninjas, whose feeble attacks could barely penetrate his scaled armor. Tendou, we must halt it at once. Otherwise, the ninjas in the village will suffer dire consequences. The expression of Minato Namikaze turned grave, his tone urgent. As the warm son of their community, he wished for no more of his companions to perish. Uchiha Tendou nodded, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. In that case, let us try this technique. With that, he swiftly gathered chakra within him, his hands coming together in prayer. Earth release, cliff sword. What is happening? Senya instinctively slowed his advance, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding. The earth suddenly emitted a deep, resonant growl. Before Senya could react, the ground erupted violently, and countless colossal rock blades surged forth. Hiss! Senya let out a cry of anguish as the rock blades effortlessly pierced through his lower jaw and the scaled armor of his abdomen, propelling him skyward. Gulp! Gulp! The Konoha ninjas present swallowed hard in unison, their bodies trembling in terror as they beheld this scene. The 50-meter-long crimson serpent was easily pierced by the 7 to 8-meter rock blades, suspended 5 meters above the ground, its blood dripping continuously from the blades. Uchiha Tendou withdrew his hands, a hint of dissatisfaction crossing his face. This power is somewhat concerning. Minato and Shoshin exchanged blank stares. This attack is still weak. Not only does it cover a broader area than the third Kazekage's iron sand, but its damage is also absurdly high. And yet, you are not satisfied? In fact, Uchiha Tendou envisioned that the rock blades would be imbued with magma and reach hundreds of meters in height. However, perhaps due to not using his full strength, this cliff sword lacked the fire attribute and was relatively small in size. Shikaku Nara gazed at the figure above, filled with admiration. He knew Uchiha Tendou was formidable, but he had not anticipated him to be this powerful, not to mention overwhelming the third Kazekage directly, aided by a summoning beast of shadow-level strength and natural thunder. However, this crimson serpent, despite its formidable stature, was astonishingly vanquished in a single move. Nara Shikamaru's eyes gleamed with depth as he quietly pondered within. A single strike is sufficient to alter the entire course of the battlefield. This youth's future achievements will undoubtedly transcend the ordinary. It appears that upon returning to the village, a conversation with the Kimichi Choji is imperative regarding the attitude the Boar-Deer Butterfly Alliance should adopt towards the current Uchiha clan. At the border of the Land of Rivers, within the sand-hidden camp, the third Kazekage lay weakly upon a hospital bed, his vast chakra consumption and grievous injuries rendering him exceedingly feeble. Lord Third, how shall we proceed? Inquired a respectful sand ninja. Despite their recent defeat, they continued to place unwavering faith in their Kazekage. The third Kazekage squinted slightly, contemplated for a moment, and replied coolly, "Utilize the strength of the Sand Village to elevate the name of that Uchiha boy and create a stir. He aims to lure in the Cloud Village, the Mist Village, and the Stone Village." Immediately, the third Kazekage's tone shifted, becoming somber. "You must inform Elder Chiyo on the battlefield in the Land of Rain to hasten her arrival, stating that her son and daughter-in-law have perished at the hands of Konoha's Hitaki Sakumo." The sand ninja bowed respectfully and swiftly departed the tent. 3 days later, in the Lightning Shadow's office of the Cloud Village, the third Raikage surveyed the intelligence scroll in his hand, a hint of bewilderment in his voice. "Konoha's White Fang? I have indeed heard of Hitaki Sakumo. He is worthy of such a title. However, what in the world is this Konoha Dragon Lord beside him?" The Tsuchikage stifled a chuckle and replied, "Lord Raikage, this title refers to the current head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Tendou. He is said to possess a powerful summoning beast resembling a dragon, hence the moniker Konoha Dragon Lord." In the Stone Village, within the Tsuchikage's office, Anoki's expression was grave as he scrutinized the information in his hands, his fists clenched tightly. Damn it! How does Konoha possess such a wealth of talent? And this accursed Konoha Dragon Lord, yet another wretched Uchiha. The mere mention of the Uchiha brought to mind the night he had been toyed with by that man. Cursed! All Uchiha should perish. In the Land of Rain, at the Konoha camp, Shimura Danzo sat leisurely in a chair, a steaming bowl of rice in his hands. With neither Hitaki Sakumo nor that inherently malevolent Uchiha boy present, his spirits soared. As he contemplated this, Danzo prepared to relish his meal. Suddenly, a root ninja appeared abruptly in the tent, urgency in his tone. Lord Danzo, trouble is afoot. Danzo cast a disapproving glance at him, annoyance creeping into his voice. What a disgraceful display of panic. After a brief reprimand, Danzo spoke at a measured pace. What has transpired? The root ninja, not daring to delay, hastily divulged the intelligence he had gathered. Upon hearing, Danzo stood frozen in place, before abruptly reacting with a furious shout. With a thud, he overturned his bowl of rice onto the table, springing up like a coiled spring, his hands flailing in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In the land of the river, Sunagakure boasts an impressive force of 5,000 elite warriors. 5,000 elite warriors. Even if they were 5,000 swine. The likes of Uchiha Tendou and Hatake Sakomo could not possibly defeat them in a single day. How could they expect to conquer Sunagakure on the very first day of their arrival on the battlefield? At the battlefield in the land of the river, within the confines of the Konoha camp, Uchiha Tendou sat cross-legged in his tent. A faint blue holographic screen quietly hovered before him. Host, Uchiha Tendou, mental power, 7108, physique, 5,620, bloodline limit, Mangekyo Sharingan, power of eternity, lava release, tailed beast, Groudon, fusion level, 3876, skills, Uchiha, sword dance, sword of the abyss, lightning release, Kirin, Rasengan, special skills, Pokémon haiku, culinary skills akin to Brock, items, points, 680,000, special effects, Groudon fusion level exceeding 20, earth release, fire release, lava release power increased to threefold. Note, reaching a mental power of 10,000 may yield wondrous transformations. Uchiha Tendou had already been on the battlefield in the land of the river for over a year. During this time, the Pokémon sign-in system underwent another upgrade. Officially entering the era of 30, the system became more user-friendly, providing methods to enhance strength beneath the character panel in accordance with the current phase. Perhaps due to the nature of the battlefield, Uchiha Tendou quickly amassed over 200,000 points and attempted the lottery twice. The results, however, left him deeply disheartened. The so-called special skills offered no tangible enhancement to his strength. From this, Uchiha Tendou came to understand why this flawed system referred to the point-based lottery as an auxiliary feature. Indeed, it was a tasteless morsel, regrettably wasteful to discard. Yet, life is replete with surprises. During this time, Uchiha Tendou obtained items such as the Happy Egg stamina and Shinedo's mental power through sign-ins, significantly enhancing both his physical and mental capabilities. Coupled with the system's hints, Uchiha Tendou began to harbor a vague suspicion. Perhaps when his mental power reached 10,000, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan would finally manifest. With a thought, Uchiha Tendou commanded the system to proceed with the annual sign-in. Today fortuitously marked the first day of the 39th year of Konoha, conducting annual sign-in for the host. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful, summoning beast, Reshiram, the legendary Pokémon capable of incinerating the world with flames, destined to assist in constructing the true world. Uchiha Tendou's pupils dilated in astonishment, breath quickening. This was it, the legendary True Dragon. Suddenly, a pitch-black rift in space materialized, emanating a powerful suction. Moments later, Uchiha Tendou found himself in an unfamiliar cavern, surrounded by flickering flames. Heeding the call from deep within his heart, he swiftly ventured to the depths of the cave. His gaze fell upon a colossal white stone, and a realization dawned within him. What is your truth? A solemn, tranquil voice resonated from the white stone, while the surrounding crystalline energy stones sparkled with dazzling flames. Simultaneously, the white giant stone gradually transformed into a crimson orb of light, suspended in midair. Uchiha Tendou's gaze sharpened, and without a hint of hesitation, he proclaimed, "I shall become the strongest, to protect my beloved friends and brothers." Upon uttering these words, the hovering crimson orb underwent a swift transformation, as scarlet flames spiraled and spread towards the West Joe. A colossal white dragon, approximately 50 meters in length, emerged from the flames. Its appearance resembled a fusion of a white bird and a western dragon, entirely cloaked in feather-like white fur, with cloud-like hair adorning its head, exuding an aura of sanctity and majesty. With a roar, Reshiram unfurled its wings, and its previously closed eyes suddenly opened, emitting a deep, resonant roar that reverberated with penetrating force, its bright blue gaze reflecting the crimson flames. The will you guard is the essence of reality. After declaring this, it slowly lowered its proud head. Uchiha Tendou leaped effortlessly onto Reshiram's head. Boom, boom. Reshiram's wings flapped violently, stirring up a cloud of dust as its form rapidly vanished from sight, soaring towards the cave's exit. At the Konoha camp, in the command tent, Nara Shikaku wore a grave expression, his tone urgent. Commander, Sunagakure is undoubtedly well prepared this time. Their toxic capabilities have significantly heightened. The poison acts swiftly. It can incapacitate a genin in mere seconds. Sitting at the head of the table, Hatake Tsukumo frowned, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the surface. Over the past year, Konoha had suffered considerable losses due to Sunagakure's various bizarre poisons. However, Konoha was not without its own defenses. Under Uchiha Tendou's leadership, the medical team had swiftly developed corresponding antidotes. This left Chiyo of Sunagakure feeling exceedingly frustrated, reminiscent of facing Tsunade on the battlefield of the Land of Rain. Whenever she deployed poison, Uchiha Tendou would immediately counter it. When she utilized puppets, he would unleash the fire dragon to ruthlessly shred them apart. Eventually, through inquiries, Chiyo learned that her adversary was Tsunade's esteemed disciple, whose prowess and medical ninjutsu surpassed even her own. Consequently, aside from the initial month of her arrival, she had refrained from launching large-scale assaults for quite some time. Shikaku, you must swiftly notify Uchiha Tendou. I will engage the third Kazekage and prevent Chiyo from advancing. The remaining ninjas will unite by clan to confront the enemy. Upon hearing this, Nara Shikaku nodded reluctantly and departed swiftly. It was not that he lacked solutions. Rather, Chiyo's tactics were exceedingly astute. Choosing to launch a nighttime raid, Sunagakure had also prepared an array of new poisons. Under such circumstances, even he, Nara Shikaku, found himself at a loss. Thus, Konoha could only brace itself against Sunagakure's assault. Otherwise, should the enemy penetrate the Land of Fire, the repercussions would be dire. As long as Konoha, this fierce tiger, displayed even a hint of fatigue, other major ninja villages would undoubtedly descend like ravenous wolves, leaving nothing but scraps. There was no alternative. The resources of the Land of Fire were simply too abundant. After delegating the task of mobilizing the ninja forces to Nara Shikaku, Hatake Tsukumo swiftly made his way to the battlefield with his short blade in hand. Chiyo's mastery of poison was truly remarkable. The third Kazekage gazed upon the fallen Konoha ninjas, reminiscent of wheat bending under a storm, and could not help but exclaim in lament. Chiyo, however, seemed unimpressed by his praise, chuckling wryly. Hee, Lord Third, it would be prudent to lead the Sunagakure ninjas into battle swiftly. These poisons act quickly, yet their effects are fleeting. The Konoha ninjas will soon recover. The third Kazekage nodded, realizing that the opportune moment was slipping away, and he ought not to linger excessively. However, just as he prepared to act, a colossal rift suddenly appeared in the sky. What on earth is that? He exclaimed in astonishment. By the gods! It appears to be a gigantic summoning beast. Could it be Lord Pain? Fool! Lord Pain's summoning beast is not of such immense size. The ninjas from both sides quickly noticed the commotion above, instinctively halting their skirmish to gaze skyward in unison. The third Kazekage squinted, and as he discerned the figure, his pupils contracted in shock. Damn it! It's that Uchiha brat. Uchiha Nagato, arms crossed, surveyed the Sunagakure ninjas below with an indifferent expression. Reshiram, let us bring this war to a close. In truth, had Uchiha Nagato unleashed his full power, he could have accelerated the conflict's resolution. However, the heart of man is inscrutable. Lacking absolute strength, he preferred not to draw undue attention to himself. Thus, during the past year, he had primarily served as the head of the medical team, guiding the medical ninjas in counteracting Chiyo's potent toxins. Now, with Reshiram, a beast of mid-six paths caliber, he could act with unrestrained freedom. My lord, I shall obey your command, Reshiram replied in a calm tone, perceiving Uchiha Nagato as the very embodiment of authority, to which it would simply adhere. The sandiron wings behind the third Kazekage fluttered rapidly, bringing him within proximity of Uchiha Nagato in mere moments. Gazing at the imposing and magnificent summoning beast before him, an inexplicable fear welled up within him. This was, after all, quite reasonable. The disparity in strength between Reshiram and Charizard X was akin to that between Uchiha Madara and Shikaku. Furthermore, as a divine beast, Reshiram was not filled with chakra, but with pure natural energy. Uchiha Nagato regarded the third Kazekage from a distance, his gaze profound. Kushina Uzumaki was the chosen host for the Nine Tails, handpicked by the third Hokage and his peers. Even though he belonged to the Hokage lineage, any rash suggestion to replace the Jinchuriki would undoubtedly meet with ruthless rejection. Thus, enhancing his influence became paramount. Reshiram unleashed blue flames. As Uchiha Nagato's calm command resonated, Reshiram expelled a torrent of azure flames towards the third Kazekage. The cerulean inferno distorted and scorched the very fabric of space in its path. The third Kazekage's body bristled with alarm. He sensed the breath of death. Damn it! Underestimating me will be your folly. I am the Kazekage. Unwilling to succumb to death, the third Kazekage let out a furious roar, swiftly forming hand seals with his remaining left hand, channeling every ounce of chakra within him. Magnet release, sand iron defense. A vast expanse of black sand iron swiftly converged, enveloping the third Kazekage entirely, forming an immense protective sphere of sand. Suddenly, a tremendous impact from azure flame struck, causing the protective sphere to plummet from the sky. The third Kazekage exhaled a sigh of relief, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The display of power was indeed formidable, yet its actual strength seemed rather limited. However, his amusement was short-lived, as he soon sensed an ominous shift. The black sand iron before him was instantaneously stained crimson, and it rapidly transitioned to hues of yellow and white before his very eyes. A drop of fiery orange liquid fell upon the third Kazekage, instantly carbonizing his skin and eliciting a heart-wrenching scream of agony. Uchiha Tendou observed the protective sphere being relentlessly scorched by the azure flames, smacking his lips in contemplation. Murmuring softly, "This must be rather painful." Chiyo's expression darkened significantly, for she understood that the third Kazekage was doomed. No one could survive such a predicament. Sand Ninja, retreat at once. Chiyo commanded decisively, knowing that if they did not withdraw immediately, their chances of escape would soon diminish. The surrounding sand ninjas paused for a moment, then snapped back to reality, fleeing without a backward glance. With their strongest combatant already eliminated in a heartbeat, there was no time to hesitate. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in Uchiha Tendou's eyes as he swiftly formed a hand seal. "I apologize, but I have no intention of allowing your escape." Demonic Sword of the Melting Abyss. The third Kazekage alone was insufficient to demonstrate his true might. Uchiha Tendou chose not to hold back this time. The earth emitted a deep, resounding growl as countless colossal rock blades erupted from the ground, each enveloped in a layer of crimson magma. Boom, boom. As numerous sand ninjas fell victim to the demonic sword, they were instantly obliterated by the overwhelming energy. This power was certainly beyond human capability. It was divine strength. Lord Tendou is undeniably formidable. This is the might of the Leaf-S Dragon Lord. Bah, you pup, what are you barking about? Lord Tendou should be referred to as the Leaf Dragon God. I concur. I, Uchiha Takuya, wholeheartedly agree. Leaf Dragon God. Leaf Dragon God. In the sky? Uchiha Tendou twitched his lips, bewildered by an inexplicable sense of social embarrassment. Moreover, if memory served him correctly, there did indeed exist a master of physical arts known as the Leaf Dragon God within the original narrative, gazing upon the ground littered with severed limbs. Emitting a charred aroma, even the battle-hardened Kakashi felt a wave of nausea. Had there been merely 2 or 3 such corpses, it would have been manageable. But he counted over 100 charred right hands scattered before him. Boom, boom. Reshiram descended gracefully, wings unfurling. Uchiha Tendou regarded the visibly unsettled Kakashi and flashed a grin. Kakashi-senpai, with the third Kazekage now slain and the Sand Village gravely wounded, I shall take my leave. I entrust the troublesome duo, Minato and Shoju, to your care. The purpose of showcasing one's strength has been achieved, and Uchiha Tendou has no intention of lingering here. He is set to seek out a member of the Uzumaki clan to replace Kukinai as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Upon hearing this, Hatake Tsukumo's expression shifted, and the sense of revulsion that had briefly stirred within him swiftly dissipated. Tendou, what are you planning to do? Although Sunagakure has indeed suffered substantial losses and is momentarily incapable of launching an offensive, leaving the battlefield without Lord Hokage's orders could result in punishment. Uchiha Tendou shrugged nonchalantly, his tone casual. Well, Tsukumo-senpai, just report my departure to Lord Hokage for me. He was unimpressed by Tsukumo's words, feeling that such regulations merely constrained others. With his formidable strength and status as Tsunade's disciple, It was only the idle Sarutobi Hiruzen who would trouble him over such trivial matters. Have you not seen how Jiraiya has conducted himself? He faced no repercussions. Upon finishing his statement, the Reshiram beneath Tendou instantly understood. Its colossal wings unfurled with a powerful sweep, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished into the vast night sky. Tsukumo observed the retreating duo with an open mouth, ultimately releasing a resigned sigh. What a troublesome little fellow. After this lament, Tsukumo hurried towards the command tent. He needed to promptly compile an intelligence report and send it back to Konoha, while also finding a way to present Uchiha Tendou's departure in a more palatable manner. In the Hokage's office in Konohagakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, fixated on the intelligence scroll in his hands, momentarily forgetting the pipe resting in his mouth. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks shattered the tranquility of the Hokage's office. Coming back to his senses, Hiruzen placed the scroll on his desk and adjusted his appearance slightly. Come in. With that, the door was forcefully swung open from the outside. Hiruzen, we have a grave situation. Before Torian Kamaru could even step inside, her anxious voice resonated throughout the Hokage's office. Mito Monin followed closely behind, his face equally etched with concern. Noticing the hurried arrival of his two old friends, Hiruzen surmised the nature of their visit. As expected, Kamaru promptly launched into the main topic. Hiruzen, that Uchiha brat actually left the front lines without any orders. Isn't such behavior a betrayal to Konoha? Mito Monin chimed in, adding to the urgency. Hiruzen, I know you hold that Uchiha in high regard, but you cannot continue to indulge him time and again. What will the other ninjas think if they all take it upon themselves to disregard orders from the higher-ups? How can Konoha function? Hiruzen, upon hearing this, puffed thoughtfully on his pipe, revealing no trace of emotion on his face. Tsukumo has already informed me of the situation. Tendou may have been affected psychologically after witnessing the brutality of war. Therefore, he is merely wandering the ninja world to recalibrate his state of mind. Without any intention of defying orders. Kamaru's expression darkened, her tone tinged with displeasure. Hiruzen, how can a ninja act freely due to personal physical issues? Furthermore, do you not find the words of Hatake Tsukumo quite absurd? Uchiha Tendou has slain hundreds of Sunigakure ninjas on the battlefield of the Land of Rivers. Could he truly develop psychological issues from the brutality of war? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened, and a thought crossed his mind that he hesitated to voice. You are aware that Uchiha Tendou has killed hundreds of Sunigakure ninjas? Others possess such formidable strength, yet you would push him to become a rogue ninja over trivial matters? Although he longed to unleash a torrent of words at Nara Shikamaru, Hiruzen ultimately restrained himself. After all, the bonds among the Konoha F4 were as deep as the ocean. Shikamaru, have you considered the consequences of your actions? What consequences? The village will be condemned. Would that Uchiha brat dare to resist? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, a hint of resignation on his face. Let us not forget that Uchiha Tendou has excellent relations with Lord Mito and others. He is the clan leader of the Uchiha, the possessor of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the contract holder of a shadow-level summoning beast, not to mention Uchiha Tendou's terrifying power and the summoning beast capable of instantaneously defeating the third Kazekage. Upon hearing this, Nara Shikamaru's expression faltered momentarily, yet she still attempted to argue. So what? We in Konoha possess a multitude of elite ninjas. As she spoke, her voice grew progressively weaker, clearly realizing the discrepancies in her position. Uchiha Tendou's reputation in Konoha was already quite high, and now he had achieved widespread fame on the battlefield in the Land of Rivers. Regardless of whether they could defeat him, the ninjas of Konoha might not even be willing to engage Uchiha Tendou. Observing that Shikamaru had grasped the crux of the matter, a satisfied expression appeared on Hiruzen's face. Shikamaru, with regard to Uchiha Tendou, we should prioritize coaxing him while applying pressure as a secondary measure. Our approach should not be excessively aggressive. Hiruzen, I actually have an idea, suddenly interjected Mito Gadian, who stood behind Nara Shikamaru. Oh, Gadian, feel free to share your thoughts. Mito Gadian pondered for a moment before articulating his suggestion. Hiruzen, perhaps we could strengthen the root's capabilities. Utilize them to restrain. This is indeed a commendable proposal. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes brightened, nodding in agreement. With Uchiha Tendou's power rapidly expanding, his methods becoming increasingly unrestrained, Hiruzen felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet, he felt powerless against him and thus chose to concede slightly. Mito Gadian's words served as a timely reminder. Why not enhance the root's power to limit Uchiha Tendou? The leader of the route was Shimura Danzo, his dear friend, closer than his own wife. Having worked alongside Danzo for many years, he understood their strengths and weaknesses. And through their synergy, they could surely maintain a firm grip on Uchiha Tendou. This time, the advantage lay with me. With his concerns alleviated, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face broke into a radiant smile. In the land of rain, Uchiha Tendou wandered aimlessly through the streets, drenched by the pouring rain. Strange, isn't it? Nagato is indeed in the land of rain, yet I have found not a single trace of him. Indeed, ever since Uchiha Tendou departed from the battlefield in the land of rivers, he has set his sights on Nagato. In Uchiha Tendou's view, rather than allowing Nagato to become a pitiable figure as depicted in the original narrative, it would be far better to persuade him to obediently serve as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in Konoha. This way, Nagato would not fall prey to Uchiha Obito's manipulations, thus preserving the most significant bonds of his life. As for Uchiha Obito's vengeance, let it come. Reshiram is not one to be trifled with. However, the outcome left Uchiha Tendou exceedingly dissatisfied. He scoured the land of rain for over 10 days. Not only did he fail to locate Nagato, but he did not even encounter Haiden or Kakuzu. Uchiha Tendou shook his head, realizing that yet another day had passed without any fruitful discovery. Just as he contemplated returning to his lodgings, his peripheral vision caught sight of a frail figure. There, a young girl leaned wearily against the alley wall, gasping for breath. After resting for a considerable time, she finally struggled to extract a piece of hard, blackened bread from her bosom. Despite the pungent sourness emanating from the bread, the girl's eyes sparkled with a radiant light. She greedily stuffed the bread into her mouth, chewing voraciously, reminiscent of a famished spirit reborn. When the bread nearly choked her, she resorted to drinking the rainwater that fell from above. Ultimately, when the bread was entirely consumed, the girl licked her fingers with an expression of unfulfilled delight. That piece of sour bread appeared to her as a delicacy beyond compare. Perched atop the eaves, Uchiha Tendou felt a pang in his heart. War signifies the demise of countless innocents. Wives lose their husbands. Children are left fatherless. These are truths he had only comprehended through literature. Previously, Uchiha Tendou was a prominent figure on the battlefield, having personally taken the lives of many, thus experiencing the brutal nature of war. Yet, the path of a ninja is inevitably drenched in blood, and he had not truly grasped the full extent of war's cruelty until he beheld this young girl, a child forced to wander due to the ravages of war. "Hey, you stole my bread, didn't you?" A coarse voice suddenly reverberated through the alley. The girl trembled at the sound and, without hesitation, dashed toward the alley's entrance. However, it was too late. The bearded man seized her collar, lifting her into the air. As he gazed at the girl, whose legs flailed desperately, a glint of excitement flashed in the man's eyes. Do not misconstrue. He harbored no sinister intentions towards this young girl. The bearded man had merely heard tales of certain lords possessing peculiar tastes, and the thought of selling her for a handsome sum made his mouth water uncontrollably. "Hey, let go of that girl," I said. "Release her." The sudden shout jolted the bearded man from his reverie. Following the direction of the voice, he quickly spotted Uchiha Tendou on the eaves. Realizing the figure before him was merely a youth, he paused. The burly man with a beard, initially filled with trepidation, swiftly regained his composure. If he were an adult, he might still harbor a modicum of fear, but as a mere youth, he exclaimed, "Oi, brat! You dare meddle in my affairs? Do you wish for death?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tendou raised an eyebrow and vanished in an instant. Crack! With a slight exertion of his right hand, the burly man relinquished the grip he had on the little girl, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he grimaced in agony, clutching his fractured arm. "Get lost." The man, upon hearing these words, felt as if he had heard celestial music, hastily fleeing towards the alley's mouth, fearing that this terrifying youth would slay him on the spot. Uchiha Tendou scrutinized the young girl before him, noting her light lavender hair and pale orange eyes. Her identity was becoming apparent. "You seem to fear me. Then why do you not flee?" Conan, gazing at the black-haired, black-eyed boy, hesitated for a moment before stammering, "I fear ninjas. They are not good people. But you are different." Uchiha Tendou could not help but smile at her words. This little girl was rather amusing. It was evident she had seen the ninja headband on his arm, which explained her apprehension. Yet, he had merely assisted her slightly, and her concern was unexpectedly endearing. "Little one, I just helped you. In return, you must assist me as well." Conan stood frozen, bewildered by the unfolding narrative. However, being a girl who understood gratitude, she promptly replied without hesitation, "Big brother, whatever you need help with, just say the word. I promise to be loyal." Uchiha Tendou felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, likening himself to a recruiter of a warrior. Not long after, at an inn. "Ah, this is delicious." Uchiha Tendou observed Konan slurping noodles and exclaiming with delight, his eyelids twitching incessantly. "Oi, little brat." Such words may easily lead to misunderstandings. Due to Konan's prolonged deprivation of food, Uchiha Tendou worried that she might overindulge and upset her stomach. So he had only provided her with a single bowl of Dr. Big Wood's instant noodles. "What is your name, little one?" Though he had already deduced her name, Uchiha Tendou sought confirmation. Gulp. Konan swallowed the last mouthful of noodles and replied brightly, "I am called Konan, Shag for small, and Non for south." She then blinked her large eyes, curiosity evident on her face. "I am Uchiha Tendou, Tan for heaven, Dao for path, Konan." Disregarding her perplexed expression, Uchiha Tendou continued, "Where are Yahiko and Nagato?" Konan stared at Uchiha Tendou in confusion, cautiously responding, "I do not know these two individuals." "Nanny!" Uchiha Tendou exclaimed in astonishment before quickly coming to terms with the situation. This is, after all, a genuine world where the personalities of characters and the occurrence of events can change at any moment. How could everything align perfectly with the content of an anime? If someone truly perceives the real world as an anime, then Uchiha Tendou can only say that such a notion is utterly foolish. Uchiha Tendou stroked his chin, immersed in contemplation. The current situation is that Konan does not recognize Yahiko and Nagato, which means that my plan to locate Nagato through Konan has already been rendered futile. "Big brother, I'm sorry. It seems I can no longer assist you." Konan's dejected voice pulled Uchiha Tendou back from his thoughts. Gazing at the disheartened expression on Konan's face, a subtle smile crept onto Uchiha Tendou's lips as he affectionately ruffled her hair. "Well, Konan, what I actually needed your help with wasn't this." Upon hearing this, Konan's previously forlorn expression brightened a little, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "What is it?" "I want to accept anything without giving something in return." Uchiha Tendou crossed his arms, his tone proud. "It seems I have an excess of cash and require someone to help me spend it." Late at night, Uchiha Tendou approached the bedside, gently covering Konan with a blanket while murmuring softly, "Honestly, why do you enjoy kicking off your covers like Azui does? What if you catch a cold?" Seating himself at the table, Uchiha Tendou's gaze turned contemplative. The scene of Konan eating bread earlier had left a profound impact on him. What is were truly brought? This question has lingered in his mind since that moment. After a day of reflection, he seemed to have gained some insight. The leader of the ninjas obtained the benefits he desired. The ninjas received the bodies of their families. And what of the commoners? This ninja world should not be like this. A glimmer of determination shone in Uchiha Tendou's eyes as a seed took root and began to flourish within his heart. Since he now possesses the power to change the world, why not completely transform this distorted ninja realm? Suddenly, Uchiha Tendou sensed a chilling chakra manifesting around him, causing his brow to arch in intrigue. Body flicker technique. Uchiha Tendou's figure swiftly appeared atop the roof, his gaze cautiously assessing the cloaked figure before him. "Who are you? What is your purpose?" Had he not sensed any malicious intent from the other party, Uchiha Tendou would have acted long ago instead of engaging in idle chatter. "Uchiha Tendou. It has been a long time." The cloaked figure slowly removed his black hood, revealing an aged visage. "I am Uchiha Azuna." Uchiha Tendou's pupils constricted suddenly, a storm of emotions surging within him. This elder actually claimed to be Uchiha Azuna. Yet, had he not been slain by Senju Tobarama long ago? Uchiha Tendou had perused the family records, and the content therein aligned closely with what he understood. Uchiha Azuna was killed by Senju Tobarama using the Flying Thunder God technique during a great war. If that is the case, then who is this person before me? Is he truly Uchiha Azuna, or could it be a deception by Uchiha Madara? Heh, old man, are you trying to amuse me? If you are indeed Azuna Uchiha, then I must be Madara Uchiha. Rather than being angered by the words of Tendo Uchiha, Izuna wore a faint smile. "Who I am is of little consequence, Tendo Uchiha. Time is of the essence. I simply wish to engage in a fierce battle with you." Fire style, great fireball technique. As the massive fireball hurtled toward him, Tendo Uchiha furrowed his brow, internally cursing. Is it really necessary to be this straightforward? A fireball right from the start. Body flicker technique. Tendou Uchiha's figure vanished from sight, sprinting towards the forest beyond the village. Moments later, in a pitch-black grove, Tendou Uchiha watched as Izuna Uchiha pursued closely behind him. 3 black tomos slowly rotating within his crimson eyes. Old man, you truly are Izuna Uchiha? Tendou sought to extract more information from him. If the intelligence was accurate, it would signify a vast disparity between this ninja world and the one he knew. He could no longer rely on his foresight to make arbitrary decisions. Izuna Uchiha brandished a ninja knife, a hint of impatience on his face. Tendou Uchiha, this is not the you I remember. With that, he swung his ninja knife, charging directly at Tendou Uchiha. Although Izuna had aged considerably, his speed was hardly inferior to Hanzo the Salamander. If you refuse to speak, I shall have to capture you alive and interrogate you myself. A dangerous glint flickered in Tendou Uchiha's eyes as he swiftly drew a ninja knife from his scroll. Clang! The 2 blades clashed, emitting a sharp sound. Izuna's gaze sharpened, and the 3 tomo of his Sharingan quickly manifested. Huh! Izuna exclaimed with a low shout, his wrist exploding with force as he deflected Tendou Uchiha's blade. This is bad. Tendou sensed the danger and quickly lowered his head. Whoosh! The sharp blade barely missed, slicing through a lock of his hair. Tendou's expression grew grave. He now believed about 70 to 80% of what the old man had said. The opponent possessed formidable fire-style techniques and a 3-tomo Sharingan, showcasing an exceptional mastery of the Uchiha swordsmanship. This undoubtedly indicated that the elder before him had once been an elite ninja of the Uchiha clan. At such an advanced age, still wielding such power. If he were not Madara Uchiha, then it could only be Izuna Uchiha. But how could he, the supposedly deceased Izuna from the clan's records, be standing before him? What about Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Was Kagaya aware of this matter? A multitude of questions swirled in Tendou Uchiha's mind, weighing heavily upon him, as though an enormous net had descended upon the entire ninja world. However, Izuna Uchiha had no time to ponder Tendou Uchiha's thoughts. Uchiha's sword technique, Flame Blade. Izuna's ninja knife combined with fire style, forming a fiery blade that swiftly slashed toward Tendou Uchiha. This strike was too swift. The distracted Uchiha Tendou found himself unable to evade the impending threat and hastily summoned a row of golden skeletal structures. Crack! The blade of flames struck the golden frame, its formidable force cleaving several fissures into it. The ferocity in Uchiha Tendou's eyes surged as he unleashed his ninja blade with the swiftness of lightning. Clang! Clang! The 2 blades collided incessantly, the sparks igniting the darkness of the forest. With a crisp snap, both blades succumbed to the strain and shattered simultaneously. Gasp! Uchiha Izuna was caught off guard by Uchiha Tendou's strike, sent flying with a kick, blood erupting from his mouth. Truly remarkable. To possess such a terrifying physique at the tender age of 14. Uchiha Izuna wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, sincerely praising him. You seem to know quite a bit about me. Uchiha Tendou approached him slowly, curiosity lacing his tone. A sly smile crept across Uchiha Izuna's face, a hint of enigmatic amusement dancing in his eyes. Perhaps. Uchiha Tendou's brow furrowed slightly, an unsettling feeling rising within him. He resolved to employ his Mangekyo Sharingan to subdue this individual and interrogate him thoroughly. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Susanoo. Chakras surged from within Uchiha Izuna like a tsunami, a purple skeletal form rapidly manifesting around him, swiftly morphing into a half-giant skeleton. Flesh filling in as the purple Yata mirror armor enveloped his body. What? Uchiha Tendou exclaimed in astonishment, truly taken aback. For the old man before him did not possess the Mangekyo Sharingan. The only one capable of such a feat, Uchiha Tendou knew, was Uchiha Madara. Yet Madara's Susanoo was blue. This meant that the elderly figure before him was indeed Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Tendou unleashed his chakra without restraint, the golden Susanoo erupting into existence. Roar! X2 The 2 Susanoo roared in unison, colliding with tremendous force, causing the earth to fracture beneath them. Ha ha ha! Delightful. Truly exhilarating. Uchiha Izuna clutched his forehead with one hand, erupting into a frenzied laugh. Moments later, his expression returned to calm. Uchiha Tendou, how dare you commit such acts against me and my brother? I have long wished to teach you a lesson. Roar. The purple Susanoo let out a thunderous roar, condensing a purple long blade in its grasp, striking down towards the golden Susanoo. Uchiha Tendou's gaze sharpened, a multitude of questions flooding his mind. Why did Uchiha Izuna seem so familiar with him? According to his words, it appeared he was also well acquainted with Uchiha Madara. However, now was not the time for such contemplations. In an instant, a crimson gold spear appeared in the hands of the golden Susanoo, meeting the oncoming long blade with ferocity. Boom, boom. The two divine Susanoo clashed with their respective artifacts, the residual waves obliterating the surrounding landscape, rendering it unrecognizable. Boom. The purple Susanoo was sent hurtling backward by the crimson gold spear, crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. Uchiha Izuna, his complexion pale and clutching his chest, was bleeding profusely from the corners of his mouth. His life was clearly nearing its end. In a flash, Uchiha Tendou appeared before him, his crimson Sharingan spinning slowly. Cough, cough. Are you planning to use the Sharingan to force me to divulge information? Uchiha Izuna's gaze remained calm, devoid of any concern, as he smiled broadly. Hearing this, Uchiha Tendou paused his movements, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. What? Are you, Izuna-senpai, prepared to share everything you know with me? Rather than controlling Uchiha Izuna with the Sharingan, Uchiha Tendou preferred to let him speak freely. After all, Uchiha Izuna was a man who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and could manifest the Susanoo with 3 tomo. Tendou did not possess absolute confidence in his ability to control him. Uchiha Izuna, suppressing the intense pain in his chest, slowly leaned against a large rock. Of course, revealing everything to you is out of the question. Uchiha Tendou rolled his eyes in response, then sat beside him. Throughout their earlier confrontation, he had sensed no killing intent, leading him to believe that Uchiha Izuna might genuinely wish to engage in a friendly spar. With this thought, Tendou lowered his guard. Moreover, he was confident that even if Uchiha Izuna suddenly turned hostile, he could manage the situation with ease. You bear an uncanny resemblance to my recollection of you. Limitless confidence. Or perhaps boundless arrogance. Uchiha Izuna teased, a smile dancing on his lips. Do I know you? Upon hearing Uchiha Tendou's question, Izuna's smile widened, his eyes glimmering with reminiscence. Indeed, we've known each other for approximately 50 years. This declaration deepened Uchiha Tendou's confusion. He was barely in his teens. How could he possibly have known Izuna for such a duration? Unless Uchiha Tendou seemed to grasp something profound, a spark of realization flickering in his eyes. Cough, cough. It seems you already have your answer, Uchiha Izuna asserted, his gaze fixed intently on Tendou after a bout of violent coughing. Izuna, aren't you afraid of altering history with such revelations? Uchiha Tendou inquired, his expression grave. Even the flutter of a butterfly's wings could incite a tempest. And you, Uchiha Izuna, have been quite explicit. Ha ha. Cough, cough. Uchiha Izuna erupted into boisterous laughter, only to be interrupted by another fit of coughing. Uchiha Tendou winced. Brother, could you not clarify your words before laughing? What if you end up choking to death? And what else with this laughter, Uchiha Izuna? Do you aspire to become the 5th great jester of the Uchiha clan? After a considerable pause, Uchiha Izuna finally ceased his coughing and began to explain. A dear friend once remarked, the world is not confined to a singular reality. Uchiha Tendou's forehead was lined with frustration. Was he truly putting on an act in front of him? As Uchiha Tendou displayed a look of defeat, Uchiha Izuna couldn't help but let out a chuckle. It was you, wasn't it, who pretended to be superior before us? Now, I am merely using your own words against you. Does it sting? Nonetheless, Uchiha Izuna decided to leave it at that and continued to elaborate. Such matters should be approached with moderation. Otherwise, Uchiha Izuna genuinely feared that Uchiha Tendou might resort to unscrupulous tactics, deceiving and ambushing him, an old comrade. In essence, there exist multiple parallel dimensions within the ninja world, each with its own conclusion. Even if the timeline shifts, the only outcome affected would be that of another dimension. Uchiha Tendou furrowed his brow, pondering. For instance, you cannot return to the past to kill your own grandfather? Uchiha Izuna's face darkened, veins throbbing on his forehead. That was a rather apt analogy. Perhaps refrain from such comparisons in the future. By all that is sacred, why would one even contemplate killing their own grandfather? Uchiha Tendou, shrugging nonchalantly, replied in an indifferent tone, let us not dwell on these minutiae. Since it won't have significant repercussions, just share everything you know with me. Uchiha Izuna's gaze drifted. While the impact may not be substantial, I would prefer not to divulge that information. Tension arose. Uchiha Tendou's fists clenched. Sensing his anger, Uchiha Izuna hastily shifted the topic. Instead, I possess information that may intrigue you more. Uchiha Tendou crossed his arms, silently observing without uttering a word. However, Uchiha Izuna's words swiftly piqued his interest. I have news regarding the Uzumaki clan. Uchiha Izuna did not keep him in suspense this time, but rather straightforwardly conveyed the details. To my knowledge, recently, a member of the Uzumaki clan appeared in the Land of Grass. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tendou immediately conjured an image in his mind, Uzumaki Karen, who was treated as a living blood bag in the Grass Village. However, given the current timeline, Uzumaki Karen should not have been born yet. It is likely her mother or someone of that ilk. This revelation was indeed crucial for Uchiha Tendou, as his initial objective was to locate a member of the Uzumaki clan and bring them back to Konoha to replace Kushina Uzumaki as the host for the Nine Tails. Cough. Cough, cough. Uchiha Izuna suddenly erupted in a fit of violent coughing, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. He was aware that his time was running short. Uchiha Tendou, I have something else to present to you. With that, Uchiha Izuna produced a scroll from his person and swiftly unsealed it. Is this the Uchiha fan? Uchiha Tendou gazed in amazement at the fan before quickly regaining his composure. Given that even the long-deceased Uchiha Izuna was present, it was not surprising for this fan to be in his possession. After all, he was the most cherished brother of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Tendou, as the current head of the Uchiha clan, this fan should be entrusted to your care. Uchiha Izuna, illuminated with a fleeting burst of vitality, swiftly imparted his last words. This fan symbolizes our clan, representing its legacy and honor. Upon finishing his words, he tilted his head and passed away. Uchiha Tendou gazed upon the lifeless form of Uchiha Izuna, a heavy feeling settling in his heart. He sensed the genuine kindness emanating from Izuna, who had sincerely regarded him as a friend. Thus, the news of Izuna's demise left him with a bittersweet pang, akin to losing a longtime companion. Uchiha Tendou secured his fan upon his back and swiftly departed with Izuna in his arms. By the time he had taken care of Izuna's funeral arrangements, the horizon had already begun to blush with dawn's light. After casting one last, profound glance at the gravestone, Uchiha Tendou turned to leave, refraining from extracting Izuna's Sharingan. Despite its ordinary three-tomo appearance, as his bond with Uchiha Madara seemed distinctly different. Once Uchiha Tendou had departed, an elderly figure quietly emerged, staring blankly at the gravestone. Izuna, rest for a while. Our plans are about to commence, he murmured. With a jarring creak of the door, Uchiha Tendou re-entered the small inn he had previously occupied. Observing the desolate room before him, his brow furrowed slightly. The little girl who had been sleeping on the bed had vanished, leaving only a neatly made bed behind. After a brief moment of contemplation, Uchiha Tendou swiftly grasped the situation. Most likely, after awakening, Konan had not found him and, believing herself abandoned, chose to leave in sorrow. War is indeed merciless, Uchiha Tendou lamented, his mood heavy with reflection. He understood Konan's actions. Her prolonged wandering had rendered her exceedingly sensitive. The memory of her eating the bread stirred a sense of pity within him, simultaneously deepening his discontent towards Uchiha Izuna. Why come on a moonless night with no ill intent? Uchiha Tendou resolved that should he encounter Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna again, he would surely play a prank on the two brothers. However, the immediate priority was to locate Konan. Uchiha Tendou examined the traces left on the bed, and suddenly, as if discovering something, he reached out to touch. Ah, there is still warmth. She cannot have gone far. Relieved to learn that Konan had only just departed, Uchiha Tendou felt a sense of ease wash over him. Perhaps it was due to having a sister of a similar age, or perhaps a deep-seated compassion within him. He was determined not to let Konan tread the same path as the original story, ultimately becoming a wilting flower. He yearned to alter her fate. In a swift motion, Uchiha Tendou's figure vanished as if a specter, reappearing on the eaves of the inn in an instant. Fortune favored him, as he soon spotted the target of his search. In a nearby alley, Konan sat huddled with her arms around her knees, lost in thought at the very spot where she had consumed bread the previous day. She awaited someone, the boy from yesterday, longing for a glimmer of light to pierce the darkness. However, contrary to her hopes, she had been sitting there for quite some time without receiving any sign of his arrival. Beneath the gentle patter of rain falling from the sky and the incessant squeaks of surrounding mice, Shaunen slowly rose, brushing away the glistening tears from the corners of her eyes. The rain had intensified. Just as she was about to depart, a familiar voice echoed from the eaves. "Xiaonan, how could you enjoy the rain without summoning me?" On the battlefield of the Land of Rain, at the Konoha camp, Shimura Danzo occupied a lofty position, a rare smile gracing his face. He felt a mixture of envy and resentment towards the formidable prowess of Uchiha Tendou. Yet, he had also reaped substantial benefits from it. Firstly, Sarutobi Hiruzen's growing apprehension regarding Uchiha Tendou's extraordinary strength had finally brought attention to his roots. Consequently, a significant influx of resources led to a rapid enhancement of the Foundation's power. Secondly, Uchiha Tendou's decisive actions had gradually stabilized the battlefield in the Land of Rivers, prompting the swift redeployment of numerous ninja forces to the Land of Rain. Although this diverged from the village's initial strategic objectives, it did not hinder Shimura Danzo from swiftly resolving the conflict and accumulating merit. With control over a powerful foundation and unparalleled achievements, Danzo's ambitions surged. He aspired to become the 7th Hokage. "Danzo, what are you daydreaming about?" A loud reprimand abruptly pulled Shimura Danzo back to reality. "Tsunade, show some respect and address me as Commander-in-Chief." Danzo glared at Tsunade, his voice laced with irritation. However, he soon realized that she was a pivotal figure in determining the outcome of this war. For the sake of his own accolades, Danzo was compelled to swallow his indignation. "The situation on the battlefield in the Land of Rain has changed significantly. We should first discuss the tactical arrangements moving forward." "Humph." Tsunade huffed in displeasure at Danzo's attempt to redirect the conversation. They were already engaged in discussions about the strategy to launch a full-scale assault on Amigakure, and she could not afford to create discord at this juncture. Tsunade's earlier outburst stemmed from her frustration with Danzo's remarkably cunning maneuvers in the Land of Rain. Ever since Kakashi Hatake had been dispatched to the battlefield in the Land of Rivers, the Konoha ninja forces, under Danzo's command, had been relentlessly battered by Hanzo of the Salamander, suffering devastating losses. Originally, Konoha's strategic plan was to designate the Land of Rain as the primary battlefield, deploying a substantial number of ninja forces in hopes of swiftly concluding the conflict with Amigakure before rapidly reinforcing the Land of Rivers for a decisive confrontation with Sunigakure. However, due to Danzo's erratic tactics, it was a remarkable feat that the Land of Rain had not crumbled under pressure, let alone sending reinforcements to the Land of Rivers. Consequently, Tsunade found herself extremely displeased with Danzo. "We have already gained a significant advantage in the Land of Rivers, and numerous ninja forces will soon arrive to provide support. Therefore, I propose we launch a full-scale attack on Amigakure. What are your thoughts?" Danzo's gaze swept over the assembled ninjas as he spoke in a cold tone. Lord Danzo. It is indeed time to initiate the full-scale assault," Orochimaru said, a faint smile gracing his pale face in agreement. Before Danzo could respond, Orochimaru seamlessly shifted his line of thought. "However, if we initiate a full-scale assault on the village hidden in the rain, the casualties among our ninja forces will undoubtedly be substantial." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. They had been engaged in conflict with the rain and sand villages for over a year and were acutely aware of the terrifying potency of the salamander's venom, an authentic instrument of slaughter on the battlefield. Shimura Danzo's expression remained unchanged, his tone indifferent. "Orochimaru, I understand your concerns. However, we are left with no alternative. According to the latest intelligence received by the village, the ninja forces from the village hidden in the clouds and the village hidden in the stones have begun to mobilize frequently. What this signifies, I believe everyone present understands." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd turned grim. The cloud and stone villages, both ambitious in their designs, were now mobilizing their ninja forces. Surely, their intent was to seize a piece of Konoha. Lord Danzo may have misunderstood my intent," Orochimaru remarked lightly, unfazed by the news. Danzo's rigid face finally displayed some variation. "Oh, in that case, Orochimaru, please share your thoughts. As long as you do not oppose the full-scale assault or hinder my pursuit of military merit, I am quite eager to hear your opinion." After all, in Danzo's view, Orochimaru was an ally. The two might very well have opportunities for deeper collaboration in the future. Orochimaru nodded and laid out his thoughts candidly. "Lord Danzo, we can first proceed in this manner, then follow with that." After listening to Orochimaru's proposal, an unmistakable excitement flickered in Danzo's solitary eye. "Excellent. This idea is simply brilliant." The faces of the crowd illuminated with exhilaration, as they were in full agreement with Orochimaru's strategy. Konoha would dispatch Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and a select group of elite ninjas to infiltrate behind enemy lines, dismantling the defenses of the Rain Village from within, thereby paving the way for the subsequent full-scale assault. This plan would significantly alleviate the burden on Konoha as it launched its offensive against the Rain Village, effectively minimizing potential casualties among Konoha's ninjas. Moreover, should this plan succeed, it would hasten the progression of the battlefield in the Land of Rain, enabling Konoha to swiftly redeploy ninja forces to guard against the Cloud and Stone villages. Danzo's fingers tapped lightly on the table, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. I believe Orochimaru's proposal is quite advantageous. Does anyone have any objections? Seeing no one respond, Danzo felt a deep satisfaction. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Since there are no objections, we shall proceed with this tactical arrangement. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, you three will lead 20 Jonin to execute this mission. 7 days later, in the heart of the battlefield in the Land of Rain. This is terrible. These are the toxins of the salamander. Orochimaru watched as a number of Jonin were swiftly incapacitated by the purple toxic mist, his expression grave as he spoke softly. Tsunade quickly retrieved the antidotes she carried to stabilize the morale of the troops. This cannot continue. Jiraiya. Orochimaru gazed intently at the increasingly dense toxic mist, urgently exclaiming. Understood. The years of tacit cooperation were vividly demonstrated at this moment. Jiraiya quickly comprehended Orochimaru's intent and swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, fireball technique. A tumultuous blaze instantaneously carved out a vacuum space. Orochimaru's eyes burned with intensity as he directed his gaze upward, hastily declaring, Jiraiya, Tsunade, capture the leader first. If we subdue Hanzo of the Salamander, these leaf ninjas will undoubtedly survive. No sooner had he spoken than his body surged forth like a released arrow, darting towards the elevated Hanzo. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Tsunade exhibited no hesitation and followed closely behind him, fully aware that Orochimaru's decision was indeed correct. Capturing Hanzo of the Salamander was the only path to survival. Observing Tsunade's resolute choice, Jiraiya promptly abandoned his doubts, leaping to catch up with the duo. Oh, are the three of you intending to challenge me, the demigod of the ninja world? Hanzo remarked with interest, eyeing Orochimaru and the others. A chilling smile adorned Orochimaru's pale visage. We are most eager to experience the might of a demigod in the ninja world. Huh, Orochimaru, you overestimate him. He is merely an old man, Jiraiya taunted, a smug grin on his face. Humph, ignorance breeds fearlessness, Hanzo retorted, his gaze icy as he swiftly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. With a resounding crash, a colossal salamander erupted from the ground at the moment his palms struck down. Water release. Great waterfall technique. Hanzo spared no moment for Jiraiya and the others to catch their breath, rapidly forming hand seals once more. An endless torrent of water surged towards Orochimaru and his companions. Jiraiya's pupils constricted as he quickly bit his thumb, then hurriedly formed his own hand seals. Summoning technique. With a poof of smoke, a massive crimson toad, smoking a pipe, appeared. Frog. There's no time for explanations. Quickly use that technique. Jiraiya urged hastily, forming hand seals at a rapid pace. Fire release, toad oil fireball. Wanta, noticing the salamander before him and the oncoming tidal wave, hesitated not for a moment, opening his mouth to unleash a torrent of toad oil. The combination of Jiraiya's fire technique and the oil greatly amplified its potency, successfully suppressing the advancing wave. Meanwhile, the remaining toad oil fireballs hurtled toward Hanzo of the salamander. Such formidable fire release, Hanzo mused, his brow furrowing. Fire techniques were his most detested, particularly because of that annoying Uchiha brat who excelled in them. Although surprised by the might of the toad oil fireball, Hanzo, being a demigod of the ninja world, found such an attack hardly threatening. With a flick of his tail, he swiftly burrowed underground, and with a leap, Hanzo rapidly formed hand seals. Body flicker technique. In the next instant, his figure vanished like a specter, appearing before Tsunade in an instant, his voice low and menacing. You're the little girl who neutralized my salamander's venom, aren't you? The old man shall send you straight to hell. With that, Hanzo of the salamander swung his chain scythe, unhesitatingly aiming for Tsunade's face. Hidden shadow snake hands. Orochimaru reacted with remarkable speed, instantly grasping Hanzo's intent. Without a moment's hesitation, He launched an attack, unleashing dozens of large serpents from his sleeves, each one striking towards Hanzo. With a crash, the moment Hanzo was hit, his body transformed into a puddle of water. Orochimaru's pupils constricted in disbelief. What a swift water body technique. In the next moment, the previously vanished Hanzo reappeared, maintaining a hand sign. Fire style, exploding flame formation. The ground beneath Tsunade rapidly sank as several explosive tags affixed themselves to her calves. Boom. A tremendous explosion resonated throughout the battlefield, flames bursting forth. Oh, did he actually survive? Hanzo observed the scene at the center of the explosion, his tone laced with surprise. It turned out that just before the explosive tags detonated, Jiraiya had arrived in time to deploy the Needle of the Earth technique for defense. Hanzo regarded the exhausted trio before him with admiration. Your resilience reveals to me the future of ninjas. Bastard, what right do you have to judge us? This victory belongs to Konoha, Jiraiya exclaimed, clutching his chest in fury. Hanzo's expression remained unchanged. He had already realized the defeat of Amigakure. I hold great admiration for the three of you. From this day forth, you shall be known as the legendary Three Ninjas of Konoha. Perhaps due to a shift in the storyline, Hanzo did not intend to spare the trio as in the original tale. He raised his chain scythe once more. A forced smile crept across Orochimaru's pale face. His voice hoarse. Hee, Jiraiya, Tsunade, it seems that we are destined to remain here forever. Tsunade's eyes glimmered with reluctance. She did not fear death, rather. She was reluctant to part from her grandmother, brother, sister, and a certain little brat. Haha, Orochimaru, who would have thought we would fall together in the end? Jiraiya laughed heartily, unafraid of impending death. Whoosh. The chain scythe descended with a slicing sound, poised to claim the lives of the three. However, at that moment, Hanzo was suddenly enveloped by an aura of death. With no time for contemplation, he abruptly halted his attack and swiftly formed hand signs. Water body technique. Leaving behind a puddle of water, Hanzo's figure quietly re-emerged several dozen meters away from Orochimaru and the others. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Hanzo departed, a barrage of scale-like energy projectiles pierced the ground. This is Reshiram's scale shot. Gulping, Hanzo wiped the cold sweat from his brow, instinctively swallowing. He was utterly convinced. Had he reacted even a moment slower, he would have been turned into a sieve, riddled with holes. However, the pufferfish Hanzo clearly overestimated his own capabilities. Had he truly been struck, he would undoubtedly have been reduced to mere fragments. Roar. Before Hanzo could contemplate the source of the impending attack, a deep and penetrating roar resonated from the heavens above. Ugh, how detestable this weather is. Reshiram, unleash the clear skies. Immediately following this, the calm and composed voice of Uchiha Tendou echoed throughout the firmament. Roar. Reshiram let out another roar, causing the torrential downpour to cease instantaneously, the dark clouds retreating swiftly, revealing a blazing sun suspended high in the sky. Above the sacred white dragon, Uchiha Tendou, accompanied by a small girl, stood with his arms crossed, the three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes radiating an alluring aura. This is Tendou. Witnessing this awe-inspiring scene, even the typically composed Orochimaru couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. If he was so affected, one could only imagine the reactions of Jiraiya and Tsunade. The face concealed beneath Hanzo's mask was already etched with terror, the oppressive aura emanating from the white dragon causing him to tremble subtly. This was a crushing force derived from a higher plane of existence. Little brat, I never anticipated you could contract such a formidable summoning beast. Hanzo forcibly suppressed the fear within, feigning nonchalance as he mocked. He hoped that by uttering such bravado, he could bolster his own confidence, while simultaneously provoking Uchiha Tendou to abandon the advantage of his summoning beast in a fit of fervor. However, Hanzo's clever scheme ultimately fell flat. Uchiha Tendou would be a fool to relinquish the advantage of his summoning beast. He was no Uchiha Madara, prone to theatrics only to be slapped down. He fought only battles in which he was assured of victory. Uchiha Tendou's gaze was tinged with disdain, his demeanor proud. Hanzo, you are merely a relic of a bygone era. Do not disgrace yourself by stepping forward. A grin spread across Jiraiya's face, unable to contain his laughter. Haha, this little brat is truly amusing. Even the usually aloof Orochimaru wore a faint smile. In contrast to the two, Tsunade was momentarily entranced by that figure, her eyes sparkling with brightness. Little brat, do not be so arrogant. In response to Uchiha Tendou's verbal insult, Hanzo's expression darkened, his breath quickening as he roared in fury. Although he instinctively felt fear in the presence of the white dragon, Hanzo was nonetheless a demigod of the shinobi world. He harbored his own pride. He would not permit anyone to humiliate him so. Boom! The ground trembled, stones flying as the massive pufferfish suddenly erupted from the earth, charging directly at Reshiram. Upon witnessing this, Hanzo's eyes glimmered with ecstasy. This was his plan: to engage in verbal sparring to buy time, allowing the pufferfish to launch a surprise attack. Hanzo held immense confidence in the strength of his summoning beast. In his eyes, the size of the pufferfish was comparable to that of the white dragon, and the disparity in strength should not be significant. As long as the pufferfish could deliver a bite while injecting a copious amount of its venom, victory would surely tilt in his favor. A hint of disdain appeared on the face of Uchiha Tendou, his gaze contemptuously fixed on Hanzo of the salamander. He was acutely aware of his opponent's intentions. However, size does not necessarily equate to strength. Reshiram, tear apart the salamander. With that command, Reshiram reacted with remarkable swiftness, a layer of emerald energy quickly enveloping its claws. With a thunderous roar, Reshiram's mighty wings flapped violently, transforming its entire dragon form into a fleeting shadow, which darted towards the salamander with incredible speed. The sharp claws sank into the salamander's head, applying a slight force, and in an instant, its massive cranium was split asunder, blood gushing forth. With a resounding crash, the colossal body of Louis XVI salamander fell heavily to the ground, creating a deep, resonant sound. Hanzo of the salamander instinctively gasped, contributing significantly to the warming climate of the ninja world. How terrifying! How utterly terrifying! As he witnessed the salamander being vanquished by Reshiram in a single strike. That thought consumed Hanzo's mind. Jiraiya swallowed hard, instinctively moistening his throat. He was aware of the immense power of that white dragon, yet he had not anticipated it to be this formidable. The three of them had battled Hanzo for an extended period and were well aware of his strength, an absolute shadow-level summoning beast. Yet, this very summoning beast had been effortlessly obliterated by Uchiha Tendou's creature. Orochimaru's eyes reflected the sacred form of Reshiram, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure of his grip. This power is what he sought. The fragility of human life is starkly evident. Tsunade furrowed her brow, casting a wary glance at Orochimaru, an inexplicable chill creeping into her heart. Hanzo of the salamander, your petty tricks are nothing but a joke in my eyes. Uchiha Tendou remarked with a raised eyebrow, laced with mockery. Reshiram unleashed the crossfire. With a deep, penetrating roar, Reshiram summoned the natural energy within, which surged forth like a tsunami from its mouth. A colossal orange fireball, approximately 20 meters in diameter, coalesced before them, encased in a cross-shaped flame. Influenced by the brilliant sunshine, the power of the crossfire surged exponentially, the searing heat warping the very fabric of space. Orochimaru's countenance shifted dramatically, urgency lacing his tone. We must flee. The force of this attack is immense. It will undoubtedly affect us. Yet, Orochimaru's concern proved to be rather unfounded. Uchiha Tendou would never allow Reshiram's assault to harm his allies. At the moment the crossfire was unleashed, the tomo in his eyes began to whirl furiously, forming a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. A tidal wave of ocular power surged forth, causing a stream of blood tears to flow from Uchiha Tendou's left eye as he unhesitatingly activated his ocular technique. Time alteration. In an instant, the surrounding time nearly came to a standstill, and Uchiha Tendou calmly transported the three of them onto Reshiram's back. Quickly, we must leave at once. As the relentless cold wind brushed against his cheek, Orochimaru's earlier urgency seemed to be pressed on pause, leaving him frozen in place. However, before he could ponder the unfolding events any further, the moment was upon them. The intertwining flames, exuding a terrifying sense of oppression, surged towards the formidable figure of Hanzo the salamander. With a thunderous roar, upon contact with the earth, a colossal wave of energy and intense heat engulfed the surroundings for dozens of miles, cloaking the entire area in blinding white light. Gazing down at the vast pit measuring over 10 miles, Uchiha Tendou wore a satisfied expression. This time, Reshiram had not exerted its full strength, resulting in relatively minimal destruction. Had Reshiram unleashed its full power, Uchiha Tendou surmised that the devastation would undoubtedly rival that of the tailed beast bomb. It might even surpass it. Uchiha Tendou swiftly scanned the vicinity, confirming he had not detected any trace of Hanzo. However, to be prudent, he still inquired, Reshiram, did you sense that man's presence just now? My lord, that human has been incinerated entirely, Reshiram replied respectfully after a brief moment of sensing. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tendou fully cast aside his last lingering doubts. Reshiram was inherently powerful, and with the presence of natural energy, it could easily discern even the most elusive of beings. Perhaps even the Sage of Six Paths himself. Hey, you three, it's time to regain your composure. Uchiha Tendou chuckled as he observed the dazed expressions of Orochimaru and the others. Orochimaru was the first to snap out of his stupor, fixing a piercing gaze upon Uchiha Tendou. Tendou-kun, you truly are a master of concealment. Following him, Tsunade suddenly regained her senses, embracing Uchiha Tendou with enthusiasm. Well done, kid. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Tsunade. Uchiha Tendou found himself tightly pressed against her, struggling to breathe. He felt both joy and concern. The warmth of her embrace was comforting, yet it was also somewhat suffocating. Uchiha Tendou had never anticipated that, after merely a year apart, Tsunade would have developed such a robust figure. Conan, witnessing this scene, became immediately distressed, her little face puffing up like a frog, her youthful voice tinged with indignation. Bad woman, let go of Oni-chan. Her large eyes were fixed on Tsunade, fearful that Uchiha Tendou might be suffocated. At her words, Tsunade instinctively released Uchiha Tendou, her gaze shifting to Conan. Oh, what is this? There's a little girl here too? After greedily inhaling several breaths of air, Uchiha Tendou turned his gaze towards Conan, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. Well, Tsunade, this is my little sister that I just recognized a few days ago. Upon hearing Uchiha Tendou's explanation, Tsunade narrowed her eyes. A little sister? I didn't see that coming. You actually have a taste for this. Reflecting on the women surrounding Uchiha Tendou, a frightening thought quietly crept into Tsunade's mind. Could it be that he has a penchant for younger girls? With this thought, a deep blush rapidly spread across Tsunade's face as she gritted her teeth and exclaimed, Uchiha Tendou, I initially thought you were akin to Jiraiya, but now I realize, you are even more outrageous than him. Uchiha Tendou. Jiraiya expressed his deep hurt, feeling unjustly maligned despite having done nothing wrong. Although Tsunade's words contained much truth, there were children present. Moreover, the summoning beast, Uchiha Tendou, could comprehend the situation as well. How could he possibly navigate such an environment? Orochimaru interjected with a sly smile, addressing the gathered crowd. Everyone, let us first attend to the aftermath here. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. After all, with Hanzo of the Salamander now deceased, it was indeed an opportune moment for Konoha to launch a full-scale assault. Suddenly, Uchiha Tendou cast a piercing gaze towards a shadowy corner. Who goes there? The abrupt shout instantly captured everyone's attention. Following Tendou's line of sight, Orochimaru and the others quickly discerned the issue. Might we request your presence? Orochimaru's aura brimmed with menace as he spoke coldly. Uchiha Tendou couldn't help but reflect inwardly. It seemed there were no mistaken titles, only misplaced names. It was no wonder Orochimaru bore the moniker the Cold Lord. Pondering this, he cast a peculiar glance at Jiraiya and Tsunade, one a lecherous sage, the other a prominent figure in the ninja world. Tsunade, feeling the weight of Tendou's gaze, rolled her eyes dramatically. Kid, I can't shake the feeling that you're contemplating something rather unsavory. Jiraiya, upon hearing this, nodded in swift agreement. He had sensed the same. Tendou glanced at Tsunade with indifference, raising a middle finger in response. This only served to further infuriate her. Since you prefer not to emerge, allow me to assist you, Tendou declared. Just as he was about to take action, a somewhat childish voice interjected. Ninja-sama, please refrain from violence. We will come out. Jiraiya scratched his cheek, mildly astonished. 2 children? Jiraiya, do not underestimate them. Orochimaru remarked, his expression unyielding. Jiraiya's breath hitched. He could not refute Orochimaru's point. For many a ninja had lost their lives in the ninja world by underestimating children. As for Conan, she was already the adopted sister of Uchiha Tendou, so they had little cause for concern. Uchiha Tendou scrutinized the 2 youths, his mind racing with conjectures about their identities. One was a bright, cheerful boy with orange hair, while the other was a taciturn boy with red hair, both not much older than Conan. The clues painted a clear picture. As expected, the orange-haired boy swiftly began to introduce himself and his companion. Esteemed ninjas, my friend and I are commoners from the land of rain. My name is Yahiko. And my companion is Nagato. Due to the ravages of war, we have lost our parents and are now wandering. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tendou couldn't help but regard Yahiko with newfound respect. He had anticipated the boy would be as dull-witted as Naruto Uzumaki, yet he proved to be quite astute. First, he highlighted his and Nagato's status as commoners from the Rain Country, effectively diminishing the hostility directed towards them. He then proceeded to disclose fragments of their intelligence, aiming to elicit sympathy from the others. However, upon reflection, it is evident that Yahiko, though innocent and kind-hearted, is far from foolish otherwise. How could he possibly have assumed the role of the original leader of Akatsuki? Even if Konan and Nagato were bound by friendship, what of the others? If it were merely a shared ideal, why did the others not seize the opportunity to lead themselves? Clearly, it is because Yahiko possesses innate leadership qualities, earning the respect and acknowledgement of his peers, which compels them to willingly relinquish that position. Yahiko's eloquence indeed proves effective against someone as affable as Jiraiya. Yet how would it fare against Orochimaru? Uchiha Tendou, contemplating this, allowed a faint smirk to grace his lips, crossing his arms in anticipation of the unfolding drama. Konan, with her large, innocent eyes blinking in curiosity, observed Yahiko and Nagato, feeling an inexplicable warmth towards them, as if they were her own companions. Orochimaru's reaction did not surprise Uchiha Tendou in the slightest. Mere words lack substance. Who knows if you truly hail from the Hidden Rain village? Orochimaru's golden-slit pupils glimmered with a chilling light as he spoke in a dispassionate tone. Upon finishing, he deftly retrieved a kunai, advancing menacingly towards Yahiko and Nagato, an aura of lethal intent coalescing around him. Konan, clearly aware of Orochimaru's intentions, displayed a hint of conflict on her delicate visage. Having once been a wanderer herself, she empathized with the plight of Yahiko and Nagato, unwilling to watch them meet a senseless end. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words. Her brother and that cold, detached man were comrades after all. Konan did not wish to place Uchiha Tendou in a difficult position, leading to her evident distress and inner turmoil. Konan, do not fret. Someone will intervene, Uchiha Tendou reassured her softly. Well aware of her gentle nature and concerned that she might become embroiled in internal strife, gently patting her head. Indeed, at the very moment Uchiha Tendou's words fell, a loud voice rang out. Orochimaru, stand down. Jiraiya, enduring his pain, quickly stepped forward to intercept Orochimaru. Orochimaru, grant me this favor. Observing Jiraiya's pleading demeanor, a wave of discontent surged within Orochimaru. Nevertheless, he sheathed his kunai, his tone icy. Jiraiya, one day, you shall pay for your naivety. With that, he turned and departed. Once he had left, Jiraiya finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Had Orochimaru chosen to act violently, he would have found himself at a loss for solutions. Fortunately, Orochimaru refrained from taking action. Jiraiya's gaze shifted to Uchiha Tendou and the others as he scratched his cheek with a grin. Ha ha ha, with the war effectively concluded, what are your plans moving forward? Uchiha Tendou's expression softened, a gentle smile adorning his face. As for me, I shall return to Konoha with Konan and guide her and Akira in their training. Gazing at the unmistakable smile adorning Uchiha Tendou's face, Jiraiya felt a flicker of envy in his eyes, quickly followed by the raising of a middle finger. To hell with you, you wretched brother complex. Tsunade crossed her arms, casting a sidelong glance at Jiraiya. Naturally, I shall return to oversee the Konoha hospital. The number of injured in Konoha is quite significant. And you? It seems you have no intention of returning? Upon hearing Tsunade's inquiry, a trace of disappointment crossed Jiraiya's face as he gestured towards Yahiko and Nagato nearby. These children have ultimately been affected by the turmoil in our Konoha, and I wish to care for them for a time. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Uchiha Tendou's eyes. He recognized that Jiraiya's disillusionment stemmed from the harsh realities of war. It was evident that Jiraiya sought to fulfill the prophecy of the great sage of the Toads, in search of the child of prophecy destined to change the world. Uchiha Tendou shook his head, deeming Jiraiya's thoughts somewhat naive. It is not the child of prophecy who will change the ninja world, but rather, the one who changes the ninja world is the child of prophecy. Tsunade remained silent for a moment before nodding. Jiraiya, I will convey your thoughts to the teacher. After bidding farewell, Uchiha Tendou, accompanied by Tsunade and Konan, ascended upon the back of Reshiram, soaring towards Konoha. In a shadowy corner, Kurozetsu observed the retreating figure of Reshiram, his mind swirling with profound confusion. He felt as though he had encountered this summoning beast before. After much contemplation, Kurozetsu was unable to recall any pertinent information and had to abandon the thought. However, when his gaze fell upon a deep pit, an overwhelming sense of dread nearly spilled from his eyes. Having been present for some time, Kurozetsu had witnessed the entire battle between Reshiram and Hanzo of the Salamander. According to his estimates, Reshiram's power might be but a hair's breadth weaker than that of Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo. Damn it! Where did this brat find such a formidable summoning beast? Kurozetsu's expression was akin to one who had just consumed something bitter. The threat posed by Uchiha Tendou was far too great. Continuing on this path was simply untenable. He must devise a plan to eliminate him. Kurozetsu's face darkened. This time, he was resolute in urging Uchiha Madara to take action. What? You say Hanzo of the Salamander was defeated by Uchiha Tendou? Shimura Danzo exclaimed, his voice rising in disbelief as he stared at Orochimaru. Witnessing the hard-won achievement slip away, Danzo's animosity towards Uchiha Tendou reached its zenith. Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged, his tone indifferent. Lord Danzo, I have made my position abundantly clear. Hanzo of the Salamander is now deceased, and Amigakure will no longer have the strength to resist. I shall not partake in the subsequent cleanup. With that, Orochimaru paid no further heed to Danzo, swiftly departing the command tent. Through this war, he had come to understand the insignificance of humanity and the fragility of life. Upon returning to the village, Orochimaru resolved to immediately embark on related research, seeking to acquire immense power and immortality. In the Hokage's office of Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen held a report in his hands, his eyes wide with astonishment. The joy within him nearly impossible to conceal. He never anticipated that Uchiha Tendou would not be running amok, but instead would venture to the battlefield in the land of rain and eliminate Hanzo of the Salamander. As a result, the war between Konoha, Amigakure, and Sunigakure would reach a definitive conclusion. It must be said that this conflict has indeed left Sarutobi Hiruzen feeling somewhat shaken. Hanzo's prowess was formidable, with his singular strength. He had dragged Konoha into the quagmire of war, and the subsequent assaults from Sunigakure had caused Konoha considerable distress. However, Konoha had Uchiha Tendou. First, he dismantled Sunigakure's deadly toxins with medical ninjutsu, then swiftly decimated their forces. He instilled fear in Kumogakure and Iwagakure, granting Konoha a precious respite. Now, having slain Hanzo, he has utterly concluded the war. In the land of fire, within the palace of the daimyo, a man clad in opulent attire and possessing a rather unseemly appearance sat in a position of authority, his feather fan gently swaying in his hand. This individual was none other than the daimyo of the land of fire. Oh, are you suggesting that the swift victory in this war was solely due to that Uchiha Tendou? The daimyo reclined languidly in his chair, casting a narrowed gaze upon his subordinates, inquiring with a hint of detachment. Hearing this, the subordinates bowed their heads respectfully, responding in earnest tones, "Indeed, Your Excellency. According to our intelligence, although the Uchiha youth is still quite young, his abilities are likely to surpass those of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. The ease with which Konoha triumphed over Sunigakure and Amigakure can be attributed to him for at least 50%. As he listened to the fervent declarations of his subordinates, the daimyo found himself increasingly intrigued by Uchiha Tendou. Truly, heroes emerge from youth, he mused, though his expression soon darkened. Konoha is so blessed with talent. Yet that old fool Sarutobi Hiruzen stubbornly refuses to provide me with a few elite jonin to form the 12 guardians of the land. The subordinate involuntarily twitched at the daimyo's disparagement, a thought of exasperation bubbling beneath the surface. Elite jonin are an exceedingly rare resource in all ninja villages, and to request several is nothing short of absurd. One would be fortunate to receive even a handful from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moreover, this so-called 12 guardians is merely a ceremonial title. In this warped world of shinobi, who would dare to assassinate a daimyo when their bellies are full? However, while the subordinate contemplated this, he maintained a different demeanor. Your Excellency, if you wish to win over Uchiha Tendou, I have a splendid idea. Oh, pray tell, what is your brilliant plan? Speak swiftly. The daimyo was instantly captivated by the subordinate's words, leaning forward with keen interest. He dreamt of acquiring such an exceptional youth as Uchiha Tendou. Just imagine, parading him before the other daimyos. The Land of Fire's daimyo could hardly fathom how his relatives would extol him. The subordinate's beady eyes sparkled with ambition as he spoke in a sycophantic tone. Your Excellency, we could present Uchiha Tendou with a Hokage's battle robe. In the Hidden Leaf Village, no youth has yet been able to resist such temptation. Upon hearing this, the feudal lord of the Fire Nation felt as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, his voice trembling slightly. This cannot be good. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not one to be trifled with. At present, Sarutobi Hiruzen is in his prime. If he were to be provoked, even as the feudal lord of the Fire Nation, he would likely face dire consequences. A glimmer of disdain flashed in the eyes of his aide, who continued with his persuasion. Your Excellency, as the feudal lord of the Fire Nation, all within its domain are your subjects, including Uchiha Tendou. Given this, bestowing the Hokage's battle robe as an honor to your subordinate should elicit no objections from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moreover, Uchiha Tendou is a disciple of Princess Tsunade, closely aligned with our interests. The feudal lord, already somewhat swayed by the aide's words, could no longer contain himself upon hearing the last statement. Tsunade is indeed a relative of his, and rewarding her disciple seems entirely reasonable. With this thought, the feudal lord clenched his teeth. Thus, he decided to present Uchiha Tendou with a Hokage battle robe. If Sarutobi Hiruzen had any objections, he would withhold this year's funding for the development of the Leaf Village. The aide wore a peculiar smile and continued to elaborate. Your Excellency, should you be concerned that Sarutobi Hiruzen might seek trouble at our feudal lord's estate due to this matter, we can additionally create a Hokage short-sleeve robe to bestow upon Hatake Kakashi. The feudal lord raised an eyebrow, curiosity evident on his face. Hatake Kakashi? Who might this be? A glimmer of delight flashed in the aide's eyes, for he knew that this foolish feudal lord had begun to act according to his scheme. Hatake Kakashi had served as the commander on 2 battlefields, showcasing immense strength. The feudal lord nodded, a look of realization dawning upon him. So it is he. However, his expression soon shifted to one of confusion. Although Hatake Kakashi's contributions are substantial, is it necessary to reward him with a Hokage short-sleeve robe? If it were Uchiha Tendou, the feudal lord might begrudgingly risk offending Sarutobi Hiruzen to win him over. But as for Hatake Kakashi, the aide, having evidently anticipated the feudal lord's thoughts, maintained a subtle smile. Your Excellency, you may not be aware. In response to the feudal lord's puzzled gaze, the aide began to elucidate the reasoning. Hatake Kakashi hails from the Hatake clan, an erstwhile samurai family. Therefore, he places great importance on the spirit of Bushido. The feudal lord's eyes lit up, excitement barely contained in his tone. Are you suggesting that Hatake Kakashi could very well become my subordinate? The aide smiled gently, shaking his head. Your Excellency, Hatake Kakashi is a Leaf Village ninja. How could he possibly become your subordinate? The feudal lord's expression darkened, his eyes fixated on the aide. You scoundrel! Are you jesting with me? The aide paid no heed to the feudal lord's outburst, maintaining a respectful demeanor as he replied, Your Excellency, Hatake Kakashi indeed will not become your subordinate. However, as long as you bestow upon him ample glory, when the time comes for assistance, Kakashi Hatake will undoubtedly not refuse. Upon hearing this, the demeanor of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, which had previously been quite grim, began to brighten. If that is the case, let us proceed as you suggest. Send a Hokage battle robe to Uchiha Tendou, and a Hokage short-sleeve shirt to Kakashi Hatake. Understanding the stakes involved, the daimyo commanded with alacrity. Compared to winning over Uchiha Tendou and Kakashi Hatake, these were merely 2 articles of clothing. The daimyo's domain was certainly not lacking in such trivial items. Boom. Reshiram swiftly returned with Uchiha Tendou and others to the Leaf Village, gently landing at the entrance. Reshiram, please revert to your stone form, Uchiha Tendou said, gazing at the 50-meter-long white dragon beside him with a hint of exasperation. There was no choice. A 20-meter fire-breathing dragon was already quite cramped in the clan leader's courtyard. Adding Reshiram, this colossal creature would only exacerbate the situation. Reshiram nodded, and with a flash of pearlescent light, it transformed into a fist-sized white stone, resting quietly in Uchiha Tendou's hand. Turning to Tsunade, Uchiha Tendou wore a mischievous smile. Tsunade, I shall take Konan home first. You can leisurely report to the Hokage's office on your own. With that, he vanished in an instant, hand in hand with Konan. Tsunade stood momentarily dumbfounded, her smooth forehead twitching with veins, her fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously. That insufferable Uchiha brat. I shall make him pay next time. Upon hearing her thunderous roar, the two patrolling ninjas at the Leaf's gates immediately adopted the posture of observing the nose with the heart, feigning ignorance as if they had seen and heard nothing. After all, Tsunade's reputation echoed throughout the Leaf village, who was unaware of her prowess. While she was indeed the foremost medical ninja of the Leaf, she was also the village's most formidable woman. Her strength was such that even Jiraiya had acknowledged it. The two patrolling ninjas were merely ordinary subordinates. They had no desire to be rendered helpless by Tsunade's might. However, it seemed they were overthinking the situation. Tsunade was merely teasing Uchiha Tendou in her usual manner, and in truth, she was not angry at all. Moreover, she had no habit of venting her frustrations on others. Realizing that Uchiha Tendou had indeed departed, Tsunade reluctantly made her way to the Hokage's office to report the situation. Thanks to Hiram, they had arrived at the Leaf village in a single day. At this moment, the Leaf's ninja forces were likely still unprepared for retreat. Thus, Tsunade had to go to the Hokage's office, whether she liked it or not. In the Uchiha clan's courtyard, Uchiha Tendou's sister, Konan, tilted her head, her large eyes curiously observing him. Brother, you seem rather tense, don't you? She could distinctly feel that her brother's hand appeared somewhat clammy. Uchiha Tendou, upon hearing this, slightly changed his expression, his gaze wandering, his tone betraying a hint of anxiety. Haha, Konan, you're quite the jokester. How could I possibly be nervous? Gazing at Uchiha Tendou, who appeared to be trying to mask his emotions, Konan couldn't help but chuckle softly. She never anticipated that her seemingly aloof yet warm-hearted older brother would possess such an endearing side. Konan, being astute and clever, quickly deduced the situation based on Tendou's frequent mentions of Uchiha Meisui and his current peculiar demeanor. It was clear to her that her brother was at a loss on how to face his adorable younger sister. After all, Uchiha Meisui was merely a little over 5 years old, a time when familial companionship was essential. As Tendou's only remaining kin, he must have felt a profound sense of guilt after being away for more than a year. With this realization, Konan's large eyes twinkled mischievously, and a playful grin spread across her face. Well, brother, perhaps I could assist you, provided you agree to my terms. Though Tendou had been somewhat anxious earlier, he felt considerably more at ease now. Observing Konan, who was displaying an unexpectedly mature demeanor, he couldn't help but smile wryly, pondering who might have influenced her. When Konan noticed her brother's lack of response, her face puffed up in mock indignation as she clutched his leg and shook it playfully. Why won't you listen to me, you naughty brother? Tendou, witnessing Konan's adorable antics, felt his heart soften, nearly melting at her charm. Just as he was about to ruffle her hair, the door to the clan leader's courtyard swung open. Uchiha Meisui stood at the entrance, her eyes narrowed, watching the scene unfold with a blaze of jealousy igniting within her. Humph, she huffed, promptly slamming the door and retreating into the house. Tendou and Konan exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. After a moment, Konan released her grip, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Did I cause trouble, brother? Uchiha Tendou shook his head, gently tousling her hair. No, this has nothing to do with you. Suddenly, the door to the courtyard opened once more, revealing a graceful young woman who appeared at the threshold. Upon recognizing her, a smile quickly spread across Tendou's face as he greeted her. Makoto, long time no see. Indeed, Tendou, it has been a while, Uchiha Makoto replied with a warm smile, her attention soon shifting to Konan. Tendou, who is this lovely little sister? Won't you introduce us? Having witnessed Uchiha Meisui dash back to her room, Makoto was still unaware of the unfolding events. Now, upon seeing the charming little girl who seemed to be of similar age, she began to piece together the situation and promptly inquired about her. In response, Tendou gently pulled Konan forward, smiling as he introduced them to one another. With his introduction, Makoto quickly grasped Konan's identity and background. Upon learning that Konan had lost her parents due to the ravages of war and was subsequently forced to wander, a deep sense of compassion filled her eyes, lingering there without a hint of abatement. Uchiha Makoto grasped Konan's hand, her warmth and concern almost overflowing in expression. Uchiha Tendou, witnessing this, felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Truly, she was the Makoto he knew, possessing a heart of gold. Konan could sense the genuine kindness emanating from Makoto, easing her previously anxious heart. Earlier, she had worried whether she would be looked down upon by Tendou's friends and family. However, it seemed that her fears were unfounded. Makoto observed Tendou's hesitance, and her heart blossomed with joy, fully aware of his unspoken query. Yet, for the sake of Tendou's image before Conan, Mikoto stifled her laughter and maintained a serious demeanor while offering her analysis. Tendou, Mikihito, is also a kind-hearted child. What she truly values is your companionship. Upon hearing this, Tendou's eyes sparkled like stars. Having known Mikoto for years, he immediately grasped the meaning behind her words. Mikihito was not angry because of Conan. Rather, she genuinely cared for his presence. With this realization, Tendou naturally devised a way to placate Mikihito. Mikoto, I entrust Conan to your care for a while. I shall go find Mikihito. With this brief remark, Tendou did not wait for Mikoto's response and vanished from the spot in a flash. A hint of helplessness appeared on Mikoto's face. This guy truly had not changed at all. After a slight murmur of complaint, she turned to Conan with a smile. Let us return home. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and a month slipped away in an instant. In the Uchiha clan grounds, within the patriarch's courtyard, Uchiha Tendou reclined leisurely on a chaise, his thoughts stirring. System, initiate sign-in. Ding. Sign-in process for the host is underway. Congratulations, host. For successful sign-in, 20 of Mewtwo's psychic power. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Uchiha Tendou was taken aback. 20% of Mewtwo's psychic power. Was this not equivalent to 20% of Kagaya Otsutsuki's psychic power? A monthly sign-in could yield such a remarkable treasure. Just as Tendou was processing this, a surge of pure and immense energy flooded into his mind, causing his psychic power to soar like a rocket. Uchiha Tendou let out a muffled groan as he tumbled from the chaise. On Icon X2, the simultaneous cries of Uchiha Mikihito and Conan echoed, as both rushed towards Tendou, momentarily abandoning their training. Roar! The once lazy Charizard, lounging in the courtyard, let out a swift roar upon witnessing the commotion, hastily puffing out its belly and sprinting towards Uchiha Tendou. Even the white stone in Tendou's arms began to shimmer with an ethereal glow at that moment. With a violent heaving of his chest, Uchiha Tendou's face twisted in agony as he pressed his bloodied eyes tightly shut. Uchiha Meisui gasped in horror at the sight of her blood-soaked brother. Having never encountered such a terrifying scene, the young girl was thoroughly overwhelmed with fear. In contrast, Xiao Nan, having experienced a life of hardship, managed to maintain her composure better than Uchiha Meisui. She swiftly made her way inside, seeking assistance from Uchiha Mikoto. Perhaps due to the commotion outside, Uchiha Mikoto emerged just at that moment. Not hesitating for a second, Xiao Nan grabbed Uchiha Mikoto's arm and rushed towards Uchiha Tendou. Explaining in a hurried breath, Mikoto, Oni-chan's eyes are bleeding profusely. You must come quickly. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Mikoto's expression shifted dramatically as she hastened to Uchiha Tendou's side. Tendou, what has happened to you? She asked, her heart racing as she took in the blood covering his face. In her heart, she silently prayed, hoping it was not a bloodline disease. To Uchiha Mikoto, such an affliction equated to a terminal illness. Uchiha Tendou was not only her friend and clan member, but also someone she deeply admired. Above all else, she wished for him to be free of such a fate. As the fusion of 20% of the psychic energy from the Super Dream took place, Uchiha Tendou's eyes gradually ceased bleeding. The warmth from the concerned voices of his two younger sisters and the worried cries of Charizard X filled him with a sense of comfort. How wonderful it felt to be cared for. These were his family, everyone he wished to protect. Lowering his hands from his eyes, the chakra surrounding Uchiha Tendou surged violently, boiling like water. The tomo in his eyes began to spin rapidly, intertwining into a complex pattern. At this moment, his kaleidoscope had undergone subtle changes. The original design had transformed into something more intricate and splendid. This was the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, a new source of power. With a firm grip of his right hand, Uchiha Tendou signaled for Uchiha Mikoto and the others to retreat. Once they had reached a safe distance, the chakra within him erupted like a tsunami. The chakra of the Uchiha clan was typically cold and brutal. However, due to the fusion of the powers of Groudon and Jirachi, Uchiha Tendou's chakra had become exceedingly wild, dark, and fierce, yet infused with a hint of vitality. System, why has my physical prowess and chakra capacity increased so rapidly? Uchiha Tendou inquired after carefully sensing his body. His brow furrowed in confusion. Ding! The eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan significantly enhances the host's spiritual power and chakra. As the host's spiritual power increases dramatically, the fusion of Groudon's power will also elevate sharply. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tiandou's expression darkened. System, did you not previously state that the fusion of Groudon's power was related to my physical attributes? Why now does the enhancement of my spiritual power affect the fusion level of Groudon's power? Ding. The host's integration with the power of Groudon is indeed influenced solely by physical fitness. Uchiha Tiandou's perplexity deepened. Then, could you elucidate the current situation? With a chime, the system responded, as the power of Groudon merges, the host's physical fitness will concurrently enhance. Thus, the host's physical capabilities have already reached a higher standard of integration. Uchiha Tiandou was left in a state of confusion. He began to suspect that this dog's system had malfunctioned, as its statements seemed increasingly disjointed. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, for the system provided a reasonable explanation. Host, an individual's mental strength and physical fitness must maintain a certain balance, otherwise, the body may completely collapse. In simpler terms, to prevent a scenario where the host's physical fitness vastly exceeds their mental strength, the system had previously suppressed the host's physical enhancement. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tiandou experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder he had perceived the earlier 3% of Groudon's power as somewhat feeble. Now he understood why. As he stroked his chin in contemplation, a name surfaced in his mind, Akamaru Yakumo. It appeared that this girl almost perished at the hands of her second persona due to her physical fitness failing to keep pace with her mental strength. Thus, had the 3% of Groudon's power elevated his physical fitness at that time, Uchiha Tiandou's body would have been utterly shattered. After all, while his mental strength was formidable, it was merely substantial in comparison to his peers, still worlds apart from the physical fitness that Groudon's power would provide. What was that? Goodness! Why was there such a colossal creature in the Uchiha compound? The common folk of Konoha stood agape, their eyes fixed on the Uchiha estate, where a magnificent entity, over 100 meters tall, stood proudly. Yet, the behemoth's presence was fleeting. With a gentle breeze, it vanished without a trace, leaving the citizens of Konoha questioning their senses. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze intensely focused on the Uchiha estate. Unlike the Konoha civilians, he was utterly certain that what he had witnessed was no mere illusion. After a prolonged gaze at the Uchiha compound, he suddenly turned to the shadow beside him. Quickly informed Tsunade, we must visit the Uchiha estate together. At once, Hokage-sama. A deep voice resonated from the shadows, and a figure swiftly departed the Hokage's office. Once the Umbu had left, Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment, then donned the pristine Hokage cloak from his desk and made his way towards the Uchiha estate. This cloak, naturally, had been bestowed by the daimyo of the Land of Fire, ostensibly as a mark of honor for Uchiha Tiandou. Additionally, it included a Hokage short-sleeved robe intended as a reward for Hitaki Sakumo. Sarutobi Hiruzen scoffed at this. As a seasoned politician, he was well aware of the daimyo's ulterior motives. The Lord of the Land of Fire foolishly attempted to win over Uchiha Tiandou and Hitaki Sakumo with mere garments, an endeavor that Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded as nothing short of a delusion. It is only through bonds that one can truly attract powerful allies. Sarutobi Hiruzen had originally planned to personally present the Hokage's war robes to Uchiha Tiandou at the commendation ceremony in 7 days, believing this would undoubtedly endear him to the latter. However, the sudden emergence of a colossal creature in the Uchiha territory completely disrupted his plans. Sarutobi Hiruzen, already apprehensive about Uchiha Tiandou's formidable strength and that terrifying summoning beast, now felt even more vulnerable amidst the chaos. He feared that Uchiha Tiandou's power might surge once more, leading him to lose all control over the situation. After all, when the disparity in strength becomes overwhelmingly vast, all schemes and machinations turn to naught. The moment the shadow of Groudon appeared, Uchiha Tiandou immediately sensed its presence. In order to prevent widespread panic, he hastily dispelled it. System, open the character panel. Uchiha Tiandou was currently disinclined to pay heed to external changes. His primary concern was to ascertain his own strength. Host, Uchiha Tendou. Mental power, 60,000. Physique, 610,000. Bloodline limit. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Power of Evergreens. Lava Release. Psychic Power. Tailed Beast. Groudon. Fusion Degree, 7623. Skills, Uchiha Style Blade Dance. Sword of the Abyss. Sunbeam. Lightning Release. Kirin. Special Skills. Pokémon Haiku. Culinary skills akin to Brock. Items. Points. 3, 140,000. Special effects. Groudon fusion degree exceeds 70%. Earth release, fire release, and lava release potency increased 16-fold. Note: achieving a mental power of 80,000 may yield remarkable transformations. Uchiha Tendou gazed at the dramatically elevated base values on the panel, utterly dumbfounded. Though he had anticipated a significant enhancement in his base statistics, he had never envisioned such a terrifying escalation. Setting aside the fact that his mental power had surged nearly 9-fold, his physique had skyrocketed as well. Uchiha Tendou felt as though he had become a synthesis of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, combining Madara's mental acuity and ocular prowess with Hashirama's physique and chakra. At this moment, Uchiha Tendou's strength had officially reached the pinnacle of the Super Shadow. Wait. System, what is the psychic power within the bloodline limit? Just as Uchiha Tendou was processing his astonishing newfound strength, he noticed the additional psychic power in the bloodline limit and could not help but inquire. Ding. Host. 20% of Mewtwo's mental power carries its special ability. Upon hearing this, a blinding golden light erupted from Uchiha Tendou's eyes. The implication of the system was that he could now wield psychic powers akin to those of psychic Pokémon. To validate his hypothesis, Uchiha Tendou swiftly turned his gaze toward the distant Charizard X, softly murmuring, "Old buddy, let us put my new ability to the test." The mere thought of Charizard X's impending reaction caused a grin to spread uncontrollably across Uchiha Tendou's face. Roar? Charizard X gazed at Uchiha Tendou with a look of bewilderment. A human-like confusion reflected on its face. Why did it have the unsettling feeling that its master was plotting something nefarious? Soon, Charizard X's questions were answered. Uchiha Tendou's obsidian eyes suddenly erupted with a brilliant azure light, and an overwhelming psychic force descended upon Charizard X in an instant. Roar? Roar. Charizard X felt an unseen power binding it completely, prompting it to struggle desperately. However, its efforts proved futile. In the face of Uchiha Tendou's formidable psychic prowess, it could scarcely move a single claw. This ability was indeed remarkable, not only enigmatic in battles of equal strength, but also a definitive skill for overwhelming weaker opponents. Observing Charizard X's predicament, Uchiha Tendou couldn't help but reflect. According to his conjecture, this psychic force was essentially a Pormax version of the universal pull and heavenly push. Bang! As Uchiha Tendou retracted the psychic force, Charizard X was unceremoniously thrown to the ground, producing a dull thud. "Hey, Charizard X, what has happened to you? Why do you appear so disheveled?" Uchiha Tendou approached Uchiha Meisui and the others with a light-hearted chuckle, poking fun at the situation. At that moment, Charizard X realized that all of this was indeed orchestrated by its master. Roar! Charizard X protested in discontent, then, with its belly held high, hurriedly departed. It couldn't afford to confront the situation. Perhaps evasion was a wiser choice? Uchiha Meisui watched Charizard X retreating with a giggle, covering her mouth. "Tendou, you are quite wicked. How could you bully it so?" Uchiha Tendou shrugged nonchalantly. "Well, Meisui, Charizard X needs a little motivation, otherwise it might as well become part of the Akimichi clan." After saying this, Uchiha Tendou's gaze fell upon Uchiha Meisui. He sensed that his adorable sister seemed somewhat downcast. "Little Meisui, what troubles you? Are you feeling unhappy?" Upon hearing Uchiha Tendou's inquiry, the other two turned their attention to Uchiha Meisui as well. It was only then that they noticed her distress. Uchiha Meisui bit her lip, her eyes glistening with tears. "Onaiken, I feel so useless." It turned out she had been disheartened by Conan's earlier performance. A moment of clarity flashed through Uchiha Tendou's mind, and he smiled gently. "Conan is indeed exceptional. But so are you, Meisui. With more training, you too can become a calm and outstanding ninja." After Uchiha Tendou's comforting words, Meisui's spirits visibly lifted. However, Uchiha Tendou was clearly not one to show favoritism. He also lavished praise upon Conan, bringing unrestrained joy to her. So much so that she almost burst into tears of happiness. Once Uchiha Tendou had successfully cheered up the two little darlings, his gaze finally drifted towards the entrance of his home, his tone turning serious. "Elders, having eavesdropped for so long, might you not join us for a conversation?" With that, the three elderly gentlemen appeared in the patriarch's courtyard as swiftly as lightning. On the aged visage of Uchiha Hakadai, a plethora of smiles adorned his face, akin to a fly rubbing its hands together. "Haha, Esteemed leader, your strength is formidable, and your perception is remarkably keen, the elderly man expressed. His veneration for Hakadai akin to Uchiha Mikoto, gazing adoringly at her grandfather, her delicate features gradually suffused with a rosy hue. How embarrassing. At that moment, she wished fervently to find a crevice in the earth to hide within. Was this truly her stern grandfather? Heavens, I shall go prepare tea for you. Uchiha Mikoto exclaimed hastily before scurrying indoors, unable to bear the disintegration of her grandfather's stoic facade. Why did Mikoto run off? Uchiha Hakadai pondered, scratching his head softly. Perhaps the peculiar behavior of that old man had indeed been too bizarre, thus eliciting disdain from his granddaughter. Uchiha N, unable to conceal a smirk, teased. It seems the antics of an old man are a tad too eccentric for his granddaughter. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hakadai's expression contorted into a frown. Impossible. I distinctly remember Mikoto relishing contrasts. As he spoke, his gaze flitted towards Uchiha Tendou. Enough. You too. Why are you prattling on so? Uchiha Shana could no longer endure the antics of these two old stubborn men, and promptly interjected. Perhaps due to the elder's inherent authority. Or perhaps Uchiha Hakadai and Uchiha and were reminded of their purpose for being there. Both men immediately fell silent, seeing the two elderly gentlemen quiet down. Uchiha Shana nodded in satisfaction. His gaze then fixated intently on Uchiha Tendou, his demeanor taut with anticipation. Esteemed leader, has your strength surpassed that of Lord Madara? Though posed as a question, the tone was imbued with certainty. Having accompanied Uchiha Madara for many years, Uchiha Shana was acutely aware of his aura. Now, Uchiha Tendou's presence even eclipsed that of Uchiha Madara, an undeniable truth unfolding before them. Indeed, elder, your insight is remarkably astute, Uchiha Tendou replied, his eyes shimmering with sincerity. While he was somewhat surprised by Uchiha Shana's perceptiveness, he recognized that these three elders had devoted their lives to the Uchiha clan, embodying its unwavering loyalty. Thus, Uchiha Tendou chose not to conceal his thoughts. Upon hearing the response he yearned for, Uchiha Shana's entire being trembled with excitement. The Uchiha clan would be thoroughly revitalized, restoring its former glory. Suppressing his exhilaration, Uchiha Shana gazed at Uchiha Tendou with hopeful anticipation, his voice quivering. Esteemed leader, your eyes. A hint of resignation graced Uchiha Tendou's expression. He well understood the elder's unspoken inquiry. Was it not a desire to know if he had awakened the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan? Without uttering a word, Uchiha Tendou's blood-red eyes swiftly manifested three black tomo, intricately interconnected, revealing a magnificent and complex pattern in an instant. Indeed, this is the eye that never fades in vision. The ultimate power of the Uchiha clan, the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Upon perceiving the intricate patterns within Uchiha Tendou's eyes, Uchiha Shana was instantaneously overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he spoke with a trembling voice. He was not alone in his fervor. Uchiha Hakadai and Uchiha Flame also found their breaths quickening, their gazes fixed intently upon Uchiha Tendou. While they may not fully comprehend the terrifying strength of Uchiha Tendou, the might of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was unmistakable to them, seasoned as they were from the Warring States period. They were acutely aware that the last possessor of such eyes was none other than Uchiha Madara, the most formidable figure in their clan's history. Uchiha Tendou regarded the three elderly figures before him, who were beside themselves with joy, a slight twitch of his lips betraying his amusement. It was merely a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that had stirred such excitement among these elders. He feared that revealing the power of the Giratina might leave Uchiha Shana and the others gasping for breath. Hey, you youngsters, what are you all doing gathered here? A robust female voice resonated from outside the door, capturing the attention of everyone present. Uchiha Tendou and the others turned towards the sound to find Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen approaching them from the entrance. Uchiha Shana furrowed his brow, his gaze growing profound. He sensed that this young girl from the Senju clan seemed somewhat dismissive of her clan leader. Nevertheless, the clan leader now possessed the power to upend Konoha, making it preferable to refer to him as the Grand Elder. A low admonition from Uchiha Tendou abruptly shattered Uchiha Shana's musings. He suddenly recalled that the clan leader seemed to share a favorable rapport with the young girl. My apologies, clan leader, my thoughts were overly impulsive, Uchiha Shana quickly murmured, realizing that Uchiha Tendou had seen through his thoughts. Seeing the elder retract his inappropriate musings, a satisfied expression finally graced Uchiha Tendou's face. Uchiha Shana embodied the quintessential hawkish Uchiha, prioritizing the clan's interests above all else, a fact that Uchiha Tendou understood all too well. However, he did not wish for this elder to adopt the same radical stance as in the past. Uchiha Tendou had no interest in the Hokage position himself, and the other clan members were not sufficiently qualified to engage in turmoil. Therefore, rather than fixating on the Hokage's seat, it would be more prudent for the Uchiha to cultivate more shinobi and enhance the clan's strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen, also at the pinnacle of Hokage's strength, sensed the shift in Uchiha Shana's demeanor. To be candid, he felt quite unsettled. He held a fair understanding of Uchiha Shana, a hawkish member of the Uchiha clan, who had harbored resentment due to the unfair treatment his clan received during the era of the second Hokage, even leading to a rebellion. Now, after all these years, while Uchiha Shana appeared rather subdued, the adage goes, the barking dog seldom bites. Sarutobi Hiruzen genuinely feared that this elder might unexpectedly unleash chaos upon the village, especially given Uchiha Tendou's overwhelmingly superior strength. Heh, Tendou, Tsunade and I just took a moment to come and see you. I wonder if you welcome our visit? Sarutobi Hiruzen forcibly suppressed the complex thoughts swirling within him and smiled as he spoke. Uchiha Tendou narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold smirk forming within. If he believed Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, it would surely be a trick of fate. However, Uchiha Tendou still chuckled lightly and gestured invitingly towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Third, let us converse indoors. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression subtly changed. Previously, Uchiha Tendou had addressed him as Lord Hokage, but now it had shifted to Lord Third. This fellow seemed to no longer hold him in the same regard as before. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mood grew heavier. He sensed that events were spiraling towards an uncontrollable direction. In that case, I must trouble you, Tendou. Sarutobi Hiruzen, after all, was no fool. He swiftly concealed his unease and replied with a cheerful demeanor. The six of them soon arrived in the reception room, promptly taking their seats under Uchiha Tendou's arrangement. Uchiha Makoto, though surprised by the arrival of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade, quickly regained her composure due to her refined upbringing. After serving each guest a cup of tea, Uchiha Makoto quietly withdrew, heading towards the backyard. She was well aware that she was not suited to partake in the ensuing discussions. Once Uchiha Makoto departed, a palpable silence enveloped the room. There was no need for the three elders of the Uchiha clan to say much. Their ages endowed them with wisdom, and they could perceive the underlying tensions with ease. Their clan leader had stirred such a commotion, and now Sarutobi Hiruzen had come seeking him. It was as if a weasel was paying a visit to a chicken during the new year. Uchiha Tendou understood Sarutobi Hiruzen well. He knew that the latter was the type who would not come without a purpose. Old man, didn't you say you were coming to find Uchiha Tendou for a matter of importance? Why are you now simply sipping tea? Tsunade exclaimed, arms crossed, her expression reflecting displeasure. Simultaneously, she had already cursed Sarutobi Hiruzen in her mind. So, you summoned me from the gambling den just to sit here and exchange glances with the Uchiha? Ahem, Tsunade. Do remain calm. Sarutobi Hiruzen had initially been contemplating how to articulate his thoughts to gain an advantage in the forthcoming actions, only to be disrupted by Tsunade's words, leaving him momentarily defenseless. Uchiha Tendou's lips twitched as he quickly masked his amusement with tea. Tsunade's outburst genuinely made him chuckle. After all, this was quintessentially her character. If she were capable of sitting still, she would cease to be Tsunade. With his train of thought derailed by Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to cut through the tension decisively, aiming to catch Uchiha Tendou and the others off guard. Tendou, in fact, I have come primarily to present you with the Hokage's battle robe. Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved a brand new Hokage robe from a scroll, smiling as he spoke. What? The three elders of Uchiha Shana, upon hearing this, lost their composure entirely, gasping in astonishment. Not only they, but even Uchiha Tendou was profoundly shocked by Sarutobi Hiruzen's declaration. This is indeed the Hokage's battle attire. Only the Hokage is permitted to don such garments. However, Uchiha Tendou quickly came to a realization. Could Sarutobi Hiruzen genuinely be so benevolent? It would be remarkable if he did not target the Uchiha clan, let alone allow a member of the Uchiha to ascend to the position of Hokage. As Uchiha Tendou's gaze swiftly scanned the Hokage's cloak, clarity dawned upon him. It was undoubtedly the Hokage's attire, yet it bore no markings of the previous Hokage. This indicated that the cloak was not an official one. Uchiha Tendou's brow furrowed. At this juncture, such a garment could only be from Hatake Tsukumo. A figure clad in the Hokage's half-sleeve ensemble instantly materialized in his mind, and all previous doubts melted away like snow under the sun. This was not the Hokage's cloak gifted to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen, but rather one from the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Once Uchiha Tendou unraveled the truth, his expression returned to a state of calm. He had discerned Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions, which were merely to tempt and win him over with this cloak. However, Uchiha Tendou sought more than a mere rag. As the head of the Uchiha clan, though he had no aspirations to become Hokage, it did not preclude him from seeking benefits for his family. Uchiha Tendou narrowed his eyes and cast an illusion technique at Uchiha Shana and the other two. When they regained their senses, their eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. Bang! Uchiha Shana suddenly slammed her hand on the table, her face contorting with rage. The loud noise swiftly attracted the attention of everyone present, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade staring at the elderly figure in confusion, unable to comprehend what had provoked Uchiha Shana's sudden outburst. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could inquire, Uchiha Shana spoke up, seething with anger. Lord Clanhead, that little rascal Uchiha Takeya has gone too far. He actually sent his male cat to seduce my female cat. This child is arrogant and disrespectful. He must be taught a severe lesson. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, both were left frozen in place, their minds blank. Could this truly be such a grave matter? Uchiha Tendou's brow knitted tightly, his expression darkening as a torrent of chakra surged within him, crashing forth like a tidal wave. Crack! Crack! An immense amount of chakra shattered the floor beneath them, a terrifying sense of pressure sweeping towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Under Uchiha Tendou's careful control, this oppressive aura skillfully excluded Tsunade from its effects. Ahem! Sarutobi Hiruzen was instantly drenched in cold sweat from the onslaught of this pressure, unable to suppress a muffled groan. Observing this, Uchiha Tendou's lips curled into a slight smirk. He had infused this pressure with considerable mental energy, surely enough to rattle Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moments later, Uchiha Tendou swiftly withdrew his overwhelming presence, feigning concern. Are you uninjured, third Hokage? It is entirely my fault for being so reckless. Gazing at Uchiha Tendou's feigned concern, Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled with fury, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Even at this juncture, he understood all too well. The affairs surrounding Uchiha Takuya are merely a facade. Uchiha Tendou deliberately imposes pressure upon himself to extract greater benefits. Sarutobi Hiruzen initially intended to bestow the Hokage's battle attire upon Uchiha Tendou to convey his esteem for him. Subsequently, he planned to leverage Tsunade's emotional ties to firmly establish control over Uchiha Tendou. Once this objective was achieved, Sarutobi Hiruzen could easily erase Uchiha Tendou's contributions with the justification of acting solely for the village's sake. After all, he had already signified his intention to nurture Uchiha Tendou as a candidate for the 6th Hokage. It would be unreasonable for him to demand further rewards. In this manner, Sarutobi Hiruzen could maintain unwavering control over Uchiha Tendou while simultaneously placing him on a moral pedestal, rendering him unable to receive village rewards or enhance his strength. This was indeed a masterstroke. However, the terrifying prowess of Uchiha Tendou struck him like a thunderbolt. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor became taut. Losing all remnants of his earlier ease, he realized he had gravely misjudged Uchiha Tendou. The latter was far from a mere lamb to be easily manipulated. He was a formidable wolf in sheep's clothing. Yet, no amount of regret could alter the outcome. Uchiha Tendou's strength was overwhelmingly potent, far beyond what Konoha could contend with. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, restoring calm to his expression. Although he had misread Uchiha Tendou's character, this did not imply that the cultivation of bonds was misguided. At least, from Sarutobi Hiruzen's perspective, those of greater strength often valued such connections more deeply. After all, his mentor, Senju Tobirama, had frequently lamented the bond between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Tendou, let us speak plainly. This Hokage battle attire is indeed not a reward from the village. It is a personal accolade from the daimyo of the Land of Fire, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a complex expression, speaking slowly. Uchiha Tendou felt no surprise. All of this was anticipated. What reward does the village intend to bestow upon me, Lord Third? After all, my contributions are not insignificant, are they? First, I assisted in resolving the deadly poison crisis, then eliminated the third Kazekage and numerous Suna ninjas, and finally, I dealt with Hanzo of the Salamander as well. Uchiha Tendou stated, hands clasped beneath his chin, his gaze serene, and his tone laced with subtle gravity. Not only that, he deliberately emphasized the names of the third Kazekage and Hanzo of the Salamander. Uchiha Tendou's meaning was quite clear to him. Slaying peak-level shadow figures was as simple as dispatching livestock. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened instantaneously, resembling the bottom of a pot. As a seasoned politician, he could not miss the underlying threat in Uchiha Tendou's words. This was nothing short of an unabashed intimidation. Yet, due to his inferior strength, even if his heart brimmed with indignation, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only swallow his anger, daring not to retaliate. What if you were to learn a forbidden technique from a sealing scroll? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment before offering a response. This is the result of his profound contemplation. It is merely a forbidden technique, which should not significantly enhance Uchiha Tendou's strength, right? The expression on Uchiha Tendou's face remained unchanged as the three-tomo Sharingan swiftly manifested in his eyes. Lord Third, what does this mean? I have contributed so greatly to the village, and all I receive in return is a single forbidden technique? At this point, Uchiha Tendou's tone grew increasingly frigid, the three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes flickering with an eerie crimson light. Lord Third, our Uchiha clan boasts a long and illustrious lineage, rich in heritage. We possess an array of Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, Kenjutsu, and Ninjutsu. Do you truly believe I would care about those trifling techniques inscribed in the Book of Seals? Though Uchiha Tendou harbored a profound disdain for Senju Tobarama, particularly for the initial phase of the Impure World Reincarnation Lottery, he could not deny that Senju Tobarama was a genius, a true master of forbidden techniques. The disparagement Uchiha Tendou directed at the Book of Seals was, in fact, a strategic retreat. He sought to extract greater benefits from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tendou, one should not be excessively greedy. Every forbidden technique left behind by Lord Second Hokage is immensely powerful. Sarutobi Hiruzen, incensed by Uchiha Tendou's words, could hardly contain his anger, his voice low and stern. He acknowledged the Uchiha clan's profound heritage, yet insisted that the forbidden techniques within the Book of Seals were equally formidable, deserving of recognition within the Uchiha legacy. A mocking smirk swiftly crossed Uchiha Tendou's face, his tone dripping with disdain. The Book of Seals? Those techniques are potent? They are merely despicable little tricks. Only someone inherently malevolent, like Senju Tobarama, would cherish them as treasures. This statement incited not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, but even Tsunade, who had been merely observing, to change countenance. This was no longer an insult to the Book of Seals, but a direct affront to Senju Tobarama. Enraged, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice dropped to a grave tone. Tendou, some words should not be carelessly spoken. Uchiha Tendou paid no heed to the furious Sarutobi Hiruzen. Instead, he cast an illusion upon Tsunade to keep her calm. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen felt puzzled by Tsunade's sudden demeanor, now was not the time for such contemplation. He needed to confront Uchiha Tendou. Questioning how one could insult the second Hokage while being a part of Konoha. Lord Third, I am merely stating facts. Uchiha Tendou remarked nonchalantly, digging into his ear. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could interject once more, the three-tomo in Uchiha Tendou's eyes began to swiftly rotate and connect. His eyes transformed into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Lord Third, I happen to have some inquiries regarding my training. You would not refuse me, would you? Uchiha Tendou's gaze was icy, his tone calm, facing repeated provocations. Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer suppress his fury. In his prime, he was a true ninja hero, not a mere bear. Tendou, we shall meet at the 7th training ground in Konoha. Having uttered this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure vanished in an instant. Gazing at his departing figure, Uchiha Tendou's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement. It seems that the current shinobi is easily provoked. If only 2 decades were to pass. At the training ground of Konoha's 7th squad, Uchiha Tendou stood facing Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tendou, allow me to witness your true strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was grave as he fixed his gaze on Uchiha Tendou, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire style, Fire Dragon bullet technique. Confronted by the fierce onslaught of the Fire Dragon, Uchiha Tendou remained unperturbed, his feet firmly planted. With a thunderous roar, the fire dragon collided violently with Uchiha Tendou, producing a resounding explosion that engulfed the arena in smoke. Furrowing his brow, Sarutobi Hiruzen could hardly believe that his opponent would fall so easily. As the smoke cleared, Uchiha Tendou stood resolute, encased in a shimmering array of golden ribs ablaze with flames. Susanoo? Truly a formidable ability, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, his expression darkening. Swiftly, he bit his finger and formed seals with haste. Summoning technique. In an instant, a robust white-furred gorilla materialized at the center of the arena. Uchiha Tendou couldn't suppress a faint smile, one hand pressed against his forehead, erupting into manic laughter. Ha! Do you truly think you can defeat me with a mere monkey? Such audacity born from ignorance. Uchiha Tendou's demeanor was defiant as his chakra surged forth. Today, third Hokage, I shall demonstrate the true power of the Uchiha. Susanoo. The golden giant sprang forth, sprouting legs and donning a suit of golden armor. Uchiha Tendou clenched his right fist and uttered a single word, stabilize. The complete form of Susanoo towered hundreds of meters high, exuding an aura akin to that of a fearsome Azura. Tsunade's eyes widened in astonishment, her gaze vacant as she instinctively murmured, how magnificent. In stark contrast, Uchiha Shursui and the others trembled with excitement, nearly ready to perform a front flip on the spot. The terrifying might of the complete Susanoo quickly drew the attention of numerous villagers from Konoha. What on earth is that golden giant? Chapter 80 Deal. It appears everyone is gathered. Uchiha Tendou's gaze settled upon the various clan leaders, a glimmer of mischief hidden in his eyes. In that case, let me show you something even more exhilarating. With a shift of his will, the Susanoo let out a thunderous roar, conjuring a spear of glimmering gold from thin air. Gungnir. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as though he were but a flimsy boat upon the vast ocean, rendered insignificant beneath the overwhelming presence of the golden Susanoo. Damn it, does this fellow intend to kill me? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in fear as he beheld the golden spear, dread coalescing into a palpable force. He had witnessed the battle between Uchiha Tendou and Uchiha Enju firsthand. This very spear had once pierced Uchiha Enju from an extraordinary distance. According to the investigation conducted by the Umbu dispatched by Sarutobi Hizashi, that location is at least several dozen kilometers away from Konoha. Hence, he is filled with dread at the thought of Uchiha Tenchi seizing the opportunity to ensnare him like a candied hawthorn. This is dire. That inherently malevolent Uchiha brat intends to harm Hizashi. Tsurun Kamaru's expression shifted dramatically, and she let out a sharp cry. Her gaze then fell upon a Kimichi Torikase. Her tone urgent. You, hurry and take someone to rescue Hizashi. Otherwise, that Uchiha brat will kill him. Upon hearing this, Mito Gatika immediately jumped forth, voicing his agreement. Indeed. Torikase, you wouldn't want to witness something happen to Hizashi, would you? Akimichi Torikase felt as if he had swallowed something bitter. The sensation lodged uncomfortably in his throat. These two truly deserve to be reprimanded. They actually expect him to venture forth to save someone while bearing such immense pressure. Does Sarutobi Hizashi's life hold value? While his own does not. No way. If you want to go, you go yourselves. I lack the capability for such a feat. Torikase resolutely rejected both of them, unwilling to risk his own life to save Sarutobi Hizashi. You. Tsurun Kamaru's face clouded over with anger, and just as she was about to scold at Kimichi Torikase, Mito Gatika swiftly intervened. Kamaru, if the fat one is unwilling, let us contemplate other solutions. After much persuasion from him, Tsurun Kamaru finally abandoned the thought of sending a Kimichi Torikase to rescue Hizashi, though she continued to voice her concerns loudly. Observing this, a trace of disdain flickered in Torikase's eyes. Ever since Tsurun Kamaru ascended to a prominent position within Konoha, her demeanor has gradually shifted, constantly seeking to assert her scant authority. Consequently, Torikase has seldom interacted with Konoha's elite over the years. Not only him, but Tsunade also harbors disdain for Tsurun Kamaru's behavior. If she fears for her life, why should she insist on sending others into peril? Furthermore, in her view, Sarutobi Hizashi is not in any life-threatening danger. This is merely unnecessary worry over trifles. Uchiha Tenchi's gaze sharpened, and the chakra within him surged like a tide towards Gungnir. The crimson golden spear in Susanoo's grasp radiated a brilliant light, and the scorching waves of heat swept indiscriminately around him. With a swift motion, the golden Susanoo wielded Gungnir and struck fiercely. A golden crescent shockwave surged forth, crashing towards several towering mountains. Boom, boom. The formidable energy instantaneously cleaved several mountains in twain. Massive boulders plummeted, raising clouds of dust. The onlookers were filled with terror, instinctively swallowing hard. Even Tsurun Kamaru, who had previously been vociferous, fell silent. At this moment, she resembled a duck with its throat grasped tightly, unable to utter a single sound. Uchiha Tenshi's expression was one of disdain, a faint smirk gracing his features. Third Hokage, shall we continue the fight? His display of power was merely to extract greater benefits from Sarutobi Hisashi, and now that his objective had been achieved, there was no need to prolong the conflict. Certainly, if Sarutobi Hiruzen insists on continuing to argue with himself, Uchiha Tendou does not mind employing some ruthless tactics. Ah, truly. Heroes emerge from the youth. I am indeed no match for you. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face displayed an unmistakable sense of disappointment, and he spoke with remarkable candor. After all, Uchiha Tendou's complete Susanoo is utterly terrifying, leaving him devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Nevertheless, one must always possess a touch of the spirit of a Q's victorious mentality. Despite being utterly defeated by Uchiha Tendou, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained undeterred. The fact that his opponent harbored no murderous intent indicated a degree of loyalty to the village. He merely sought the rewards he believed he deserved. As long as he could provide Uchiha Tendou with the desired rewards while strengthening the ties to the village, it could ultimately result in the village gaining a powerful ally akin to Senju Hashirama. Tendou, rest assured, the village shall never overlook anyone's contributions. Whatever you desire, feel free to speak. A smile adorned Sarutobi Hiruzen's face as he looked benevolently at Uchiha Tendou. Oh, is that true? The Hokage wouldn't deceive me, would he? Uchiha Tendou dispelled the Susanoo, narrowing his eyes slightly, a faint smile appearing on his face. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the youth before him, his heart racing. Was this shift in attitude so conspicuous? Is everything well, Lord Third? Or is there something amiss, Hokage? He thought to himself. Tendou, as the Hokage. How could I ever go back on my word? Sarutobi Hiruzen discreetly dispelled his summoning beast and casually retrieved a pipe from his pocket. After taking a delightful puff, he felt as though his very soul had been elevated. Uchiha Tendou furrowed his brow, waving away the smoke that lingered before him. Lord Third, this time it's not just me. The Uchiha clan has also made significant contributions. Will you acknowledge this? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in response. The Uchiha clan, indeed formidable, had played a considerable role in this conflict. Since he had already resolved to reward Uchiha Tendou for his achievements, it would be more efficient to settle everything at once. Naturally, the village would reward all those who had distinguished themselves in battle. This statement was one Sarutobi Hiruzen could make with a clear conscience. As the operational mechanics of a village necessitate such measures, one cannot expect ninjas to fight valiantly on the battlefield without offering any form of incentive. Such idealism is simply impractical. Uchiha Tendou revealed a sly smile and spoke nonchalantly. We, the Uchiha, request a position as an advisor elder, as well as access to 6 forbidden jutsu. Of course, what could possibly be wrong with that? Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to close his eyes in agreement when he suddenly sensed something amiss, prompting him to exclaim in excitement. Uchiha Tendou, perplexed, rubbed his ear, his expression filled with exasperation. These requests are not excessive, are they? Why such a dramatic reaction, Lord Hokage? At these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen became incensed. Tendou, do not push your luck. I propose 2 positions and 3 forbidden jutsu. I counter with 1 position and 2 forbidden jutsu. It's a deal. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tendou gleefully wrapped his arm around Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck. I knew it. Lord Hokage, you are a sensible person. Sarutobi Hisashi's expression stiffened, and he quickly distanced himself from Uchiha Tendou with an air of nonchalance. At that moment, he yearned to seize the collar of his adversary and bellow in outrage. Had it not been for your intimidation, would I have bled so profusely? Setting aside the fact that the 2 forbidden techniques were already exceedingly rare, merely the position of a council elder was enough to make Sarutobi Hisashi feel an unbearable pang of anguish. It is well known that the council elder wielded significant influence within Konoha, capable of swaying the Hokage's decisions through various means such as recommendations and collective deliberations. This was indeed a position of considerable power within Konoha's upper echelons. Gazing at Uchiha Tendou's smiling visage, Hisashi felt a tightening in his chest, a discomfort that was almost suffocating. "Are you all right, Hisashi?" Tsunade Kamachi, accompanied by several clan leaders from the ninja clans, hastily approached Sarutobi Hisashi. After a few brief inquiries, her gaze turned fierce as she fixed her eyes upon Uchiha Tendou. "You little brat. Although this is a spar, why did you strike so harshly? Are you intent on killing the third Hokage and leading the Uchiha clan in a rebellion against the village?" As her words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Everyone stared at Tsunade Kamachi in fear, a singular thought emerging in their minds. How can one possess such audacity? Did they not witness the devastating power of Susanoo moments ago? Moreover, are they truly attempting to incite a revolt from the entire Uchiha clan? "Kamachi, that is enough." Sarutobi Hisashi's countenance darkened ominously as he swiftly admonished her in a hushed, yet urgent tone. While others might be oblivious to Uchiha Tendou's strength, he, as the party involved, was acutely aware. It could be stated unequivocally that should Tendou so desire, Konoha would be thrown into chaos. Tsunade Kamachi gazed at Sarutobi Hisashi in disbelief, her face flushing crimson. "Hisashi, I am doing this for your own good. The Uchiha clan is inherently malevolent." Before she could finish her sentence, she was abruptly sent flying backward with a scream. What on earth just happened? Why did the council elder fly out? Others exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, just moments ago, she was berating the Uchiha clan. Could it be that Uchiha Tendou struck her? Preposterous. One can eat recklessly, but one must not speak carelessly. Uchiha Tendou did not lay a hand upon her. "Exactly, I can attest to that." Mito Minyan interjected, rushing towards the moaning Tsunade Kamachi sprawled on the ground. Simultaneously, he felt that her performance was rather excessive. If it were merely to cast aspersions on Uchiha Tendou, there was no need for such overt dramatics. Mito Minyan had observed clearly. Uchiha Tendou had his arms crossed and had not moved an inch. How could he possibly have struck anyone? However, his thoughts soon became muddled. At that moment, Tsunade Kamachi's face was completely swollen, marked with several vivid handprints, and more than half of her teeth had been knocked out. Gulping, Mito Minyan's face turned pale as he realized the gravity of the situation. It seemed that Tsunade Kamachi had indeed been struck by Uchiha Tendou, and the force had been substantial. After all, she had been openly disparaging the Uchiha clan just moments prior. Sarutobi Hisashi furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of displeasure upon his face. "Minyan, this is not a time for jest. Hurry up and wake up. Xiaochun, do not delay everyone's time." Mito Minyan grimaced at the words, his lips quivering as he stammered, "Rijan, Xiaochun, she." Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an ominous premonition rising within him and quickly stepped forward. Then, he froze in place, his gaze vacant. The onlookers, witnessing this, were filled with profound curiosity. What on earth had happened to Nara Xiaochun that caused the Hokage to lose his composure? Unlike the others who were stealing glances, Akimichi Chozo approached Sarutobi Hiruzen and the rest directly. Upon seeing Nara Xiaochun's pitiful state, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Cough, cough, Choza. Mind your image." Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips twitched as he hurriedly whispered a reminder. "I understand." Hiruzen, Choza nodded earnestly in response. Of course, if he could manage to suppress the smile on his round face, his words might carry a bit more weight. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head helplessly, his tone tinged with exasperation. "Minyan, you should take Xiaochun to the Konoha hospital." Mito Minyan nodded in agreement. Knowing that Nara Xiaochun would only serve as a source of amusement here, it was better to seek treatment at the hospital sooner rather than later. Who knows? She might even get a few teeth replaced. After Mito Minyan left with Nara Xiaochun, Sarutobi Hiruzen leisurely approached Uchiha Tendou. "Tendou, you were the one who struck Xiaochun just now, weren't you?" Uchiha Tendou shrugged, a hint of mockery on his face as he replied with a smile, "Hokage-sama, I did nothing at all." He would never admit to having used his technique on Nara Xiaochun. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze deepened at his words. He would not fall for Uchiha Tendou's misleading statements. If that wasn't the case, why had Nara Xiaochun been attacked precisely while cursing the Uchiha clan? If that is so, then I must have misunderstood you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression softened, and he spoke with a genial smile. The corners of Uchiha Tendou's mouth curved upward, his eyes gleaming with cunning. He knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen was aware of his involvement. However, what did it matter? As long as his displayed strength was formidable enough. For the sake of the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not trouble him over such trivial matters. "Everyone, I have an important matter to discuss with you all. As expected, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not linger on the incident concerning Nara Xiaochun. His gaze swept across the clan leaders as he spoke aloud. Upon hearing this, the crowd wore expressions of confusion. They did not comprehend what significant matter warranted such advance notice. Sarutobi Hiruzen wasted no time and swiftly provided an answer. In light of Uchiha Tendou's outstanding contributions in this war, I have decided to nominate him as an advisory elder. At these words, the crowd collectively changed expressions. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had merely made a nomination, they all understood that this was merely a formality. Tendou's ascension to the role of advisory elder was practically assured. Thus, the power of the Uchiha clan is poised to reach unprecedented heights. Sarutobi Hiruzen paid little heed to the myriad of thoughts swirling among the various clan leaders. And after speaking, he nonchalantly departed the scene with his hands clasped behind his back. He was eager to deliver a piece of vital intelligence to his close friend, urging him to fortify and expand the roots of their organization. Otherwise, the Uchiha's fate would be left unchecked. Oh, congratulations to the Uchiha clan leader on his appointment as a senior advisor. Akimichi Choza was the first to regain his composure, grinning as he offered his felicitations. The current Uchiha clan is indeed formidable. The power of the security force was already immense, and now, with the authority of a senior advisor, it has only magnified. It is no exaggeration to assert that the Uchiha clan presently stands as the most powerful ninja clan in Konoha, eclipsing even the esteemed Hyuga clan. While flattering remarks may not always ring true, Uchiha Tendou, despite lacking prior rapport with Akimichi Choza, engaged in amiable conversation. Haha, Lord Choza, you truly overestimate me. My current achievements are solely due to the favor of the third Hokage. The onlookers exchanged glances of disdain, unable to suppress their eye rolls. Do you truly believe your own words? Do you think us fools? With a Susanoo towering hundreds of meters, who, even beyond Sarutobi Hiruzen, would dare to overlook you? Even Choza, a veteran in the game, found it difficult to maintain his composure. Tendou, you are quite the humorist. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Uchiha Tendou, the crowd departed, satisfied. Oh, these old fellows can be quite bothersome, Tendou sighed, stretching and expressing his irritation. The age gap between him and the clan leaders was palpable, making it impossible for him to relate. Yet, those clan heads remained relentless, desperately seeking conversation topics. Tendou felt so out of place, he could have excavated an entire Hokage building. Ah, but Lord Tendou, this is indeed a fortuitous development. Uchiha Hakadai stroked his beard, smiling warmly. Indeed, this is a promising omen. Uchiha Shana's serious countenance also brimmed with smiles. He understood that the other clans were extending an olive branch to the Uchihas, which augured well for the clan's growth and resurgence. Tendou cast a disdainful glance at the trio of elderly men, his tone laced with unmistakable contempt. Away with you. You three old geezers. You can stand there and speak without a care. Uchiha Hano interjected. Wait, I haven't even spoken yet. Uchiha Shana, unfazed by the banter, caught a glimpse of Tsunade from the corner of his eye. Lord Tendou, do your best. After uttering this parting encouragement, he swiftly departed with the bewildered Uchiha Hakadai and the disgruntled Uchiha Hano in tow. Matters concerning the youth should be left to the youth. How curious. What scheme is this eccentric old man concocting now? Uchiha Tendou pondered, scratching his head and murmuring softly. He was plagued by the unsettling notion that the old man harbored sinister thoughts. Shaking his head, he banished those peculiar ideas from his mind. Uchiha Tiandao glanced sideways at Tsunade, his expression tinged with confusion. Why are you still here? Tsunade's face darkened, her fists clenched tightly. Although she was oblivious to the meaning of his words, she was certain they were not complimentary. Little brat, do you think strength grants you the license to act with impunity? Uchiha Tiandao paused, seemingly taken aback by her inquiry, hesitating for a moment. Well, in truth, strength does allow one to do as one pleases. Tsunade's lips twitched as she buried her face in her hands. How foolish she was to engage in a verbal spar with Uchiha Tiandao. It was nothing short of self-inflicted torment. You should take the time to visit Kushina. Her mastery of sealing techniques is nearly complete. With a final glare at Uchiha Tiandao, Tsunade dashed off towards the casino, compelled by an irresistible urge to gamble. Observing her retreating figure, Uchiha Tiandao stroked his chin, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Is this scale perhaps suitable for B? Immediately, The charming visage of Uzumaki Kushina surfaced in his mind. "I'm sorry, Kushina. It seems your diligent study of sealing techniques may have been in vain." Uchiha Tendou resolved to journey to the land of grass soon, in search of the girl from the whirlpool, as described by Uchiha Izuna. That night, within a forest in the land of fire, thousands of Konoha ninjas were stationed, taking a brief respite. They were the Konoha forces from the battlefield in the land of rain. Inside one tent, Shimura Danzo was engrossed in the documents before him, which contained a list of talented ninjas from various clans. Yamanaka Fu, Aburame Shino, excellent choices. These two are precisely the talents my root organization requires. Danzo gazed at the names of the two youths, his eyes alight with fervor. Thanks to Sarutobi Hiruzen's strong support for the development of Root, his power and resources had surged dramatically. At this moment, Danzo had little regard for the mediocre civilian ninjas. Only the geniuses of the ninja clans were worthy of entering Root and serving him. Hiruzen is becoming increasingly weak, cowering before a naturally malevolent Uchiha brat. As Danzo reveled in the rapid advancement of Root, he could not help but recall Hiruzen's schemes, which led him to sneer disdainfully. In his view, Uchiha Tendou had merely stumbled upon the activation of the Mangekyo Sharingan by chance. He had fortuitously contracted two powerful summoning beasts. His strength was nothing more than a stroke of good luck, unlikely to amount to anything substantial. It was truly pathetic that Hiruzen, as Hokage, would fear such an adversary. Clearly, only he, Shimura Danzo, possessed the true qualities of a Hokage. Uchiha Tendou, enjoy your time with the Mangekyo Sharingan. When your eyes lose their light. The last glimmer of cold light in Danzo's remaining left eye pierced the darkness as he spoke ominously. Suddenly, as Danzo was lost in his delightful reverie, a Root ninja appeared in an instant, shattering his fantasies. "What is it?" Shimura Danzo wiped the corner of his mouth and spoke with an air of composure. Since the incident involving the rice bowl, it had been quite some time since he had witnessed Root ninjas exhibiting such urgency. Thus, it was evident that something significant was afoot. The Root ninja knelt on one knee, presenting a scroll with both hands, his tone respectful. "Lord Danzo, this is an urgent message from Lord Hokage." Danzo was taken aback, receiving the scroll with a sense of suspicion. Logically, such tasks of intelligence delivery should be handled by the Umbu. Yet, here was Sarutobi Hiruzen sending one of his own Root ninjas, which was rather intriguing. Frowning deeply, Danzo slowly unfurled the scroll, and his gaze swiftly scanned its contents. It turns out I am to expedite the expansion of Root. This is splendid news." The furrowed brow of Danzo gradually relaxed, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Hiruzen truly had a knack for making good news seem so dire. One might think the Uchiha clan had been appointed as elder advisors. However, his smile quickly faded. "What? Uchiha Tendou is to become an elder advisor? This is outrageous. What on earth is Hiruzen thinking?" In a fit of rage, Danzo tore the scroll to shreds, his furious roar echoing through the air. He then sprang to his feet, violently overturning the desk before him. Like a frenzied beast, he began to wreak havoc upon the surrounding items. After a moment, he finally ceased his rampage, his chest heaving with exertion. With a dark expression, he glared at the Root ninja and gritted his teeth. "I must return to the village at once. Have Hitaki Kakashi lead the ninja forces back to Konoha swiftly." With that, Danzo swiftly performed the body flicker technique, vanishing from sight like a specter. The following morning, as dawn broke, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat quietly in the Hokage's seat, a pipe clenched between his teeth, fingers interlaced. He appeared to be awaiting someone. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of a cane striking the ground echoed ominously as it approached the Hokage's office. Hiruzen inhaled deeply, narrowing his eyes as he murmured, "You never cease to amaze, Danzo." Based on his knowledge of Danzo, Hiruzen anticipated that upon seeing the scroll, Danzo would undoubtedly be furious and would hasten back to Konoha without delay. As expected, the outcome had not surprised him. Bang! The door to the Hokage's office was forcefully thrust open, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. Hoo! Danzo leaned heavily on his cane, his chest heaving violently, fatigue etched across his face. Hiruzen nearly dropped his pipe in shock, his lips twitching in surprise. Though he was not astonished by Danzo's rapid return to Konoha, the state in which he appeared was indeed shocking. Pale-faced, with cloudy eyes and a haggard expression, he looked as though he had just emerged from a goblin's lair. Danzo furrowed his brow deeply, sensing that Hiruzen's gaze was decidedly unsettling. Ahem, Danzo, you have returned. Please, take a seat. Perhaps feeling the peculiar intensity of his own gaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly cleared his throat and hastily shifted the topic. Shimura Danzo nodded and took a seat on the adjacent chair. This was evidently a well-orchestrated arrangement by Hiruzen, as the usual Hokage office lacked any additional seating. Once his friend was settled, Hiruzen inquired with a curious expression, Danzo, why do you appear so disheveled? Upon hearing this, Danzo's complexion turned an alarming shade of green, his eyes blazing with suppressed fury. The previous night, he had hurried back to Konoha under the cover of darkness. Exhausted, he sought a brief respite, never anticipating that this seemingly mundane decision would nearly drive him to madness. 3 rogue samurai, under the influence of some mysterious potion, had achieved a remarkable feat of swordsmanship against him. Fortunately, the effects of the drug were fleeting, lasting only 2 hours. Danzo's chakra soon returned to its normal state, allowing him to swiftly retaliate and eliminate the 3 intruders. Had Uchiha Tendou learned of this incident, he would undoubtedly have suppressed a chuckle, marveling at the butterfly effect of fate. Enough of this nonsense, Hiruzen, Danzo exclaimed. Hiruzen, taken aback, regarded him with surprise. This behavior was uncharacteristic. Danzo was typically a man of considerable composure. Why, then, was he so flustered? Even if Uchiha Tendou had indeed become a council elder, surely he would have calmed down by now. Danzo, uninterested in Hiruzen's internal musings, cut to the chase. Hiruzen, why have you appointed Uchiha Tendou as a council elder? Have you forgotten what your teacher taught you? The Uchiha clan is inherently malevolent. Hiruzen observed the agitated Danzo, a faint smile gracing his lips as he internally nodded in agreement. Ah, this was the Danzo he recognized. Danzo, I understand your concerns. However, Uchiha Tendou's contributions are undeniably significant, and we must reward him accordingly. Huh, are you attempting to deceive even me, Hiruzen? Danzo scoffed, his face a mask of disdain. He refused to believe such absurdity. While Hiruzen might bestow a few ninjutsu upon Tendou, the position of council elder was beyond consideration. There was certainly some hidden agenda at play here. Ahem, that was merely the response from the Hokage's office. Hiruzen coughed awkwardly. Oh, if that is the case, what is your personal stance? Danzo's remaining eye narrowed, fixating intently on Hiruzen. Uchiha Tendou has become the second Uchiha Madara. What? Danzo leapt to his feet, incredulous at Hiruzen's proclamation. Others may not fully grasp the prowess of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, but those of them who were disciples of Senju Tobarama certainly did. It could be said that apart from Uzumaki Mido and the Nine Tails, only Hiruzen and his contemporaries possessed a true understanding of the powers wielded by Hashirama and Madara. Hiruzen, you cannot be jesting. That boy is still not even of age. Danzo clenched his teeth, voicing his skepticism. In response, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, gazing intently at him. Shimura Danzo's expression faltered, rendering him motionless. Having known Sarutobi for many years, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. It was all true. That little brat, Uchiha Tendou, truly possessed the strength akin to that of Uchiha Madara. Damn it, can one wield such immense power with a formidable bloodline limit and act so recklessly? Danzo's face contorted with jealousy, nearly driving him to madness. Sarutobi took a deep drag from his cigarette, his gaze profound. We must vigorously cultivate the roots and bolster our power. At this juncture, his tone faltered, his voice hoarse. We must reignite the Hashirama cell experiments when necessary. We require wood release. Kushina, you seem to be rather distracted today. Uzumaki Mido observed the dazed Kushina, exclaiming in exasperation. Huh, what are you talking about, Grandma Mido? Uzumaki Kushina blinked, bewildered by the sudden attention. Oh, you. Mido playfully poked Kushina. Hee. Kushina touched her forehead, flashing a goofy smile. Mido shook her head, chuckling softly. Kushina, since you can't stay focused, let us conclude today's sealing technique training. You may go meet your appointment now. At Mido's teasing, Kushina's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly waved her hands. Grandma Mido, I wasn't distracted because of Tendou's invitation. Observing the girl's blatant denial, Mido couldn't help but smile mischievously. Is that so? Then let us continue our training in sealing techniques. Upon hearing this, Kushina was completely taken aback. She had merely spoken casually. Mido smiled knowingly, waving her hand dismissively. Return safely and promptly. Kushina quickly agreed and dashed towards the Konoha commercial district. That girl is still as scatterbrained as ever. Mito watched her retreating figure, amusement dancing in her eyes. In the Konoha commercial district, Kushina's gaze wandered eagerly towards the west, her heart brimming with anticipation. A boyish image had fully occupied her mind. With Mito's health declining day by day, Kushina understood that her time as the Ninetales Jinchuriki was drawing near. For this reason, she had dedicated the past year and more to studying the Uzumaki sealing techniques, rarely venturing outside. Initially, it was bearable, as Uchiha Tendou and Minato would often visit her, making the solitude more tolerable. Just when Kushina believed her days would continue in this tranquil manner, the Second Shinobi World War erupted. Her friends, Uchiha Tendou and Namikaze Minato, rushed to the battlefield, fighting valiantly for Konoha. Kushina was terrified, fearing that her only friends might perish in the war, just like the members of the Uzumaki clan. Now that the war had ended, she was eagerly yearning to see Uchiha Tendou. Why is there not a soul in the Konoha commercial district? Suddenly halting her gaze towards the west. Kushina's pupils contracted sharply, a wave of unease swiftly washing over her. Here lies the most prosperous commercial street of Konoha. Despite the ravages of war, it is usually bustling with life, yet today not a soul can be found. Did you notice? The perception is remarkably acute. A voice unexpectedly echoed behind Uzumaki Kushina. Laced with astonishment, Kushina's expression shifted dramatically. She had no time for contemplation and swiftly dashed forward. She was not foolish. Such audacity from her pursuers indicated they were far beyond her capabilities to confront. Little girl, this path is blocked. Just as Kushina believed she might escape, a burly man with dark skin obstructed her way, a sinister smile gracing his lips. You too, cease your games, while Konoha remains oblivious. Seize this girl from the Uzumaki clan swiftly. A muscular figure emerged from the shadows, issuing a hushed command. Understood. The two men promptly charged toward Kushina, fully aware that Konoha's defenses were currently vulnerable, presenting an opportune moment for abduction. If they lingered any longer, the Umbu would likely arrive in haste, making their escape problematic. Both men were jonin from the Cloud Village, and with their combined might, Kushina soon found herself unable to resist. Let us go. The muscular man nodded with satisfaction, urging his companions to depart quickly, as long as they could deliver this girl from the Uzumaki clan back to their village. The Jinchuriki of the Cloud would never again run rampant. Thus, this elite jonin dared not tarry, fearing capture by Konoha's forces. After the three Cloud ninjas whisked Kushina away, a single crimson strand of hair floated gently to the ground. 30 minutes later, a boy with black, spiky hair appeared on the commercial street of Konoha. Uchiha Tendou surveyed the bustling avenue, his face etched with confusion. Strange, didn't Granny Mito say Kushina arrived half an hour early? Where is she? Soon. His attention was drawn to a single hair. Furrowing his brow, Tendou delicately picked up the strand, scrutinizing it closely. Is this Kushina's hair? Gazing at the fiery red strand, a sense of dread filled his heart. The Uzumaki clan was renowned for their vitality. How could hair simply fall away without reason, unless it was forcibly removed or shed by Kushina herself? Realizing this, Tendou's expression shifted, the three-tomo Sharingan swiftly manifesting in his eyes. A significant residue of chakra lingered nearby. A battle had recently transpired here. The Umbu under Sarutobi Hiruzen are truly incompetent. Tendou cursed under his breath, having pieced together the sequence of events. If all went as expected, Kushina had likely been captured by an elite squad from the Cloud Village. In an instant, Tendou vanished, understanding that the current state of the shinobi world diverged from the original narrative. He could not ensure Kushina's safety. After all, the young blonde who was originally meant to rescue her had yet to return to the village. Following the clues left by Uzumaki Kushina amidst the whirlpool, Uchiha Tendou swiftly departed from the village. Under the sparse starlight, within a grove of the Land of Fire, three Cloud Shinobi were escorting a young girl towards the Land of Lightning. Captain, weren't you quite anxious earlier? Why the leisurely pace now? Inquired a burly man, scratching his bald head in confusion. After their escape from Konoha, they had not dared to delay, running tirelessly for a full hour. The stark contrast between their previous haste and their current stroll perplexed him greatly. The muscular man, upon hearing this, wore a self-satisfied expression. You see, I led you all in circles within the Land of Fire. Those Konoha ninjas must think we have already reached the border of their land. In reality, we are still deep within the Land of Fire. The black-skinned man's eyes brightened with realization. So that's it. Truly worthy of being the captain. However, a hint of doubt crept into his voice. Captain, how did you know that Konoha ninjas were pursuing us? Well, you ought to inquire of this little girl, replied the muscular man with a shrug and a mocking grin. Uzumi Kushina felt a jolt of surprise and quickly withdrew her hand from her hair. The burly man, being a jonin, was not oblivious to the situation unfolding. Enraged, he strode swiftly to Kushina, his tone icy. You little brat. How dare you leave clues? Black egg. Do not act rashly. This person is of great use to the village. The muscular man shouted urgently, his face adorned with a sneer. In truth, I had already seen through her little antics, which is why I intentionally led you in circles. Those Konoha ninjas must still be spinning in place. He laughed heartily. At this revelation, Kushina's expression turned to one of shock. It dawned on her that her so-called survival clues were nothing but a farce. Tendou, Mikoto, Granny Mido. It seems I shall not return, she murmured, her spirit dampened. Yet, at that moment, a sudden whoosh pierced the air. Ah! The three cloud shinobi exclaimed in unison, only to have their heads severed from their bodies in an instant. Kushina felt a lightness in her body as the ropes binding her snapped, allowing her to soar into the sky like a cloud. Her beautiful eyes widened as she gazed at the young man before her, his profile shimmering under the moonlight. Seemingly sensing her presence, Uchiha Tendou turned to look at Kushina in his arms, a warm smile gracing his face. Did I arrive late? Kushina's cheeks flushed, her gaze evasive as she buried her head in his chest, her voice barely a whisper, and no. Tendou, observing her bashful demeanor, smiled knowingly. Love, indeed, is a wondrous thing. Even the usually bold Kushina could display such shyness. It is worth noting that Uzumaki Kushina was famously known as the blood-red chili pepper. Uchiha Tendou gracefully alighted upon a colossal tree, his gaze fixed upon the swirling vortex of Kushina nestled in his arms, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Well, Kushina, do you intend to make a nest in my embrace? Upon hearing this, the already flushed face of Kushina reddened further, her delicate earlobes instantly flushed with color. Wisps of white steam emanating from her head. Uchiha Tendou, taken aback, instinctively scratched his head. Was Kushina leaning towards Hinata? No way. Tendou, don't say such nonsense. Kushina exclaimed, swiftly leaping from his embrace to hastily defend herself. Observing the flustered red-haired maiden before him, a tender light flickered in Uchiha Tendou's eyes as he reached out to grasp her small hand. Ah, Tendou, you. The shyness that Kushina had previously felt dissipated significantly, but now, suddenly captured by the one she admired, her heart raced to her throat, her entire being trembling slightly. This was not fear, it was an overwhelming tension. Uchiha Tendou's countenance turned serious, a hint of anxiety glimmering in his eyes. Kushina, your red hair is truly beautiful. Kushina's expression shifted to one of confusion, and an awkward atmosphere enveloped them, stifling their breaths. Flushing with irritation, Kushina felt the veins on her forehead pulse. How infuriating. She had thought a confession was imminent. Uchiha Tendou, too, felt a sense of frustration, as he had indeed intended to declare his feelings. Yet, when the moment arrived, the words failed to escape his lips. After all, he was unsure if Kushina would mind the prospect of sharing him with a few more sisters. Kushina, however, was oblivious to his thoughts. The atmosphere had reached a pivotal point, and why not make an earnest effort, even if it ended in failure? At least she would not harbor regrets. She would have tried. Gritting her teeth, she repeatedly encouraged herself. You can do it. Kushina, the brave savor life first. Then, under Uchiha Tendou's bewildered gaze, Kushina lunged towards him with fervor. Kushina, what are you doing? Uchiha Tendou's words trailed off as he found himself cornered against the tree trunk, unable to retreat any further. As he watched her arms sweep past his cheek, a singular thought resonated in his mind. Am I being pinned against the wall? Kushina's complexion was aflame, her breath quickening. This bold maneuver was a challenge even for her to bear. However, at that moment, she had no time to consider anything else. Her gaze locked onto the inky depths of Uchiha Tendou's eyes. Tendou, I like you. Uchiha Tendou felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His expression one of sheer bewilderment. This was rather sudden. He opened his mouth, preparing to say something. Yet, perhaps there was no turning back once the arrow had been released. Kushina did not afford him a moment's respite, her words pouring forth in a rush. Tendou, I know you like Mikoto. She is gentle, kind, and virtuous. Not only you, even I, as a girl, find her admirable. Uchiha Tendou's gaze drifted, and in that moment, he desperately wished to add a word of his own. In truth, I hold a fondness for Tsunade, the future ruler of the ninja world. While Uzumaki Kushina remains blissfully unaware of his hidden sentiments, continuing her soliloquy. Yet, I find myself in stark contrast, brimming with vigor, rather hasty in disposition. No, Kushina. These are not shortcomings. Rather, they are the very traits that make you the beloved Kushina I admire. Uchiha Tendou remarked with a serious demeanor and earnest tone. Kushina's eyes sparkled with brightness, albeit tinged with a hint of conflict. What about Makoto? Upon grasping Uchiha Tendou's intentions, her heart was a tumult of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from finally having her wishes fulfilled, while the concern arose for the potential heartache her dear friend would endure. However, Kushina's apprehensions seemed rather unwarranted. For Uchiha Tendou merely smiled serenely. It's simple. I shall accept it all. 3 days later, at the gates of Konoha, Uchiha Tendou regarded the crowd before him with a sigh of resignation. Must you all gather to bid me farewell for merely undertaking an A-rank mission in the land of grass? Despite his words, an undeniable smile played upon his lips, betraying his true emotions. Uchiha Makoto stifled a giggle as she stepped forward to adjust his collar, gently murmuring, Tendou, I am aware of your formidable prowess. In the ninja realm, few could pose a threat to you. However, one must remain cautious when venturing beyond. Not only she, but also Uzumaki Kushina rushed forth, her incessant chatter filling the air. As he observed the two women, Uchiha Tendou felt no annoyance. Rather, he was enveloped in a profound sense of happiness. After all, such concern was rooted in genuine affection. Shinju clenched his teeth, his eyes brimming with envy. What luck! Tendou is truly fortunate. Not only has he ascended to a prominent position in the village, but he has also won the heart of a beauty. A true triumph in both career and romance. Namikaze Minato scratched his head, a glimmer of envy gracing his features as well. Setting aside his elevation within the village, what youth is devoid of romantic inclinations? I too yearn for love. Noticing the shifting expressions on Minato's face, Uchiha Tendou approached with a playful grin, draping an arm over his shoulder. Minato, do you not desire a wife? Should you express your wish, I shall procure one for you upon my return. This was not a jest on Uchiha Tendou's part. Uchiha Azuna had mentioned the appearance of a Uzumaki maiden in the land of grass. Having claimed Uzumaki Kushina, he felt a pressing obligation to assist in resolving his friend's romantic endeavors. As for the maiden he had yet to meet, Tendou was confident that her heart would surely be captivated by his little son's charm. Though his intentions were noble, Minato was entirely unconvinced, repeatedly shaking his head. No way. No way. I am not quite ready for a relationship. As Uchiha Tendou's closest friend, Minato was well aware of his cunning nature and the tendency to ensnare him in various predicaments. In recent years, Shinju had borne the brunt of such mischief more often than not. Uchiha Tendou raised an eyebrow, teasingly quipping, Minato, beware of the allure of the it's too good to be true principle. Subsequently, Uchiha Tendou engaged in conversation with others before gracefully turning to leave. Cough, indeed. You have managed to exhibit a semblance of my peak prowess, Uchiha Madara rasped, gazing at the young man before him. All of this is thanks to Lord Madara. Uchiha Fugaku replied with a rather indifferent demeanor, offering a curt bow. Observing the defiant expression on the youth's face, Madara narrowed his eyes and leaned against the stone chair. Fugaku, it appears you are quite eager to seek vengeance against Uchiha Tendou. At this utterance, Uchiha Fugaku's countenance shifted dramatically, his hands instinctively clenching, his tone turning somber. The blood feud over my father's death. An enmity that cannot coexist. Huh, and you think you can achieve that? With merely your Manjikyu Sharingan? Do you understand that Uchiha Tendou's summoned beast is far beyond mere shadow level? Madara scoffed derisively at Fugaku's so-called overwhelming vendetta. He had always held disdain for those lacking strength, yet prone to barking loudly. Uchiha Fugaku's expression faltered as the Manjikyu Sharingan suddenly manifested in his eyes, fixating intensely on Madara. Once we gather all the tailed beasts, the power of the 10 tails will be sufficient to utterly annihilate Uchiha Tendou. Madara's lips curled in a smirk, his disdain intensifying. This foolish boy had evidently fallen victim to Black Zetsu's manipulation, rendering him lost and confused. No wonder the Uchiha clan would face decline under his leadership. Contemplating this, Madara could not help but envision Uchiha Tendou's imposing figure, his mind echoing with thoughts. The 10 tails? In that fellow's hands, it is merely a larger toy. Madara's fingers rhythmically tapped the armrest of the stone chair before he shifted the conversation. So, how do you plan to gather the tailed beasts? The next Jinchuriki of the 9 tails seems to be Uchiha Tendou's girlfriend. Do you possess the capability to capture her? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku fell into a profound silence. Though he had awakened his Manjikyu Sharingan, he was at best merely a shadow-level contender. Not to mention, even the elite ninjas of Konoha would be more than enough to make Uchiha Fugaku feel utterly inadequate. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Madara's eyes. His expression tinged with intrigue. He began to understand why that fellow Tendou often proclaimed that mouth ninjutsu was the foremost technique. After delivering such a verbal onslaught, it was clear that Uchiha Fugaku had become despondent. What would happen if they continued this discourse? However, Madara merely intended to temper Fugaku's arrogance, imparting the lesson of respecting one's elders. With his objective achieved, there was no need to continue. After all, Uchiha Fugaku was a valuable pawn, essential to their plans. Black Zetsu. As Madara's calm voice resonated, a dark entity emerged from the ground. Lord Madara, Black Zetsu greeted with a respectful bow. Madara cast a sidelong glance at it, his eyes harboring a hint of mockery. Had I not been aware of the true identity of Kurizetsu, I might have unwittingly fallen into his trap. According to the intelligence you have gathered, Uchiha Tendou has ventured to the land of grass. Is the information accurate? Indeed, Lord Madara, the intelligence is unequivocally precise. Uchiha Tendou is likely seeking the descendants of the Uzumaki clan in the land of grass, aiming to alter the selection of the Jinchuriki for the 9 tails. Uchiha Madara nodded, his tone icy. In that case, I shall personally intervene and ensure that the young Uchiha Tendou remains forever in the land of grass. Upon hearing this, both Kurizetsu and Uchiha Fugaku were momentarily taken aback, only to be overwhelmed by an uncontrollable surge of elation. Uchiha Madara intends to personally eliminate Uchiha Tendou. This news was, for Kurizetsu, akin to a divine revelation. The joy upon its countenance was nearly impossible to conceal at that moment. Ever since learning that Uchiha Tendou could unleash the complete Susanoo, Kurizetsu could no longer remain at ease, plagued by sleepless nights and deep concern. The young Uchiha already possessed formidable summoning beasts, and now with the addition of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, Kurizetsu found itself at a loss as to how to execute its plan to save its mother. However, there is always a way out. It seemed that Uchiha Madara had also recognized the threat posed by Uchiha Tendou to the Eye of the Moon plan and was prepared to take matters into his own hands to eradicate the opposition. While elated, Kurizetsu could not help but curse Uchiha Madara internally. It had previously suggested preemptively eliminating Uchiha Tendou while he was still in his infancy. Yet Uchiha Madara had dismissed its counsel. Now, upon learning of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan's existence, he was finally anxious. Was he fearful that Tendou would jeopardize the Eye of the Moon plan? While such thoughts crossed Kurizetsu's mind, it dared not reveal its feelings. Maintaining a respectful demeanor towards Uchiha Madara, it certainly did not wish for its true identity to be exposed prematurely, lest the Eye of the Moon plan be utterly compromised. In contrast to Kurizetsu's feigned calmness, Uchiha Fugaku did not disguise the joy swelling within him. With Lord Madara personally involved, Uchiha Tendou is undoubtedly doomed. Uchiha Fugaku was devoid of the intricate machinations that occupied Kurizetsu's mind. He simply desired Uchiha Tendou's demise. Only then could he honor the spirit of Uchiha Inazuma. Uchiha Madara cast a subtle glance at the two, taking note of their expressions. Thus, a scheme swiftly formed within his mind. Kurizetsu, should I not return this time? Entrust everything in the base to Uchiha Fugaku, and simultaneously transplant Uchiha Inazuma's Manjikyu Sharingan to him. Kurizetsu was initially taken aback, but quickly regained its composure, responding respectfully. I understand, Lord Madara. At that moment, it could not suppress a surge of excitement, wondering how it had overlooked this detail. By transplanting Uchiha Inazuma's Manjikyu Sharingan to Uchiha Fugaku, he would successfully awaken the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, after which it was uncertain whether Uchiha Tendou could surpass Uchiha Fugaku. After all, he was the man personally groomed by Kurizetsu. Uchiha Fugaku appeared somewhat bewildered and tentatively inquired, I also possess the Manjikyu Sharingan. Why must I receive my father's eyes? Fugaku, you are unaware of the intricacies involved. Heiyue first cast a glance at Uchiha Madara, and upon noticing that the latter's expression remained unchanged, he felt reassured enough to speak boldly. The Mangekyo Sharingan is not the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan. Rather, it is the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that holds that title. The Rinnegan requires the strength of the Senju clan to awaken. Thus, theoretically, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is indeed the pinnacle of Uchiha power. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha Fugaku was bewildered, having never heard of it before. Over the years, he had been in a comatose state, only awakening half a year prior, and thus his knowledge was understandably limited. Black Zetsu had no intention of withholding information about the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan from Uchiha Fugaku. For the Moon Eye planned to proceed smoothly. It was imperative for him to be informed. Moreover, this was in accordance with Uchiha Madara's arrangements. After a moment of contemplation, Black Zetsu began to articulate. You should be aware of the drawbacks associated with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in agreement, fully cognizant of these drawbacks. Setting aside the fact that his father possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, he too had awakened this pair of eyes and was well aware of the consequences, which included the gradual depletion of ocular power leading to blindness. However, Uchiha Fugaku's face soon returned to a state of confusion as he looked at Black Zetsu with a puzzled expression. Do these drawbacks pertain to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Indeed they do, Black Zetsu replied. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan can restore the ocular power expended by the Mangekyo Sharingan. At this juncture, Black Zetsu paused, emphasizing of course. This is merely its most fundamental ability. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression filled with incredulity. A Mangekyo Sharingan that can restore ocular power? And that is just its basic capability. Wouldn't possessing such eyes render one invincible? Yet, before Uchiha Fugaku could fully process this momentous revelation, Black Zetsu dropped yet another exhilarating piece of news. You too can awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan 3 days hence. 3 days later, a boy clad in a conical hat appeared outside the village of grass, his gaze briefly lingering on the two gatekeeping grass shinobi. He then approached the village gate with an air of nonchalance. You there, little brat. Who are you? I advise you to halt immediately. Otherwise, we shall take action. One of the grass shinobi quickly noticed the boy, and upon observing his peculiar attire and odd behavior, he shouted a warning. Not only he, but the other grass shinobi also braced themselves, their chakra quietly mobilizing. Should the boy show even the slightest sign of hostility, they would not hesitate to strike him down. Uchiha Tendou paid no heed to the warnings of the two grass shinobi and continued directly toward them. Little brat, seeking death, cried the two grass shinobi in unison, their anger flaring as they prepared to engage. Although their village was merely a small shinobi settlement, it was not a place where just anyone could brazenly cause a stir. Uchiha Tendou paused momentarily, gently lifting a corner of his hat. The three tomo of the Sharingan spun slowly within his eye socket, and he cast a disdainful glance at the two men. The seemingly casual gesture caused a vivid crimson to flash in the gazes of the two grass ninja, rendering them momentarily paralyzed in place. In a mere glance, they found themselves ensnared in the whirlpool of illusion. Uchiha Tendou maintained a tranquil demeanor, speaking with measured calmness. Have you two ever encountered a girl with crimson hair in the village hidden in the grass? My lord, we have not. Both entranced grass ninja responded in unison, urgency lacing their voices. Uchiha Tendou's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. According to his deductions, the girl mentioned by Uchiha Izuna was likely the mother of Uzumaki Karen. Therefore, after completing an A-rank mission upon departing from Konoha, he hastened towards the grass village. However, the answers he received were somewhat unsatisfactory. As he stroked his chin, a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan appeared to hold a greater allure for such a small ninja village. Was there a possibility that Uzumaki Karen's mother initially settled in the grass village, only to have her identity uncovered by the higher-ups? Driven by greed, they might have sought to capture and imprison her, hoping to extract the sealing techniques from her. Ultimately, was it desperation in acquiring the Uzumaki clan's secrets that led to her demise, reducing her to mere fodder? Given this, these lowly gatekeepers were naturally unworthy of possessing any pertinent information. After all, not every guard is a legendary figure like those from Konoha, who, upon their mere presence, would instill fear in pain himself. Uchiha Tendou shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. and boldly made his way toward the office of the grass village leader. For a village of such modest stature, he had no intention of sneaking in. A straightforward approach would suffice. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would never dare to show his teeth before him, and Uchiha Tendou was genuinely curious to see if the grass village leader possessed such audacity. In the office of the grass village leader, Kazama Daishan was meticulously attending to official duties, his mouth busy with a stream of curses. Damn Konoha! Damn Sunigakure! Damn Amigakure! Why must war erupt? Do they not realize the significant impact it has on our small ninja village? When the next war breaks out, the grass village shall ensure you pay the price. As the leader of the grass village, Kazama Daishan was currently overwhelmed by the village's financial tribulations, leaving him sleepless and fraught with anxiety. At that moment, his heart brimmed with animosity towards Konoha, Sunigakure, and Amigakure. Suddenly, a boy clad in a straw hat appeared like a specter in the leader's office. A hint of mockery gracing his lips. The leader of the grass village possesses quite the audacity, attempting to challenge 3 ninja villages single-handedly. Uchiha Tendou observed Kazama Daishan with amusement. He found the audacity rather entertaining. A village like grass, lacking even a shadow-level powerhouse, dared to simultaneously confront Konoha, Sunigakure, and Amigakure. It was needless to say that with the Uchiha clan, Konoha could easily annihilate the grass village. The Rain Shinobi village has indeed suffered significant damage in this recent battle. However, let us not forget that Jiraiya is currently in the land of rain, instructing Yahiko and Nagato. Under his tutelage, these 2 youngsters will soon mature into formidable figures. Although Yahiko's initial Akatsuki organization leaves much to be desired, it is certainly not something that the likes of the grass-hidden village can easily challenge. Kazama Daishan was startled by the sudden sound, springing from his seat and fixing a grave gaze upon Uchiha Tendou. A leaf ninja? What do you intend to do? He trembled slightly at the sight of the leaf forehead protector on Uchiha Tendou's arm. If the other party were to reveal everything he had just said, the grass-hidden village would surely meet its doom. Realizing this, Kazama Daishan clenched his teeth and swiftly began to mobilize his chakra. If he could eliminate this leaf brat, the grass-hidden village would be safe. Uchiha Tendou narrowed his eyes, raising a finger. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the floor of the leader's office cracked under the impact of chakra, producing a deep, resounding noise. Kazama Daishan's movements faltered, and the murderous glint in his eyes vanished, replaced by a look of sheer clarity. He rubbed his head sheepishly, a sheepish smile creeping onto his face. That was merely a misunderstanding. Uchiha Tendou crossed his arms, regarding Kazama Daishan with a bemused expression. Is that so? Can there truly be a misunderstanding? Kazama Daishan swallowed hard, instinctively taking 2 steps back, his face a mask of terror. Of course it's true. I never lie. Uchiha Tendou looked at the trembling Kazama Daishan with disdain. Such a coward dared to threaten an attack on the leaf. It was beyond comprehension where he found his audacity. However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. He had more pressing concerns. Uchiha Tendou's eyes narrowed once more, his chakra surging forth like a tidal wave, his presence growing exponentially. I ask, you answer. Should there be the slightest hint of deception, the consequences? Uchiha Tendou's words trailed off, confident that the leader of the grass-hidden village would grasp the gravity of the statement. As expected, Kazama Daishan's complexion paled, and he hurriedly bowed in submission. My lord, I shall speak without reservation, and I will hold nothing back. I would never dare to deceive you. Uchiha Tendou nodded in satisfaction. Has there been any presence of the Uzumaki clan in your grass-hidden village? At this inquiry, Kazama Daishan's expression shifted slightly, and he stammered, my lord. There has indeed been a presence of the Uzumaki clan in the grass-hidden village. Uchiha Tendou's eyes lit up. His suspicions were confirmed. The Uzumaki girl was indeed within the grass-hidden village. He fixed an intense gaze upon Kazama Daishan, his tone urgent. In that case, you must bring her to me at once. Kazama Daishan's brows furrowed deeply at this command, his face reflecting hesitation. The Uzumaki girl was exceedingly important to them. She might very well become the key to the resurgence of the grass-hidden village. Hence, Kazama Daishan was reluctant to relinquish her to Uchiha Tendou so readily. My lord, although traces of the Vortex clan have appeared in the grass-hidden village, they conceal themselves with utmost secrecy. Even I am unaware of their whereabouts. Uchiha Tendou's gaze turned frigid, and a massive crimson chakra hand swiftly emerged from within him. Crack. One arm of Kazama Daisen was instantly crushed by the chakra hand, eliciting a scream of unimaginable agony. Uchiha Tendou coldly gazed down at Kazama Daisen, his tone devoid of warmth. It seems you have completely disregarded my earlier words? The trivial thoughts of the opponent were as transparent to him, as if viewed through the eyes of Xiahou Dun. Kazama Daisen lay weakly on the floor, his facial muscles twitching in pain, cold sweat streaming down his forehead like a waterfall. However, Kazama Daisen was fortunate. Uchiha Tendou's chakra possessed a high-temperature attribute, not only providing him with free cauterization, but also leaving a faint aroma of charred flesh. My lord, I merely momentarily lost focus. I never intended to deceive you. Kazama Daisen gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and spoke with palpable fear. He was genuinely terrified. The opponent's unfathomable methods were beyond his capacity to contend with. As for the hope of the grass-hidden village's resurgence, to hell with that. With my life hanging by a thread, who has time to concern themselves with such matters? Uchiha Tendou remained indifferent, his tone unperturbed. Consider this a lesson. Should there be a next time, losing an arm will be the least of your worries. Now, you will immediately bring the person here. As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Kazama Daisen's head for a moment, seemingly contemplating where to strike next. Though his words were mild, they resonated in Kazama Daisen's ears like a thunderclap. Terrified, he trembled uncontrollably. My lord, I shall go at once. Kazama Daisen dared not hesitate, rushing towards the office exit. Uchiha Tendou reclined leisurely in a chair, patiently awaiting the return of his subordinate. He believed that after his correction, Kazama Daisen would no longer dare to play any tricks. Moments later, Kazama Daisen indeed returned swiftly with a red-haired girl, not disturbing a soul along the way. My lord, I have brought her back. Uchiha Tendou paid no attention to Kazama Daisen beside him, his gaze fixating on the Vortex girl. She appeared haggard, her once vibrant red hair now dull, evidently a sign of malnutrition. What is your name? Uchiha Tendou casually crossed his legs and inquired. The red-haired girl timidly glanced at him, her voice barely a whisper. My name is Vortex Yui. Uchiha Tendou's eyes flickered momentarily, and in an instant, he grasped the situation. It seemed that Vortex Yui had suffered considerable mistreatment at the hands of the grass-hidden village. Contemplating this, a glint of murderous intent filled Uchiha Tendou's eyes, and with a fierce wave of his hand, boundless flames engulfed Kazama Daisen entirely, incinerating him in an instant. Since the fusion with Groudon had intensified, Uchiha Tendou felt as if he were the embodiment of fire and earth, wielding control over these two forces with unparalleled ease. Vortex Yui, is it? From this day forth, you shall accompany me back to Konoha. Uchiha Tendou strode towards the door without glancing back. Vortex Kiyomi was momentarily taken aback, a bittersweet smile soon gracing her features. Here she was, having barely escaped one peril, only to plunge into another. Truly, her misfortune was remarkable. Nevertheless, having come this far, she resolved to make the best of it. Following this young man was undoubtedly preferable to being with Kazama Daisen. Without further hesitation, she hurriedly jogged to catch up. Half a day later, along the official roads of the Land of Fire, Uchiha Tendou came to a halt, his gaze heavy with concern as he fixed his eyes ahead. There, seated in a meditative posture, was an elderly man who had evidently been waiting for quite some time. Uchiha Tendou squinted slightly. Sensing the formidable aura that surrounded the old man, he understood that this elder possessed an extraordinary level of power. Immediately, he turned to Vortex Kiyomi behind him. Kiyomi, you should step back. Upon hearing this, Kiyomi felt a surge of astonishment. It was the first time she had witnessed Uchiha Tendou display such seriousness. To avoid causing any trouble, she swiftly dashed away, fearing she might hinder him. Once Kiyomi had distanced herself, Uchiha Tendou cautiously approached, his three-tomo Sharingan revealing themselves in an instant. Elder, who are you? Why are you waiting for me here? The elder lifted his face, revealing a pair of three-tomo Sharingan in his own eyes. Hee, Uchiha Tendou, do you not recognize who I am? Gazing upon the elderly visage that bore a striking resemblance to Uchiha Izuna, a thought suddenly struck him. Uchiha Tendou's pupils constricted sharply, the shock in his eyes almost palpable. Uchiha Madara. While astonished, Uchiha Tendou quickly regained his composure. Having encountered Uchiha Izuna not long ago, the appearance of Uchiha Madara now seemed almost commonplace. After all, at this point in the original narrative, he was indeed alive and preparing for the infinite Tsukuyomi. In comparison, Madara's presence was less shocking than the revelation of Izuna's survival. Madara had been observing Uchiha Tendou with keen interest, eagerly awaiting any signs of faltering. However, he found himself somewhat disappointed. Uchiha Tendou merely experienced a moment of astonishment before swiftly regaining his calm. But then again, this was the Uchiha Tendou he knew, composed, confident, and powerful. Uchiha Tendou, you truly are remarkable, Uchiha Madara remarked with a genuine smile of admiration. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tendou's brows furrowed tightly, the weight of his apprehension becoming increasingly pronounced. Indeed, like Uchiha Izuna, Madara was intimately familiar with him. It felt as though he and these two brothers were long-lost friends reunited after many years. At that moment, he felt more certain about his earlier conjecture. Yet, one question lingered in Uchiha Tendou's mind. Why had he returned to the Warring States period? Was it merely due to boredom? Not long ago, he had just taken Uchiha Izuna's life, and now Madara was so eager to reunite? In the face of Uchiha Tendou's somewhat provocative remarks, Uchiha Madara did not succumb to anger. Instead, a slight smirk graced his lips, and his smile deepened. Izuna's lifespan was nearing its end, and death in battle was his own choice. He then shifted the subject, his expression suddenly morphing into something exceedingly peculiar, his tone becoming somber. Moreover, is this not our plan, the plan of the West? Uchiha Tendou's gaze sharpened, fixated intently on Uchiha Madara. What had he just heard? Their plan of the West? What precisely did that entail? How could it possibly relate to him? Countless questions surged within Uchiha Tendou, swirling incessantly in his mind. Uchiha Madara, what do you mean by that? What is this plan of ours from the West? Determined to unravel the mystery, he boldly inquired. Uchiha Madara merely chuckled, offering no answer to the query. Enough with the idle chatter, Uchiha Tendou. Let us engage in battle. He rose slowly, his eyes revealing a pair of crimson eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that materialized quietly. A chilling, brutal chakra surged forth unabashedly, an overwhelming aura instantly enveloping the arena. Crack! Uchiha Madara twisted his wrist, retrieving a green potion from his robe, his tone laced with a hint of nostalgia. For this battle, I have prepared extensively. First, I preserved a significant portion of my original ocular power through the transcription seal, and then extracted a substantial amount of the Tintail's essence. After all, this is my most favorable chance of victory. Without a moment's hesitation, he downed the potion in one gulp. Immediately, under Uchiha Tendou's grave gaze, Uchiha Madara's once white hair transformed to a deep black, and his slightly hunched form instantly straightened. Thump, thump, thump. His powerful heartbeat echoed like war drums around them, a regal aura swirling around him. What an exhilarating sensation. Uchiha Madara clenched his right fist, his expression brimming with exhilaration. He then fixed his fiery gaze upon Uchiha Tendou, the determination in his eyes blazing like an inferno, seemingly intent on incinerating the very heavens. Come forth, Uchiha Tendou. I shall relish our battle. Uchiha Madara formed a hand seal, his chest contracting slightly. Fire style, great fire annihilation. A deluge of flames surged forth like a tsunami towards Uchiha Tendou, vowing to engulf him entirely. Vortex Kiyomi, hiding behind a stone, gasped as she witnessed Uchiha Tendou being consumed by the sea of fire. Not even during the war that led to the destruction of the land of Vortex had such a terrifying ninjutsu ever been unleashed. At that moment, her eyes filled with worry. She feared that the young man might perish in the flames. After all, he had promised to take her to find her clan. Uchiha Madara lowered his hands from his mouth, a look of surprise flickering in his eyes. Oh, how unexpected. To wield a portion of Giratina's authority at such an early stage? If that is the case, fire and earth-style techniques will be rendered nearly ineffective. However, it seems that the power of the Land of Endings has yet to be fully grasped. Uchiha Tendou, draped in a crimson chakra cloak, strides forth from the sea of flames. The searing fire bows before him, as if acknowledging its sovereign, daring not to show even the slightest hint of defiance. Uchiha Madara possesses an acute understanding of his own intelligence, and Uchiha Tendou is no longer surprised by this. Just moments ago, he made a monumental decision. Since Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna are privy to so much of his information, upon his return to the Warring States period, he shall use the knowledge they possess to deliver a resounding defeat. Strange. Why does his back feel so chilled? Uchiha Madara instinctively shivers, his face a mask of confusion. Could it be that he caught a chill from not covering himself while sleeping last night? Shaking his head, Uchiha Madara hastily dismisses this absurd thought. The most pressing matter at hand is the battle. Uchiha Tendu's gaze deepens, and a rare seriousness flickers in his eyes. The opponent before him is none other than Uchiha Madara. While others rely on mechanisms for strength, he is the embodiment of pure numerical power. In Uchiha Tendu's eyes, this man resembles the ultimate boss more than Kaguya Otsutsuki does. Uchiha Madara, cease this trivial display of ninjutsu. Let us engage in a true contest. Uchiha Tendou declares calmly. Arms crossed. Vortex Kiwa stands frozen in shock. Do you truly consider such an immense sea of flames a trivial matter? The combined fire techniques of over a dozen ninja are no mere child's play. Yet, she quickly recalls the sight of Uchiha Tendou striding through the inferno. Gulping, she instinctively swallows, murmuring softly, "What a monster." Haha, excellent. Truly, these ninjutsu are somewhat petty. Uchiha Madara, momentarily taken aback, bursts into laughter. Very well then. Let us give it our all. Susanoo. Boom. With a low exclamation from Uchiha Madara, an overwhelming surge of chakra erupts from within him, causing his long hair to billow wildly. The azure Susanoo rises majestically into the sky. Uchiha Tendou gazes at the towering complete Susanoo, igniting a fierce battle spirit within him. Only such power can awaken his desire for combat. Are you joking? Vortex Kiwa pales, collapsing to the ground as she mutters incessantly. Perhaps due to her life of wandering since childhood, she perceives the Jonin as towering figures, with elite Jonin existing solely in legends. Now, witnessing Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo, a thought instinctively surfaces in her mind. Those so-called elite Jonin are merely ants, easily crushed beneath the might of this Susanoo deity. At the forefront of the complete Susanoo, a diamond-shaped crystal houses Uchiha Madara, his expression haughty and disdainful. Uchiha Tendou, let us dance a thrilling dance. As you wish. Uchiha Tendou's gaze was sharp, his tone filled with fervor. This battle was precisely what he yearned for. With a thunderous roar, crimson chakra surged forth like a tsunami, emanating a power that far surpassed that of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Tendou remained composed, the crimson chakra cloak gradually acquiring a faint golden hue, with a golden emblem faintly visible on his abdomen. Alas, if only the emblem could solidify completely, I might be able to embrace the original return. Uchiha Tendou clenched his fist, a hint of melancholy lacing his voice. Nevertheless, even in this state, his strength was more than sufficient to confront Uchiha Madara, who lacked the Rinnegan. Groudon, connect with me, arise. Come forth. Let the world remember your existence. Uchiha Tendou focused his mind, the boundless crimson chakra rapidly coalescing. With a roar, a colossal crimson beast appeared upon the earth, its roar reminiscent of ancient savagery. At this moment, Uchiha Tendou and Naruto's Kurama were indistinguishable in their beastly forms. Groudon, composed of his chakra, took on a translucent crimson form, radiating intense heat and a gentle red glow. Damn it! What power is this? It rivals even the complete Susanoo. Black Zetsu, newly arrived at the scene, was aghast, cursing in anger. At this juncture, he had believed Uchiha Madara to be invincible, only to discover that someone surpassed him in ferocity. Each time Black Zetsu recalled Uchiha Tendou's eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and his white summoning beast, a sense of unease washed over him, robbing him of sleep. Now, the adversary had unveiled yet another apocalyptic power. This plunged Black Zetsu's heart into despair. He understood that his plan to save his mother had transitioned from a simplistic endeavor to a nightmarish challenge. For the time being, he could only hope that Uchiha Madara would triumph over Tendou and eliminate him. Uchiha Tendou showed no hesitation, commanding Groudon to charge fiercely at the complete Susanoo. Boom, boom. With each step Groudon took, the earth emitted a mournful wail, fracturing beneath the weight. Come on, Uchiha Madara exclaimed in approval, equally directing the complete Susanoo to collide with great force. Boom. The two colossal beings clashed, the ground unable to withstand their might, shattering and sinking. Vortex Karen was violently thrown by the gust generated from the collision of Groudon and the complete Susanoo, landing heavily on the ground with a cry of anguish. Not just Karen, but Black Zetsu was also suffering. Groudon's massive tail had nearly reduced him to a pulp. Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed. He realized he had gained little advantage in the recent clash of powers. Groudon's strength remained as terrifying as ever. With a slight sigh, Uchiha Madara's gaze sharpened anew. Uchiha Tendou. The next strike carries the weight of all existence. Black Zetsu, hiding at a distance, felt his already dark visage grow even darker upon hearing this. In that moment, a surge of fury compelled him to almost seize Uchiha Madara by the throat, demanding in a thunderous voice, "Are you out of your mind? Must you announce your move before striking?" With a resounding clash, as Uchiha Madara's words faded, the complete body of Susanoo swiftly drew its katana from behind, descending upon Groudon with ferocity. Faced with such a formidable strike, Uchiha Tendou did not flinch but instead smiled faintly, finding delight in the display of power. This was the essence of a true attack. With a thunderous roar, Groudon unleashed a primal cry, its gaping maw gathering glimmers of green light. Sunlight flame. The air was rent asunder as a robust emerald beam, imbued with unparalleled might, surged forward, colliding with the impending assault of the complete Susanoo. The emerald beam momentarily held its ground before visibly overwhelming its opponent with an astonishing velocity. How outrageous! Uchiha Madara cursed under his breath, the wings of the complete Susanoo flaring outwards, narrowly evading the onslaught. Gazing at the complete Susanoo in the heavens, Uchiha Tendou's expression shifted. He sensed the temperature of his chakra within soaring alarmingly. Could it be that Groudon's power was heating up? Ha ha ha, Uchiha Tendou, though your strength is formidable, I have discerned your weakness. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms, confidence radiating from his demeanor. This power was indeed tremendous upon the ground, yet it appeared to lack the capacity for flight. From his numerous encounters with Uchiha Tendou, he had gleaned that in this form, his opponent could not soar. As long as he secured air supremacy, victory would inevitably tilt in his favor. Uchiha Tendou's countenance grew peculiar. He could distinctly feel his chakra becoming increasingly agitated. Oh, so that is how it is. Truly, Uchiha Madara is remarkable, Kurizetsu observed, his eyes gleaming with admiration. In his view, Uchiha Madara's observations were astute, unless something unforeseen occurred. Uchiha Tendou's jutsu indeed lacked the ability to ascend. After all, every advantage comes at a cost. No technique is truly flawless. A slight smirk curled at the corner of Uchiha Tendou's mouth, his tone laced with an oddity. Even so, you may not emerge unscathed. With that, Groudon released a ferocious roar, flames coalescing within its maw. Uchiha Madara, taken aback, pondered, does this creature not comprehend that Susanoo moves swiftly in the sky? Moreover, that previous non-explosive strike could hardly harm me. To his surprise, the ensuing attack was not a green beam, but rather dozens of massive boulders ensconced in molten rock. This power seems rather exaggerated. Uchiha Madara, with his vast combat experience, instantly recognized the anomaly. Weighing his options, he ultimately decided to evade this wave of assault. For he was facing Uchiha Tendou, the very man he could not defeat even alongside Hashirama. The ground trembled with a resounding boom. Under the manipulation of Uchiha Madara, the complete body of Susanoo swiftly responded, its colossal wings, which obscured the sky, suddenly flapping and causing it to vanish in an instant. The prowess of Groudon was not so easily underestimated, Uchiha Tendou murmured, his gaze piercing. Indeed, at the very moment his words fell, an unexpected spectacle unfolded. The numerous boulders, enveloped in molten lava, abruptly turned and charged towards the complete body of Susanoo. This thing can actually pursue? Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow, a hint of surprise evident on his face. Clearly, he was not fully informed about Uchiha Tendou's tactics, and he was somewhat taken aback. However, he was Uchiha Madara, the Azura of the ninja world. Such an attack was insufficient to instill fear in him. The battle intent in Uchiha Madara's eyes surged instantly. Since evasion was not an option, he would meet force with force. The complete body of Susanoo ceased its movements, hovering majestically in the heavens. With a swift motion, it raised its ninja blade and swung. A shimmering arc, akin to a river of stars, manifested in an instant, sweeping forth with unparalleled momentum. Not only that, but a multitude of blue magatama also coalesced around the blade. The eight-span jewel. Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed as the complete body of Susanoo struck again, unleashing countless blue magatama that rained down like torrential drops. Boom, boom. The clash of blade energy, the eight-span jewels, and the boulders wrapped in lava reverberated in the air, the thunderous sound echoing throughout a 100-mile radius. In a forest approximately several dozen miles away, a squad of border ninja was on patrol. What in the world is happening over there? Why such a tremendous uproar? Curse it! Could it be that a Wagakure has infiltrated our fire country? The commotion generated by the clash between Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Tendou quickly drew the attention of the Westerners, prompting them to engage in fervent discussion. Those scoundrels from Iwagakure are indeed no good. Captain, we must not allow them to get away with this. A particularly young ninja exclaimed, his face contorted with rage. Hearing this, Yuhi Zenkuro's expression darkened significantly. He too believed that the disturbances were caused by the Iwagakure ninjas, and their actions were tantamount to declaring war on Konoha. Taking a deep breath, Yuhi Zenkuro exhaled slowly and spoke decisively. Daiha, you must return to the border camp immediately and report the situation accurately. The rest of you, follow me for reconnaissance. Captain, I want to go with you. The youngest ninja interjected, his tone urgent. He had no desire to return to the camp at such a critical moment. That would be a cowardly act. However, his words only incensed Yuhi Zenkuro further. Baka, this is an order. You must, immediately, report the situation here to the border camp. Daiha, looking at the enraged Yuhi Zenkuro, instinctively shrank back. How terrifying. The anger of a typically kind person is truly formidable. At this moment, Daiha became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. It was certainly not the time for his capriciousness. He promptly nodded in agreement, declaring, Captain, rest assured, I will fulfill the mission. With that, he swiftly turned and dashed toward the border camp, not daring to linger for even a moment. That pesky brat, muttered Sunset Crimson, watching Dai's retreating figure with a suppressed chuckle. His expression soon turned serious, and his tone grew somber. My dear daughter, perhaps I will not be able to escort you to the Ninja Academy. Sunset Crimson understood that the journey ahead was fraught with peril. With a thunderous roar, the complete Susanoo suddenly unfurled its wings, piercing through the billowing smoke of the explosion, and charged toward Groudon with a chakra blade in hand. Uchiha Tendou's lips curled into a slight smirk, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. Is flying truly impressive? Allow me to bring you down. Just as his words fell, Groudon's massive claws struck the ground with ferocity. Sort of the cliff. With a resounding boom, a colossal blade of magma surged upward, aiming directly for the complete Susanoo. This is bad. Uchiha Madara's pupils constricted sharply. He had momentarily forgotten about this technique. With no time to ponder further, the complete Susanoo's wings exploded outward, shielding him from the impending attack. Boom! The magma blade collided with the wings of the complete Susanoo, engulfed in an explosion of flames. How is this possible? Why does that Uchiha brat possess such terrifying techniques at such a young age? Exclaimed Kurizetsu, his eyes wide with disbelief and fury. To him, the singular attack power of the Sword of the Cliff was already brushing against the threshold of the Six Paths. With a cough of blood, Uchiha Madara's chest heaved violently. Gazing at the battered complete Susanoo, he recognized his failure once more. If Uchiha Tendou were to unleash his full strength without restraint, the complete Susanoo would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. Nevertheless, Uchiha Madara would not concede defeat so easily. He grunted, feeling the surge of chakra within him once again as he began to rapidly mend the damaged Susanoo. Moments later, the complete Susanoo hovered once more in the sky. However, as Uchiha Madara's chakra and ocular power rapidly depleted, his once raven-black hair began to take on a grayish hue, and his proud stature slightly hunched. Uchiha Madara knew that his time was running short. Though I may not have emerged victorious this time, I have not been defeated. I have thoroughly discerned Uchiha Tendou's weaknesses. The next victory will undoubtedly be mine. As these thoughts raced through his mind, the elation in his eyes and the smile on his lips were nearly uncontrollable. What is wrong with him? Has he been rendered daft? Uchiha Tendou questioned, observing Uchiha Madara's smiling visage with a flicker of surprise, unable to contain a quiet murmur. I'm sorry, Izuna. This is all for your brother's sake. Uchiha Tendou recalled the assistance he had received from Uchiha Izuna and steeled his resolve. He decided to bring the dazed Uchiha Madara back to his senses. Uchiha Tendou's eyes fluttered momentarily before snapping open. The eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Uchiha Madara's gaze sharpened as he beheld the familiar scene before him, and a sudden clarity washed over his mind. Are you planning to employ the beast's difficulty? Uchiha Tendou, upon hearing this, flashed him a grin. Correct, but there is no reward for you. With that, the ocular power and chakra within Uchiha Tendou surged forth like a tsunami. An armor ablaze with golden flames rapidly enveloped the body of Groudon, completely shrouding it. Roar! The armored Groudon opened its massive maw, unleashing an exuberant roar. Though it bore no awareness, an instinctual surge of power filled it with an inexplicable exhilaration, as if a long-held desire was on the brink of fulfillment. Gazing at the golden-armored Groudon, Uchiha Madara felt a tightening in his chest, sensing that something ominous was about to unfold. Nevertheless, he quickly steadied his mind. It was merely dressing Groudon in armor manifested from Susanoo. Surely it could not take flight, could it? Even so, a hint of apprehension lingered within Uchiha Madara. After all, while he had invoked the beast's difficulty, he had never attempted flight. Who could say if Groudon could indeed soar after donning the Susanoo armor? Uchiha Tendou observed Uchiha Madara within the fully realized Susanoo, an insatiable mischief igniting within him. If the opponent were to discover that his Groudon could fly, the expression on his face would undoubtedly be priceless. Without further ado, Uchiha Tendou's thoughts shifted, and Groudon leapt towards the heavens. This fellow truly seemed desperate, attempting to knock me down with a mere jump. Uchiha Madara, witnessing this, secretly exhaled in relief while unable to suppress a low chuckle. However, in the next moment, the smile on his lips froze as he stared, wide-eyed, at the approaching armored Groudon. It was not diving towards him, but rather soaring directly at him. Uchiha Madara rubbed his eyes, disbelief etched across his face. What is happening? An illusion? How can that colossal creature fly? Damn it! How can we proceed from here? Uchiha Madara was certain of his impending defeat. What a farcical ninja world, unable to even ascertain whether the opponent could fly. Kurizetsu's visage twisted in fury, his mouth spewing curses. Moments later, his gaze shifted to the nearby vortex, Kaguya, his eyes flickering with intent. Uchiha Madara's defeat was all but assured. For the sake of his mother-saving scheme, the opponent's body must not fall into Uchiha Tendou's hands. With this thought, Kurizetsu immediately delved underground, stealthily approaching Kaguya. Uchiha Tendou's lips curled into a sly smile, his tone dripping with mockery. Surprise, surprise, is this unexpected? Uchiha Madara's lips twitched, veins throbbing on his forehead as he gritted his teeth and retorted, "You arrogant fool. Just because you can fly doesn't mean you can do as you please." In response, Uchiha Tendou's smile widened. Indeed, the ability to fly truly grants one the freedom to act without restraint. Uchiha Madara's expression darkened, as the chakra blade in the hands of his complete Susanoo radiated an astonishing brilliance once more. That detestable Uchiha Tendou. This time I shall make you see my true power. However, the next scene left Uchiha Madara momentarily agape. Clang. The razor-sharp chakra blade was effortlessly caught by the one-handed grip of the armored Groudon, emitting a mournful wail. Uchiha Tendou stood with arms crossed, a mocking glint in his eyes as he gazed at Uchiha Madara. Is this all the strength you possess? Shall we indulge in a meal first? Humph. You truly remain as sharp-tongued as ever. Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow, muttering in dissatisfaction. Yet soon, a glimmer ignited in his gaze, his fighting spirit surging. Uchiha Tendou, let us settle this with our final move. Very well. Uchiha Tendou agreed without a moment's hesitation, knowing that this old foe had reached the twilight of his life. To ensure there were no regrets for his opponent, Uchiha Tendou found this request to be entirely reasonable. Haha, let the battle commence. Uchiha Madara raised a hand to his forehead, bursting into a fit of maniacal laughter. Boom, boom. The complete Susanoo surged with power, breaking free from the constraints of the armored Groudon. Subsequently, a vast amount of chakra from within Uchiha Madara rapidly converged upon the ninja blade, emanating an exceedingly terrifying pressure. Uchiha Tendou's eyes narrowed slightly, inwardly nodding in acknowledgement. This strike could very well approach the zenith of Uchiha Madara's might. If that is the case, let us engage in a true contest of men. Roar. As if sensing the moment, the armored Groudon let out a thunderous roar, its surface engulfed in intertwining golden and crimson flames. Flame charge. Completely covered by both flames, the armored Groudon charged fiercely towards the complete Susanoo above. Uchiha Madara's gaze sharpened, and under his command, the complete Susanoo swiftly lifted the ninja blade, descending gently. This strike appeared soft and feeble, yet concealed a terrifying lethality. For an ordinary elite shinobi, a mere touch would spell death. However, Uchiha Tendou would not underestimate this blade, directing the armored Groudon to collide head-on. Crack! The blade aura unleashed by the complete Susanoo was shattered in an instant. Boom! The armored Groudon, upon its initial flame charge, effortlessly pulverized the complete Susanoo. Uchiha Madara collapsed to the ground in disarray, his complexion pale. The fierce battle had completely drained the chakra from his body. Uchiha Tendou approached him slowly, his gaze reflecting a hint of complexity. Are you also nearing death? Uchiha Madara was taken aback at first, then a faint smile graced his face. Cough. Are you concerned for me? Hee, with that big face of yours? Why would I care for you? Uchiha Tendou paused momentarily, then quickly turned his head away, speaking coldly. This is merely a temporary respite. We, the Westerners, shall undoubtedly realize the ultimate plan, leading the ninja world towards absolute peace. Uchiha Madara gazed intently at Uchiha Tendou, his expression brimming with enthusiasm. However, before Uchiha Tendou could pose a question, the smile on Madara's face swiftly transformed into one of disdain. Detestable Uchiha brat. Do not presume you can humiliate me. Uchiha Tendou. Initially taken aback, he quickly regained his composure, for he sensed the presence of Kagaya's Black Zetsu lurking in the shadows. Black Zetsu appeared before Uchiha Madara, dragging the unconscious Vortex Kyuka, his demeanor one of deference. Lord Madara, this girl may prove beneficial to you. Uchiha Tendou's brow furrowed, a murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. This fabled filial son was truly loathsome. He had yet to settle the score for Uchiha Enzai's abduction, and now he dared to provoke again. Gulp. Black Zetsu's face turned pale with fear as he recalled a crucial detail. This Uchiha brat's ocular technique seemed capable of significantly enhancing movement speed. It was precisely this ability that had allowed the hostage of Uchiha Enzai to escape. If this Vortex girl were to be rescued by him, both he and Uchiha Madara would be doomed. Gritting his teeth, Black Zetsu's face was etched with a tragic expression. Lord Madara, you should leave first. I will cover your retreat. Despite the high risks of such an action, Black Zetsu found himself with no alternative. After Indra's failure, he had remained in hiding for nearly a millennium, awaiting the emergence of Uchiha Madara as a pawn. Should the opponent's corpse fall into Uchiha Tendou's hands, his Moon Eye plan would surely be stillborn. The next reincarnation of Indra would become a distant prospect, and Black Zetsu had waited far too long to rescue Kagaya Otsutsuki. He would not allow the Moon Eye plan to fail once more. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara could not help but scoff inwardly. Had he not witnessed firsthand? Under Uchiha Tendou's guidance, the entire process of inciting the rift between the brothers Indra and Azura and the tampering with the family monument. He might have been deceived by the Moon Eye plan. Nevertheless, now was not the time for a complete revelation. Uchiha Madara composed himself, his tone laced with defiance. Black Zetsu, the term retreat has never been part of my principles. Damn it, stay healthy. Black Zetsu's already dark complexion darkened further, his inner turmoil roaring. Having been reduced to a wretched state, why must he still feign bravado? He forced down his rage, managing a strained smile. Lord Madara, this is not a retreat. It is a tactical withdrawal. Yes, a tactical withdrawal. Uchiha Madara pretended to nod, his tone softening slightly. If that is the case, let us proceed with the tactical withdrawal. Upon hearing this, a wave of elation washed over Black Zetsu. He had been waiting for those words. However, a chilling voice extinguished his joy as if doused with ice water. I did not say you could leave. Uchiha Tendou's expression was as frigid as frost, his tone grave. As the words fell, two colossal hands composed of chakra lunged towards Black Zetsu and Uchiha Obito, intent on crushing them into oblivion. Upon witnessing this, Black Zetsu's expression shifted dramatically. He never anticipated that Uchiha Tendou would so brazenly disregard the safety of the Uzumaki girl. The decisiveness of his actions surpassed even Black Zetsu's own expertise in treachery. Damn it, back at you. Gritting his teeth, Black Zetsu hurled Uzumaki Ki towards Uchiha Tendou. Uchiha Obito raised an eyebrow, having already discerned Uchiha Tendou's intentions. This aggressive demeanor was clearly designed to compel Black Zetsu to relinquish Uzumaki Ki willingly. After all, Uchiha Tendou was acutely aware that for the Moon Eye plan to unfold successfully, Black Zetsu would inevitably employ Uzumaki Ki as a delay tactic to buy time for himself and Uchiha Obito to escape. At the moment Black Zetsu cast Uzumaki Ki away, he swiftly submerged himself and Uchiha into the ground, making their escape. Uchiha Tendou, unfazed, manipulated the chakra hands to catch Uzumaki Ki. It turned out that Uchiha Obito had already uncovered Black Zetsu's true identity, which was quite intriguing. Recalling the information relayed to him through illusion before Uchiha Obito's departure, a subtle smile crept upon Uchiha Tendou's lips as he whispered softly. In an instant, three figures emerged around Uchiha Tendou, encircling him. Those were members of the Uzumaki clan. One of the Konoha Chunin quickly noticed the unconscious Uzumaki key in the chakra hand, incredulously exclaiming, in his memory, there should only be 2 remaining members of the Uzumaki clan, both of whom ought to be in Konoha at this moment. Anyone attacking the Uzumaki clan could not possibly be a good person. Another Konoha Chunin adjusted his glasses, speaking with disdain. Although his severe myopia prevented him from clearly identifying the figure opposite him, it was undeniable that there lay an unconscious Uzumaki girl in their grasp. Therefore, the individual was certainly not a Konoha ninja. It was well known that the relationships between Konoha and the Land of Whirlpools were exceptionally cordial. Yuhi Kurenai, her head filled with frustration, kicked the myopic Chunin in the rear. Baka, did you not see the forehead protector on his arm? The nearsighted Chunin rubbed his eyes and squinted at Uchiha Tendou, scrutinizing him closely. Good heavens, it turned out he was one of their own from Konoha. Yuhi Kurenai shot another glare at her subordinate before making her way to Uchiha Tendou's side. Lord Tendou, I sincerely apologize. That was not meant to happen. She bowed deeply in atonement. Observing this, Uchiha Tendou's displeasure began to ease. Dispersing his chakra cloak, he replied nonchalantly, no harm done. Witnessing the youth's arrogance, Kamida Masato, the Chunin, grew displeased. Hey, you little brat calling yourself Lord Tendou. Do you know who our captain is? His name is Yuhi Kurenai, the foremost Jinjutsu prodigy of Konoha. Upon the utterance of those words, Uchiha Tendou and Yuhi Meiko found themselves frozen in place. Yuhi Meiko was bewildered. What on earth was his subordinate babbling about? In the presence of the mightiest of the Uchiha clan, proclaiming oneself as Konoha's foremost Jinjutsu prodigy? I truly appreciate your audacity. And that young rascal, referring to himself as Lord Tendou. What kind of absurdity is that? Surely, he does not think he just called the other by that name, does he? Uchiha Tendou's lips twitched slightly, his mind replete with exasperation. The individual before him was nothing short of a quintessential greenhorn. However, he was not inclined to anger. The weak often possess a tendency to boast, regardless of truth. They always manage to bark loudly. True strength renders one indifferent to the antics of such clowns. Uchiha Tendou remained impassive, paying no heed to the visibly displeased Kamida Masato, as he turned his back and departed with Uzumaki Kiwa. How infuriating! Captain, enough? Masato. Yuhi Meiko furrowed his brow, interrupting Kamida's incessant rambling. After a brief contemplation, he continued, Masato, he is none other than Uchiha Tendou. What? He is actually the head of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Tendou. Kamida's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Yuhi Meiko. Goodness, that young man is indeed Lord Tendou. It is said that his prowess surpasses even that of the Hokage. Another Chunin echoed his excitement, his tone fervent. Uchiha Tendou had distinguished himself remarkably during the Second Shinobi World War, achieving notable feats that even the legendary Konoha White Fang, Hitaki Tsukumo, could scarcely rival. It can be said that while not everyone in Konoha may recognize Uchiha Tendou, they have undoubtedly heard tales of his exploits. Oh no, oh no. I just offended Lord Tendou. Kamida suddenly recalled his previous foolishness, his complexion turning pale as tremors coursed through his body. He understood that if the other wished to silence a mere pawn like him, it would take but a flick of a finger. Masato, do not be so afraid. Lord Tendou is not the petty sort, Yuhi Meiko said, unable to bear the sight of his subordinate's distress, hastily offering words of comfort. Not petty? I dare say he simply does not regard such ants, murmured the other Chunin, his gaze flickering as he discreetly distanced himself from Kamida. With Yuhi Meiko's repeated reassurances, Kamida's pallor shifted from ominous to bright, a smile returning to his face. Ah, I see now. I am immensely grateful to you, Captain. Observing Kamida's sudden carefree demeanor, Yuhi Meiko let out a resigned sigh, contemplating that while Lord Tendou may not seek retribution, the security team might not be so lenient. After this incident, Yuhi Meiko felt that he was perhaps better suited to be a guiding jonin, allowing him to carve out time to mentor his precious daughter in her training. The thought of that little girl with red eyes and black hair enveloped him in an unprecedented sense of joy. This made him yearn to return to Konoha immediately. Forcing down the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind, Akatsuki Jinri turned to the 2 individuals beside him. The recent commotion should be related to Lord Pain. We merely need to conduct a brief report of the intelligence gathered here. We must hurry back to the border camp at once. With that, Akatsuki Jinri took the lead in departing, his eagerness to return and draft his application palpable. In the land of Earth, at the graveyard of mountains, Kurizetsu appeared with the gravely injured Uchiha Madara. What is the meaning of this? Uchiha Fugaku emerged from the depths of the cave, puzzled. His eyes, shrouded in black cloth, had temporarily lost their light, leaving him with only the perception that the two before him were in dire straits. Could it be that Uchiha Madara had been severely injured by Uchiha pain? If so, does that not present an opportunity for me? A flicker of ambition ignited within Uchiha Fugaku, and murderous intent surged forth. Although he had indeed been saved by Uchiha Madara, the latter only sought to use him. Moreover, Uchiha Fugaku had successfully transplanted his father's Mangekyo Sharingan. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was within reach. As his power grew day by day, so too did the wild ambitions within his heart. What was so remarkable about Uchiha Madara? He merely relied on the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. I can achieve that as well. Such thoughts swirled relentlessly in Uchiha Fugaku's mind, gradually consuming his consciousness. Why should the Moon Eye plan be led by Uchiha Madara? Why could it not be me? With a sinister expression, Uchiha Fugaku strode toward Uchiha Madara. Cough, cough. Are you planning to kill me? Uchiha Madara's gaze was icy, his tone calm as he spoke. It seems Lord Madara's assassination attempt has failed. Your body likely cannot endure for much longer. Allow me to relieve you of your burdens. Uchiha Fugaku gathered a significant amount of chakra in his hands, approaching Uchiha Madara with a faint smile. What a fool. Just because he possesses a modicum of strength, he becomes arrogant, thinking Uchiha Madara has no contingencies in place. A glimmer of schadenfreude flickered in Kurizetsu's eyes, mocking him inwardly. Sure enough, before Uchiha Fugaku could revel in his triumph for long, Uchiha Madara raised a finger, a subtle shift of chakra within him. Uchiha Fugaku felt a violent spasm in his heart and let out a wretched scream, collapsing feebly to the ground. Cough, cough. Have you learned to behave? Uchiha Madara wiped the blood from his lips, speaking disdainfully. However, he received no response. Uchiha Fugaku lay on the ground, devoid of the strength to utter a word. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara's contempt deepened. Indeed, he was nothing but a waste. Subsequently, he disregarded Uchiha Fugaku and turned his gaze to Kurizetsu. Kurizetsu, I am here, Lord Madara. Kurizetsu, upon hearing Uchiha Madara call for him, quickly bowed and spoke respectfully. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Madara's tone remained indifferent. During my slumber, you must assist Uchiha Fugaku diligently, striving to complete the preparations for the Moon Eye plan at the earliest opportunity. When the time is ripe, utilize Nagato to resurrect me. Yes, Lord Madara. Beneath the calm exterior of Kurizetsu, an overwhelming excitement brewed within as he tremulously articulated his thoughts. The long-prepared Moon Eye plan was finally on the verge of its initial execution. As my will's embodiment, I have faith in your capabilities. Uchiha Madara staggered to a stone chair, wearily gesturing with his hand. Take Uchiha Fugaku with you. I wish to remain here in solitude. Yes, Lord Madara. Upon hearing this, Kurizetsu promptly guided Uchiha Fugaku to another part of the cave for some rest. Once he confirmed their departure, Uchiha Madara leaned back against the stone chair, his eyes beginning to reflect the myriad experiences of his life. From his youthful encounters with Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Tendou, to his gallant exploits on the battlefield alongside Senju Hashirama and others in his youth, and the peaceful era in middle age, which we shall ultimately forge ourselves. Perhaps it was a long time, or merely a fleeting moment. Madara's hand finally fell powerless, his eyes closing tightly. This signified the departure from the mortal realm of the notorious Shura of the ninja world. Half a day later, under the shade of a tree, Uchiha Tendou rubbed his forehead, his tone laced with resignation. Q, stop circling around me. I'm just curious. Vortex Q responded, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks as she scratched her head and chuckled. Uchiha Tendou's lips twitched, and he gave her a thumbs up. That gesture is brilliant. You're essentially the female version of Minato Namikaze. Q, do you know why I brought you back to Konoha? After pondering for a moment, Uchiha Tendou decided to reveal the truth to Vortex Q. Q's breath hitched, her gaze slightly evasive as she looked at Uchiha Tendou. Tendou, didn't TU previously state that you were taking me to meet Lord Mito? Why the sudden shift? Upon hearing this, a flicker of guilt crossed Uchiha Tendou's face. He was acutely aware that his actions were immensely cruel to the young girl before him. However, if he did not proceed in this manner, Vortex Kushina might one day meet her demise due to the Nine Tails. As for the notion of fleeing Konoha with Kushina and others, Uchiha Tendou had initially entertained that idea, but swiftly dismissed it. As the current leader of the Uchiha clan, he felt a responsibility towards his kin. At least at this juncture, not all Uchiha members were inclined to leave Konoha. Uchiha Tendou did not wish to let his personal desires disrupt the normal lives of his clan. Moreover, the bonds forged by Sarutobi Hiruzen's plans held considerable weight. Owing to individuals like Shinju, Uchiha Tendou genuinely did not wish to stand in opposition to the village's leadership. Thus, he had to seek another member of the Vortex clan to substitute Kushina as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. This would necessitate Uchiha Tendou exerting his formidable strength to compel Sarutobi Hiruzen and others to reach a compromise. Otherwise, given Konoha F4's regard for the Nine Tails, they would never consent to changing the Jinchuriki, even at the cost of their lives. Noticing Uchiha Tendou's hesitance, Hugh felt an increasing sense of unease. "Tendou, aren't we friends? Please, just speak your mind." Uchiha Tendou remained silent for a moment, and then his voice, slightly hoarse, finally broke the stillness. "Yui, the reason I am bringing you back to Konoha is quite straightforward. To have you take the place of my friend and become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails." "The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails?" Uzumaki Yui let out a subtle sigh of relief, her brow furrowed in confusion as she inquired. Previously, she had thought that Uchiha Tendou had discovered her unique abilities and intended to abduct her back to Konoha as a mere vessel. "Tendou, that rascal. Is it really necessary to be so serious about simply becoming a Jinchuriki?" Yui patted her flat chest, inwardly mocking the situation. Uchiha Tendou's lips twitched. Yui's carefree demeanor was rather difficult for him to comprehend. It seemed that Uzumaki Yui had no inkling of what being a Jinchuriki entailed. After a moment's contemplation, Uchiha Tendou resolved to elucidate the matter for her. In truth, he himself regretted that the plan had taken shape, as he had only just realized the gravity of trampling on another's freedom for his own desires, something he could not bring himself to do. "Yui, being a Jinchuriki is perilous." Uchiha Tendou's grave tone caused Yui to freeze momentarily, her entire being stilled. Although she had known Uchiha Tendou for scarcely a day, she did not believe he would jest in such a serious manner. This indirectly suggested that becoming a Jinchuriki was indeed fraught with danger. "Haha, Tendou, why so serious?" Yui scratched her head, offering a nervous chuckle. Uchiha Tendou shot her an exasperated glare before he commenced his explanation. "In the shinobi world, there exist colossal beasts imbued with immense chakra, which the various ninja villages refer to as tailed beasts. In the collective understanding, there are 9 tailed beasts, each possessing formidable power and considered terrifying weapons of war." "So, they're that powerful?" Yui's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression one of disbelief. Having experienced war in her childhood, she was somewhat familiar with the concept of weapons of warfare. Uchiha Tendou's face darkened, veins popping on his forehead. "Apologies, please continue. I promise not to interrupt." Yui quickly retreated, covering her mouth with her hand and whispering. "A Jinchuriki is a ninja who has a tailed beast sealed within them. Should the container lose the tailed beast, their life would inevitably come to an end. Furthermore, Jinchuriki may become objects of disdain, as not everyone possesses a sound mind." To prevent Yui from further interrupting, Uchiha Tendou swiftly conveyed all the essential information concerning Jinchuriki. Once he finished, his gaze fell upon Yui. As expected, upon grasping the implications of being a Jinchuriki, Yui immediately fell into a contemplative silence. However, he could understand. Who would willingly bind their life to a monster unless absolutely necessary? Reflecting on this, Uchiha Tendou felt a strong inclination to give a thumbs up to Naruto Uzumaki. In such circumstances, how could one not succumb to darkness? Truly, one is deserving of being the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra. "Tiandao, is your companion from the Uzumaki clan?" Just as Uchiha Tiandao was about to speak, Uzumaki Juyo suddenly gazed at him with piercing eyes and posed an odd question. Indeed, although he was perplexed by Uzumaki Juyo's unexpected inquiry, he answered truthfully. "With a friend like you, one must truly envy the members of that clan. Unlike me." At this juncture, Uzumaki Juyo's voice gradually diminished until it faded entirely. Uchiha Tiandao furrowed his brow, a resigned sigh escaping his lips. "This matter was a lapse in my consideration. If you do not wish to become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki," Uchiha Tendou withdrew a stack of silver notes amounting to 100,000 and offered them to Uzumaki Juyo. "We are, after all, friends. Take this money and find a place to live on your own." Uzumaki Juyo stared blankly at the pile of silver notes. Her nose suddenly tinged with a bittersweet sensation. This was not about love. Rather, the unexpected kindness stirred a poignant ache within her. Ever since the fall of the land of whirlpools, she had wandered alone, far from her homeland, never having experienced such genuine benevolence. Uzumaki Juyo believed that the eyes are the windows to the soul, and they do not deceive. In Uchiha Tendou's gaze, she saw only the purest goodwill, devoid of any ulterior motives. I agree. Uchiha Tendou was taken aback, gazing at Uzumaki Juyo in disbelief. What did you just say? I said, I agree to take your place as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Juyo tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a gentle smile gracing her lips. After all, you rescued me from the grass ninja village. I have an obligation to repay your kindness. Uchiha Tendou's expression grew complex, his tone subdued. Juyo, you need not. Enough with the pleasantries. This is my own decision. Uchiha Tendou watched the girl bouncing ahead, internally acknowledging that this time, he owed her a favor. Suddenly, an Umbu ninja, donning a dog mask, appeared in the Hokage's office, swiftly kneeling on one knee. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Tendou has returned to the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused in his perusal of the scrolls, his gaze incredulous as it fell upon the Umbu. Wasn't Uchiha Tendou dispatched on an A-rank mission? What was so remarkable about his return? Hokage-sama, Uchiha Tendou is accompanied by a member of the Uzumaki clan. Isn't it entirely normal for Kushina to be by his side? Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe, taking a puff with a puzzled expression. In the upper echelons of Konoha, who was unaware of the relationship between Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Tendou, wasn't it quite natural for her to be with him? Ever since witnessing Uchiha Tendou's complete Susanoo, Sarutobi Hiruzen had tacitly approved of their relationship. Initially, he had reservations. After all, the rapid amplification of Uchiha Tendou's strength posed a potential threat to the Nine Tails, with disastrous consequences should ill intentions arise. However, times had changed. Was Uchiha Tendou's complete Susanoo not equal to, if not superior to, the Nine Tails? There is no cause for concern. The opponent has little regard for the meager power of the Nine Tails. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen not only refrained from obstructing Uchiha Tendou and his companion, but he also discreetly facilitated their actions several times. After all, Uzumaki Kushina had received meticulous guidance from Uzumaki Mito, making her unequivocally an ally. By strengthening the bond between her and Uchiha Tendou, wouldn't Konoha gain yet another formidable warrior? How splendid! The masked ANBU ninja fell silent for a moment before respectfully speaking. Lord Hokage, the individual from the Uzumaki clan, was brought back by Uchiha Tendou from outside the village. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in shock, rising from his chair and fixing his gaze intently on the ANBU operative. Are you certain you did not misinterpret this? It is no wonder Hiruzen was so astonished. After all, when the land of whirlpools fell, Konoha had painstakingly managed to locate Uzumaki Kushina. Even if remnants of the Uzumaki clan still existed in the ninja world, they were surely few and far between. Now, Uchiha Tendou had merely ventured outside the village on an A-rank mission, yet he had returned with a member of the Uzumaki clan. I witnessed it with my own eyes. There is absolutely no mistake. Upon hearing the ANBU's unwavering assurance, Hiruzen settled back into his chair, his brow furrowed. The ANBU ninjas are elite individuals selected through rigorous scrutiny, embodying both strength and loyalty. This indirectly indicated that Uchiha Tendou had indeed returned with a member of the Uzumaki clan. Hiruzen never believed in coincidences. He suspected that Uchiha Tendou had feigned an A-rank mission as a pretext to search for traces of the Uzumaki clan. Soon, the Hokage's office was enveloped in a haze of smoke. You are to notify Danzo, as well as advisors Koharu and Hamura, to come to the Hokage's office immediately. Inform them that it is a matter of urgency. Yes, I shall obey. The masked ANBU ninja bowed and swiftly departed. Alas, it is truly a tumultuous time. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, a weary expression clouding his features as he sighed deeply. In the depths of the root base, in a dimly lit room, Shimura Danzo sat in the only chair, gently placing his teacup down while inquiring with interest, Orochimaru, have you given my proposal any thought? Hee, Lord Danzo. Are you quite sure of your hold over me? Orochimaru's eyes glinted as he fixed his gaze on Danzo, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, Danzo's face, lined with wrinkles, exhibited a hint of satisfaction. I am currently the Hokage's advisor and the leader of Root. I have ample resources and personnel. I truly cannot fathom any reason you, Orochimaru, would refuse my request. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, a faint smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Lord Danzo, you request that I conduct human experimentation. Do you not fear that the teacher might find out? Humph. Rest assured, Hiruzen wishes to even restart the experiments with Hashirama's cells. Danzo retorted with a cold smile, derisively mocking. To him, Hiruzen appeared excessively indecisive, overly concerned with appearances, lacking the decisiveness and ruthlessness that he himself possessed. Only Shimura Danzo is truly the man most suited to become Hokage. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's pupils abruptly contracted. Why has the teacher suddenly reignited the research on the Senju cells? Is it possible that? Shimura Danzo, gazing at the suddenly enlightened Orochimaru, nodded without hesitation. Indeed, it is precisely as you suspect. Uchiha Tendou has already acquired powers comparable to those of Uchiha Madara, yet Konoha lacks a second Senju Hashirama. Thus, the village is in dire need of wood release. How intriguing, Orochimaru mused, extending a hand toward Shimura Danzo. Lord Danzo, may our collaboration be fruitful. Observing this, Danzo refrained from reciprocating and instead rose to depart. Orochimaru, I hope you will immerse yourself in your research soon. Feel free to request funding or experimental subjects. I wish to see results at the earliest opportunity. As Danzo reached the door, his gaze languidly swept over the shadows. Why the urgency to summon me? At that moment, a slender root ninja emerged from the shadows, swiftly kneeling on one knee. Lord Danzo, an Umbu ninja has arrived at the base entrance. He claims to be dispatched by Hokage-sama and requests your immediate presence at the Hokage office for an important meeting. Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo involuntarily uttered a low sound of surprise, a look of confusion crossing his face. Why has Hiruzen suddenly called for an important meeting? Am I to rush over at once? Has something significant occurred? With no time to ponder, Danzo hurried toward the Hokage office. It is worth noting that the last time Uchiha Tendou became a consultant elder, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not summon him. The urgency of this summons surely indicates that the situation has escalated to a serious level. A small snake slithered through a crevice, making its way toward Orochimaru. Hisses. Orochimaru placed the white snake before him, listening intently for a moment before speaking with a faint smile. Truly worthy of Tendou. Is he preparing for another grand undertaking? In the Hokage office. Bang. Shimura Danzo forcefully pushed the door open, entering at a leisurely pace while leaning on his cane. He lifted his gaze and realized that the office contained only Sarutobi Hiruzen and two other old friends. Danzo instantly understood that this was a small meeting exclusive to them. The Western faction. Hiruzen, what do you wish to discuss by calling us here? Are you unaware of how busy I am? The route requires my oversight. Without a second thought, Danzo began to voice his grievances towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen's expression stiffened. The words he had prepared suddenly lodged in his throat, leaving him unable to utter another syllable. He had not anticipated that Danzo would open with complaints. Cough, cough, Danzo. We all know you have been occupied with the development of Root, with tight schedules and heavy responsibilities. Nevertheless, Hiruzen must have summoned us in haste due to a significant matter concerning the village. Seeing Hiruzen momentarily at a loss for words, Mito Kazan intervened, clearing his throat and quickly offering an explanation. Danzo's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this. He and Sarutobi Hiruzen are indeed the perfect match. How could he possibly overlook such matters? Shimura Danzo merely wished to voice his grievances, fully aware that Sarutobi Hiruzen would undoubtedly be accommodating. As expected, Hiruzen's expression swiftly returned to normal as he gestured dismissively at Mito Kazan. Kazan refrained from speaking further. Danzo was simply eager to expedite the development of the Root organization, which rendered him somewhat impatient. Mito Kazan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. No way, my friend. I was just advocating for you. Tsurugi Koharu's lips twitched as she promptly pulled Mito Kazan back. What are you two doing, tuning your instruments? What is your role in this? A mere background prop. Shimura Danzo sat firmly in the chair he had prepared in advance, his gaze fixed sharply on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, if there is something to discuss, please do so promptly. There are numerous pressing matters awaiting my attention at Root. Not only he, but Tsurugi Koharu and Mito Kazan also focused their attention on Hiruzen, silently awaiting his response. With Danzo's displeased gaze upon him, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. Uchiha Tendou has returned from outside the village with a member of the Uzumaki clan. What? The trio of Danzo, Koharu, and Kazan simultaneously leaped from their seats, exclaiming in disbelief. Hiruzen, you cannot be jesting. Are there still members of the Uzumaki clan in the shinobi world? Danzo was the first to regain his composure, his expression darkening. Hiruzen shook his head, his tone tinged with resignation. Danzo, the Uzumaki clan was once a formidable ninja lineage. It is not surprising that a few clansmen survived the war. Tsurugi Koharu's raspy voice chimed in. Hiruzen, did you say the person was brought back by Uchiha Tendou? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Danzo and Mito Kazan shifted dramatically, an ominous premonition surging within them. Indeed, I believe you are thinking along the right lines. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. Damn it, that wicked Uchiha brat. Does Uchiha Tendou think the village is his playground, to do as he pleases? Danzo's face flushed, his breath quickening as he roared in anger. Mito Kazan subtly rolled his eyes behind Danzo's back, muttering inwardly. Konoha could already be considered Uchiha Tendou's home. Suddenly, Tsurugi Koharu slammed her palm on the table, her eyes fierce. Hiruzen, we absolutely cannot allow that Uchiha brat to act recklessly any longer. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is of utmost importance to the village. How can we permit such changes based solely on his whims? Hiruzen nodded, his gaze sweeping over his old companions. While I too oppose the replacement of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, have any of you considered the consequences of rejecting this matter? Tsurugi Koharu froze at his words, her gaze evasive, struggling to articulate her thoughts. The mere thought of Uchiha Tendou's complete Susanoo sent chills down her spine. Humph, he is merely an Uchiha brat. What is there to fear? Truchen Tenzong's countenance darkened as he gripped his cane tightly. He felt immense dissatisfaction towards his three old companions. Even Uchiha Tendou had yet to make a move. Yet they were already terrified. If Master Tobarama were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be greatly disappointed in you all. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression soured as he slammed his hand on the table. We are merely weighing the pros and cons, not cowering before Uchiha Tendou. The fiery temperament of Nara Shikamaru could hardly endure Danzo's condescending demeanor. Danzo, if you are unafraid of him, then it shall be you who faces Uchiha Tendou's wrath. Danzo's aged visage instantly darkened. The root is currently no match for that brat. Hiruzen rubbed his forehead, fatigue evident on his face. In that case, we must proceed as such. Is this truly feasible? Uzumaki Kushina grasped her sister's hand, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Though she loathed being the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, she did not wish to endanger others because of it. Of course it is, Sister Kushina. I am doing this of my own volition. Uzumaki Kiwa beamed a bright smile, her shallow dimples enhancing her cuteness. In the room of Uzumaki Mito, Uchiha Tendou sat in a chair, his gaze fixed upon the elderly woman on the bed, his expression complicated. At this moment, Mito had grown frail and gray, the vitality that once coursed through her having diminished, leaving her unable to maintain her once vibrant red hair. Cough. Do you intend to make Kiwa the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Uchiha Tendou nodded, his tone leaving no room for dispute. Grandma Mito, if a Jinchuriki loses their tailed beast, they are doomed. You must understand this. As a friend of Kushina, I cannot stand idly by as she leaps into the fire. The monkeys will not agree to your reckless actions. Uchiha Tendou remained silent, the crimson of his eternal Mangekyo, Sharingan manifesting in his eyes. Whether they agree or not is of no consequence to me. Are you preparing to defy the Hokage's orders, positioning yourself against the village? Mito's gaze bore into Uchiha Tendou, her voice cold and demanding. A formidable aura emanated from her, sweeping towards him. Grandma, Tendou does not mean it that way. Nara Shikamaru's expression shifted as he hastily defended his close friend, simultaneously casting frantic glances at his sister, hoping she could dissuade Uchiha Tendou. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, discreetly placing her hand on Uchiha Tendou's waist, giving a slight twist as she whispered, Have you lost your mind? Grandma cares most about the village. Suna, I refuse to allow Kushina to become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Uchiha Tendou spoke coldly, without hesitation. Though Mito was a beloved elder deserving of respect, the matter of the Jinchuriki concerned Kushina's life, leaving no room for Uchiha Tendou to yield. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's brows furrowed fiercely, her chest rising and falling with mounting agitation. The words of Uchiha Tendou truly provoked her ire, as it seemed he was utterly indifferent to Uzumaki Kushina. Do you think I desire for Kushina to become the Ninetales Jinchuriki? If Uzumaki Kyui were to assume that role, she would likely go berserk. The devastation inflicted upon the village would be incalculable. Uchiha Tendou crossed his arms, disappointment flickering in his eyes. Tsunade, are you suggesting that to preserve Konoha, we must sacrifice Kushina? This is not a sacrifice. The Uzumaki clan's physique combined with their sealing techniques is sufficient to suppress the Ninetales. And her life would not be at risk. Tsunade, what if the tailed beast is extracted? Even with the Uzumaki clan's tenacity, she would still perish. His voice rose in urgency. Do not tell me that is impossible. Where there is risk, there exists a probability of occurrence. Faced with Uchiha Tendou's relentless inquiries, Tsunade opened her mouth, yet ultimately refrained from uttering another word. Observing her silence, the disappointment in Uchiha Tendou deepened. He understood Tsunade's perspective, but neither respected nor agreed with it. To him, had the chosen Jinchuriki been Shoujo, both Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito would have been the first to object. So why should Uzumaki Kushina be expected to make such a sacrifice for the village? Ultimately, it seemed they did not truly regard Kushina as one of their own. Uchiha Tendou rose slowly, directing his gaze towards Uzumaki Mito. Lady Mito, I shall resolve this matter in my own way. With that, he made no further delay and turned to exit. Wait, Tendou, don't go. Shouju's expression shifted, and he hurriedly followed after him. Once they departed, Tsunade's countenance fell, her tone laced with frustration. Mito, why must you make me accompany you in this charade? With Uchiha Tendou present, the change of Jinchuriki is entirely feasible. Kyui would not go berserk at all. Though her words may sound selfish, it was a matter of necessity. It is not wrong to prioritize friends and family. Tsunade, is your complaint truly about acting? Are you certain you are not simply afraid of Uchiha Tendou's wrath? A playful smile danced upon Uzumaki Mito's face as she teased her granddaughter. Tsunade's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze faltering. Grandma, do not speak so foolishly. Who would care about him? Mito, with a knowing glimmer in her eyes, chose not to expose her granddaughter's facade. Subsequently, her expression turned serious, her tone somber. Tsunade, my remaining time is limited. Tsunade paused, feeling a wave of despondency as she sat beside Uzumaki Mito. Grandma. Mito waved her hand gently, a hint of nostalgia gracing her features. Life and death are the destinies we all must face. Having lived this long, witnessing peace with my own eyes is already a great fortune. Although the establishment of the village has led to greater wars, at least the children now experience a semblance of peace, which is far better than that cruel era. Mito's gaze fell upon Tsunade, her expression growing increasingly melancholic. Kushina, under the care of Tendou, is destined for a bright future. However, my greatest concern lies with you. Are you still worried about me? Uchiha Tendou rolled his eyes at the Uzumaki Kushina and replied with a hint of annoyance. Hey, Tendou, it's not that I'm worried about you clashing with Mito and the others. Kushina retorted, you're just being overly dramatic. Please refrain from speaking to me in such a peculiar tone. How utterly absurd. Tendou exclaimed, you are being quite excessive. From a distance, Uzumaki Ga watched the playful exchange between the two, her eyes brimming with envy. She longed for a friend who could offer her affection and care. Soon after, under Tendou's guidance, the trio arrived at a ramen shop. Master Ramen, 3 bowls of ramen, please. Tendou called out. Sure thing. Please wait a moment. With a thud, Uchiha Tendou plopped down and patted the small blonde-haired boy who had been sitting there. Minato, I have a task for you. Huh? Minato? Minato? Tendou furrowed his brow. Perplexed as he looked towards Namikaze's Minato, he was curious to see what this fellow was up to, as he had been silent for quite some time. To his astonishment, Minato was staring vacantly at Uzumaki Ga. Tendou's lips twitched as he quickly tugged at Minato, lowering his voice. Minato, you mustn't be so obvious. She's a girl. Your infatuated expression might frighten her. As he spoke, Tendou's gaze shifted back to Uzumaki Ga, attempting to use his connection to help Minato salvage his image. However, he was nearly taken aback when he noticed Uzumaki Ga was equally entranced by Minato. Is this what they call love at first sight? Tendou mused, observing the two intently. Just as he thought they would remain in this state forever, Ga broke the silence. Hello, I am Namikaze Minato. Upon hearing this, both froze once more. Huh. You are quite amusing. Ga was the first to recover, covering her mouth as she chuckled lightly. Minato, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head in embarrassment. Thank you for your compliment. A hint of awkwardness washed over Tendou's face. He felt that if he lingered any longer, Minato and Konan would soon find themselves residing in a luxurious villa. Minato, do me a favor. Curiosity sparked in Minato's eyes as he looked at Tendou. Tendou, do you need my assistance? Hee, this is Uzumaki Jie, whom I brought back from the grass village. She hails from the same clan as Kushina, so you must take good care of her, Tendou said with a mischievous grin as he patted Minato's shoulder. Before Minato could respond, Tendou took Jie's hand and swiftly vanished from sight. Tendou, will Minato be able to look after Jie? Kushina asked, her expression tinged with concern. She comprehended all too well the feeling of being a newcomer, had it not been for Uchiha Tendou's fortunate encounter with her fellow clansman, Uzumaki Kushina, and the debt of gratitude owed to him. She would have felt quite alone. Thus, she harbored the hope that Uzumaki Q would find happiness in Konoha. Haha, Kushina, do you still not trust Minato? Uchiha Tendou remarked with a slight lift of his brow and a gentle smile. He then swiftly shifted the topic. Moreover, did you not see just now? They seemed to take a liking to each other. The following day, within the conference room of the Hokage's office building, there was a peculiar atmosphere. Was it not just a few days prior that a high-level meeting had been convened? Indeed, the last time, Uchiha's current clan leader became a senior advisor. Hey, I heard this meeting pertains to Elder Tendou. Is that so? It is astonishing that he is involved again. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a penetrating glance at Uchiha Tendou before slowly placing his pipe down. Upon noticing this gesture, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. The heads of various clans and the elite jonin of Konoha all turned their attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen, awaiting his address. Ahem, first and foremost, let us congratulate Uchiha Tendou on becoming a senior advisor. Lord Third, there is no need to reiterate this, Hiruzen urged, eager to commence the day's agenda. Uchiha Tendou raised an eyebrow, promptly interrupting Hiruzen's verbose remarks with evident dissatisfaction. He had deliberately ventured out on an A-rank mission to avoid listening to such trivialities during the high-level meeting, and he had no intention of enduring Hiruzen's unproductive chatter now. Bang! Shimura Danzo slammed his hand on the table, glaring fiercely at Uchiha Tendou. You wicked Uchiha brat. This is not a place for your antics. Boom. In response to Danzo's tirade, Uchiha Tendou showed no signs of yielding. A chilling, violent chakra surged forth like a tempest, pressing down upon the assembly. Such an overwhelming chakra pressure. I can hardly breathe. Is Danzo-sama mad? Why would he provoke Lord Tendou? Several clan heads of relatively lesser power found themselves nearly breathless under the oppressive chakra emanating from Uchiha Tendou. While struggling to maintain composure, they could not help but murmur their discontent regarding Danzo's recklessness. To them, it seemed that Uchiha Tendou merely wished for Hiruzen to expedite the meeting's agenda. It hardly warranted such a commotion. Who could have foreseen that Danzo would erupt over such a trivial matter? Of course, had he possessed sufficient strength, they would have remained silent. However, under Tendou's formidable presence, Danzo found even speech a laborious task. To bark without power was nothing short of folly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened as he raised a hand to rap the table. Tendou, grant me this favor. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tendou leisurely allowed his chakra pressure to dissipate, a smile gracing his lips. Since it is the Hokage who speaks, how could I possibly refuse? Observing that the other party was showing some respect, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. If things escalated, wouldn't it result in the destruction of the Hokage's office building? Perhaps it was due to the overwhelming strength of Uchiha Tendou, or perhaps age had mellowed Sarutobi Hiruzen, causing him to adopt a more lenient demeanor. Danzo, this is a conference room. Cease your nonsense. Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Shimura Danzo, issuing a stern warning. Humph. Danzo responded with a discontented snort. However, he was not a fool. Knowing he was at a disadvantage, it would be foolish to provoke trouble further. Thus, Danzo made a wise decision and refrained from challenging Uchiha Tendou. With a sigh of relief, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a breath of pent-up tension. He then scanned the room, his gaze sweeping over the attendees, before speaking in a grave tone. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all curious about the agenda of this meeting. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively nodded. Earlier, they had speculated that the meeting might pertain to Uchiha Tendou, but that had merely been conjecture. Now, it was evident that this meeting held significant importance for Uchiha Tendou. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Sarutobi Hiruzen to lead with such urgency. The primary focus of this meeting was the replacement of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Wow. Sarutobi Hiruzen's calm declaration fell like a stone into a tranquil pond. sending ripples throughout the room. What? Hokage-sama, why must we change the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Indeed, Uzumaki Kushina is an excellent vessel. Hokage-sama, please reconsider. This matter warrants further discussion. Nara Shikaku, contemplatively glancing at Uchiha Tendou, felt his earlier doubts dissipate. So that was it. He then looked at those who opposed the idea, a flicker of pity crossing his eyes. These individuals were surely in for a rough time. What? Do you have strong objections? As Nara Shikaku had anticipated, Uchiha Tendou's icy words swiftly followed. The atmosphere in the conference room plummeted to a freezing point, and those who had spoken against the proposal trembled in fear, feeling as if a sharp blade was poised at their throats, ready to claim their lives. Uchiha Tendou crossed his arms, the three tomo of his Sharingan slowly revolving. A few days ago, I brought back a member of the Uzumaki clan from outside the village. I propose that she become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Do any of you have significant objections? An elite jonin gritted his teeth and spoke up. Tendou-sama, we do not wish to oppose you. However, Uzumaki Kushina has studied sealing techniques under Lord Mito for so long. She is undoubtedly more suited to be the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. A sudden change could cause unnecessary trouble for the village. Seeing a focal point of dissent, the previously vocal opposition began to nod in agreement. Indeed, Tendou-sama, we are acting in the interest of the village. Such a statement is valid. I concur. Me too. Everyone shared the same sentiment. They dared not confront Uchiha Tendou directly. Yet they felt emboldened to rally behind the dissenting voices. Ah, if you say so, Lord Hokage possesses formidable strength, and I feel he is indeed the more suitable candidate. Uchiha Tendou remarked with a hint of disdain, his expression tinged with sarcasm. He then cast a sharp gaze at the elite jonin, his voice cold. Do you believe Lord Hokage's abilities are inadequate? The moment those words left his mouth, the elite jonin felt a chill run down his spine. His back, drenched in cold sweat, rendered momentarily speechless. How was he to respond? Either way, he would be at a disadvantage. However, Uchiha Tendou understood that the man's comments stemmed from genuine concern for the village rather than a personal attack on him. Thus, he merely sought to intimidate him and chose to disregard him thereafter. Lord Hokage, what are your thoughts? Uchiha Tendou inquired, a smile gracing his features as he turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ahem, Elder Tendou, the Jinchuriki is fundamentally a weapon of war for the village. How could the Hokage possibly become a Jinchuriki? Nara Shikaku interjected, sensing the tension and hastily defending Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ahem, Elder Tendou, this is not the time for such discussions. Let us return to the topic at hand, Mitarashi Anko said, clearing her throat as she subtly redirected the conversation. Uchiha Tendou paid no heed to the peacemakers, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. I oppose the notion of Uzumaki Kushina becoming the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Who stands against this? Who is in favor? The crowd gazed at Uchiha Tendou with trepidation, their minds racing with silent dissent. Such a blatant threat, who would dare oppose him? Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. He felt that Uchiha Tendou had become excessively arrogant, utterly disregarding him as Hokage. Before he could finish his thought, he was met with a pair of crimson eyes, compelling him to instinctively close his mouth. Uchiha Tendou remained calm, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes slowly rotating. Lord Hokage, is there any aspect you find disagreeable? Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion shifted slightly, having detected the impatience in Uchiha Tendou's tone. One misstep on his part could ignite a full-scale conflict. If Konoha were to defeat Uchiha Tendou, it would undoubtedly suffer grievous losses. Tendou, why don't we decide through a vote? Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself at a loss, a steady male voice broke the tense atmosphere. The assembly turned to see Hitaki Tsukumo seated beside Uchiha Tendou. Indeed. What Master Tsukumo suggests is quite reasonable. Voting is a good approach. The murmurs of agreement resonated around the room, and Uchiha Tendou's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze flickering. The unexpected proposal from Tsukumo caught him off guard. He had assumed that, given the man's disposition, he would not involve himself in this matter. His eyes settled on the composed figure of Shimura Danzo. Could this be the old dog's doing? Born of inherent malice, the Uchiha brat. Did you not foresee this? This is my design. A smile spread across the wrinkled face of Shimura Danzo, his heart brimming with smug satisfaction. He had not anticipated that a seemingly casual move would yield such remarkable results. Prior to the meeting, Shimura Danzo deliberately approached Hitaki Kakashi to disclose Uchiha Tenkin's intentions. He was well aware that Kakashi valued his comrades deeply. Once the stakes were laid bare, Danzo was confident that Kakashi would not disappoint him. As expected, Kakashi proposed a voting scheme during the conference. This seemingly fair approach was, in reality, grossly inequitable to Uchiha Tenkan. The overwhelming majority would undoubtedly favor Uzumaki Kushina as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, especially given her extensive training in sealing techniques under Uzumaki Mito's guidance. Danzo, catching the glint of Tenken's gaze, raised his head and offered a smile. This old dog. Tenken's eyes narrowed, and suddenly he felt a surge of confidence. Kakashi's current stance was undoubtedly tied to Danzo's scheming. If that was the case, then he would seek an opportunity to rid himself of this shadowy rat. Why do I feel a chill in the air? Danzo instinctively recoiled, touching his neck while muttering softly. Tenkan, I am not targeting you. Kakashi spoke with sincerity, his tone earnest. A Jinchuriki only faces true peril when the tailed beast is extracted. With your strength, Tenkan, you can undoubtedly safeguard Uzumaki Kushina. Therefore, I believe there is no necessity to change the Jinchuriki candidate, as that could inflict immense harm on our village's comrades. Upon hearing this, Tenken's hostility gradually dissipated. Judging by Kakashi's demeanor, it was clear that he had been morally coerced. Someone was exploiting his dedication to his comrades, making him the scapegoat. While Tenkan understood Kakashi's actions, he could not help but feel a twinge of displeasure. Lord Kakashi, are the others in the village not your comrades? Is Kushina not one of them? After speaking, Tenken's gaze shifted towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Since it is Lord Kakashi's proposal, let us vote on it. Sighing inwardly, Kakashi observed the displeased expression on the young man's face. If possible, he would rather not have taken this course of action. Very well, let us commence the voting. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a broad smile, cheerfully initiating the proceedings. Meanwhile, he discreetly cast a glance at Danzo. Impressive. You have quite the trick up your sleeve. Of course. You ought to remember who I am. The darkness of Konoha. Danzo returned a series of triumphant glances at Hiruzen, secretly relishing his success. The voting process was swift. Each individual merely needed to mark their decision on the ballot. Moments later, as a clan leader from a minor clan cheerfully approached the front with his completed ballot in hand, a sudden voice resonated throughout the conference room, plunging the atmosphere into an eerie silence. Uchiha Shana, you better pay attention. In certain clans of Konoha, there may be spies from enemy villages. After the meeting concludes, members of the security team will be dispatched to investigate. Uchiha Shana's face was etched with astonishment upon hearing this. However, being seasoned in the tumult of life, he quickly regained his composure. Indeed, esteemed clan leader, I shall ensure that the security team thoroughly uncovers the truth, and I will not allow those detestable spies to remain hidden within Konoha. Upon saying this, his gaze fixated intently on the leader of the minor clan, seemingly eager to apprehend someone. The leader of the minor clan, filled with trepidation, hastily swallowed hard. The intentions of Uchiha Tendou and Uchiha Shana were now glaringly apparent. Those who opposed the replacement of the Jinchuriki would face dire consequences after the meeting. Instantly, the leader of the minor clan was stricken with fear and hurried back to his seat, swiftly amending his ballot. Sarutobi Hiruzen, witnessing this, felt his previously jovial expression freeze in disbelief. His incredulous gaze turned towards Uchiha Tendou, barely concealing the fury simmering within. Tendou, this is a vote. How can you threaten others? In the face of Sarutobi Hiruzen's barely contained rage, Uchiha Tendou shrugged nonchalantly, regarding him with a sense of calm. Hokage-sama, while one may indulge in a chaotic meal, one must not speak lightly. I am merely urging Uchiha Shana to fulfill his duties. How is that threatening anyone? Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance darkened as he struggled to articulate a response. Overwhelmed with regret for not having removed Uchiha's high-ranking positions immediately after the other party ascended to the advisory elder role. Now, Uchiha Shana and Uchiha Tendou were in perfect harmony, instilling fear in the other ninja clans, who dared not voice their opinions. Suppressing his rising anger, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to meticulously verify the voting results. Moments later, his already grim expression deepened further. Under Uchiha Tendou's coercion, a vast majority of the minor clan leaders and elite ninjas chose to acquiesce, no longer opposing the replacement of the Jinchuriki. As for the leaders of the major clans, they were not foolish. Uchiha Tendou's formidable strength and vengeful nature made it unwise to provoke him. Offending the Hokage might result in subtle repercussions, but crossing Uchiha Tendou could lead to dire consequences. Truly worthy of the moniker Tendou, Orochimaru mused, arms crossed, a sly smile gracing his lips. Within the bounds of the rules, Uchiha Tendou would undoubtedly be no match for the seasoned Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet, his audacious defiance of the rules and willingness to upend the table was undoubtedly the most advantageous course of action at present. Possessing immense power, a composed demeanor, and unparalleled talent, Orochimaru contemplated this, instinctively licking his lips as he gazed at Uchiha Tendou with an intense, burning interest. Tsunade cast a discreet glance at Orochimaru, a chill coursing through her, as goosebumps prickled her skin. This Orochimaru, why does he increasingly resemble a venomous serpent? Noticing Tsunade's gaze, a smile crept across Orochimaru's pallid face. Katsuyu, is there something on my face? No, I was merely curious about whom you support. Katsuyu responded with an air of composure. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's gaze flickered, yet he refrained from further comment. He chuckled, naturally, I support Lord Pain. Why? With Lord Pain's prowess, the Ninetales is nothing more than an oversized pet. Before him, it cannot stir any tempest. Katsuyu nodded in agreement, implying, that may well be true. His current strength likely surpasses that of my grandfather. Orochimaru's pupils contracted sharply as he regarded Katsuyu intently, recognizing her subtle warning to ponder the consequences before entertaining any dubious thoughts. Indeed, as expected of Lord Pain, he is truly formidable, Orochimaru remarked, a grin playing on his lips as he gazed at Katsuyu, his demeanor unhurried. Sighing, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, the wrinkles on his face appearing to multiply. Based on the results of the votes, the village has decided to replace the host of the Ninetales. Uchiha Pain looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in astonishment, inwardly pondering, how could this be agreed upon so readily? Surely, there must be some underlying scheme? However, this was ultimately the outcome he had desired, so Uchiha Pain chose not to delve deeper. Firmly believing that all plots and schemes are mere paper tigers in the face of absolute strength. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's direction, the meeting concluded swiftly. Uzumaki Kiwa was officially designated to succeed Uzumaki Kushina as the next host of the Ninetales. Once the others had departed, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and his three old companions remained in the conference room. Tanzo, can this plan truly succeed? Humph, do you doubt my capabilities? Shimura Tanzo retorted confidently, a cold scoff escaping him upon hearing Konan's audacity to question his impeccable scheme. Haha, Konan, Sarutobi Hiruzen said as he lifted his pipe, inhaling deeply. Uchiha Pain's strength is too overwhelming. We are not yet his match. However, that does not imply he can act with impunity in the village. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze sharpened. While we cannot outright oppose the replacement of the Ninetales host, as long as we disseminate the news of Uchiha Pain's proposal to replace the host, elucidating its pros and cons and subtly guiding the narrative, the villagers will naturally resist Uchiha Pain and even the Uchiha clan for their own interests. Shimura Tanzo spoke with a self-satisfied, sinister tone. Uchiha Pain raised an eyebrow, his expression icy. Orochimaru, what is it that you obstruct my path for? Indeed, Lord Pain possesses remarkable strategies, Orochimaru remarked, seemingly indifferent to Uchiha Pain's cold demeanor. He then turned his attention to Uchiha Shana. Shana, I wish to have a private conversation with Lord Pain. I hope this is not inconvenient. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shana furrowed his brow. A deepening wariness etched upon his aged face. Orochimaru's serpent-like aura was indeed repugnant to him. Before Uchiha Shana could respond, Uchiha Pain spoke first. The elder, please return to the security team and pay close attention to those minor clans from earlier. Yes, esteemed clan leader. Since Uchiha Tendou has spoken, Uchiha Shana need only follow suit. He does not believe that Orochimaru, this insignificant serpent, can pose a threat to the strongest of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, during the recent meeting, it was indeed necessary to deal with a few minor clans that dared to provoke the Uchiha clan. Tendou-sama, please follow me. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, gesturing in invitation. Uchiha Tendou, seeing this, was not polite and stepped forward without hesitation. Soon, the two arrived at a laboratory. Uchiha Tendou crossed his arms, calmly gazing at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, what exactly do you wish to convey by bringing me here with such fanfare? Tendou-sama, what are your views on life? Rather than directly answering Uchiha Tendou, Orochimaru posed a new question. Uchiha Tendou was momentarily taken aback, then regarded Orochimaru with keen interest. He had assumed that since Shinju did not perish in the Second War, Orochimaru would not tread the same path as in the original narrative. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Tendou soon came to a realization. The death of Shinju perhaps merely served to accelerate Orochimaru's inevitable trajectory. For someone like him, embarking on this path was merely a matter of time. Uchiha Tendou may have once harbored caution and wariness towards Orochimaru, but now such concerns were entirely unwarranted. The peak of Orochimaru's power barely equated to that of a shadow level, and his true brilliance lay in his formidable scientific talent and survival methods. Confident in his own formidable strength, Uchiha Tendou found no qualms in engaging Orochimaru in conversation. Do you perceive life as fragile and fleeting? Thus, in your view, human existence is too brief to fulfill your pursuit of knowledge and power? Consequently, have you begun to seek the secrets of immortality, endeavoring to explore the truths of the world through eternal life? Orochimaru's pupils constricted sharply, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at Uchiha Tendou. The secret he had concealed deep within himself was unexpectedly unveiled by the other. Tendou-sama, at times I truly feel you are not like a mere youth. Orochimaru forced down the tumult within, his voice hoarse as he spoke. Uchiha Tendou shrugged, seemingly unfazed. Strictly speaking, he was indeed not a youth. Orochimaru, everything possesses duality. We should adopt a dialectical perspective to regard every matter and every object. With that parting remark, Uchiha Tendou turned and strode towards the exit. Sensing someone outside the laboratory was seeking him. A dialectical perspective on duality. How intriguing. Orochimaru slightly lowered his head in contemplation, and then a spark ignited in his eyes. He felt as though he had opened the door to a new world. His previously narrow vision instantly broadened. Tendou-sama, you truly are tantalizingly intriguing. Orochimaru mused as he watched Uchiha Tendou gradually recede into the distance. Outside the laboratory, Tsunade furrowed her brows, her expression revealing her displeasure. As the meeting came to a close, she was eager to engage in a heartfelt conversation with Uchiha Tendou, only to be unexpectedly preempted by Orochimaru. Initially, this was not a matter of great concern. However, Tsunade sensed an increasingly sinister aura emanating from Orochimaru, which sent chills down her spine. She harbored a nagging suspicion that he was clandestinely up to no good. Thus, Tsunade resolved to keep Uchiha Tendou at a distance from Orochimaru, lest he fall under the latter's influence. After all, great power does not equate to invincibility. Just as Tsunade was about to approach, a figure abruptly appeared at the laboratory's entrance, her intended target, Uchiha Tendou. Perhaps due to the unpleasantness of the past few days, neither was inclined to speak first. They stood at the threshold of Orochimaru's laboratory, exchanging silent glances. Clearing his throat, Uchiha Tendou broke the silence, suggesting, "Shall we go for some barbecue?" Tsunade instinctively nodded in response. Her mind was a jumbled mess, leaving her little capacity for further contemplation. The atmosphere was palpably awkward, even for the typically forthright Tsunade. Without further hesitation, Uchiha Tendou guided Tsunade swiftly to the barbecue restaurant owned by the Akimichi family. They requested a private room, but once the dishes were ordered, an eerie silence enveloped them once more. Tsunade, biting her lip, seized several bottles of alcohol and began to drink heartily. Observing this, Uchiha Tendou's eyes twitched in disbelief. "I don't drink. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you afraid someone will take your share?" After a moment, Tsunade let out a resounding belch. Her complexion already flushed. "Tendou, it was my fault before. Please don't be angry." Uchiha Tendou was taken aback, surprised to see such a youthful side of Tsunade. However, he quickly reconciled this with the fact that in the original story, Tsunade's demeanor when faced with Kato Dan was not dissimilar. Gazing at the numerous empty bottles at his feet, Uchiha Tendou rubbed his forehead in exasperation. This woman was utterly inebriated. "Tsunade, you've had too much to drink." "I have not." Tsunade shook her head defiantly and plopped into Uchiha Tendou's lap. "I am not drunk." She looked up at him, clutching his collar tightly, her words coming out in fits and starts. Uchiha Tendou's face darkened as he quickly attempted to pry her hands away. He feared the consequences if anyone were to witness this. Yet, the outcome was destined to leave him disheartened. Drunk Tsunade possessed an extraordinary strength, clinging to him stubbornly. The more Uchiha Tendou tried to extricate her, the more resolutely she remained in his embrace. "Haha, Elder Tendou, it is truly a delight to see you at our Akimichi barbecue restaurant." Akimichi Chofu burst through the door, only to be rendered speechless upon witnessing the scene before him, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Afterward, he forcefully closed and then reopened the door. To his dismay, the scene within remained unchanged. Uchiha Tendou's lips twitched as he earnestly gazed at Akidu Chiefing. "Senior, if I were to say that the situation is not as you perceive, would you believe me?" Akidu Chiefing scrutinized the two with a serious demeanor and nodded affirmatively. "Of course, I believe you." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tendou felt a surge of frustration bubbling within, knowing that his reputation in Konoha would undoubtedly suffer. In his mind, a vivid image began to surface. Uchiha Mikoto, her eyes filled with disappointment, shook her head with a sigh. "Ah, Tendou, you." Uzumaki Kushina looked at him with disdain. "Tendou, I can understand your relationship with Tsunade, but you cannot deliberately get her intoxicated and engage in mischief." Both Uchiha Akahoshi and Konan shook their heads in unison, expressing their contempt. Oni-chan is actually that kind of person. Uchiha Tendou, feeling utterly defeated, slumped in his chair, despair etched across his face. His once illustrious name was now tarnished. "You youngsters continue your fun. I shall not intrude any longer," Akidu Chiefing said, retracting his neck and hastily making his exit. It was prudent to keep a distance from Uchiha Tendou, whose aura brimmed with resentment. "Damn it, it's all your fault, you crazy woman." Uchiha Tendou gritted his teeth, growing increasingly agitated, and struck his palm against a nearby surface. Slap, slap. The sensation is rather pleasant. Uchiha Tendou raised an eyebrow, instinctively squeezing. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. He had just slapped Tsunade's rear end. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he adjusted Tsunade into a proper position and tentatively called out, "Tsunade? Tsunade." Noticing her lack of response, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. If this violent woman were to discover his actions, he would surely meet a gruesome fate. What a troublesome individual she is. Uchiha Tendou sighed in resignation as he hoisted her onto his back. He was well aware of what Tsunade wished to express. It was merely an apology regarding the Ninetales Jinchuriki matter. Uchiha Tendou was no fool. He had discerned the intentions of Uzumaki Mido. They were deliberately orchestrating a performance with Tsunade, refusing to consider alternative candidates for the Ninetales Jinchuriki, all to test his resolve and ascertain whether he truly cared for Uzumaki Kushina. However, Tsunade's reaction exceeded his expectations. It seemed that this foolish girl feared that he might grow to loathe her, hence her desire to apologize. As he felt the soft touch against his back, a slight smile tugged at the corners of Uchiha Tendou's mouth. Truly, she was a woman of ample bosom, yet lacking in intellect. In the Uchiha clan's courtyard, amidst the feast laid before them, Uchiha Akahoshi and Konan clasped their hands together, sweetly exclaiming, "Let us begin." Without further ado, they dove into the sumptuous spread, devouring it voraciously. "Wow, Oni-chan, this tastes amazing," Uchiha Akahoshi exclaimed, her cheeks stuffed like a hamster, speaking indistinctly. Indeed, the culinary skills surpass even those of Sister Mikoto. Xiaonan nodded her little head in enthusiastic agreement. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tendou could not help but smile slightly, not to mention that he had devoted time to honing his culinary craft for the sake of Uchiha Meisui. Just the unique skills alone. His cooking prowess rivaled that of the finest chefs in the ninja world. Roaring, Charizard X gleefully devoured a bucket of braised meat, letting out a satisfied cry. "Look at you, what have you become?" Uchiha Tendou rolled his eyes at Charizard X, speaking with exasperation. "Roar." Charizard X protested with a pitiful cry, its tiny claws flailing about. "Why should I even bother when I have Brother Reshiram to back me up?" Sensing the sentiment expressed by Charizard X, Uchiha Tendou's lips twitched. Feeling utterly drained, he suspected that the creature was merely a lazy king disguised in Charizard's skin. "Oni-chan, Charizard X does help with the training of both me and Xiaonan." Uchiha Meisui quickly defended her childhood companion, swallowing her food. "At least the second master understands me." Charizard X's eyes sparkled, nudging Uchiha Meisui's side with its large head. Then, it turned its gaze toward Uchiha Tendou, a smirk forming on its lips. "Though you are my master, I am protected by the second master." Uchiha Tendou. Goodness, this plump dragon is so audacious, relying on Uchiha Meisui's support. It dares to look down on him. Uchiha Tendou's face darkened as he shot a fierce glare at Charizard X. He resolved to find some adorable summoning beasts to replace this rotund dragon, relegating it back to the lowest status in the household. By the way, how did I forget about the annual sign-in? Today marks the first day of the 10th year in Konoha. The reason he had taken to the kitchen himself was that Uchiha Mikoto had gone home to accompany her grandfather. System, initiate the annual sign-in. Ding. Initiating annual sign-in for the host. Congratulations, host sign-in successful. Summoning scroll of the EV clan. Uchiha Tendou raised an eyebrow. If his conjecture was correct, was fortune smiling upon him? System, please elaborate. Ding. The summoning scroll of the EV clan allows the host to summon Pokémon from the EV world after inscribing their name upon it. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tendou could no longer conceal the joy on his face. Plump Dragon, your good days are over. Oni-chan, why are you suddenly so happy? Xiaonan, placing a meatball into Uchiha Tendou's bowl, tilted her head in confusion. Haha, of course, I just thought of something delightful. Uchiha Tendou chuckled as he popped the meatball into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully before playfully tapping Xiaonan's forehead. Delightful? Can Oni-chan share it with Xiaonan? Xiaonan asked curiously, gazing at Uchiha Tendou. Hee, even little Meisui wants to know. Uchiha Meisui's big eyes twinkled as she hugged Uchiha Tendou's arm, employing her most charming demeanor. Roar. Upon witnessing the scene, Charizard X let out a roar, filled with curiosity. Very well, allow me to showcase something, spoke Uchiha Tendou with a mischievous glint in his eye. The trio, accompanied by the dragon, made their way to the other side of the courtyard. Summoning Jutsu. Uchiha Tendou swiftly formed hand seals and struck the ground forcefully. Boom. A thick cloud of white smoke instantaneously enveloped half the courtyard, creating quite a commotion. Wow. Could it be a powerful summoning beast? Uchiha Meisui exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with excitement. It seems we have a new companion. Similarly, a beaming smile adorned Conan's face as she eagerly anticipated the new creature summoned by Uchiha Tendou. Charizard X felt a jolt of apprehension, sensing that something ominous might unfold. With a rumble, it desperately wished to meet the new ally. Consequently, it vigorously flapped its wings, generating a gust of wind that swiftly dispersed the surrounding white smoke. Charizard X seems quite eager to meet the newcomer, Conan remarked, tidying her hair that had been tousled by the breeze. Uchiha Meisui nodded in agreement. Given Reshiram's formidable strength, Charizard X likely wishes to rise above being a mere subordinate and aims to become a second-in-command. As the smoke cleared, the scene at the center became apparent to the trio and the dragon. Wow! They exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening in astonishment. Oh no! My good days have come to an end. Charizard X plopped down on the ground, feeling as if all hope was lost in its dragon life. Uchiha Tendou gazed fondly at the 9 little creatures at his feet, a look of delight gracing his face. To his surprise, there were ordinary EVs along with 8 different evolutionary forms. The 9 little creatures chirped affectionately, nuzzling against Uchiha Tendou's pant leg. Without hesitation, Uchiha Meisui and Conan executed the body flicker technique and appeared beside Uchiha Tendou. Onaiken, Uchiha Meisui exclaimed, her eyes fixated on the Sylveon, feeling her heart melt. How can there be such adorable beings in this world? Conan remained silent, her big, watery eyes fixed on Uchiha Tendou, her intentions unmistakably clear. Uchiha Tendou's gaze shifted to the 9 little creatures, his expression revealing a hint of inquiry. Under the watchful eyes of Uchiha Meisui and Conan, Sylveon and Flareon approached the 2 girls first, emitting affectionate sounds. Soon, they were encircled by the 8 little companions. Uchiha Tendou, accompanied by the aloof Glacian, approached Charizard X and playfully patted its thigh. Well, you're in for a rough time ahead. Roar. Charizard X looked at Uchiha Tendou, whose expression was filled with schadenfreude, and felt a chill run down its spine. It had been relegated to the lowest tier of the household. However, Uchiha Tendou was merely jesting with Charizard X and held no ill intentions toward it. No matter how foolish this dragon may be, it is still family. System, why haven't the sizes of the EVs increased? Uchiha Tendou stroked his chin, filled with perplexity as he inquired. Ding. Host. Not all Pokémon will increase in size due to the influence of chakra. The transformations of Pokémon are influenced by their inherent characteristics. For instance, Onix primarily focuses on increasing its size, while Gardevoir emphasizes enhancing its psychic abilities. I see. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Uchiha Tendou finally displayed a look of realization. Thus, Charizard X represents a comprehensive enhancement, where its size increases while its flames undergo significant amplification. Charizard X tilted its head, gazing at Uchiha Tendou with confusion. What are you looking at me for? What about you? Uchiha Tendou shot an irritated glance before striding towards Uchiha Meisui and the two girls. Oni-chan, these little dogs are so adorable. Uchiha Meisui was petting the Sylveon in her arms, her eyes brimming with affection. The EVs. Damn it, you are the dog, your whole family is. No, if we say that, we would truly become dogs. The EVs drooped their little heads in frustration, appearing somewhat dejected. Observing this, Uchiha Tendou irritably poked Uchiha Meisui on the little nose. Meisui, these little ones are not dogs. Saying so will hurt their feelings. EV. The EVs chimed in unison, expressing their discontent. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Uchiha Meisui sincerely apologized to the EVs, her demeanor exceedingly earnest. The EVs quickly forgave her. After all, she is the sister of their master, and they had to show some respect. Furthermore, it was not an egregious offense. Whoosh. With a thought, Uchiha Tendou summoned a large scroll into his hand. Oni-chan, what is this? Conan, holding the sun EV, asked curiously. This is the summoning scroll of the EV family. EV. Uchiha Tendou gestured towards the little ones around them. They are EVs. What? X2 the expressions on Conan and the others momentarily froze, followed by an instinctive exclamation of surprise. Oni-chan, does that mean we can also become the contract holders of the EVs? Uchiha Meisui gazed at Uchiha Tendou with sparkling eyes, her tone brimming with barely contained excitement. She truly wished to own one of these adorable creatures. Uchiha Tendou nodded, placing the scroll on the ground and unfurling it. Of course, if you wish, you can leave your names on the summoning scroll right now. Conan looked around and noticed that there was only one name on the scroll. Uchiha Tendou. Oni-chan, is the EV family very large? In response to Conan's inquiry, Uchiha Tendou furrowed his brows in contemplation for a moment. It should be larger than any summoning beast clan in the ninja world. He then looked at Conan with some curiosity. Why did you suddenly think to ask about this? Xiaonan stuck out her tongue, a hint of embarrassment flickering across her face. If they were a small group, the continuation of their lineage would prove exceedingly challenging. Thus, in the face of peril, it would be best to entrust matters to Charizard X. After all, its hide is remarkably tough. Charizard X's eyes widened in surprise as it pointed at itself with its tiny claws. I'm but one. Am I not more precious than these little fellows? Uchiha Tendou shot Charizard X a disapproving glance, signaling it to cease its antics and go play elsewhere. Xiaonan, your idea is rather astute. Indeed, Charizard X possesses a tough exterior. Dangerous tasks should be entrusted to it. Upon finishing, Uchiha Tendou gestured towards the summoning scroll. Hurry and inscribe your names upon it. In due time, you shall summon EV to fight alongside you. Xiaonan and Uchiha Akihiro nodded in agreement, each biting their fingertips to etch their names onto the scroll. Uchiha Tendou raised an eyebrow. Practice the summoning technique on your own for now. I have matters to attend to. With that, he vanished in an instant. Whoosh. Uchiha Tendou's figure appeared like a specter outside the courtyard, his gaze calmly assessing the newcomer. Umbu? The Umbu ninja, donning a monkey-faced mask, was startled by the unexpected voice, freezing in place. After a moment, upon recognizing the visitor, he secretly exhaled in relief. The Umbu ninja respectfully bowed to Uchiha Tendou. Speaking with deference, Lord Tendou, Lord Hokage requests your presence in the Hokage office. Uchiha Tendou grasped the Umbu by the neck, a hint of surprise gracing his features. Sarutobi Shino, is that you, lad? He had sensed a familiar chakra presence earlier, but he had not anticipated it belonged to the eldest son of the third Hokage. Sarutobi Shino. Well, you've joined the Umbu, have you? Uchiha Tendou mused, stroking his chin as he circled around Sarutobi Shino with interest. The face behind the mask of Sarutobi Shino darkened, reiterating his previous statement. Lord Tendou, Lord Hokage requests your presence in the Hokage office. Without waiting for Uchiha Tendou's response, he swiftly departed into the distance, sending his own son to summon me. It seems something significant has transpired. Uchiha Tendou's gaze lingered on Sarutobi Shino's receding figure, his eyes deep in contemplation. Moments later, he vanished from sight, making his way to the Hokage office building. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice halted momentarily as he called loudly towards the door of the Hokage office. Creak. Uchiha Tendou pushed the door open, casting a puzzled glance at the entrance. Why does it seem as though this door has endured countless inhumane abuses? Ah, Tiandao, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing Uchiha Tiandao, Sarutobi Hiruzen's troubled expression visibly eased. He gestured towards the only vacant seat in the front row, urging him to take a seat promptly. Uchiha Tiandao wasted no time, plopping down into the chair and crossing his legs. Lord Hokage, why are we not spending this festive time at home, but instead convening an emergency meeting? Huh. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, then seized the pipe on the table and took a deep drag. Lady Mito's condition is deteriorating rapidly. We must transfer the Ninetales Jinchuriki within the next fortnight. Sarutobi's calm words resonated like a thunderclap, reverberating throughout the Hokage office. The murmurs that had filled the room fell silent in an instant, replaced by expressions of disbelief and sorrow. What had they just heard? The wife of the first Hokage, Uzumaki Mito, is on the brink of death.